It's a special stream because I believe it is the probably last stream before I have to take a week off, travel to Laos, and do some in real life stuff, which is going to be stressful. So, how about we forget and we practice the wonderful coping mechanism called avoidance, and we forget all about that in real life stressful stuff I have to do, and we focus today instead on updating the tier list, playing PTR, and playing some World of Warcraft, because it is in 2 days. And tomorrow I gotta take care of stuff. So realistically, this is going to be the last stream for like a whole week. Good morning, noob. Good morning, Vuberry. How's it going? How's it going? We are here, and I'm actually really excited about today's stream. I think today's going to be fun. And today's going to be like a celebratory stream. Disc got huge nerfs today. It got fair nerfs today. I still don't think those nerfs are enough, to be honest. But it did get fair nerfs today, yes. I did notice that. I looked at the healer tuning. It will sort of affect the tier list, but to be honest, not much. We will not update the tier list right this instant. We will be updating it in a bit. So we're going to be updating it like soon. First, what's up, Chewy? I didn't even know that. I don't think there is a first on the YouTube. I think Wrestle Druid is better than Disc now. No. So Disc will still be Disc. The shield nerf is still gonna be a fair amount of people's health, right? Good morning, Big Smush. Yo, what's up? So today is a little bit of a special stream. Today is a stream of streaming proportions. This is what we're doing today. What's up, Chris? I, believe it or not, probably want to start today with a little bit of Fury Warrior testing. I believe it or not, that the first thing I'm going to do today is test these Fury Warrior buffs. How was my photo shoot? Photo shoot was very interesting. I will post a photo in Discord. I completely forgot about that. That's a great point. Let me do that, like, right now. The Discord shall have a photo. Yes, so today is probably, realistically, and I'm going to be honest, this is probably, like, again, it's such a weird thing that I have to take a whole week off of stream. It's weird. I don't want to take a week off of stream. I like the streaming, but probably, I don't know if I'm doing an in real life stream in Laos, so when I'm there, I don't think I'll be able to stream. I don't think so. Maybe if I get really bored, I'll just turn it on to say hi to people. But I don't know if I'll be able to find, like, an internet cafe or anything like that. So who knows, actually. Who knows? But let's forget all about the in real life stuff I have to do. Practice, like I said earlier, the wonderful avoidance mechanism. It's called, and I believe it's called, avoidance. If you avoid your problems for long enough, they eventually go away. Did you know this? This is a wonderful psychological tool. You want to add this to your arsenal. If you just pretend that your problems don't exist for a very long time, eventually they'll go away. It's a great tip. Highly recommend this tip. Excellent tip, to be honest. Okay, so we put on my Fury gear. You transmog those weapons. They do not look good. What's up, Josh? How is it going, Mr. Drummer? Yep, that's how you do it. Funny you say that, because that's basically what I've been doing for the last week. Listen, I am all for actually confronting your life. Like, realistically speaking, I'm actually a huge believer that we should not avoid our problems. But you know what? Sometimes you just gotta let it. You know what I mean? Sometimes, honestly, just sort of... Sometimes we're human. You know, let's put it this way. Sometimes we're just human, and we gotta kind of just get through the day. I'll try that tip with my girlfriend, see how it goes. Good luck, Zyle. Love your bear video, man. Oh, glad you liked it. I will almost certainly be playing bear. I will say that the buff to bear was insulting. I will let you know right now that the buff to bear in the last patch notes was literally an insult. It was actually borderline straight up an insult. I read that and I was like, what? Really? You know what I mean? I read that note and I was like, dude, 100% of nothing is still nothing. I don't think people understand. Oh, that's right. Okay, so what are the dungeons that are actually up right now? Streets is not going to be up, right? Oh, I never set my hearth to... Okay, so we got to port over to Cinderbrew. And then we can go here. Arson? Wait. Arson's doing PTR? Oh, shit. I was going to test Fury, but I will gladly test Warrior instead. Wait, Arson's doing PTR? Wait, hold on. I'll come. I'll come tanker heal. Wait, okay, wait. I'll come tanker heal this. I'm doing a lot more damage after your video. Removed a couple of things from your... Oh, glad. Oh, the bear guide video. Good. That's good. Glad to hear it. I'll tank... Ooh, we get to play with Arson? What a nice little find. I was about to test Fury Warrior. He just saved me from my Fury Warrior testing. What if your problem is being at work, and you live there for 2 weeks at a time, and it's in the middle of the Australian desert? Grimlock. I love life advice, right? Huge believer. I've lived a full life. I feel like I could give a mean pep talk. You know what I mean? However, your specific scenario, what would happen if you work in the Australian desert for 2 weeks at a time? I cannot say that I have any life experience in this matter whatsoever. And unfortunately, I will not be able to give you any advice. Now, if anybody here has lived in the Australian desert for 2 weeks, you might be able to give him some advice. I think the main thing I would tell you is don't interact with the wildlife. From what I do know about Australia, you should not interact with the wildlife unless, and this is from what I've seen on social media, you are also drinking a beer with one hand. Then, if you have a beer in this hand, then you can interact with the wildlife. That is the only exception. As far as I understand it, that's just how it works. As far as I know, that is literally just how it works. Okay, so I obviously don't have the full body paint stuff, right? I don't actually have the full body paint stuff. I just have a very, very, very weird-ass photo. I got, like, a fucking weird photo. Are you ready? It's gonna be the halfway because... Yeah, I don't drink beer either. I don't like beer. Listen. I will send one photo in the body paint cosplay. It is a halfway done body paint because I only took this selfie on my phone. I won't actually have the photos for a long-ass time. The only thing you should know about this photo is effectively my head looks like a condom. That is the main thing if you want to go to Discord and see that, though. It basically looks like my head. All... Yeah, got you, Grim. Okay, what are we doing? Priory? Priory, huh? Ooh, I've gotten all tanks to 3k except Brew. It's technically $29.99. Dude, $29.99 is like, you're basically 3k. I think at that point, Rez, you just say you're 3k. That's 1 point off. It's technically $29.99, and my blood DK just at 2,200. Day 1 or 2. Do you like your blood DK? I actually thought, I really enjoyed my blood DK when I was playing it, to be honest. I genuinely did. Oh shit, Big Smush. You're taking advantage of the discount today. Gifting 10 subs. Thank you, Big Smush. Thank you. Anytime somebody gives subs, I will gift a sub. Anytime somebody gives subs, I don't know if I can always match all of them, but I will gift a sub right now. Who wants a sub? Who didn't catch a sub from that? Let me see. Wait a second. Rez, you want a sub? Bet you. Here you go, Rez. Oh, no, you already subbed. Rez, you're subbed. All right, bet. Noob. Okay, wait. Josh, Zyle, Vuberry? Wait, damn, you guys are all awesome. You guys are all on top of it. Holy shit. All right, bet. Josh. Chewy wants a sub? Chewy, don't you watch on YouTube? Spanky? Come here, Spanky. Spanky, you play Blood DK, right? Don't you play Blood DK? Isn't that something that you do? You play Blood DK, right? If you play Blood DK, yeah, okay, then you need some love. Here you go. You play Blood DK, that's a tough life. Here you go. I will pass along the good faith. There you go. Now you don't have to worry about that, though. If you main Blood DK right now, I feel like, because you get ads here... All right, hold on. I got you. First of all, Chewbacca, listen to me. Come here. What's up, Ados? All right, we were going to test Fury Warrior, like, right away. However, instead of testing Fury Warrior, now I found a key with Arson, so I'm going to go do Priory with Arson. Warrior in Priory will be interesting. This will be a nice little test. 14 Priory. It has been nerfed quite a bit. Okay, so we go War Within. Oh, what's this? Thank you, Mr. Bear. You're welcome. Priory of the Sacred Flame. Let's go. No need to test Fury Warrior. I actually do want to test Fury Warrior. I don't think it's trash. I think that the new buff might actually give them a little bit of value. Thank you, Big Smush. I appreciate it. Today is a day of celebration. Listen to me. Today is a day of celebration. Avantha, thank you also for the Prime sub. Listen to me. Today, when I'm stressed in my life, I always operate under this theory that A, I'm going to get through it, but B, also, I make sure to celebrate. Like, today is the day I order ice cream, I'll get salmon, I'll get sashimi, whatever it is. It's like, you know what I mean? I have savings. This is going to be the day where I take care of myself. So if I want ice cream, if I want a treat, like, this is the day to do that. You know what I mean? Ooh, we are not testing a Mountain Thane execute build. I think that this would be a fun key to do Colossus. So we're going to do Colossus. Sec for builds. I think it's Mythic +2. No, not this. This was... Please tell me I saved a Colossus build. Did I not save a Colossus build on accident? Whoops. What's up, Pew? If Fury is always trash, I don't know if Fury will be that trash right now. This is supposed to be Colossus, first of all. Sec. Sorry. I'm just doing my talents real fast. Today is pizza day in our house. The cheese will kill me, but it's worth it. The good old lactose intolerance. Oh, not much. How you doing? I am taking care of myself, and overall, I feel pretty all right. I would say life has been, it's going to be a stressful time, but I think I'm doing a good job. I'm very, very proud of myself for how I've chosen to handle my life recently. Let's put it that way. Okay. Play normal routes. I'm very proud of myself. I think I've done a really good job, and I'm proud of myself. So overall, I'm doing pretty good. Okay, I'm ready. This is the warrior talents that I need to have for this dungeon. Great. Will you ever move back to the States? Oh, I don't think so. Also, Saito, thank you for saying hi. I appreciate that. I don't think so. I miss my family sometimes, and I have like some contacts, but aside from the people, there's nothing I really miss about the States. Like, I don't really have any reason to go back. Thailand is awesome. I just wish I could bring all of you to Thailand. I genuinely wish if I was a multi-billionaire, you know what I would do? I would totally just basically bring all of you guys to Thailand. I would just be like, yo, you guys should see this country. It's a fucking awesome country. And then I would just actually, I'm going to maybe proc my cheat right away. I think there's a way for Warrior to not proc their cheat on this first gather, and that would have been better if I had managed to do that. I think I actually have to pre-pop Shield Wall, which would honestly be better. Because until I'm actually settled here, I don't want to be sending, like, big things, right? Like, I can send the Demolish early. This Shield Slam is blockable, so this pull should technically be a lot better. I can AoE taunt here. I'm really curious to know how Colossus will play. I don't know if I'll notice the nerf at all. I don't think so. What's weird is that I was playing, what's it called? As hilarious as it sounds, I've been playing Mountain Thane. So it almost feels weird for me to be playing Colossus. But basically, as expected, it is immortal. The main thing is that Colossus feels immortal, as expected. Because it's just this. Do they want to reset real fast? I am immortal, so I don't need any healing. Reset fast? Why don't we just reset? Try to stand melee, because warrior and sharp shooters use ow. Okay. The best thing they can do for us is to buff tank aggro. Ooh. How'd Prop Valley feel? I'm coming next year. I can't wait. You honestly should. Thailand is a cool place to visit. I think that they don't need to buff tank aggro. I think they need to buff... aggro would be fine if they just changed a few interactions with it. Like, what if aggro wasn't even a problem? What if the mere presence of a tank, it would never have to worry about aggro? Learning to play tank on detail? That is a great question, Francisco. And the truth is, I don't know. More tanking? Mountain Thane to be more... No, actually. Colossus is more tanky because you can see my healing here, fueled by violence. This doesn't actually heal me basically at all in Mountain Thane. The kite meta again? We already have a kite meta, though. Dude, level 4 hype train. Big smush, thank you. Actually, I don't think I have it at level 4. Is that the first level 4 hype train? That's cool. Do we unlock like a new emote from that? I don't actually know how hype trains work very well. Twitch chat pops off more than YouTube chat. Oh yeah, Chewy. That I mainly stream. That's all. Twitch chat. If you hear me talking, wait. You think? Wait. Hold up. If you normally watch on YouTube, are you saying that you don't actually know that I don't talk to ghosts? All right. There are some people who have that ability. Not me. Not me. I don't talk to if you hear me the whole time, if you're watching from YouTube and you're like, who the fuck is this guy talking to? It's Twitch chat. It's Twitch chat. No, I talk to Twitch chat the whole time. Because people aren't Twitch chat. That's the whole point. I'm not talking to nobody. You just can't see it on YouTube. Because YouTube is very slow. Like, yeah, I stream to YouTube. I feel like YouTube is not nearly as active as Twitch chat. Yeah. You're talking to my muscles? I haven't reached that level of Terry Crews just yet. Yeah. Maybe try to stand on the tank. If you can stand, like, in melee without DK. No DK here kind of sucks. Alrighty. Get him, boys. Choo choo. Thank you, Smush. Smush, what are you up to today? You have pizza day at home, you said? How do you like your pizza? Tell me. Tell me the ways. How do you like your pizza? I like my pizza. Well, actually, if I was going to have pizza, it would be an abomination. I don't know what I want to tell you. I like the YouTube. I actually also do Saito, and I totally agree with you. The YouTube player is just really solid, and I totally get the wanting to... Like, I really, really understand not wanting to basically watch on Twitch. Like, totally get it. I cannot control... Well, I still proc cheat. Every time I walk into this pool, I proc cheat. I don't know if there's actually a way for me to get here on a warrior. I would have to ask Meeks or something. There's certainly a way, but I don't know what that way is at this point. So we want to build this just a little bit, but I think I still miss my window, to be honest. That aggro on that sharpshooter, maybe you just don't do this pull on warrior. It's so hard. It's so hard to actually do this properly. I'm immortal, so for example, right? Like once I'm here, I'm pretty immortal unless I get knocked back and hit in the back or something like that. So it's not that I'm worried about. Yeah, the ads. I know. I have my ads set like very, very low on Twitch, but still they exist. And some people have like YouTube Premium. Some people have like Twitch Turbo and whatever, you know what I mean? What's up, Color Moth? What color moth are you? This is the real question. I'm here to ask the real questions. I want to know. I want to know. What color moth are you? Like, if you had to say what color moth you are, would it be like a rainbow moth? Like a gray moth? How are you feeling on the moth? Okay, I'm going to get hit in the back for a second. Good. And I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to leap. And I'm going to pull this. I need to work on my warrior gather just a little bit. And then I'm going to go over here, because I'm going to get shield slammed. Nice. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. You can't just ask that. First of all, I can totally just ask that. It's 2025. We can ask each other what color moths we are. No, I'm not mothist. I like all moth. Oh, we had a rage quit. Okay, here's the thing with warrior aggro. I don't mind doing the warrior aggro, but people have to, if warrior is meta, threat is gonna be rough. Threat is gonna be rough, man. I think more of a grayish one. That seems reasonable. Spellblock is still a thing. No, yeah, I also have YouTube. I have Twitch Turbo and YouTube Premium, to be honest, though. I just have no range threat. I have no range threat as I... Did they not wait 3 Sunders? Nope. If you start hitting things when a warrior... He actually has MD too, but still. If you start hitting things when a warrior is gathering, you will die. That was a hunter? Indeed. Yes. It was a hunter. Why didn't they MD? Good question. Good question. Both of them were melees. You scared him off? Indeed. No, I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to. I just like to ask questions. I was socializing yesterday, and I was asking a whole bunch of questions, and people were like, what? And I was like, yeah, it's just questions. You don't like questions? I like questions. I can play a different tank, to be honest. If they want me to play a different tank, I can. For what it's worth, right? I could play a different tank. Oh, yeah, big smush. Yep. So that guy just now, he would be marked as a leaver. He will have a red flag whenever he applies in Group Finder. He'll have a red flag. That's true. If you just leave a key like this, you will get noted. Good morning, Blood Bottler, by the way. Hello. Good morning, good morning. It's 6 a.m. currently. Nice and early morning. You like your pizza plain, cheese and tomato sauce. All right, you guys want to know how I like my... You gifted... I will tell you. If you want to know, I will tell you. But are you sure that you want to know how I like my pizza, Big Smush? If I was going to make a pizza, do you want to know, and are you sure? Because... This is gonna... Can you teach me some tech about Bear Tank? Oh, yeah, for sure. I love my Bear Tank. One of the only reasons I'm not playing Bear Tank on PTR right now is because I know how to play Bear Tank already. There's nothing for me to test. It would just be playing it, and I kind of think I'm still gonna play it in the actual season. Maybe it gets another buff, potentially. So there's nothing for me to test because I already know the state of Bear Tank, right? There's nothing for me to learn when I play it on PTR. If I'm playing PTR, I kind of want to be learning, like, some different things. Okay, Arcane Mage, Keystone Deserter. Unfortunate. We could use a Lust, so why don't we just take a Mage? You know what I mean? Pineapple? Nope, it's not pineapple. I like my pizza like this. Are you ready? You take a pizza dough. This is the key. Are you ready for this? You get a little pizza dough. Yeah? You get some cheese. Then you get some more cheese. And that's it. It's just bread and cheese. Just pizza dough and cheese. No tomato sauce. No, no nothing. Yeah, you can put cheese in the crust. That's fine. No tomato sauce. No toppings. Nothing. Just nothing. There's just more cheese. You got dough. You got cheese. It's basically an autistic person's favorite food. This is exactly what it's perfect. You cannot go wrong with bread and cheese. You just made cheesy bread. Exactly. That it's the best. How could this go wrong? You gotta understand. There's no variance here. It's always good. It's always good, right? Oh, what's up, Kizzy? Kizzy, here's a question for you. How do you like your pizza? Right? We're having a conversation. How do you like your pizza? Yeah. Pizza without basil is no pizza. You can put some basil, that's fine. But the truth is, the best pizza is the most consistent pizza. The best pizza is dough, cheese, nothing else. No tomato sauce, no toppings, no weird stuff. You don't gotta add pesto. You don't have to add pineapple. You don't have to add toppings. You don't need pepperoni. It's just dough, and then cheese, and then you have like a perfect pizza. It's the most consistent. It's basic. It's beige. I love it. It's exactly what you want out of pizza. You want your pizza to be as beige as possible. That's the whole point. Beige is like the best food color. You went to a photo shoot yesterday? Oh, yeah, I did. I was at the body paint shoot. You don't like cheesy bread? What's up, wait, Rosie? Rosie. You don't like cheesy bread? What's up with cheesy bread? You're talking about cheese sticks, brother. Fucking cheese sticks are great. What's wrong with cheese sticks? This is exactly what I'm talking about, and I have no regrets. This is exactly what I'm talking about. You don't even like pizza? That was a wild question. Wait, what do you mean you don't like pizza? Really? Better have good crust than cheese because you don't have toppings to mask it. We just do. How could you have a bad crust and bad cheese? What do you mean you can't have a bad crust and a bad cheese? You just have cheesy. This is the basic of the. You can't. I can't go wrong with that. Is there anybody who doesn't like cheese and doesn't like bread? That's not even pizza, bro. What if I make it in Italy? What if I do it and I give it a little spin like this? I like cheesy bread, but if I asked for a pizza and someone brought me cheesy bread, I'd be upset. Cheesy crust is bomb. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I haven't had pizza in a long time, but this is exactly how I would do it, though. These are Little Caesars would f that up, probably. It's true. You could order what I'm talking about, and they would still find a way to mess it up. I love cheese, but it's murder for your stomach. That's true. As an Italian dude, this description of a perfect pizza is crushing my soul. Listen, Quiver, we can't all be perfect. We can't all be perfect, right? That is the issue. I would love to tell you I'm a perfect human being, but apparently my pizza tastes are slightly weird. Yeah, I just basically, like, I'll do a little flip like this, and then I could go, like, you know, what's this? Let's go, send invite. There's only one DPS spot. Coco-licious. Coco-licious. You know what else is good? Chocolate. Actually, I'll tell you what, there's another good pizza. There's another good pizza. Actually, this is one of the best pizzas I've ever had in my life. I remember this pizza, and I'll never forget it. Allow me to explain. If you take a pizza dough, yeah? Like a soft pizza dough, not a super hard one, like a soft pizza dough, yeah? And then you put, hear me out, crushed up Oreos. You take this, and then you put crushed up Oreos, and then you put Nutella, and you basically do Nutella like this. You put like Nutella on the pizza, crushed up Oreos, and icing. This is good stuff. This is good stuff. This is some of the best pizza you'll ever have in your life. It's literally, it's actually, of course it's amazing. This is amazing. You know, they're pretty good. They're on. Listen, it's a Club Penguin dessert pizza. Yeah, it's a dessert pizza. It's also not pizza. It's a dessert pizza. You guys got to open your mind. It's 2024. We can't be limiting pizza, right? You can't. It takes sounded like a pregnant woman. Listen, nah, it's good, man. What's up, Chubs Magoo? Thank you for the sub, by the way. What's up? Switch to a tank last season. Your videos have been. You're welcome. You're welcome. I actually have a big plan. Somebody asked me in the Discord, which I should have linked, by the way. Thank you, by the way, also for the raid, Kizzy. This is like a special stream for me. This is like a celebration stream because I have some very stressful things to do next week. I will actually be off for an entire week, which is weird for me. I'm not excited about it, but I'll be off for like an entire week. And so this is probably my last stream before I'm off for a week. I got to travel to Lao, among other things, etc., etc. Could be a stressful week. This is pregnant crafting levels of crazy. Hey, man, it is what it is. Name anything that crushed up Oreos wouldn't improve. Weird Pocket. That is a great point. I've been watching hard this week, and now you're taking a week off. What a bummer. Yeah, sorry, Ozzy. It's like it's not my choice. I have to do it, right? Um, invite. Let's do it. Does he want to just do this? I will take him though. Bonk has gifted a sub. Thank you. If you gift a sub in my channel today, I will match the sub. Quiver, come here. If anybody gifts a sub, I will gift a sub back. Here you go. Here, my Quiver. Bam. Just like that. It's just like this. Boom. Yeah, so anyway, when I eat food though, I like food. I definitely have weird habits. I'm not saying that everybody enjoys food the way that I eat food. However, I like specific thing. And you asked me a good question. You said how'd the photo shoot go? We could take a DK. Do we have drums? Yeah, let's do it. Let's do this. Let's do this. Quick, someone gift 100 subs. When you started streaming, did you quickly have an Oz? I mean, it'd be hard to be chatty with no chat. I have a unique ability, Requiem. And here's the thing. My unique ability is that my mind and my mouth work like a conveyor belt system in China. Very efficient, very affordable. And what happens is the process is the thoughts appear here, and then they come out here. There's no filter in between those, and occasionally that gets me into trouble. Yeah? Right. Well, listen, Mr. Adams. Not technically that affordable. It depends on where you're from, depends on where you're from. But the problem is it gets me into trouble because the thing is that happens is it goes like this. That the mouth, it just sort of, it flows this way. And you can see the potential issue with that is, family gatherings are not always the most successful of endeavors for me. You do the thing my dad does. He will say something, then say it again 2 or 3 times. I love it. Very nostalgic. I didn't know it was that type of stream. Hold up. I know you said it's not the best. How far could you go with Guardian? You could absolutely, by the way. Crayolas. That is a question I am unfortunately not allowed to answer. But suffice to say, more than you can handle. Whoa. This is a very nice stream, to be honest. Not too big, and it was very down to earth. Oh, thank you. I do love WoW. I really, really, really love WoW. And I'll always make sure that I'm going to love WoW. Like, that's like the whole thing, though. No, I'm actually super introverted and very quiet in real life. Isn't that weird? If you ever met me in real life, I don't talk that much. I'm actually, like, kind of a quiet guy. Like, you know what's really weird? Oh, shit, another gifted subs? All right, bet. Hold up. I'll gift another one in a second. Listen, why we have a hydrate but no salt redeem is a good question. I should put that on. Listen, though. All right? Listen. I hold up. We're gonna leap here. I basically just commit to proccing cheat. I think at this point, there's basically no way. Maybe if see how fast I die getting hit on this gather. I think you just have to commit to proccing cheat Death Huron Warrior. I have thunderclapped, and that's the advantage. The main reason is I need to make sure that I at least thunderclap to get to this pole, because otherwise you get here though. Comes into big burst. So basically, for me, the reason, here's the whole point. Here's the whole point here. I'm getting hit in the back 1 or 2. All good. Perfect. Make sure I don't drop anything here, and we're good. Do you like thunderclapping? I'm an enjoyer of clapping. Yeah. When I was younger, I remember the show. I was always inspired by it. It was like, if you're happy, clap your hands. And then I wouldn't clap because I was an unhappy child. I was not a happy child. We are taking a lot of damage, and we are not getting healed very well. I know Holy Pally just got buffed, but I still don't think that Holy Pally is the play. I think, with respect, that Holy Pally may not be the play in Keys. Its output is just somewhat lacking, I think, in my opinion. Iron Fur is your best friend. I'll play Bear today a little bit. I don't mind playing Bear once or twice. Bear is in a fine spot. You can totally play it. I know people are dooming about it. It's mostly a doom for higher keys, to be honest. In lower keys, I still think that Bear will be, like, very good, just to get your weeklies done and stuff like that. Like, I think that Bear will be really, really decent for that. Boom, we got Clap Hard. Yeah, exactly. So the other thing is that Bear is very dependent on how other Druid specs are going, yeah? Look at these locks go. To be fair, both of these locks are very good locks, so I'm very curious to see both of them and how they perform. I'm very curious to see how both of these perform today. This will be an interesting dungeon. Because I finally get to play with 2 very good Warlocks after the buffs, I actually think that both Warlocks are very decent right now. I think that both Warlock specs after the buffs are legitimately good. The demo should gap, except for the fact that this is Arson we're talking about. This demo lock we're playing with, he's like a CE raider. I know him, he's very good. But technically speaking, I'm going to make sure that I do for Arson what I need to do for Affliction Warlocks. Which is that A, I'm going to be pulling this, and I'm going to be advertising what I'm pulling. This is very important, because he only has one charge of Vile Taint. Can anybody go pull this? I'll go pull her. I'll go do this, and then I'll charge back. There you go. Perfect. Is Boomy dead in the... Oh, yeah, Boomy got clapped. I will update the tier list today, okay? So I've been testing enough of PTR to have a pretty good understanding. Vile Taint is a crazy name for... I agree with you, by the way. That is a hell of a name for this. I agree. It is definitely a name. It is a name to rival other names, for sure. Right? I'm not going to AoE taunt this just yet. Okay, yes, I will. Okay, I AoE taunted. I hate warrior gather sometimes. Like, I wanted to pull this, but if my team doesn't know I'm pulling it, then they can just snag aggro so easily. I'm not sure if it's offensive or just weird that you know enough about him to refer to him as vile. It's like how you know, it's like friendships. It's friendships. It's how you know we're friends. I should be significantly tankier. I will say, one of my problems with Holy Paladin is that it doesn't do tank healing. So, like, if you... I shouldn't need any tank healing in a 14 Priory on Warrior, unless I'm learning and misplaying. But actually, yeah, like, Warrior should be very independent, pretty much. Especially with Colossus. I know they nerfed it, but should still be pretty independent. We don't have a lot of kicks. Maybe I should have held this. Oh, sorry. I should have held this a little bit. I shouldn't have pulled both. I thought it would be fine, because I was going to save my CCs and AoE taunt and stuff. But nope. My bad. I don't think I should have pulled 3 casters. It should have been just 2. It should have been just 2. Now, like I said, I'm pretty immortal on my own. I don't have to worry that much unless I turn around like that. But otherwise, yeah. You dead? No. I mean, the group might die, but I won't die. I'm pretty chill as a warrior tank. That's one of the nice things about playing warrior right now. Mostly, we need, like, the DK to be gripping that far sharpshooter. And then, I just think that Holy Pally is not the play. I think every time I play with Holy Pally, I just notice their output is lacking. Like, just, you know what I mean? How many skips does Lock Door enable? Sometimes the thing with Warlock is that you find out what skips they enable over time. You actually don't know immediately. Like, you won't know when the PTR happens. You'll kind of figure out if there's a Warlock skip depending on if you play them or not. Does that make sense? Also, hold up. Mua, come here. Blood Bottler gifted a sub. If you gift a sub today, I will match a gifted sub in chat. Easy. If anybody gives subs, I will match a gifted sub. Easy. There you go. Congratulations, Moa. Didn't Holy Pally... Oh, yeah. Holy Pally did get buffed, but let me ask you a question. Does this look like it got buffed? Because it's not doing a lot of healing right now. It's very, very... This doesn't seem very buff to me right now. They need more. Correct. They need a lot more. Yeah. Holy Pally was behind. And the thing about healing is that if it's behind on output, then it's very behind. So the main problem is that it was behind on output, not on utility necessarily, right? I mean, is he a pug? Yeah, this is just a pug. I know only the Warlock in this group. Right now, the only people I know here are the Warlock. Oh, did he just get clapped by what? What did he just get clapped by? Hold up. I'm actually not sure what he got clapped by, to be honest. I don't think it was aggro. Is this PTR? Yes. You see how we're just dying right now? Oh, there's a sharpshooter. I don't know, man. The only thing I have a problem with on Warrior... Wait, did we aggro something? Oh, we aggroed something behind me, didn't we? Was that extra? What are these guys? Oh, we aggroed. Oh, we aggroed extra. I was wondering about that. We aggroed extra. Yeah, basically, the Holy Pally just struggles a bit, to be honest. Like, the actual thing is, the Holy Pally just struggles. Like, I want to see him heal actual stuff. If you want a Pally, probably go for Ret. I want to test Ret today. One of the things that I will personally test is Ret. I'm going to test Ret today, actually. 3K is actually a lot. Yeah, so basically, though, when I say high keys, let's say, like, 3,700, 3,800. You can play Bear. Bear is still tanky. It doesn't... No way. No, this is where you need a lock gate. This is a lock gate skip right here. You ask me what lock gate enables? That. Lock gate enables this. You want to reset? I can bring other tank to help with aggro. I can bring other help. I can bring another tank to help with aggro, though. How's your trip? Oh, I haven't taken the trip just yet. I have not taken the trip just yet. Yeah, we need a stair skip, though. But otherwise, yeah. I think, let me ask Arson. Do you know this healer? Let me just ask a question. What's up, Cody? How's it going? How's it going, Cody? Let me ask Arson if he knows the healer out of curiosity. I'm down to test, though. Hi, Cody. How are you? You said you were working hard the last time I see you. I also have been working very hard. I've been very busy recently, but yesterday I was social. I guess I'll go. What's this message? Yes. This is the trip to get the divorce. Yes, indeed. This is the Monday. The reason we're celebrating today, is because, right? The reason we're celebrating today is because Monday I have to go get divorced. And then, after that, I have to go travel and do all the visa stuff, which will be very annoying. And that being said, this is probably my last stream before that point. So, we will celebrate instead of be stressed. And I will practice the classic psychological method of dealing with these problems. It's called avoidance. I'm going to completely forget they exist. And if I forget for long enough, right? And if I forget for long enough, they'll just go away. That's the whole point. If you just pretend that the things don't exist for long enough, then it will just go away. This calls for congrats. You like to call it escapism, except I'm not escaping anything. I'm waiting it out. Basically, I'm just making sure I have patience. You don't even need to stuff what down, Requiem? Requiem, stuff what down? What are you talking about? Stuff what down? What would I even do, though? If I get bored enough in Lao, I will probably just say hi, by the way. I think if I get bored enough in Lao, I'll just totally just say hi to people, though. So the warrior threat is just an interesting thing, and I wonder what I could possibly do to help with range gather. Happy Celebration and Distraction Day. Thank you, buddies. Interesting. Visa for what? Renewing your Thailand visa? Yeah, basically. So, like, in order to live in a foreign country, yeah, because I'm not a resident, I wasn't born here. I don't have a Thai passport. You need to make sure you have your visa set. Now, you can get it. It's not, like, impossible, but you need to make sure you have a visa for Thailand. Holy Pally. Now, to be fair, he wasn't playing Holy Pally that well, and you can tell because, like, I think he was playing regular Wings instead of Avenging Crusade, which is weird. I mean, I don't think he was particularly good at Holy Pally, only because if I want to test Holy Pally, like, I would bring Holy Pally to this key, and I want to see if I could play it. Miriam said, no, I'd be fine. So I can still stay. It's not a problem. I just have to go change my visa. There's a lot of, you can live in this country. It's no problem, but I appreciate it. Yeah. If anybody wants to make it easy for me, it is true that legally speaking, if you want to marry me tomorrow and you're Thai, so if you're Thai and you want to marry me tomorrow, we could figure something out. I'm just saying. And technically speaking, that tomorrow I'm open for marriage, but you have to be Thai. That would be the one thing. And then if we do that, we also have to go to the gun range, right? And then because then we could get a shotgun, and then we can have a true shotgun wedding, and I could share with you my culture. You know what I mean? Have you tried Prop Pally? Yeah, I've tried a bunch of Prop Pally, though. I've tried a bunch of Prop Pally. I'm not Thai, though. That's the unfortunate thing. Yeah, we need a Thai person. I would love a Lust healer. Fuck Bloodlust. You know what? Fair enough. Honestly, fuck Bloodlust. That seems reasonable. Have you tested Prop Pally? I have tested Prop Pally a bunch. I haven't tested it since the last nerf. I want to test it a little bit more today, potentially. But effectively, it is going to be okay. It's going to be okay. I think I just reset when everybody was in there. I'm so sorry. It looked too bad. Now it's still awful, but I want to check. I want to play Fury as well today. I'll play Fury at one point. Have you done the tier list? No, I'll do the tier list. I need to test a few things. Yeah. I need to test a few things. I just joined your key totally randomly. Oh, what's up? Really? Who are you? Are you the druid in here? I like your message. I like your message. Indeed. Indeed. Who cares about Bloodlust? I bet. You shouldn't have to heal me that much. I meant to say if you can renew it. Yeah, so if you have any specific questions about visa stuff, you can message me on Discord in particular. Blurbell, hello. Thank you for the sub. Today is a day of celebration, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I could test Mountain Thane in this dungeon. It would actually do pretty well. I just think that Colossus is actually going to be tankier. Like, weirdly enough, like, I could test Colossus. We could do the Mountain Thane build if we wanted to. But the weird thing is that actually Colossus would be tankier. Like, it's weird to think about this, but the fact is, this is an option. You can play Thane, though. Thane, you don't need Piercing Howl for this key, though. Thane is tankier. I don't think Thane is tankier, and the reason is simply fueled by violence. Like, fueled by violence, you just can't depend on the self-sustain, and you also have to play Unstoppable Force instead of Immovable Object, so you lose the access to the extra shield wall. I don't think Thane is tankier. It's definitely not tankier. I can tell you for sure it's not tankier. It's just does more damage, potentially, right now, and it's very simple. It's a much simpler playstyle, and I am a fan of when tanks have access to a simple playstyle. I think that all tanks should be able to have, like, a choice between a technical min-max and a squishy thing. Okay, so we know we need to Thunderclap this. The snap threat on Thane is so much better. The main question is there a way for me to save my cheat death by going through here and then turning around? I'm going to proc cheat death anyways. I always proc cheat death on this pull as a warrior, and I just don't know how the hell I would get here without procking cheat death. Like, I even used the shield wall. I kind of gathered a little bit slow. It's fine. Like, it's okay, right? Because that's what, the cheat death is there for a reason. But basically, Thane is very simple. I like the Thane. Thane is like, if I was going to play warrior tank, I'm not going to lie. Thane reminds me of Guardian Druid. The Thane playstyle actually very much reminds me of how Guardian plays. So if you're a Guardian Druid who wants to try a different tank, I feel like Mountain Thane is like an excellent choice. Genuinely. I actually think Mountain Thane is an excellent choice. It's still giga tanky. You're still a warrior. But you still do big damn. Like, you do big damn right now as Mountain Thane. Even if you go Brutal... So I was thinking about Brutal Vitality, to be honest. I was thinking about it. But the thing is, you compete for globals a little bit too much. Like, you kind of want to spend more rage on... You don't really want to be revenging too much. I don't think so, because you want to be thunderclapping. Like, the weird thing is, right, that you're, like, really motivated to thunderclap, if that makes sense, though. Fox Ears for a minute. I bet. I'm getting hit in the back, though. Actually, I could die. Hold on a second, because I got rooted. So this is the no prio damage. Fox Ears. Bet. I might die. Hold up. I dropped my shield. No! Oh, man. I was putting on my Fox Ears. I blame Muzz. Hold up. Can we reset one more time, though? We got to clean up that pull a little bit. I was putting on Fox Ears. I knew I would die if I stopped clicking. I don't think Thane is that much better, to be honest. Wait, we have no prio. Like, we have good damage, but we have no prio damage, is the thing. That's okay. Nobody got drums? Nah. Are you going to be trying out healing specs at all? I've tried out most healers already. Yeah. TC Revenge has damage. So this is the TC Revenge if you're playing this. I actually don't even know if you need to play this necessarily. Like, the damage is fine on there. I don't have drums, no. I don't have any drums on PTR. I do not. So, you don't need to heal me that much, by the way. Like, I'll be chilling. Right? No, do not. Nope. I don't have drums, no. Okay, so, Thane damage is fine. That's about the same damage I would do on Colossus. The problem is if you look at my healing, Fueled by Violence is still on there, but it's a lot less. They buffed Guardian Druid's damage? No, they did not. 100% of nothing is still nothing. Yeah? To get my first triple threat with 1-2, you think Druid or Monk? Druid would be better for sure. Druid is way better for that because Mistweaver and Brewmaster are hard to play, but Guardian and Resto are pretty easy to pick up, though. Like, Guardian and Resto. Why don't we just do normal route. Just do normal route. We go left. We don't have to pull the knight. It's okay. In this group, you can do it. I still think you're going to want to do the knight pull normally, but yeah, in this pull, it'll be fine. So you could play this, and I could drop something like Blood Surge for Best Serve Cold. I just don't think, like, you can see how many times I even casted Revenge there. You know what I mean? I think it's Omega worth it. I think it's Omega worth the knight as well. I just don't know. Like, you can't drop this talent, and I like Thunderlord and playing through here, though. You change the thong 2 times a day? Ah, see, I only change my thong once a day. You're definitely, you're ahead of me on that. But I'm not, like, squishy. I'm not squishy. I don't know about the fueled by violence versus brutal vitality. I'm not going to lie. I'm not 100% sure on this one, whether you would play one or the other. All right, ready? We shouldn't technically be struggling this hard on this pull. I'm just going to intentionally proc my cheat death, so the cheat death will happen. That's okay. It's like I'm playing the wrong thing a little bit. I'm still waiting for flat feet exercises. Oh, just up to your Jeep. Looking forward to your new tier list, but I got to go now. Have fun. Okay, thank you. Prop Pally will be fine, by the way. And was pretty tanky. The Kira played Brutal Vitality. I was wondering about whether or not you would play one or the other. I could see both being played. Like, for sure, I could see both being played. It wouldn't surprise me if you played either of those things. So I got the Iron Bark here. That'll be interesting. I wonder if that would allow me, potentially, to save my cheat death. I don't think so. Whoa, the problem is that if I get direct healing on that, yeah, that's why I figured would happen. I think you just let me proc cheat death. Yeah, you just let me proc the cheat, so I get into this pull, and then we settle, and then we're here. The problem the only issue I have with Warrior is the threat on like these sharpshooters over here. If your team doesn't help you, you can be in such significant danger on the threat things. So I kind of want to get in one of these traps because I have the Dwarf Racial, which is the Fire Blood, which is a really strange thing that I'm kind of motivated to like take a bleed hit or something. You could see like I'm like giga tanky. Like I don't really need help. It's not a tankiness problem. There you go. That's it right there. Well, I don't know. I don't think this pull is... It's not like... He shouldn't die here. Like, I could have lived that for sure. I thought I wanted to take the bleed, but maybe not. I don't know, like, why... This pull feels really bad. I'm not sure why, though. Basically, like, yeah... Well, we have a DK, actually. Although, I'm not sure what he's playing, because he's playing quite poorly at the moment, though. Why don't I just bring a different tank, though? Yeah, hold up. I'll just bring a different tank. I'll just bring a different tank. It's fine. It's not... That pull is very easy to do. It's not that bad, though. I'll just stream for a while, but I love your vibe and your community. Oh, thank you, Soul Fruit. Oh, also thank you for the sub. Your general enthusiasm for things. I'm definitely enjoying the vibes here. You know, honestly, when my life gets hard, I always remember very specifically. I always remember specifically that the only thing that matters to me is that I have fun in this game. I'm going to not play my warrior just because I'll play a different tank that also struggles with threat. What tank should I play? Prop Pally. You want me to play, for this pull, you want to play Prop Pally. I could play Prop Pally, Blood DK, Druid, or I would play Demon Hunter. Which one? Decide. Demon Hunter, Prop Pally, Druid, or Blood DK. I'm actually kind of okay with any of those right now, potentially. I just want to play with Arson. They could Grizzlesh. That's one thing they can do, technically. Although I think my DK was really locked in on his rotation, so he wasn't gripping those sharpshooters in. Chilena, what's up? Druid, please. Can I explain how to tank? Yeah, I can do that, sure. We got one vote for Druid. Okay, I'll play all the things today, no problem. Today can be a long stream. I don't mind. I'll be around today. Today can be... I'll go a long time today, because I'm just, like, I'm sad. I don't want to not stream for a week. We got all... Everybody wants... Okay, hold up. Wait. We got one vote for everything. That being said, I will... Hold up. First of all, we'll just pin this. Second of all, okay, I will play all the tanks today, and then we're going to make a tier list in give or take 5 hours. Give or take 5 hours. Invite. Guardian Druid does not struggle with snap threat whatsoever. And in fact, would you like to know the difference of playing Guardian Druid on that pull? Trampoline Jack. Oh, damn. Trampoline Jack gifting subs. Thank you, Trampoline Jack. Also, how are you? Are you trying to grow some facial hair for reals? I trimmed it yesterday, actually. If you give subs today, I will gift a sub to someone. All right, who wants a sub? Color Moth, I asked you what color moth you were earlier. And to apologize for this, here you go. Thank you. Today is a day of celebration. Have you ever grown a beard? I have grown a beard, and I can weirdly grow a beard. I'm actually pretty decent at growing a beard. I can grow a beard. Okay, let's play this, and then I will never struggle with threat on Guardian Druid. Also, The tier set buff is still not a buff. 160% effectiveness is still basically 100% of 0 is still 0. So that's a problem there. Just sus the COVID time. No, I mean, I had a beard earlier. Oh, what's up, Clush? Let's do it. Oh, Snap, I see you there too. Clush just applied on his priest. Oh, a Mistweaver monk. Okay, wait. Clush. I want to play with Mistweaver. I want to try Mistweaver. Clush, can you DPS? I actually want to see a Mistweaver. I haven't seen enough Mistweavers on PTR. I gotta test the Mistweaver. Is Frost DK doing two hands of weapon or dual wielding on PTR right now? As far as I know, both of them work Samurai, although I'm not 100% sure though. What's up, G-Dub? I can weirdly grow a beard. I am capable of it though. You want to sub the redneck? You gotta come to Twitch then. You gotta come to Twitch. There's no subs on YouTube, I think. Well, actually, there could be subs on YouTube, to be fair. But there's no subs otherwise. Got flat feet. Once a trainer wanted me to deadlift without me orthopodic soles. Yep. So you got to be very careful about that. If you have very flat feet, I have many recommend. Oh, we missed the Mistweaver. No. Wait, no. Why did he leave? Why did he leave? I wanted the Mistweaver. I don't want to play with specs. Rep Pelly. I want to play with specs that I have not seen, particularly. Oh, I wanted the Mistweaver, though. So actually, though, if you need orthotics, giant red flag, not that we have to get into too much PT right now, but if you need orthotics, you should be working on that. Orthotics is like bracing. Devastation Evoker, bet. I want to see this. Thank you. Is there a way I could check PTR logs to see which is doing more optimal damage? Ooh, I would just ask people. Honestly, I would just ask people. I know Discipline Priest is fine. I want to play with... see if I can find a healer, Holy Paladin, or Mistweaver, or somebody that I don't... If I got to take a priest, I could take Ostap, but I really want to test a non-meta healer. Like a choice of going, I think, okay. Basically though, you know, if you have a shoulder injury, like what happens here, let me put it this way, quiver. I explain it to you like this. And if you have flat feet, this is your chance to listen. Ooh, you have a Mistweaver too? Fantastic. This is your chance to listen. All right, I'm gonna teach you something. You ready? Okay. So what happens when you spend an evening with a wolf girl? There's a very potential chance that the next day your shoulder is injured. So let's say you go to the doctor, you get an MRI, and it turns out that you do indeed have a significant strain or like a partial tear on your rotator cuff, something. They prescribe you a brace, right? So what do? You have to wear a shoulder brace. You know what a shoulder brace is? Like this. So you have to brace your arm here so that your arm is supported. That makes sense? Okay. How long should you wear that brace for? A sling, correct. How long should you wear it for? That's the question I have for you. How long should you wear that for? There's only one answer to this, and the answer is not that long. As short as a time as possible, correct. Orthotics are exactly the same thing as that, but for some reason, people just wear them forever. Bad idea. Like, it's just, you're literally putting your foot in a sling, and then you're like, I'm just going to wear this forever. And it's like, the goal is to get out of that as fast as possible. Yes, exactly. So the goal is to get out of orthotics. It helps a lot of people, right? Where you can find a blood bottler, unfortunately, that one, it's a trade secret. I cannot help you with that at this exact moment in time. It's a trade secret at this point, right? I'll keep that information to myself. It's very important for me. This is like, because I don't want you... There's a limited amount of wolf girls. Unfortunately, there's a limited amount available, and I kind of want to monopolize them. Yes. Okay, ready? Let's do this. I need 0 healing, although I really want to see Mistweaver here. All right, pull 10. Train your souls never. Yes, you can. You can absolutely train them, and not only can you train them, but you should. And it's not that hard. It's not that hard at all. I will literally teach you. I can teach you. So there's 2 ways to teach this. One is the basics, yeah. There's like a basic I could just teach you right now, basically, like a few things you could do. But the other one is that there's the reason that you do this in physical therapy. There's like a giant reason you do this. Ready? Bear goes thrash. You want to know how to play bear? Great. Thrash. Well, you're an incarn. Look at me. Look at me. So I'm an incarn right now, right? I'm an incarn. All I'm going to do here is I'm going to tag things, and I'm going to thrash. After Incarn expires, I Barkskin. When they all gather, I'm going to hit all my cooldowns. I will be fine with Barkskin. You can hit Frenzied Regen. While I'm tanking this, hopefully everybody comes into melee. Once they're all actually grouped here, now I hit everything for damage, and I'm just going to mangle, thrash, alternate, and bam. Mangle, thrash, alternate. That's all I'm going to do here. That's all I'm going to do. I think I'm in Guardian Druid gear. That's all. Literally, I'm just mangle, thrash, alternate, and you can see my health will be just fine. I am literally only pressing mangle, thrash, alternate. If my health drops low, I will press frenzied regen, but it shouldn't. Lunar beam on cooldown. Mangle, thrash, alternate. That's it. That's it. That's all I'm doing. This devastation is actually popping off here. And then after Incarn expires, I have Barkskin up. The whole point of playing Bear, as I mentioned in the guide, is that you have full coverage of yourself. You cannot ever at any point be an exhibitionist when you want to play Bear. It's a little bit annoying because I understand, you know, you've worked hard on your body. You want to show it off a little bit. I get it. I get it. I get it. Okay? But you can't do it. Under no circumstances are you allowed to expose yourself as a Bear. You must make sure that you are covered at all times. So right now, I have no defensive up, but I will press Rage. Now I have a defensive up. This is the whole point of how you play Bear. I will be Giga Tanky. I will need no healing. But the exception to this is that I need to have defensives up. So right now, I have the healing potion, and I might die because I technically have no defensive up. So I will Lunar Beam, and then here we go. Yes, I have seen the healer tuning. It changes effectively nothing. It genuinely does not change much. That first pull, for some reason, is owning people. I don't know, it doesn't own people on live that much, to be honest. Cool. Boom. I have Barkskin up. And then I'm going to gather. I'm going to gather here. I won't die. I won't die. I won't die. A little bit of a scary gather. And then we're here like this. And now I have Incarn, and I'll be Giga Tanky. Boom. That kick on top of the chargeback was kind of fucking awesome, I want to say. I'm going to Vortex because he's going to jump out, like right now, I think. And when he jumps out, I'll be able to group him. Nice. See that snap? See that snap? Good. There's only one caster in this pull, so it's pretty easy to do. What's up, Uno? Guardian Druid? I don't know. Maybe I'm just good at Guardian Druid. Like, maybe I've been playing Guardian Druid for a long time. It doesn't feel like its damage is that low right now. It does feel lower, but it doesn't feel that low. And I could see myself, like, I'll still play it as long as it's not, like, actually abysmal. But you can see the tier set buff is nothing. You realize that they buffed the tier set. It doesn't do anything. Like, you know that, right? Like, to clarify, the Guardian Druid buff doesn't do anything. Like, when I said it does nothing, I don't think people understand what that... It literally does nothing. Like, I think people are still misunderstanding what nothing means here. It does actually nothing. Nah, I'm being lazy. Hold up. No, I don't need it. Just being lazy. What do you think about the H-Pal buffs? We had an H-Pal in this dungeon right before this, and it was very bad. It just can't... The H-Pal buffs are simply not enough. It doesn't heal enough. It doesn't do enough of what it needs to do. It has, not poor prio compared to other tanks. Compared to Demon Hunter, yes. Compared to, but even like Warrior technically has less, like Warrior's a similar amounts of prio. But it literally, so to clarify, this is my overall damage. Those are the Star Surges. The Star Surges are now 2% of my overall instead of 1% of my overall. It does nothing. I can't express to you how little it does. It's actually so little, though. Arson's popping off. This is give or take what I expected, except for the fact that my rep pally is, unfortunately, though. Quick tank question. Yeah, what's up? You know, it's a good question, Leffel. And I think that, in general, you would have to be the one to answer that, because attraction is not something that is universal. People think attraction is universal, which is the weirdest thing, because people have weird tastes. You know what I mean? Do you ever think about that? You ever think about the fact that sometimes you work so hard to look like a model, but then the person you're trying to be attractive to doesn't even like models? Have you thought about that? I'm genuine. Have you ever thought about that? Like the fact that you could be like, I just want to get skinny, but the person that you like is a fucking whale watcher. Like they don't want skinny. And it's like sometimes you can be so sure that you're like starving yourself or whatever, but you don't even know if the person that you're trying to be attractive to is going to like that. You have no idea. You genuinely don't know. Like, because, like, people have different attractions. And I still think it's the weirdest shit that sometimes people just accept. You know what I mean? Like, I genuinely think it's so weird that people think there's only one way to be. We don't have a DK, so I'm going to make sure that I kick at least one of these casts here. And then from here, I'm actually low on coverage. I probably shouldn't have overlapped a Rage there. I'm going to Vortex this all together. Yeah. Watch this. Snap back Sigil of Chains. Good. Now they're all grouped. I have Frenzied Regen rolling here on this overlap. I'm going to kick. I'm going to War Stomp. I'm going to use all my utility here, and here we go. Backwards baseball caps. There we go. Everybody's got their thing, and sometimes I really think that people forget how strange Attraction really is. My Rep Pally has been doing no damage because he was either AFK or trying to figure something out. I really want to test Rep Pally is the problem. This is not going to be a good test for that, though. How does Bear feel? Bear feels, I mean, Bear is still immortal. Bear is still Bear. It feels giga tanky. My damage feels a little bit lackluster, but it's not exactly bad. There's a Ret in here. He's currently not doing very much. Not exactly his fault. Kind of his fault. He doesn't seem like a super, like, I don't know. A little bit his fault, maybe. We'll pull at least 2 sharpshooters in this pull. I think this route, I think it's okay to still go this way. So here we go. Is Bear good? Bear's fine. Okay, look, if I make a tier list later, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I'm not gonna sandbag and slash or pretend that Bear is in a better place than it actually is right now. It is technically fine. It does do damage. It doesn't not do damage, okay? Like, it still does enough damage. It's just is lower, and I think that its utility is lower. The main thing is that it's... Oh, shit. This is gonna live a long time. This utility is lower, though. Like, I will say. Lunar Beam? This is not gonna die. My Rep Pally is suspiciously absent from the DPS meters. I hate having to Iron Fur. You don't have to think about Iron Fur at all. All you have to do for Iron Fur is bind it to your mouse wheel. This is interesting, though. You're attracted to everyone? Yeah, well, Grimlock, good for you. That's excellent. Now you have a choice. You can either do the illegal thing or not do the illegal thing, but it's still your choice, which is awesome. That's like the ideal scenario. If you're attracted to everyone, then you know what I mean? Don't care about damage. One needs to hold the pulls and not get one-shotted. In that case, why so sad? Bear is going to be a fantastic tank for you. Genuinely, the snap threat on Bear is the best out of anything. Like, Bear has the best aggro out of any tank here. Use Iron Fur. Yes, it's off the GCD. So basically, trust me. If you didn't watch, I made a Bear guide, and it is significantly one of the best DPS increases, among other things. So it'll increase your DPS a bunch, too. You will gain so much damage. Trust me on this, okay? Like, you gotta listen to me here. Just mouse wheel Iron Fur. Just mouse wheel it. Like, just literally look at my mouse. This is how I cast Iron Fur. You will save yourself. Listen, the only reason not to do that is if you're freshly, newly married and you still need to work on your finger dexterity and strength. That is the only reason not to actually bind your mouse. Like, that's the only thing, okay? Otherwise, save yourself some carpal tunnel and just bind it to your mouse wheel. It helps so much. Iron Fur on cooldown? Correct. I don't swipe, I don't maul. There is 0 swipe, 0 maul. I'm still doing 5 mil overall. But my Thorns of Iron is going to be fairly high, and I'm not wasting any rage. You can technically macro it. If you really, really want to, you can. I will say, macroing is suboptimal. It is less ideal to macro, but you can do it, though. Yes, you should mouse wheel Iron Fur. It will help you so much as a bear tank. Okay, I'm going to snap this all together. Stop these casts here. Well, that guy didn't snap. Lame. Bad. To what spell? If you want to macro it, you can, okay? How do you have damage overall and healing overall? I do healing overall like here or something. Use it defensive? No. I kick this. I had a Logitech. Dude, I use a $5 mouse. My computer mouse is $5. My computer mouse is $5 US. What's your Moonfire macro? I have no... Oh, it's just mouse over. There's no macro for it. It's just a mouse over macro. That's it. Just a mouse over. Technically, 22 minutes is fine, actually. Can I send you a mouse? Can you send me a mouse? That would involve you giving me my address, so probably not. PTR live. This is PTR right now. This is PTR. Or buy you one? And you go pick it up? You would buy me a mouse? I guess, I mean, I would accept the offer. But the thing is, okay, here's the problem with me and mouses, all right? Here's the problem. Okay. I can't feel my right thumb. My right thumb is technically numb. I have almost no nerve feeling in my right thumb. So that is one of the things. Test H probably, but too tired to set everything up in PTR. It doesn't take that long to set things up. Our damage overall in this key is a little bit, I would call it suspicious. To say the least, this is suspicious. I don't know if you know how Triple Bingo's flamingo shirt. Interesting. Okay. Oh, the Rat Pally has died again. Unfortunately, this Rat Pally, his name is Hercules, but he didn't specify that he was Hercules at the beginning of the movie and not the end of the movie. He is slacking a bit. I think he's just a little bit off. Was it an accident? Yes. So the thumb thing works like this. We can try to continue, but I feel like the Pally is... He might have rage quit now. Or he has to wait for the night. Listen. So, you see my hand here while we're waiting for the Pally? You see my hand? See that nice scar here? Woo! This happened when I was... Like this. This happened when I was 11 years old. And it cut 2 nerves, so I don't have some nerve sensitivity in some of my hands. Alright, so this boss got harder, but it should be fine. Why do you keyboard turn? Honestly, people have asked me that question a bunch, and like, I never even knew it was a thing. Mostly, why wouldn't I? I don't see why I wouldn't keyboard turn, to be honest. It seems fine. Like, I've never noticed an issue with it, basically. Do you have a Resto Druid talent in Discord? Yes, except that my Resto Druid talent is a cook. It's not for the PTR. You can only play it on live right now, and it is a cooked build. It's a specifically cooked build, I will say. Okay? It's very, very cooked, and you should only play it if you want to be... Like, the Resto... Note, you can't tell anyone that you're playing the Resto Druid build that I used to play, because they will get mad at you. They will literally be like, wow, why are you even alive? I told the Resto Druid Discord once that I was playing it because it was awesome. But then, you know where you're facing is humongous for tanking? Yeah, but I can just... But I am controlling it right now. Like, I'm not getting hit in the back. This boss hurts me a little bit more than I remember it hurting me. I'm not going to lie. Alright, so we rage here. It's fine. Yeah, I mean, I don't notice I really don't notice a difference, though. But basically... Oops. I think... Okay, so this one is going to be SI. Bear does require a slight bit of external healing here. Not a lot, just a little bit. I think it's just a technique thing, basically, yeah. No, I'm in good here, though. You know, this priest, I don't normally play with this priest. I like playing with Resto Shaman. Resto Shaman is my favorite healer to play with on Bear. That's okay, I'm pretty independent now. The question is, can I hold my Incarn? I would assume the reason that we feel a bit rough is A, the lack of damage. So we're full health here. I will healing potion myself, probably. Yep, just healing potion myself up here. I think if you sent me a mouse, I'm not sure I would actually use it, but I appreciate your offer very much. I appreciate your offer, I do. Because we could just bark this and Lunar Beam, but I need to hold Incarn, otherwise I can't do the next pull. Doing the next pull without Incarn is tough. I'm playing on for a long time. They're so reasonable, my elitist brain tells me that clicking... Dude, everybody says that, but I never have a problem. Like, nobody... Basically, my metric for whether or not I'm successful... This one is going to hurt. Frenzied Regen. I need to get through this without Incarn. I'll press a Cave Dweller's Delight if I need to. Need to get back to Lunar Beam here. There you go, I'm good now. Basically, I've been playing WoW since vanilla. I wasn't good at the game back then. I was like 7 years old. I was 7 when the game came out. I'm 28 now. It's been out for a long time, you know. Frenzied Regen last second. We could reset, or we could keep going. The truth is, we're probably going to struggle a little bit. Here we go. Yeah, basically, though, like, so people tell me off for doing it all the time. Like, well, because people tell me off all the time. I get told off literally nonstop. I actually, like, all the time, people tell me off. They're like, I can't believe you're doing this. You must be a bad player. And I'm like, that's fair. You can say that if you want. But I will say this, right? Here's the thing. I'll say this. The only thing that matters to me is whether or not people are happy to play with me. That is basically the metric that I use. So I just go like here and then here. Let's probably not do more than this. Basically, though, like the metric I use is, are people excited to have me in their group? If I, for example, join a key, do people go, oh no, Oh, Wu wants the tank. Oh, no. This is gonna go bad. He's gonna die and fail as a tank. Or do people go, oh, sweet, a Wu wants the tank. Let's get him in here. That is the metric that I use. That's basically the only metric I use. Does that make sense? How do you feel when I offered a tank? No comment. You know what I mean? But basically, it's like, it works for me, and as long as it works for me, I'm fine. I'm not taking any of my healers extra healing. I'm still helping my team and doing what I gotta do. Like, that's the metric I use, because I think that that's a better metric than what my IO is. IO is how much time did I actually spend on my bear playing. Dude, I haven't gotten IO in like 2 months. I'm pretty sure, I don't know if I would have actually pushed for a title, but if I didn't play PTR and I didn't want to level a bunch of my alts and I didn't actually want to play and grind out my Prez Evoker, for example, then I probably would be a little lower. Like, I would be like 3,700, most likely. So I Lunar Beam here. I gotta kite out these just a little bit, and here we go. Do you use Maul at all? Nope. It never dies. Yeah, our damage is suspicious. Yeah. I would say that it's not looking too good for us right now. I'm currently out DPSing the Rat Pally. Can reset if you want. I think we can reset if we want. We're definitely not timing it, though. We definitely not timing at the moment. I don't know if they care about timing or if they just want to test things. My Affliction Warlock, however, is doing good. He's doing shit wrong for ages, and his IO doesn't back that claim up. Yeah. Sure. Can. I'm curious, you're Mistweaver. Interesting. Okay. Sure. What's your max key level for your bear? We don't know what the max key level will be. The only thing I will say is that it will be higher. It will be higher for sure. We're gonna replace the Rat Pally, though. Replace Rat first. Is this guy cast? No, he's not caster Mistweaver. I know he's not a Mistweaver main, to be fair, so he was kind of trying it out. You were a caster Mistweaver? Oh, is that what you were playing? Is that why it felt weird? That's interesting. You wanted to play caster Mistweaver? I'm pretty sure that's not what you play in keys. Like, I think you can, but I don't think it's what you're supposed to play in keys. I figured, Clutch. I'll take a Void Weaver disc. Why not? And a DK. I really want to play with DKs that I don't know. Obviously, this will make the key go well. We could just have a clean key, because I want to test Arson. Oh, that's a comp right there. That's a Subtlety Rogue and an Ellie Shami. I really want to see me play with DKs. I don't know if I'm wasting my time. Oh, okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. I want to test new spec. Enjoy it on Void Weaver. I think Clutch still wants to heal. It's the same healer. He's just logging from his Mistweaver. Oh, stop. He said he wants to play Void Weaver. Are you comfortable playing Void Weaver, though? I'm not going to play double Frosty K. Not double Frosty K. Don't need to want to test stuff. The other stuff I've seen, Frost seems more than fine. Of course it will be. 12% was nothing, though. I know it's good, but we don't need to time. I've already timed this. It's not a... I've already timed this key, so it's not like I don't need this for time. I just want to test something. Like, that's a Frost Mage. A Frost Mage? Oh, I want to test Frost Mage. Let's go. I'll take a Frost Mage instead. I played Void Weaver a lot. I wonder if Void Weaver would be better. They did nerf Oracle, right? But I don't know how much it would be, how much better it would be, or how much worse it would be, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so the S-Priest will be interesting, because I think that well, we'll see. Basically, all these questions, we're going to make a tier list soon. I will update my tier list with everything that I've seen on PTR, and we'll go from there. Because, I want to make sure I test a few things today. Number one is I really want to see what Arson can do in a clean run. Like, if you have to, let the Mage die, let the DK die, let me die. I wouldn't need healing. But don't let Arson die. Don't let Arson die, Clutch. I really want to see what Arson can do. Arson, by the way, is a long-time Affliction Warlock. This is Arson. If you don't know, he is Cool Cats and stuff. He's a streamer. Arson is specifically, okay? Yeah, basically PI Arson. I give him everything because I want, if whatever Aflock can do, Arson will do. The one thing I can tell you right now is whatever Aflaw can do, Arson will do. That's actually what it will be, though. You think, oh, so if you want to join, if you're raiding as Bear, you play Druid of the Claw, 100%. There's no question about that. Bear Mastery Scale with Priest Fort. Not with Priest Fort, but yes with Priest Shielding. It works with all healing effects. Tier list does Giga Dam. However, I do the same thing on Oracle. Oh, you mean Void Weaver? Yeah, but it's not, so it's healers ultimately, 500k healer damage, it matters, but it really matters more about you not letting anybody die. If you don't let anybody die, they do more damage. It's just how it works. I take more assault, and we continue on with this testing. Good point. Good point. Nothing. It still does nothing. Look, this is my overall from that key. 100% of nothing is still nothing. I don't think people understand. Like, I know it was like, oh, that seems like a lot. No, 100% of nothing is still nothing. The Elun's Chosen set literally does nothing. It actually is still so bad. It's so bad. I know. It's really unfortunate. Like, it's actually, Bear has the worst tier set by about a 10 to 15% margin. Every single other set is actually more powerful, and it does not reduce beam at all. Druid of the Claw, it is viable. Fuck it. Clutch, how comfortable are you? I will need a little bit more healing. How comfortable are you? I can play a DOTC for this key. Previous Warrior Thane buff. It's, well, that Warrior Thane buff is actually, the previous one, yes. The change to Warrior Thane now does big damn. What would you do for the Bear tier set? You could literally buff it by 1,000%. You just buff it by 1,000%. I could play DOTC for this. You actually just you buff it by 1,000%. Like, actually 1,000%. Not 100%, 1,000%. Then it gives us 10% damage, then we're fine. Should go Raise and ignore Iron Fur, really the only option. We will die in a 14 Priory doing that. I don't even play Raise if I play a DOTC. I actually don't play Raise. I still play it almost the same way. This is the Raise build. This is the DOTC build here, basically. This is give or take what you play as DOTC. I'm just a little bit squishier. I need more external healing when I play a DOTC. Right? What skill do you use to gain aggro and AoE? Not swipe. Take swipe off your bar. You only I will swipe in this key because I'm playing DOTC, just so you know. Just so you know, I will swipe in this particular key, and only in this key because I'm playing Druid of the Claw. That's it, though. That makes sense? Only because this is Druid of the Claw here. If I was just VDH being perma meta, it kind of is, and I don't love it. My pre-incarn. My incarn. You mother. My incarn. No. My incarn. This thrash spam? Yes, basically thrash. Thrash is the way. Thrash is the way. What's up, Ariana? How's it going? How's it going? I'll Fox Ears you in the middle of the pool if you don't mind. I might have to. I'll see. I'll see how it works. So basically here, I will swipe because I'm playing Druid of the Claw. And I will Moonfire range. And then I'm going to make sure that I get Thrash ticking on these mobs before I actually get into this pool. Now remember, normally, get one Ravage off here. Cool. When you play Elun's Chosen, you don't swipe. When you play Elun's Chosen, yeah, you don't actually swipe. When you play Druid of the Claw, you do swipe. Now, Druid of the Claw does do good damage, but it requires significantly more external healing. It's still very tanky. Like, you can see here, I'm not tanky, and I'm still doing good damage. Yeah? Hold up. Let's set this to current. There you go. Like, my damage is decent. It would be a little higher, I think. Like, the damage in Incarn is going to be just fine. The problem is that you're not always in Incarn. When you have cooldowns, though, Druid of the Claw does fine. You can see, I wasn't taking any damage there. I was chilling. It still does good. I'm not saying you can't play it. I still think Elun's Chosen is still the play. It's wild to me that Elun's Chosen could still be the play with a tier set that actually does nothing. One more Shield Slam. I gathered that a bit too fast. Boom, 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 boom. No. You don't have to paint on me after the effect. I want to see this Frost Mage. I'm really curious to see this Frost Mage. You gather things with Moonfire. Once you're in a pull, you want to make sure that effectively with this, you only hit this if there's a Ravage up. If there's no Ravage up, you actually are just still going with Iron Fur. It's really weird. You can maybe hit, but basically you don't even barely hit Maul. Maul with 2 stacks VC. I am playing Druid of the Claw for this. I know how. The thing is, on PTR, right? I'm not trying to time keys. I'm trying to test things. Like, I want to test things. Right now, I have gotten 0 procs. So there's the proc right there. Yeah. I'm not trying to win the key. I'm trying to test the key. Does that make sense? I think it's a big mentality difference. Because, like, right now, I would rather test the things I'm not so sure about. Hey, is this going to work? I don't know. Will it? Let's find out. Like, that's my mentality, right? When I play PTR, I'm just really trying to figure that out. Is this going to work? We're going to play this. I want to go in for this kick. Last second. Good. So this is Druid of the Claw. It is still tanky. Like, I'm not saying you can't play it, but it requires more external healing. And it's definitely a playstyle shift. Let's call it a playstyle shift. I thought we might butt pull this. I didn't actually want to butt pull this. That's why I normally pull the other side first. So we want to make sure this debuff that we have on the enemies, this is the thing you got to min-max now. You got to keep this dreadful wound. If you want this to be tanky, you have to keep this dreadful wound up for basically as long as you can. You don't technically have to hit Ravage, like, right away. But it is an option. So you can also... This has a little bit more prio damage, I will say. Not that that matters, like, too much, to be honest. But it does technically exist. Dinky Doo. Dinky Doo. What's up, dude? Thank you for this up. I still think it can kind of work. But, like, my damage is not that much higher is the thing. My damage is give or take the same as what I would be doing with Alun's. We're going to YOLO a route here and just see what happens. I think my damage is okay. All right, 1 death. My DPS are both alive. Great. We can test how this is actually working now. This will be an interesting test. I like this right now. Right now, this is good. Let's keep it this way. Let's keep it. Let's keep it. Let's keep it. Fox ears for a minute. Bet. I can do fox ears for a minute. Let's go. So we're still a druid. We still have roar. We still got my buffs. We still got everything. Gotta get my iron for up. You can see how much squishier I am on pull, though. Like, that was so much squishier than before. Because I don't have Lunar Beam walking into a pull. So I actually have to play a little bit, though. You could buy all gear. Oh, yeah, on PTR, you don't have to... You just get all the gear you want. On PTR, correct. You just get all the gear that you want. You don't have to worry about that. Any piece of gear you want. Like, you can test any trinkets. You can test technically anything you want. Start in a woo rant. Okay. You know what I'll rant about? I'll rant about this. I was saying hi to somebody earlier. I was on my way to work this morning, so I was on a bike, because I ride motorcycles to work, yeah? So I was on a motorcycle. Not my motorcycle, but it's just Thailand. So all taxis in Thailand are motorcycles. So that's cool. I don't know if you know that. But taxis, right, in a motorcycle, you can craft it. You can just craft whatever, though. But you can craft your rings if you take a few button clicks to do it. You can technically craft. I haven't done that on my druid, but yeah. So, yeah, taxis and you could just take a motorcycle because it's faster than taking a regular taxi, yeah? Anyways. So, I was on my way to work this morning. I was saying hi to some streamers. And one of the streamers I said hi to, they were talking about mapping asses. And I was like, bro, fair enough. You know what I mean? Like, you get a nice rotund behind. I could appreciate wanting to map that shit. However, I said that to them, and they were like, did a woo just curse? And I was like, yeah. And they were shooketh. They were like, I've never heard a woo curse in my life. And I was like, they were like, he's the kindest, sweetest guy. And I was like, wait, hold up. I think there's this misconception that we have. Do you know what kindness is? Do you know what kindness is? Kindness is having seen enough of the world's darkness and then choosing to be kind. Like, choosing joy is awesome. But you still have to choose it. It's not like it's just a random thing that happens. You still have to choose joy. I think that people have this weird thing where occasionally if people are, like, very soft-spoken and kind, but you know what I mean? But people think that, like, sweet people. I think the kindest people are the ones who have actually, in general, seen how bad the world can be and then have chosen not to be a slave to that or to rebel against it, but rather just be authentically and genuinely kind. Because that's what happens. Like, when you see enough, if you've existed in the world for a long time, then you know that things can be hard. Sometimes life is hard, dude. It's not like, you know, everybody knows this. Sometimes life is just hard. And I think if you've seen enough of that, then you gain an appreciation for kindness. That's what I think. Whoops. Do we butt pull, or are these casts just owning us a little bit? I'll stop this here. I'll group them all together. Your gear is yellow. Oh, yeah. Somebody actually told me this, though. I think it depends on what you define as kindness. Can I clarify what kindness means to me, though? Let me clarify what kindness means, because actually this is kind of important. Kindness to me means this, okay? You just got invincible? Congratulations. I know some people have been farming for that mount for literally their entire life, pretty much. It feels like that, right? Doesn't it feel like some people have been doing that forever, though? Is acting without saying you're a kind person. Here's what I think. Here's what I think kindness is. Kindness is actually just empathy. Kindness is literally just empathy. This pull, some casts will go off. But normally, yeah, it's okay. We don't have a ton of kicks in this comp. Acting, not words. Do not fucking advertise it. Here's what I think kindness is. Here's what I think kindness is, right? Basically, I would normally chain one more pack into this. We're going to be YOLOing percentage. That's fine. We'll just YOLO percentage then. That's fine. Okay. Kindness is knowing. Kindness is just having empathy. Just literally like empathy, not niceness. Niceness is this. Niceness is this. If Quiver comes into stream and he's like, man, I've had a bad day. And I'm just like, I'm so sorry to hear that, Quiver. I'm so sorry. I'm just, oh my, I fucking, I'm so sorry to hear that. I hope you win the lottery tomorrow, and I hope that you feel fantastic, and I just, and everything's gonna go your way, and you get through the day, sweetie. I fucking hate that shit. That's niceness. That is fake, disingenuous niceness. The person who tends to talk like that does not have that authentic belief in themselves. Why is this boss healing? Wait, what? That's weird. Does that make sense, though? Yeah, exactly. So you know how that's giving you ick? The reason that's giving you ick is because it's disingenuous. It's disingenuous. Kindness that's authentic is not disingenuous. Hold up. Lunar Beam, this boss will be an example of how... Actually, we can technically TNC here, though. Oh, my gear is red. Oh, shit. I am playing without a gear piece right now. You're right. This boss might be better or worse with Druid of the Claw. I have to think about this for a second. Yeah, hold up. We got a 2-for-1 rant. I'm focusing a little bit because I feel... So basically, though, kindness is saying you've had a bad day and thinking from your perspective. If somebody comes in and they say they've had a bad day, clearly they don't want to be having a bad day, yeah? There's no way. That's the Lunar Beam diff, actually. That's just straight up a Lunar Beam diff. I need actual healing here. And Void Weaver just can't do it on that. It's a like, Druid of the Claw is fine, but my overall damage is not higher on Druid of the Claw. There, it's like I actually just died because I don't have Lunar Beam to fill that gap. Unless I played a defensive trinket. I don't know if Druid of the Claw can actually do that properly. DOTC diff. Lunar Bear is immortal there. Lunar Bear is immortal there. I know. Indeed. Without, I don't have... In this build... I would have to really game this, though. Everybody was pumping in that, though. Everybody was. I kind of want to heal, though. Also, oh, my gear. My gear is red. My gear is also red. That would not have helped. For sure, the gear being red and just actually losing the piece there is not going to help. Let me do it, though. Can I heal Clutch? Out of curiosity. Grand. Do you want to tank Clutch? That'll do it. You can't tank? Oh, damn, okay. I want to heal. But I can dip? Okay, can I heal? I'm gonna go healer. Gotta find the tank. I'm gonna go heal this. Because I've already tested all the tanks, and give or take, I know how this works, but I really want to tank it. I'll pass Arson Lead really quick. Can you play H-Pal? Not in this. No, I just straight up, I would have a hard time healing this on H-Pal. The healers I could play for this are Resto Druid, Resto Shaman, or Presevoker. One of those. Resto Druid, Resto Shaman, or Presevoker. One of those. Those are the ones I would decide on. Preference? I think that Dispriest can work, of course. What do you want me to play? If you had a preference, which one? Arson, you list. I think Resto Shaman is really good for this dungeon though. Solar Beam. If they gave Bear Solar Beam, it would be over. It'd be GG. Yeah, Bear could be meta then. I don't know about this build. I still think it does less damage. Like it actually just does less damage for what? Less damage for less HPS, etc. Resto Druid, Resto Shaman, or Prez Evoker. What if I just play Prez Evoker? I'm gonna play Prez Evoker. Let's do that. I want to test the new Prez Evoker change and see if I actually notice it. I go Prez. Would love to see more CC control to tanks. Yeah, I would like that too, actually. I think that if they gave more tanks just like an AoE taunt, that the game would be a better place. Just give tanks an AoE taunt, among other things. Cauterize, let's go. Well, Halls of Atonement is much better for Prez, but yes. I guess it's pretty interesting. Usually utilities such as that is class-wide, not spec-specific. Yeah, but Boomy, if they gave it to Feral Druid or Resto Druid too, it would be insane. You guys ever seen Doctor Who? You guys ever seen Doctor Who as an example? Doctor Who is a perfect example of the kindness thing that I was talking about earlier. He's not exactly a nice guy. Who? Exactly. I would say Doctor Who is a nice guy. He's a kind person, though. He's kind, and the kindness is what matters. The kindness is the thing that matters. I would actually craft rings if I really wanted to play Prez on PTR. I could craft for a little bit more haste, because my haste is quite low right now. Arson. It's a 15. You want to do it on the 15? That's fine. But I need to... I can heal it, to be honest. But he needs to kick the Druid. I can heal 15 Priory. 15 Priory is hard, actually. To be fair, 15 Priory gets kind of hard. I also don't know if this neck will scale properly. First new era, Doctrine, Capaldi. Exactly. Capaldi in particular for me. Capaldi is my favorite doctor. That is my personal favorite doctor. All right, let's see if I can heal this on Prez. That'd be kind of interesting. I can't kick the Druid, can I? Can I? Yes, I think I... 15 is tough. I wonder what we'll do if we'll play the Knight or not. You want to do 15? 15 or 14? I want to go tank. I want to go tank next season. I can't decide between Prot Warrior or Paladin. What will be fun with Pugs? Both would be absolutely fine, to be honest, Stump. Depends on what level key you want to push to. I think that both are good, though. Is it episodic? Yeah, Quiver, you would have to actually watch it, give or take, in order. You could scale a lot, though, right? It's not scalable. Just comment Druid. There's no buff. Oh, it's only in keys. It'll happen in keys. Like, when you actually get into keys, you'll see it. Yeah, when you get into keys. 12 plus, you'd be fine on anything. To be fair, you'd be fine. It's a playstyle difference. Pally's a little bit harder to game. Bear is a little bit more straightforward. You could play either of them, and they would both be totally fine. If I have time while we find a tank, I could go craft some rings. I don't mind these trinkets. We could just play this or whatever. Doesn't bother me. So Doctor Who is like, it's like there's like a filler. Like you could skip a little bit because the farther you get into the show, the more likely you are to actually finish a show because it's a good show. All right. By the way, today's like a celebration day. I really am curious. I want to... New belt's useless. Good question, by the way. Doctor, good part. I don't know if the kind is the word. Kind is the word I would use, but again, niceness and kindness are not the same thing. Niceness is the sort of disingenuous. I say this because it's the thing I should say. Kindness is thinking from your perspective and saying, this is what you need. That's kind of the difference to me. Kindness is empathy. Niceness is sympathy. And sympathy is just like, oh, you're having a bad day. Like, that sucks, I guess. Well, you know, and I think when I'm having a bad day, this is what I want. And that's sympathy. But that's actually not how you help people. Empathy is kindness. You are what I need? Damn. That's Riz, Tobbler. That's Riz. You have a key? I can get it. I can get it. Sure. So basically, if you tell me that you're having a bad day and you need some help, it's actually technically... Oh, we should clean out my bags. This is a mess. Let's just clean out my bags and get all my keys here and stuff like this. So kindness is me thinking, okay, but what does Tobbler need? Not what do I need? Not when I'm having a bad day, I want this. But guess what? We're different people. You are not the same as me. We are genetically quite different. We might look different. We might not. Maybe you're my identical twin brother. But even then, we're still not the same person. That's the right thing to do. He's a legitimate. He gets creative in his punishments. My take on the Doctor is... I have key. I have. All good. I got all the keys. The Doctor, for me, is the most inspiring character I think I've ever... The Doctor, for me, is, by far, my favorite fictional character that is an anime. He has inspired me more than almost anyone. He is a huge reason what I do. But literally some of his quotes is, always try to be nice. Never fail to be kind. One of my favorite quotes of all time. Genuinely. Genuinely. It's in my stream bio. That quote, I wanted to print it out and have it behind me because I still think that's like literally something to live by. Like I actually think if you live your life by that quote, you will not fail. Like that is a very, very, very good quote, in my opinion. Now finding a tank could be hard. What's your most inspiring anime character then? Oof, Gintoki. Alt 4. Oh boy. Wait, no, wait. I know you. I know you. I recognize your name. You're from stream. You're from stream. Can you tank a 15? Can you tank a 15 on Brew? It'll be hard. Can you do it? I'll take you. Can you do it, though? Like, I can kind of save you, but not, like, totally save you. Gintoki from Gintama. I think Gintoki is actually one of the most inspiring characters. I think that's a good answer to that question. So you could also say something like Naruto or whoever, but I think Gintoki. That would be a niche pick. I never dare start watching. Okay, so here's the thing. Gintama is near impossible to start because the first 200 episodes have nothing to do with the next 100 episodes. Gintama is an anime where they genuinely just don't give a fuck. I cannot express this enough. One of the reasons it's so good is because they actually don't care. Like, Gintama doesn't care. It makes it up as it goes along, and I fucking love it. It's amazing. I love the fact that Gintama does that. I really, really like the fact that Gintama actually just does that. And it's why it's so great, indeed. It's just something like, you never know what to expect, but at the same time, I would have one, to be honest. Is it not reset? Is this dungeon not reset? Hold up. I will reset the dungeon then. I would, the posters I have behind me were just whatever I could find in a shop pre-made and stuff like this, though. It's a particular type of humor, for sure. You have to be a special type of person to appreciate it. Let me put it this way. Gintama, the overall arcing of the show, Rezone, the overall arc of Gintama basically teaches you that however you want to live is how you should live. Like, there is no right way to live. But it's only the way that works for you. Yeah, the fights are amazing, actually, but you won't actually see them until way into the show. It's a funny show. Originally, you watch it because comedy, but eventually you might watch it because it's actually a good show. Yo, what's up, Cal? How's it going? Cow Lifo. Damn. I still want chocolate. Every time somebody comes in here with the name Cow, I'm like, you know what I want? Fucking chocolate. Actually. Every time, I just kind of want chocolate today. Maybe I'll get chocolate. No, I'm going to have chocolate in Lao. When I go to Lao next week, I was thinking about how I'm going to eat food there. Because I cook all my own food, right? I cook everything that I eat. It's like I actually just cook all my own food. And when I go to Lao, I won't be able to, though. Yeah, you can finally replace your circlet. If you're, there are like 2 specs in the game right now that still use circlet at max level. I think there are like 2 specs in the game that still use circlet. Hold up 1 second. I just need a little bit more salt, and then I am good to go. A bit more salty here, and then we're good to go. Okay, 14 or 15? I have both. I got both keys. Do we want a 14 or a 15, though? I don't care. 14. All right, we could do 14. Honestly, I think I could heal either, but this is where we have to lock in. This is the preservation of Ochre gameplay. If we're going to play Prez in a dungeon like this, we got to lock in just a little bit. You ready? 2. I mean, a lot of people are... I think Windwalker is one of them. I know that Windwalker is one of them, and I think Boomy is the other one. All right, ready? Let's go. I don't know what we're pulling. I don't know what we're doing. 14 Priory. Let's play Preservation Evoker. Combat log. Here we go. Are you ready? You want to see some Preservation of Ochre gameplay? Let's do it. Let's do it right now. It's do or die right now. It's Preservation Evoker time. I get to play Prez. That Temporal Anomaly is kind of juicy, man. This is kind of a juicy Temporal Anomaly. I noticed that buff. My frames are here. Oh, please tell me my frames are right. Oh, thank God. Okay. We're going left. Okay, I like this left strategy. Always pull. Wait, we're intentionally pulling the left knight. What? What? What is this? I have aggro. So we caught the first bleed. We are going here? Question mark? I'm a little bit confused about what we are or are not pulling. So I haven't... The tank needs aggro. Tip the scales. Okay. All right. All right. All right. This pull isn't that bad to heal, to be honest. You just need to be on top of it. And you need a good tank. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. So we're not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Zephyr, probably. Good. I'll go through him. I have the stasis. Oh. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. So there's no guard captain in that pull, though. Too big? Well, only if you can live. The question is only if you can live. He has to be able to live it. The size was okay, though. I almost had that reversion on him, but he was like gone. Did he get hit in the back? Did he get hit in the back? Okay. No problem, no problem. If you're not comfortable with a Brewmaster, no matter how meta Brewmaster is, you will die. Brewmaster is Lisquish. No problem, no problem. No problem. No problem. Brew is hard to play. Brew is hard to play, but probably find a different tank fast. So from YouTube, this is the Redneck Trader. Oh, what's up, Beast? Hello, hello. Oh, yeah, sorry. I forget to respond to YouTube all the time, to be honest. I like streaming to YouTube. Don't get me wrong. I do like streaming to YouTube. But I forget to respond to YouTube all the time. Okay, okay. This one, Priory, is just not a dungeon. Like, there is a lot of tank damage in Priory. You have to be able to find, like, a tank who can do it. I almost had him. Like, I was healing him quite a bit. I almost had that last golden hour on him, but he dipped real fast. Yes, I think that the problem with Brew, by the way, if Brew is meta, you're going to see a lot of tank deaths. You will see, like, if people re-roll to Brew and they're not experienced in it, you're going to see a lot of tank deaths. 100% though. This mount the Warlock is using. Arsen's mount is Azure Void Flyer. The name of it is called Azure Void Flyer. I'm not sure past that point what we're doing. Arsen's damage, by the way, is pretty solid. Like, he's playing Hellcaller. It's actually pretty solid as AF right now. You're welcome. You're welcome, Oxed. Dude, sometimes I wish I had an Ox. I wish I had an Ox because that just seems like a cool fucking life. A Druid tank? Great, he's done a key. I'll take a Druid tank. Why not? I like Druid tanks. I want to see what he's playing, though. It's a Season 3 KSM mount. Or is this from this season? I have it too, then, right? I should have it too. Oh, yeah, it's this KSM. Ooh. Ooh. I didn't realize that this was... That's a good KSM mount. Wait a second. They released an actual good KSM mount? Oh, that's kind of a cool mount. I'm kind of down for that. That looks awesome. All right, let's do it. Dude, I wish I had an ox. I wish I had an ox. I wish I had a goat and a llama. Mostly because I could tell people that my llama's disappointed in them. That seems like fucking Imagine being able to just walk around and be like, my llama's disappointed in you. That I feel like that's like a giga insult. Like, on one hand, because like I don't like insulting people. I don't like being like rageful or anything like that. I don't like being angry. But at the same time, you don't have to be angry. You just have to tell people it's like, my llama's disappointed in you. And then you're like, damn. People will feel real bad, you know? It's like you could just be like, you have brought dishonor to my llama and my ox. The ox is kind of there. The ox is more of a reference, but I feel like the llama is really good, though. The llama is solid. I'm in 25. Math. Got DKs officially ready. Solid. Wompy. Plus 20 this dungeon. Yeah, Season 1 gear doesn't scale. I have to check that my neck is scaling, by the way. I really should check that when we get into this dungeon. My neck is scaling. I want to see what the Guardian Druid is doing. I really am curious. Let me see. No leg enchant. No chest enchant. What the fuck? Oh, boy. This is not... Okay, alright. It's fine. This is not going to be a good test, though. If he is, he's raw dog in this. He is actually like full on raw dog in this. Hold up. Did he even have the right build? I want to see. I want to see. I want to see. I want to see. This is an average Guardian Druid. And I'm always curious, because I love Guardian Druid, so I know how much damage he should be taking. Very curious to know how much he actually takes. Because he should be fine. So he bark skins here. Yep, good. He has the good rotation. He's got the good rotation. It's a PTR, so we're fine. This is where we exist here to test things. We have the good rotation. There you go. Where's the first bleed? It hasn't happened yet. Where's the first bleed at? Where's the first bleed? Did we somehow skip the first bleed? Did we skip the first bleed somehow? Wait, where's the first bleed here? What item level do we want? Oh, that's interesting. I don't know if we somehow skipped that or not. Okay, he's good. He's tanky. All right, we seem to be all right here, though. Was that just an immediate dwarf? Yeah, I might not have even seen the dwarf. Dude, this Prez stuff feels kind of good. This Prez stuff actually feels pretty decent right now. So we're going to go like this, and then a stasis to watch these traps that got off here. Okay. Okay, wait a second. That temporal anomaly feels like way better. This actually... Wait a second. Okay, and remember, I do big damn on Prez. Wait a second. That TA shielding feels really good. Also, our damage is very large right now. We pulled some lynxes here. Hold up. There are some lynxes here, so we gotta watch out. We gotta watch out. I wasn't expecting to heal lynxes. Okay. Wait. This test here, this test is interesting now. I'm curious. That bleed just now also went away. Interesting. Okay. I was thinking that I wouldn't really notice the temporal anomaly that much. It would just be kind of like a nice quality of life increase. But I'm wrong. I'm noticing it. Not only am I noticing it, I feel good. It feels good. Ooh. Okay, wait a second. Can I play Prez for a season? Can we just get over the fact that Prez is actually somehow not good for pugs? And it's actually like it's like one of the best pug healers, I swear. It's so good at dealing with unexpected damage, among other things. It actually is one of the best healers for that. There's a lot of casters here, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to set up a full ramp. We're going to be attempting to dodge these bleeds. What was changed? The absorb was just increased. Like, actually, nothing was technically changed. It's just the absorb that was increased. So we big Spirit Bloom, then Dream Breath, then TA, and then I'm going to Deep Breath through, because it'll also stun them. I might have actually spec'd out of the talent. I have to check that. Good. I don't have a UI to kind of track exactly what I do or do not have available. Just the TA shielding is technically not, like, the biggest change in the world, right? Like, it's not technically that big of a change. But it's nice. It's a good quality of life. It's not a bad change for sure, right? Okay. A lot more work. Oh, yeah. I mean, keep in mind, I love Prez. Prez is like my main, right? I just don't play it because literally I can't play the game. We're at 0 deaths right now. I feel good. Nice. I literally can't play the game. Like, if I want to play Prez for a season, I can't. Like, I don't think people understand how hard it is to pug sometimes without a group to play with. I literally just can't play my favorite shit because what am I supposed to do? Like, pray for invites? Like, I'm not a religious person. I said damn one time when I was 5 years old, and ever since then, Jesus has forsaken me. So I can't just pray and be like, please invite me. It's not going to work. I have to actually play something that can get invites. This is actually, no joke, this is feeling like really good right now. This is feeling, I didn't expect, like, look at those shield. That's my TA. Well, okay, that's my trinket proccing. To be fair, I'm using one of the OP trinkets right now, to be honest, though. I'm using one of the OP trinkets, though. As a blood DK, and to pug as Prez. No, it doesn't matter. There's literally nothing you can do to get invited. Prez has the worst community. Prez has a worse community reception than Holy Priest. It doesn't matter how many runs I do that show that Prez is actually good. It has a worse perception than Holy Priest. Mage food, by the way. I will need some mage food. Did we pull? Oh, somebody pulled. Not good. Okay, we have to kill it here, though. It's fine. Are you using Nexus Kings? Yes, I am. I am using the... wait, hold up. No, not that one. I'm using... Not that trinket. I'm using the set from Raid, which, to be fair, is pretty good. It's not nothing. It's not, like, crazy. He is incarnate, so he won't get one shot, but I'll just Golden Hour him back. 3, 2, 1. Large damage. But there are going to be a lot of archers in this pull. So we have... External mage? Question mark? Nope, he's good. Okay. TA, deep breath. Also, check out my damage. Check out my damage. I have a kick. I got a kick. Boom. Instant heal. Stasis. There's a lot of sharpshooters. This is a lot of damage here. You will see healers struggle with a pull like this, but not me. Not Prez. Not my Preservation Evoker. I should have actually held my tempo charge there, but that's okay. A little bit of a misplay. No problem. No problem for Preservation Evoker. Do I need to hit Communion? There is the question on this next shield of whether I should or should not hit Communion. And we're good. I'm going to actually caught the tank. That bleed, no problem. I'm going to hit Communion here because I think my mage will die. It's all good. I got him. I got him. Easy money. Infinite HPS is this healer. You can do infinite HPS. It is quite hard to play. Like, if you don't know how to play Prez, you are in for a world of hurt. I got him. I got him. I got him. I got him. I just have to use that tip the scales there. Not a problem. Yeah, if you don't know what you're doing on Prez, you will let people die. Like, for sure. Prez is one of those weird healers where the delta between a good Prez and a bad Prez is like, you either do infinite healing or literally nothing. Like, there's such a delta, right? Like, you either do infinite healing or literally nothing. Because it has that sort of interaction, which is just like, there's a world where you actually accidentally do 0 HPS, and it feels really bad. But if you can get it right, it feels pretty nice. We have to be very careful about this. No, even the last boss of Rookery. I was able to heal the last boss of Rookery on 19. Now, granted, we had a mistake happen, so I didn't time the key. I don't have it on 19, but I was able to heal it on 19. The mistake was not on me, to be fair. And I've healed it on 18 once and then 17 several times. For some reason on Prez, what happens is, oh, he wants this. He's going to pull this intentionally. We're at a lot of percentage here then. Okay, sure. This is a tough healing pull, but it won't be a problem for Preservation Evoker. Just stasis. He didn't have AMS. It's okay. I got him on the last tick. No problem. No problem. Oh, we pulled extra stuff. This is less than ideal. Now we're in trouble. Hold up. Now we're in trouble. Now we're in trouble. I might be able to save this. 1 second. 1 second. Focusing. Locked in. Locked in. External him. Boom. Oh, nope. Stasis. Nope. All right, that was too much. I don't think we meant to do that. Almost a perfect run. If I had responded faster, it would have been fine. But on PTR, my ping is very high. And if you saw me release the stasis and go to hit my Hellstone, I would have actually been able to technically do that. But obviously, there was one too many casters there. If you take a look at overall damage, I'm sitting at 1.74 mil. My Druid is doing decent damage. But yeah. The last boss of Rookery, Prez, people think that Prez has a range issue. It doesn't. Like, it literally doesn't. Like, Prez doesn't have a range issue. You can skip that now. You can just skip that now. You don't actually need to do that. You can do that pull if you want, but you don't have to. I wouldn't do that pull on a Druid. That pull is a lot easier when you have a tank who can do that pull better. Like, there's some tanks that can AoE CC those mobs a lot better than Druid can. So I don't like to do that double light spawn on Druid. I think that Prez has this weird public perception where nobody seems to know how it actually works. And so people flame it, and it doesn't deserve to be flamed. It's actually a good healer. It's like legitimately a good healer. He wants to... Oh, we reset the mini boss too. Oh, boy. That actually could be like time in this key, straight up. That could be really bad. I didn't realize the mini boss also reset. Ow. Many casters. I have a kick. I can help. Boom. Short range on that boss. You just have to run around and not do a lot of damage, to be honest. Just keep everybody full health. Watch the CCs on double cast. This is where normally I'd be using my stops and stuff, but the problem is that I don't have a... Oh, we didn't pull that corner. I don't like... Obviously, we weren't supposed to fight this boss there. Yep. Hold up. My bad. I didn't even realize we hadn't pulled that corner. Priory is a dungeon. Can I tell you how to tank Priory? There's like a secret to Priory. Can I just tell you how to do it? There's a nice rescue shield there. Let me tell you, if you want to tank a Priory and you don't want to lose it to like random shit happening, because this is how you lose Priory. It's actually not that hard of a dungeon, but people think it's hard. And the main reason that people think it's hard is because they overpull the shit out of it. Like, the main reason that people think Priory is so hard is because they giga pull it for no reason. There's actually Very little reason to do it. The timer is pretty friendly. If you don't overpull Priory, then it's going to be all right. That's like the key for tanking Priory. That's like actually the best way to tank this. Is just don't do routes that are highly aggressive. You want to do routes that are like think about like a big Great Dane. That dog, you want to pull like that dog would pull, not like the little angry Chihuahua. The angry Chihuahua, that is going to mess up your key. So don't pull like an angry Chihuahua. You want to pull like a big dog, like a dog with actual strength, not like a dog that's trying to compensate. What's up, Shago? Bonjour tout le monde. What is tout le monde? What does tout le monde mean? Did I pronounce that right? My French is somewhat lacking due to my relative passionate dislike. Everybody? Oh, okay. You like that description? Hold up. We're going to caught this, not the tank then. All right. This is going to be a little bit tough. I'm going to bait this out slightly. We're going to dispel him. We're going to hit the stasis. And then we're going to do big healing. And then we're going to make sure that we get one deep breath off. There we go. And then we're just going to watch our tank healing. Cool. Boom. Big healing here. No problem. I'm going to go through the tank with this life bind, and we could stasis. Normally, I would caught the stasis. I will caught the next stasis for the tank. I will caught the next stasis, yes. But not this one. Cool. Our damage is so good that weirdly, if my tank doesn't actually die on this fight, like I'll watch him like crazy. I'll watch him like a hawk, okay? I'll watch him like a hawk watches a little hamster running around. Specifically your hamster. It's always your hamster. It's never anybody else's hamster. But your hamster, I want the hawk to watch him like that. Cool. Okay, so here we're going to go boom, bam, boom, like this. Big healing here. I wonder if I can get the sub roll on... Wait. The sub roll on Discord. The sub roll on Discord. You mean like just like to have the title that you've subbed to the channel? But if you... I think you just have to actually sub to the channel then, right? What's up, Shago? Shago, what is your plan for this beautiful day? What is your plan? Does my tank need external? He is a second off his bark skin. I can caught him on this bleed. Otherwise, we do big healing here. We could pop a stasis. We can rescue this because I need a second. I can rewind this if I really want to. And then I can Spirit Bloom the stasis. Now, granted, that was a mistake. I could have healed that significantly better. I was just lazy and distracted. Because what I want to do here is just really watch my tank. You will notice that pretty much all I'm doing is tank healing here, right? Oh, you are indeed. I don't know how that works, to be honest, though. You enjoy the ecosystem? I do. I think that the only people who think Prez Evoker needs a rework are the ones who don't know how to play it. With respect, I think that the only people who actually need a rework, like who think that it needs a rework, are the ones who don't know how to play it. I think Prez is actually fine. That, by the way, that tank healing there, much better. Almost 4 million HPS. Now, this pull is going to be interesting because I don't know how big he's going. I'll external him. He doesn't have Incarn up. This pull is going to get interesting for me. This is going to get spicy because I don't have what I would normally have. So we want to try to prep, and I didn't prep quite properly. So we're going to go like this. We have 1 more second. As long as my tank doesn't die here, we'll be fine. Communion this here. Yeah, it might be. I think there's something like that. I don't actually know straight up like how it works. 1 more. Perfect. Good. Now we're... have a second before the next one. Good. This one I'll Zephyr now. This overlap I Zephyr. But you can watch me heal this, and you can... Do you think that Prez has any issues? This is like not easy to heal, right? Except unless my tank dies. Then it's hard to heal. But also, like, do you think that Prez has issues? You just have to understand the interactions. It's just hard to understand. It's a lot more punishing than other healers. So I think that a lot of people, they don't... If you don't understand Prez, you're going to assume that it's, like, not capable of healing stuff. But right now, I actually feel more comfortable on my Prez healing this dungeon than I would on other healers. Hold up. Wait. This one's late. We're chaining really fast here. Too fast. Boom. We could probably still time this here. I just don't like this build-up with echoes. Ooh. Ow. That was an unnecessary chain for my tank with these casters. That was less than intelligent. Remember, there's only one way you lose this dungeon. There is actually only a single way you lose Priory, because it's really not that hard of a key. Yep. So the only way you lose Priory is by overpulling. It's literally the only way you can lose this dungeon. It's actually, like, straight up the only... Like, so if you're ever pugging this in the actual season, just don't overpull. It's really, like, I swear, it's, like, the easiest thing to kind of do is, like, don't overpull the dungeon. It's not that hard. If you as a tank are tanking this... God damn it. Double cast on me. If you as a tank are tanking this, just don't overpull it. That's pretty much all, right? Most people can't figure it out. But that's the thing, because most people don't play it. Like, if most people gave it the time of day, it's not that complicated. It really isn't. I could make a Prez guide in give or take a few seconds. Now I'm falling behind, so it'll be a problem. In future, this dungeon is so chill. It's so easy if you just don't overpull. Like, you just don't have to overpull, though. The checkpoint is much better, yeah, but we're going to chain wipe here. You just don't need to overpull it, though. No, you just have to not... You just have to not overpull it, though. You just have to not overpull. He chained it with the last paladin still alive. Yeah. The casters are, like, really deadly. It's okay, it's okay. It's all good. Prez felt really good, though. What I will say is that Prez felt incredibly good. Prez felt solid. Very, very solid healing on Prez. And it really is able to support the tank. It's able to support the tank on that first boss. It's able to do so much at this point. I really feel like it's good. Like, I genuinely feel like right now it's good. It's just very hard to play. It's not hard to play. You want a Prez guide, like, give or take? I can make one today. I could literally make one. It would take me about 5 minutes. Like, I could give you a basic guide. It won't cover everything. It won't be like an every single thing you need to know. But I could literally make a guide, and it's like, guys, do these 4 things, and you're probably going to be able to heal most damage instances. Like, it's actually not that hard to understand. Okay. Arson, you want to do one more? We had that easy. If we didn't do some weird pulls there, it would have been all right. Also, I should get my plater on. I think my Prez plater. Every character I had to enable plater on, so it was a little weird. Yeah, I needed to get plater for sure. That was the last dungeon. Aw, damn it. Okay. Arson, by the way, good damage on his Affliction Warlock. Still not going to be top. Like, even with the buffs, it seems like he's still not quite top. I will put this in Discord out of curiosity, because it's still a good test here. Furry friend. Somebody posted? Your cat and your dog? Wait a second, your duck? Oh, the rescue pigeon we had. I was about to say, somebody had a duck? That's adorable. That's adorable. I want that. Kind of want a duck, to be honest. Okay. What else do we actually need to test today? I give or take know how I would rank Prez. I know how I would rank Prez. It's very good. It's pretty damn good right now. You don't even have to play this trinket. This trinket's good, and this combination is good, but you don't need it. Even if you weren't playing it, I think it would be actually awesome, though. It's definitely going to kill someone. No, the paladins are fine, Viper. It's normal to pull 5 of them. It's actually easier for Prez if you pull all of them together. It's just the cast need to be managed. The build-up with echoes, so... Alright. If you're playing Prez, just so you know, the only thing you actually need to know, pretty much, for Preservation of Ogre... I might go one more. I might go one more if you want to stay. The Frost Mage was actually doing really good, too. I'm pretty surprised that Frost Mage buff was pretty substantial, no? That's good damage for a Frost Mage. That's actually pretty decent damage there for a Frost Mage. Because he's still a mage. He still has all the mage stuff. That's actually really decent. That Frost Mage damage is pretty good. Mages just cannot be F tier, man. They will never let mage be bad. I kind of am almost upset. Like, why can't they just let mage be bad for a season? Like, every other spec gets that, right? Like, at some point, every spec is, like, not good. Except mage. Mage is just always... It has to be so good. I'm like, why? But why? But why does mage always have to be doing that well? Does DK want to do one more? He wasn't bad. He was doing alright on Frost. I think the Frost Nurse were decent. They're Blizzard. I mean, sometimes Soap, I really do think like that. Like, it's like, what else could it be? Also, do I want ice cream today, or what do I want? I know I want to treat myself to something. I just don't know what it is that I want to treat myself to. It's got to be something, right? But I don't know what. Oh, what's up, Arson? Arson, I have a question for you. Why the fuck can't they let Mage be bad for a season? Honestly, can't they just let Mage be bad for a season? Like, I feel like Mage needs a season off, you know? Highest population to play them, they prioritize. Yeah, they just nerf Mage though. How many choose was Doctor Who versus Gintama? Bro, that's a hard question. Gintama is such a joy, but your Affliction felt better, right? Affliction feels better. That's like a lot more competitive DPS. A lot more. Although obviously not the cleanest runs. Good night, Arson. Good night. I'm glad I caught you on the PTR a bit. Doo-doo, doo-doo, doo-doo. And say hi to your cats for me. Feed them some Gert. Which if people don't know Arson's stream, that sounds really weird. If somebody comes in and you meet somebody in real life, right? If you meet somebody, Paravel, let me ask you a question. If a random person, let's say actually not a random person, a friend, somebody you vaguely know, they came up to you and they were like, yo, here's some Gert. And they fed you some like squishy liquid from a tube. Out of curiosity, how would you feel about that? No context whatsoever. They just said, here's some Gert. And then it's Gert time. Actually, I want them to go further, right? They say it's Gert time, and then they proceed to feed you this thing. What would you... It's got to be weird, right? Okay, let's maybe not do Priory. I could do Priory, it's fine, but it's meh. Feels meh. Shago, it wouldn't be right, yeah? It's not quite the vibe. It's just it's definitely different, yeah? I want to test Fury Warrior in particular. I want to see Fury Warrior. I want to see Assassination Rogue. As much as I like playing my Prez, and I actually still think Prez is awesome, every time I play it, I'm like, damn, this healer is so fun. I want to play it again. This is my favorite healer by far. Is Frost DK still top 5 DPS? Yes. We'll update the tier list in a bit. There's a few specs I have to test. There's a few things in my head right now I don't know how to rank, and I need to test them. I actually will go play them in particular. Para, have you ever seen Gintama? This is a good question, actually. Have you ever seen Gintama? Don't even know what that means, so I'll probably just back off and walk away. Bring back Prop Pally. You could bring... I mean, Prop Pally is actually decent right now. Like, no joke, Prop Pally is kind of decent. But I want to test... I know how all of these things are functioning. So I got to test something I don't know. Like Warrior, Fury Warrior in particular. I got to play Fury Warrior and see how it feels. You've never seen it? Damn, you'd like it. It's such a sarcastic show. At one point, Gintama, basically, the thing it does, Quiver, let me give you some information about Gintama, and you can decide if it sounds like the right show for you. At one point, actually at several points, Gintama was threatened to be canceled because they simply went too far. They copyright everything. So, for example, they will casually mention Star Wars and Gundam. They had an entire arc where they were like, and the little people in Star Wars, and they just showed Yoda. Like, they have no chill whatsoever. They will literally do whatever the hell they want. And then they were like, we're sorry for showing too much nudity on the show, and we're also sorry for vomiting too much, and we're sorry for offending people and doing all the copyright. And then they were canceled because of this, yeah? So they were taken off the air because they went too far. And you know how they apologized? They made an episode, the last episode they made, and this is like one of the seasons they ended. They literally made an episode called We're Sorry, and they apologized by doing every single thing they were not supposed to do worse. They actually were just like, hey, you, apologize by prostrating yourself, and you were like, what? Like, they literally got in trouble for it, and they were like, do it again. They just don't care. Like, it's I've never seen something care less about their image than Gintama. It is genuinely awesome. Okay, Fury Warrior in Priory Floodgate. What about Priory Floodgate? What about one of those? Priory would be a bad dungeon for Fury Warrior, to be honest. We could test it in Priory and see what happens. Or we could test it in Floodgate. Both of these will feel bad for Fury Warrior, to be honest. Let's just do plus 12. I'll play Fury, and we'll see how it goes. So I kind of like the sarcasm of the show, though. It's like my personal preference. I definitely like it. I like the fact that I never know what to expect. Okay, so we have these two. Wait, we didn't save it. Okay, we have options now. There's a Holy Paladin right there, and there's a Mistweaver Monk. Do you see the KSL mount again? Absolutely. We can, for sure. I'll take a Mistweaver. I want to see Mistweaver and see it'll buff my Fury Warrior a little bit. Okay? A Balanced Druid. Balanced Druid is off. I like how people are trying to play Holy Pally. I still don't think Holy Pally is the play. The KSL mount looks like this. It's the Azure something. Azure like this. Yeah, this one. Not a warrior. There's a rogue. That's exactly what I want. Show me a rogue. Show me a rogue. Assassination? Perfect. I need to test assassination. For a moment there, I was hoping you were going to go berserk with a shield and beat mobs in the face with a spiked wall. Ah, haha. Fury Warrior. I need 2 weapons. I have the weapons here. I just use the main hand and this one. You're welcome. This is the mount. It's kind of cool. We'll play very off meta here, and I'll go grab the key. I do need to grab the key though. Oh, wait a second. This is the wrong hearth. Okay, so in order for me to grab the key, I'm going to need to. I'm also not. I don't have the right stats for Fury. Anything. Affliction Warlock. Kurt Cobain. The only problem with this Affliction Warlock is it's possible he doesn't make it past the first pull. Kurt Cobain is not exactly renowned for his longevity. I mean, we could just take him. We could literally just play whatever. Or we could wait for a tank real fast. Okay, so I need to go basically. Did I use my thing? Oh, I used my thing for Priory. Okay. We have to fly back to Dornagal from here. That'd be kind of annoying. Or Stormwind. Stormwind would be easier. So we go Dalaran Hearthstone. That's the one. Dalaran Hearthstone. Dalaran Hearthstone. But oh, that's the wrong L. Dalaran. Oh, there it is. That's the one. That's the one. What's up, Ari? Hello. How do I pronounce your name? That's a hell of a name. Hold up. Ari Femira Slanturk. I definitely didn't do that right, but I'd like to point out that I tried. And sometimes effort is what matters. Effort is what matters. If you cook somebody a really nice meal, right? You can just try. You are not eligible to use this item. No way. I'm your Mistweaver. Oh, what's up, Faye? Really? Nice. How do you feel about Mistweaver right now? There are a few things, because I'm going to make a tier list like after some testing today, but there are a few things I need to know how to rank. Why can't I can't use this. Oh, man. Can you grab the key? Do you by any chance, do you want to grab a key? Abdullah Wood. Abdullah Wadad. All right. There's a Blood DK. We could play with a Blood DK. Why not? And a Marksman Hunter. I ported here. Damn. I was going to waste my port, but I forgot I race changed my warrior to Dwarf. So the issue is I'm going to have to fly back to Dornagal or Stormwind. I can't get to either. I think the fastest way from here would be to fly to Ajkahet and take the portal. That would probably be the fastest way. Ebony. Should we take this tank? A Blood DK? Why not? We'll play like super off meta and just see what happens. If we fail, we fail. Brewmaster Monks are super squishy for some reason. I don't know why. I think that if you're playing a Voidweaver Disc All Stop, it's a bad combination with the Monk. A Hearth on cooldown. My Hearth is set to Ironforge. So I could technically Hearth to Ironforge and take the Tram. But because when you race change, it sets your Hearth to the capital city, my Hearth is set to Ironforge, which is sad. You know? So we have 1 DPS slot. Ooh, a Havoc Demon Hunter. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. That's basically right. This is a comp that you could play with a Prot Warrior. This is, I think, a comp that you could play here. I think he was dying with 7 Simba Hots. You try the Warlock. I haven't tried the Warlock, but I was playing with Arson, and Arson is a very good Warlock, yeah? Arson is one of the best Affliction Warlocks I have literally ever played with, because he only plays it and he's a gamer. So 2 things happen when you're a gamer and you literally commit to one spec. Yo, where am I? And how did I get stuck? Wait, where? Hold up. This way. Oh, it's down. It's down further. There you go. Can anyone get key real fast? Can anyone get key? I forgot to set my Hearth. My second DK's key. Now what's up? I haven't tried Mistweaver and PTR yet. Okay. So got 5% aura nerf. Right. It's very fun. It's good throughput. Biggest issue is the only healer without any kind of DR. Right. Exactly. Yes. That's correct. And I think that actually, what happened if they would just buff even just Chi-Ji's cocoon, like the Chi cocoon from Chi-Ji? That could make a little bit of a difference. Like they did it to Prez. They gave me the Temporal Anomaly, which was kind of nice. I just logged off. I would have joined. What's up, Tando? I saw your comment actually earlier, and I genuinely, by the way, I'd like to point out, I appreciate anybody who goes and comments on one of the YouTube videos and you just say, hey, I like this video. Thank you, man. Because, let me tell you, I've gone the very wrong way. My bad. You want to join? Next key. I'm doing a lot of PTR key. I'm only on PTR for the next, I'm long stream today, like next 8 hours or something. We'll do about like 3-4 more hours of PTR, and then I'll go edit the tier list. I want to update it as the final version today. Today is my last, so I got a week. I'm a week off, yeah. So I have to go do my visa in Laos and take care of, like, I have to go get divorced and everything and do the whole thing. That being said, I will be off for a whole week. So this is my last stream for like a whole week. It's like a whole thing. Bleh. Bleh. I'm not looking forward to it, but I have to do it, unfortunately. So today's like a celebration stream. If you gift a sub, I'll match a sub, and we're celebrating. I might even order ice cream, right? Okay, so where is the portal? I haven't done this in a very long time. Yeah, I gotta do adult stuff. But whenever I do adult stuff, I always remind myself to enjoy the adult stuff, right? Because sometimes I'm trying to do adult things, right, Shego? Like, I'm laying on the bed, and I'm trying to do adult things, and I'm just like, damn, I could be playing World of Warcraft right now. And it's hard. It's hard. It's hard. Okay, I'm finally back to Dornegal, and here we go. What are we celebrating? We're celebrating the fact that I got through the last 8 months productively. That's insane. You know how cool that is? This last 8 months has not been the best to me, and I've done such a good job, and I'm celebrating that. I'm genuinely celebrating that. Going into 2 and then wearing ourselves to one shot? Yeah. Start for the app? No, you're a good fave. That's why I'm asking. I'm specifically asking so that I could understand and learn. That's why I'm wondering. Okay. Keystone. I have all the keystones here. Boom. Let me just grab all of this. I'll find it in my bags later. 12, 14, 15, whatever. Cool. Dungeon. Yeah. Let's go. We're doing Floodgate. Cool. So, I'm celebrating the fact that I'm actually still doing good. That's what I'm celebrating. That's literally what I'm celebrating, though. Haxor gifting a sub, bet. Haxor, thank you for gifting a sub. If you gift a sub, I will match it. Shego, come here. Come here, Shego. Bring it. I got you. Done. Easy. You know how cool that is? Life has not been easy to me, and what I was saying was, people who are leaving me compliments, I kind of appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot, you know? How are the PTR keys going? Actually, not that well. Honestly, like, not great today, I'm not gonna lie. Like, they've gone better. But that's okay. We're testing stuff. The ads are killing you? Not anymore. No ads for you. Congrats on doing good, bro. Dominic, thank you. I am proud of myself. I have been through a tough time, and I have only gotten through it. I'm doing a good job. I've taken care of my health. I'm a mushroom. That's weird. Weird mushroom. That's good, though. All right, I see the mushroom. I gotta be a weird dwarf warrior thingy. Okay. We gotta get the key real fast, so we'll just go... Dawnbreaker, City of Echoes, Echo Dome, Aldani. Where's Floodgate? It's somewhere in my bags here. There's 14. Floodgate will be... There's no way. There's no way my bags were full and I didn't actually get Floodgate, right? Oh, it's here. Thank God. Okay. Whew. That was close. That was real close there, actually. I thought for a second I missed the Floodgate. Okay. Here we go. Well, icon is so cute, though. There are sub badges. You could choose your sub badge. If you've been sub for long enough, by the way, you can choose your sub badge. Okay, 12 Floodgate. Let's go. This is give or take what Fury Warrior is playing. I want to see what the buffs are. I want to see how this works. All party members must be... Oh, wait a second. The Havoc's not here. Your bags are full and you definitely missed at least one scroll. Probably. My meta. He's not even here. He's not even here to meta at the moment, though. He's not even here. Okay, so let's go ahead and just clean out my bags a bit. We don't need a lot of this. This is Marco. Oh, that's my shield for warrior. We gotta... Okay, apparently I can't clear out just everything here. Like this, we don't need this, we don't need this, we don't need... That we don't really need. We don't need... Okay, this stuff. All right, now we're good. We got some space. Demon Hunter? Let's see if the Havoc can get here. Are you on Fury Warrior? Yup. I'm on Fury Warrior. Oh, speaking of which, ooh, great catch. That's a tank trinket and doesn't work for Fury. So I gotta play something random. I gotta either play Signet or something. I'm trying to find enchant. Okay. Yeah, that's actually. Oh, do I have enchants? Yeah, I think so. Wait, this doesn't look like it has an enchant on it. Does it not have an enchant? All right. Well, let me. If I'm gonna do this, I might as well do it right. You have corrupted me. Uh oh, pain. Uh oh, pain. What are you playing? Are you playing Demon Hunter? Did you swap to VDH? Did you do it? It's kind of good, isn't it? I hate that it's good. I hate that I like it. I don't like the fact that I like it, but I do. I like the power. VDH is fun. I know. I like the power. I don't think this trinket is very good, to be honest, but we'll test it because I got nothing else. Ready. Great. Shall we? Shall we? My stats are wrong, by the way. Put on the fox ears. No, I'll just play Fury. I want to see. I'm not the best Fury Warrior, right? Like, I'm not actually that good at Fury Warrior, but nonetheless, I'm curious about it. You wouldn't play Bladestorm now, right? You wouldn't actually play Bladestorm at this point because it got buffed. Okay. I would ask if there are any Fury Warriors in chat, but I don't think there are any Fury Warriors in chat because people don't really do that, though. I rotating defense unless I'm playing wrong, which is most likely. That's true. I mean, for me as well, I have to practice Demon Hunter as well. I would have to practice that as well. Yo, Arganita. Is that a Pokemon reference? That seems like a Pokemon reference. Okay, so we can Thunderclap 1, but otherwise we let our tank get aggro. This is very important here. Very important. Thunderclap. Fury can have some threat problems. 1, 2, 3, boom. Defensive, bam, and here. We are all melee, aren't we? This is actually an all melee comp for Floodgate, which can be a bit of a problem. Boom, bam, boom. Here we go. Okay, ignore my damage. This is not the pull for me. There will be other pulls in the dungeon, which are going to be better for me. There will be other pulls in the dungeon. This is not my pull, and I'm okay with that. Rally cry. This is not my particular pull, though. Not my pull. This is too many targets for the Fury Warrior. It would be fine if there weren't this many targets. If there weren't this many targets, it would be okay. I also need to vaguely study the actual rotation of Fury now, because I'm pretty sure I was supposed to be hitting Bloodthirst over a few things there. The Thunder Blast was doing pretty good. Okay? Now, I wasn't that far behind. Only 50% of anything. He's going to try... Oh, damn it. He said he was getting errors, and then he left off. Nope, Arcane Mage. I was 10. I started playing, and I was like the little one. That's why Arcane Mage plus little. Arcanita. That's a good one. What got you into the game when you were 10? Was it a family member? That's how I got into the game. I was 7 when I got in here. I had an older brother, and he was like, can you just sit in Alterac Valley for me and farm honor? I was like, yeah, I could do that. Okay, so now we're going to take a look at my build, and I'm going to check if this is correct. Raging Blows for Ossus. Thank you, Matt. Okay. Yeah, he said he was getting errors and he had to fix it. All good, all good, all good. Start a group. Floodgate. I was 9. Your buddy at school played it. Didn't update my player. I also got spammed with... Yeah. That'll happen. That'll happen. I am 1. Okay, great. You want to use Avatar, Bloodthirst, Rampage, and Ravager as much as possible. Raging Blows for bosses. Bloodthirst procs. Thunder Blast. Gotcha. Thunder Blast procs more blast. Noted. That's what I was... I bet you it was something like that. That makes sense. Assassin Rogue's trick for snapping. Assassin Rogue doesn't have a lot of upfront damage. It kind of takes a second to ramp. So, like, very, very snap threat, it helps, but not that much. Yep, that's the thing, Arcanita. And there's honestly, normally speaking, I don't regret not having children. But if there was ever a reason for me to have children, it would probably be... Oh, this is on Mythic. I'm on the wrong one, though. Drops on? Yeah, drops are on. They should be. Yes. Sometimes I get confused about that. This is the wrong thing. My bad. Mythic Plus. There you go. Yes, drops are on. But, like, you know, like, so basically, if I ever want, like, imagine having 3 kids. It's a hell of an investment. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of time. It's a lot of energy. But basically, you have 3 kids plus a partner, and then you would have a full Mythic Plus comp. You got to think about the fact that 18 years, you not even, like 14, kids are smart now. So, like, 14 or 15 years of investment, and you could be competing in the MDI. Does that make sense? You got to think about that. Like, there's a world where, depending on how much you love this game, that could be worth it. You know? Yeah, so basic, those are a little better for snap threat. Assassination is just a little bit more consistent threat. What are the drops? There's a pet right now. There's a pet, and I think a mount. Their drops are on, but I actually don't know what the drops are because I don't really do this though. It's easy without buffs. Noted. I'll work a little better at it though. High DPS, he says, but we need a tank, unfortunately. Are we sure we still play Ravager instead of Bladestorm? I just kind of want a Bladestorm because Bladestorm seems like it'd be really fun. Replaying Raising Myth plus Super Soldiers I can get behind. Yeah, they don't even need to be M plus Super Soldiers. I just need to basically procreate. There's a lot of advantages to procreation. Like, A, it's fun, and B, you get to have little ones running around for World of Warcraft reasons. Think about how many herbs you can get them to farm. You'd never be broke in game. You'd be broke in real life. You'd have to take the in real life like pay cut, but in game, think about that. Look at the question for you, talents. Do these look like about the right talents? Are these about what I should be playing? Something yes, it's up to Pokemon Blast. Gotcha. And I should be prioing the blast then, yeah? Can you tell me if give or take this looks right? I know my stats are wrong. I don't need to be perfect at Fury, but if I test it, I want to actually test it. Yes? Okay, good. Thank you. My stats are wrong. I have like no mastery. I have like a lot of haste, a lot of crit. Should be all right. It's not that big of a deal to do this, I think. I would have a second here if I wanted to go get my item. That I could do, actually, because the tank will take a second. So I could do that, actually. You want, basically, Fury is what? Crit master, haste mastery now? You want more mastery, I think, for Fury. Yeah, Shago, now that you're subbed and you don't have any ads, now the thing. What do you think of the maining next season? I mean, Guardian because of you last season. Oh, thank you, Kiss. Kai, I don't know exactly. Part of me still wants to play Guardian. The other part of me says, I wonder if I should consider swapping. It really depends on what my goals are. If I'm going to be solo pugging, if whatever. I'm going to teach her for like 2nd grade, and then instead of silent reading when they finish their work. The only problem with that, right, is that Jack Black taught me a long time ago that you have to be very careful about messing with elementary school students. Just because parents misunderstand you all the time. It's not even your fault. Like, he helped those kids. But he tried to tell that to the parents. You remember? Jack Black, he was in the classroom, and he was just like, yo, your kids have touched me, and I've touched them too. And then the parents all got mad at him. And he was just like, bro, what did I do? What did I do? He was helping them. What am I doing here? Oh, we're waiting for 1 DPS, and then we're going to get my enchants properly. Mastery, haste, verse, crit. Okay, so I could actually just go craft a ring for Fury if I really wanted to. Baggin. Shadow Priest. I don't mind playing with a Shadow Priest. Shadow Priest is another one I kind of want to test after their nerf. Wouldn't necessarily mind a Shadow Priest here. We could take this. What's this? A Demo Warlock. I already know how Demo Warlock is. Okay, so we're going to go over here to Stormwind, and then we'll be able to do this. Yes. 55 Mastery is the sweet spot. All right, Matt. I'll go get it. Let me see here. Okay, so we still need to find a tank. It's hard to find a tank sometimes. I really want to see Assassination Rogue. I just want to see what their overall damage looks like. Like, I'm so curious to know what their overall damage looks like after the last round of tuning. Because that spec has so much interaction where there's so many reasons why it could be higher or lower depending. Like, I want to know exactly before I rank it. I need a weapon enchant. Okay, so I could craft a ring because I have it already set. So we can just go get it, and then we go craft it like haste mastery, basically. I think my haste, so basically I have too much crit. So I want to get a haste mastery ring if I want to do this, right? Did you do a key with Af or Frost Mage? If yes, I did, Vile. Actually, Af, I was playing with Af a bunch in Priory, just basically almost the entire day. Af I was playing with, it was Arson too. Arson's a very good Af lock. So yes. And I also did a key with Fever Flare, yeah? Mastery and Haste. And then I did a key with a Demo Warlock and a different Warlock as well. And a Frost Mage was in there as well. Frost Mage was impressing me, to be honest. I think that 10% buff to them was notable. That was actually a notable buff. Earthern. Ring of Earthern. Okay, so we got to get a Spark. Boom, boom, boom. Embellishment. Don't need an embellishment, I think. Haste Mastery. Oh, do I need an embellishment, actually? I could get one. Do 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 do. Okay, hold up. We're gonna get a haste mastery ring, at least one of them. Okay, there you go. Haste mastery ring. Now my mastery will be give or take much higher. Yeah, it should be like 20% higher. Okay, okay, okay. So we'll grab the focusing lens. Grab a focusing lens. Boom, 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 like this. Technically, you can just do this on this. You wish Vile Taint wasn't so cringe. I miss the old Aflock. To be fair, your name is Vile Wow, and so this doesn't surprise me in the slightest. I will say that the name checks out. Like, your name, 100% checks out. JK nerf feels like... No, it's not enough. It was reasonable, and I'll go over this when I make the tier list. When I read those nerfs today, I was like, oh, okay. I knew exactly when I was reading it, I was like, okay, I know what's happening here. Like, I got it because I was like, that makes sense. What they're doing is they're trying to reduce the baseline delta between specs, but they're not actually changing the meta that much. That's the problem. Because you never saw them. Oh, to be fair, I played with Arson, so I saw Aflock back then. To be fair, I played with Arson, so I saw them. Okay. So we're going to buy a weapon enchant here before I forget. We need like a radiant power, I think. Something like this. No, the DK nerf. What they're trying to do, though, is they're trying to make it so that no spec is completely OP. That's like the main thing they're trying to do. Is they're just trying to make it so that no spec is particularly overpowered so that everything feels better. And that's good. That's good. You want that to happen. That's exactly where you want to be in World of Warcraft. What's up with AUG right now? It's still AUG. They don't want it to actually be played. They tried to give it a little bit. It's technically slightly better, but not enough. Okay, what trinket do I want to play right now on a warrior? Good question, good question, good question. Probably a passive trinket. I wouldn't be surprised if it was like Arakara, if it was a mastery trinket. You could play a raid trinket for burst if you wanted to, but I'm assuming you don't want a 2-minute cooldown. They have a 1 minute 30 cooldown, actually, and it's a mastery trinket. It's from Keys. It's like the, Isn't there a 1 minute 30 cooldown? Fury. There is. It's like... There's a 1 minute 30. It's from the Ecodome. This one? Rip the magical... No. There is a trinket. And it would be... A 130 trinket would be pretty good for warrior. Either that or like a straight up one. Double crit procs. That's what I was thinking. What would be other crit one? I was thinking like just the regular raid one. Like this one was alright. The antenna. You could do this. The ticking sack of terror is not that good, so. Where do I get weapons to test? There's the PTR right here. There's the PvP vendor, but if you don't want these stats, you actually have to level the crafting, though. Yeah, okay. That's what I was thinking. Okay, so we have at least one mastery ring now, and then if I want another one, because we're still waiting for a tank, so we could technically go craft another one, and we can get another one of these. Perfect. And craft another ring, and then we'll have the technical BIS. This should be an accurate test for Fury Warrior now, because I've give or take gotten what I actually need. Perfect. Okay, we just have to wait for a tank. PTR gaming is no different than live gaming. Do they exist? Do they exist? And if so, where? Where are they? Wherefore art thou, tank? Wherefore art thou, tank? Fury, save. Nice. Nowhere. They're nowhere to be found. We still want more mastery than this. So we're gonna get a few enchants. Dude, my bags are a mess. Let's just I don't think I'm gonna be jewel crafting more, so let's just clear up some space here. And we go like bam. We're gonna get like an elusive or culminating one of these. And then we'll go from here. And we'll go buy some just mastery stuff probably. We'll like mastery, like bam, and then like mastery stuff, like bam, I guess. And like more mastery stuff. Masterful Onyx, Masterful Emerald, whatever. These will all be fine. Okay. We've now officially been ready. The reason we could get ready is because we cannot find a tank. Eventually, I will tank. But there's a few things I want to test. I cannot test Assassination Rogue. I'm simply not good enough at Assassination Rogue. What threads are in the cloak? Neither. I'm not even using the cloak right now. I'm supposed to, but I never even got it. I have too many characters on PTR for me to set them up all perfectly. I literally never even got the cloak. Like, I was supposed to, I just didn't. Do I have any settings left in my bags? Nope. Okay. We want the 2 mastery ring enchants. Radiant mastery. Boom. And then some of these. And technically, this is all here now. Holy, I want to do a key. I want to do a key. Where is everybody? Oh, there they are. Where is they? Where is everybody? I want to do a key. You were healing earlier, right? Yeah, what's up? Light shard for damage. I wouldn't use light shard now. Actually, healer damage. They kind of, I think they buffed it a bit, but the thing with light shard is healer damage is so naturally high. You don't need artificial adaptation for it. Like you straight up, you don't need to play light shard. I would focus on actually pure healing. Stat trinkets and slash horror if you want. There's an OP raid trinket with, there's a raid trinket plus other thing. The weapon. If you get the weapon from the raid vendor, there's a 2 set with it, which is actually very nice. It's just passive damage and healing in particular. So if you want it to be greeting and you want it to be like, it's kind of an unfair test because you won't have it probably until Dinars come out. The only problem, you know, there's a trinket, there's a weapon and a trinket from raid, which every single intellect user in the game is going to want. That's a problem. You know that, right? Like, I seriously think that's a giant problem. You don't want people to have to compete so much in raid, but it feels bad when they have to. Like, there is a world where people will be competing hardcore for raid. Oh, we are waiting for so long. All right, browse groups. Is there anything else that's in right now? There's an arms warrior in here. There's a Dawnbreaker listed with this holy paladin from earlier. There's a floodgate. Wait, Dawnbreaker? Is that even in the pool right now? I think so. There's a mage queuing up. Damn. I can't find anybody to do this. Oof. Basically, though, so there's a problem with that, which is that if every single person wants the thing, then it's going to be... You're just going to compete nonstop. There's a mosquito in my room. Oh, no. Oh, no. No. I love living in Thailand, but the thing about Thailand is this. That's the thing about Thailand I don't like. No. Absolutely not. Fucking mosquitoes. What are you trying to test? Fury Warrior, literally. Like, actually just Fury Warrior. I just want to test, I need a tank for a 12 floodgate. Could be any tank. Can just be a 12. Doesn't have to be like a 15 or anything like that. We will put my mosquito lotion on, though. We literally lost our Shadow Priest because actually no one is applying right now, which is sad. I just want to play Fury Warrior for one key because I'm going to make a ranking system soon. And when I make that ranking system, I want it to be fair. If I make a tier list, it's specifically because I have my own thoughts. It's not anyone else's thoughts. I don't want to, you know what I mean? Is 1 million gold? You know, yes, depending on how many stuff, though. Honestly, depending on how many things you have, like, it could be enough. There you go. Yeah. Here, by the way, raid vendor's right there. This one, right here. He's over here. The class set, the Trinket Extraordinaire has the one with the raid trinkets and stuff. Okay, mosquito lotion is on because otherwise I get eaten up. Mosquitoes love me for some reason. They like sticking their proboscis right into my skin. I don't like the fact that they stick their proboscis right up in the fleshy parts of my body. Medina, Demonology Warlock, Black Mane, and Enhancement Shaman. Okay, I actually have no problem playing with Enhancement Shaman. I do want to see them some more. It's hard to test because on PTR, right, if you don't have a clean run, you can't, like that last run, I cannot compare anything. Cannot compare anything about that last run. Oh, there's a tank. Bet. Good tank and a Demo Warlock. Sure. We could play this. That's also, that's not the species or part. Yeah. That's a problem, Obsidian Fire. I don't like the fact that they like me. I kind of want to play with not a Demo Warlock, give or take, but we can play with them because they're obviously good. So we'll take them. Okay, let's go. I might have to reset, actually. I don't know if I reset before. Okay, so we have the key right here. We'll just do a quick 12 floodgate, and let's go. Let's do it. Hello. Let's do it. Ready? Floodgate. Okay, great. This is a... We got a tank and everybody here. Now we can test this, though. I guess I can apply 1 sec. Eden, is that you? Is that you Are you the tank in here, or are you going to bring someone else? Hey, it's Eden. Eden, are you the... Hey, it's Eden on Twitch? Oh, that's you? Oh, thank you. Thank you. I was wondering why you wanted to just test the 12. Okay. Shall we? Let's do it. I have, give or take, everything I need on my bars. I've kind of gotten this, although I'm still a little bit confused if you need Thorm's Might or just Gathering Clouds. I feel like Gathering Clouds is not bad. Okay, ready? Pull. Oh, no, not everybody's here yet. Wait. can I compete with these two quote-unquote meta DPS? You know? Parablast, Bloodthirst, and Rampage. That's the one. I've got this now. I got this. I've got this. We can't lose from here, except that we totally can. Big cows? Wait, what? Wait, what did I miss about the big cows? We were talking about cows and I missed the cow conversation? I never miss cow conversations. I fucking love cows. I like eating them. I like stroking them. I like... Well, hold on, wait a second. I'll stop while I'm ahead. I was thinking though yesterday, I just want to hang out with more animals, I think. I kind of want more animals in my life, and the reason is because when I don't have enough animals in my life, I sort of become the thing I'm missing. I don't know if anybody else does that, but you know how like sometimes you don't have what you need in life, and it's kind of sad, but when you don't have what you need, you're just like, well, I could just fill that void. So for example, if you're lonely and you don't have friends, you just develop different voices in your head to keep yourself company. So then you're not lonely, because you're like, well, I could still talk to Sarah. You're like, hi, is it Sarah? Or whatever. I don't know. It probably sounds better than that in your head. You don't have to come up with voices. You just know it's Sarah. So you just kind of learn how to talk to yourself. And the thing is, right, and the thing is that if I don't have animals in my life, then I become the animal. You know, I just become the animal. And that's a problem, because that's not acceptable in today's society. That's the problem, right? And this is like a whole issue. It's a whole issue. You know, we have to be decent human beings. It's like, first of all, there's a Japanese dude who wanted to be a dog. Now he's a dog and he's happy. Why can't I be happy? Pull 10. Been chilling in a dungeon and hear this. You have so many animals in your life. Mosquitoes don't count as animals. Or do they? No, they don't. No, okay, hold on, wait. It doesn't matter how much you love animals. Do mosquitoes count as animals? I don't feel like mosquitoes can count as animals. All right, Shego, what do you think? Shego, you would be the one person who I would expect. If somebody's gonna defend mosquitoes, it would be you. I'm curious now. Do you think mosquitoes count as animals? You're on the spot now, because you know I trust your opinion. I trust your opinion here. Okay, I'm waiting, because I'm patient. I will never die to aggro as a DPS, because I'm respectful of the fact... I'm literally so respectful. My other teammates nearly, like, absolutely completely messed up this gather. I'm hitting my buttons fast. I'm hitting my buttons real fast, dude. Real fast, real fast, real fast, real fast, real fast, real fast. Boom. Careful of the melee blades. I'm hitting my buttons so fast. Oh, I died to the blades, didn't I? Damn it. I was hitting my buttons so fast, dude. I was doing my best. I was doing my best. Oh, no, not the Fury Warrior test. The Fury Warrior test. I need to stop taking 5 melee to keys or 4 melee to keys like this. And then because I'm like panicking so hard when I'm playing Fury. I'm like, I got to do good. I want to do good. Yeah, that was me hitting my buttons real fast, too. Yeah. Fury Warrior just has this thing where I feel like the range is really here, though. Try to always do recklessness and then charge when I engage a pack. Wouldn't I just want to be kind of like getting into the pack first, though? This one, I have to not be the melee DPS who dies. I have to not be the melee DPS who dies here. Those are the winds up. These are the wind up. I'm going to be backing out. I'm going to be backing out. Boom, boom, boom. I want to be prioing this architect, actually. I should be in the architect here. Spell reflect. Do I save avatar at this point? Do you hold avatar to line up with things? This is a terrible... This is like... I chose like the worst dungeon, you know? So you could do Rampage to get enraged. Okay, hold up. I'm going to save for next pull because I want to see it, though. Oh, never mind. We pulled the divers in here. This plater is driving me crazy right now. Okay, so I'll just send cooldowns here, which will be really sad. Oh, the poll's already dead. We all sent our cooldowns to this. Oh, wait a second. Am I playing with other 1.5 minute specs? Is it Jundies? What? Jundies. Damn, my cooldowns. No, I should not have sent cooldowns there. It was a mistake. Fury Warrior used to be this 45-minute spec, like 45-second spec, and I kind of think that it needs to be like that again. If it was like that again, it would be so much better. You know what I mean? Like, if actually Fury Warrior just went back to being 45 instead of 1.5, it would be so much better, though. Because, like, there, I'm going to lose so much damage. Imagine I had cooldowns on this. I'd feel so much better. This is so complicated. I don't think I have the ping to play Fury Warrior. I'm not going to lie. I actually don't think I straight up have the ping to play this spec. If it was... I want to walk into a pull with full cooldowns and try it. This pull is technically the give or take target cap that I would be looking for as a Fury Warrior. So, we're waiting for a second. It's basically a melee fire mage. I don't think it's like a melee fire mage, quote unquote. Fury Warrior is like Outlaw Rogue in terms of its place, in terms of just how fast paced it is. In terms of its pacing, it's like Outlaw Rogue. Yeah, this is... Okay, there you go. So when I actually had cooldowns walking into a pull that is not infinite targets, you can see my DPS is competitive. The hard thing is that I don't have cooldowns every pull. If this was a 45-second... If it was a true 45-second spec, I'd be fine. You see? Like, if I actually have cooldowns walking into a pull, the buff is noticeable. The buff is quite noticeable there. Okay. There we go. That was better. Providing a warrior buff is still decent. Let's see 2 targets. There used to be this talent that did increased damage if I didn't swap targets. Does that still exist? Does that still exist that I don't want to swap targets? I remember the last time I played Fury Warrior, we had single-minded Fury and Annihilator as a talent, though. Yeah, so we'll line this up here. Whoa. I probably need to macro the... I would need to macro... What's it called? If I macroed Ravager, that would be helpful. Not bad on 2 targets. Could be doing a lot better, obviously. This is not perfect play. Not by a long shot. Give or take, whatever I end up doing as Fury, you should add 10% to. You should basically add 10% to whatever I end up doing as Fury. At least 10%. But give or take, the one thing I'm pretty good at when I test specs, you know what I'm actually doing, though? Like, genuinely, you know what? The one thing I'm pretty good at when I test specs is knowing how often I've messed up. So let me see my damage there. 3.3 compared to the enhanced. Not bad, not bad, not bad. So I give or take, I'm kind of good at knowing, like, when I've actually messed up. Did somebody fire the gun? Looks like it. Somebody fired the gun, right? Because I couldn't click on it. Oh, nobody fired the gun. Nobody fired it. I went to click on it. It wouldn't let me click. At player, so it always drops on you. That helps. Yeah, that would make sense. Frenzy is a talent. You have it. Okay, so I shouldn't be tab targeting. I'm tab targeting in the middle of pulls right now, just out of habit for most DPS players. Okay, so enrage. Boom. Have to waste the global here, but otherwise this is my big cooldowns. Rampage, Bloodthirst, Thunderblast, Rampage, Bloodthirst, Thunderblast, basically. Rampage. I could probably fit in another global there if I didn't have this ping. Rampage. There you go. So there's the damage. There's the damage. There's the damage. Do I execute it all? You can't be on a mountain click it. Do I execute when it's up? I wonder, actually. Or is it still worth it to be hitting other buttons? Not bad. Is this 2 boss? Yeah. Nice. Good funnel. Good funnel. Actually, bad funnel. I'm a Fury Warrior. No, bad funnel. Do you know why? Do you know why? Bad funnel. And here's why. Here's why bad funnel. Because I only can hit X amounts of targets. Now there's going to be more. Otherwise, this would be like a perfect boss for me. But actually, this won't be a perfect boss for me now. Okay, so let me stay on the boss. No, actually, wait, a bad funnel. Bad funnel. This is what Fury Warriors feel like every day of their life. They're like, why'd you pull extra things? Most DPS players like it when tanks pull extra things. Fury Warriors are just like, God damn, now I'm going to do no damage. So I was out of range from the boss there because somehow my melee range, I have to be literally in this person's gear shaft. Like, I have to be in the actual mech's gear shaft. So I should probably hold avatar for like a few seconds. No, I should just send it because I'll get the recklessness from it. Okay. So I go like this and like this. And then we want to be hitting everything. Nice. Single target. I'm assuming that it's something like this. Not bad. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Making sure. So, like, my rage is 100%. I'm not losing my enrage at all. But keep in mind, I did actually craft to get better stats so I could actually test the spec as well. There you go. Got the thing. Oh, see, I tab targeted off the target, and then I'm going to lose haste, yeah? Don't I lose damage when I do that? Like, if I go to kick that target, I actually just lost damage, technically, because of the stacking, like, 8% haste it used to be. I don't know if it still is or not like that, though. Oops, sorry. I just almost killed my team. I'm locked in, dude. I'm locked in. I gotta be a melee DPS player now. Melee D... Oh, so no executes. No executes. Right. Understood. I shouldn't have Ravage right there. That Ravage was wasted. But he's gonna get the box down. Nice. Stay on the boss. It's only if you hit the target with Rampage. Oh, okay. Frenzy, this one. Oop. Did we want to pull stuff here? This one... I shouldn't hit anything else. Just Dragon Roar. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you don't have to pull it anymore. You can actually just get the box. It's really nice. It's like super nice that you can do that. This makes sense. Thank you for the crash course, by the way. What? No. Ooh, I almost died. I got hit by that little barrier. I almost died there, actually. So I could be give or take equaling my enhances damage. I would be just under enhance if I was actually playing perfectly. I would be like just under the enhancement, give or take. So enrage first. Good. Buttons. Good. Buttons. Fury Warrior is also very tanky, and that's one of the things I like about it. I think in cooldowns, it doesn't feel that bad, except for the fact that the tank is beating me on damage. So that part feels kind of bad. Is he playing Spirit Bomb for this? Because he's actually doing a lot of damage to VDH right now. Nope, just a really good Reaver's Glaive combo. Stormbolt? Question mark? Nope. You're much closer to the Warlock if played perfectly. Do you think so? I don't think so. I don't think I'm getting anywhere close to the Warlock. There's no way I'm competing with the Warlock, though. I don't think so, Alacater. Like, with respect, so I don't want to rank it lower than I need to, but I was just curious about exactly how it was performing. There's no way I'm getting... Like, I know I'm playing I'm not playing well, but there's no way I would be comparative to that, I think. Like, demo is quite good right now. The only weird thing about demo is the fact that it technically... It's the one weird thing about demo at the moment, mostly, is the fact that it is actually not all magic damage. So if you were going to replace a Boomy with a demo Warlock... But that right there, so in that combination, I could have hit another Bloodthirst or something, but it's not like I could have done much else. Are you actually? Can you come show me in the next Floodgate? I'll play something else. Can you come show me that, though? Am I not hitting Thunder Blast enough? Bye, Bubbles. Rest in peace, Bubbles. I would love to see your Fury then. And I'll pull big. I can tank it or something. I'll pull big. I would be surprised if a Fury could get... Oh, we walked left. The shaman murdered me. I was murdered on my cooldowns. I was L murdered. I'll have to wait for this. There's been a murder. There's been a murder. Yeah, who walks right? Who walks right here? Who goes right? It's always left. Test Sin Rogue. I want to test Sin Rogue real bad today. I really, really, really want to test Sin Rogue. I'm very, very excited. I want to see other people play it. My problem is that I can't test Sin Rogue. I won't be able to, simply because I'm not that good at it, and it's actually not so easy to play. It's not that easy to play Sin Rogue. Just go left. Just go left. Everybody just go left. Just don't panic. Don't panic. Don't panic. Go left. Yeah, I'm not good enough to play Sin Rogue. Like, you need somebody, if you're going to test a spec like that, you really need somebody who actually can play it. Yeah, exactly. In general, I'm just not a melee DPSer. The truth is that, like, when it comes to melee DPS, it's just not for me. You just don't want to play Outlaw again? Most of the time, people in WoW, they're particular types of gamers. So, for example, you either are a melee DPSer, a range DPSer. That was so sad, actually. I feel like I would have done really good damage there. I actually felt like I would have done really good on that boss. Like, so either people tend to play melee DPS. Like, you're either like, oh, I got a Frost DK, I got an Outlaw Rogue, and I got a Ret Pally. Or, I have a warrior, or I have this or whatever. I got a monk or something, as an ult. What people don't tend to do is play melee DPS, range DPS, plus a healer or something like that. Yeah? We'll have to see a Fury with a brew. It is true that, like, for example, I have enough group buffs here. Because Mountain Vein, Thunder Blast does a lot of damage. And I'm getting buffed by the Havoc, technically. Other problems is that this key level is actually too low to really do damage. Like, this key level is very low right now. Because I actually pop cooldowns there and I still have it, but... If anybody wants to come show me how to play Fury Warrior better, I will tank this next key, or I can just play whatever, and we will do gigantic pulls, and I want to see it. I want to see it. I know I'm not the best at it, but I'm kind of just seeing how it interacts right now. I would have a hard time, though. It's actually quite optimal for Mountain Vein. Give or take. We have 3 buffs for me, Yes, it's hard target cap, but I know it can do better. Obviously, it can do better than what I'm doing. I'm literally just here to test. I do not pretend to be good at this spec whatsoever. I am holding cooldowns because I figure we're going in, but I'm not sure now. Spell Reflect. I am holding cooldowns right now. We're all holding cooldowns. I thought we were going in. The buff to Fury, the way that they buffed it actually makes sense. Like, that buff is good. Like, that is how you would actually buff a Fury Warrior. Thunder Blast. Boom. Try to block more Thunder Blasts. But I want to see it. Because, like, I think that it can do better than what I'm showing right now. For sure, it can do. But I can't see it doing that much better. To be honest, it can't be doing that much better than this, though. See how it turns out? The problem if they do that, so if they buff it to that extent, it could be a gigantic problem. This has no affixes on it. That's why things are dying so fast. I was so confused why things were dying so fast. This has no affixes on it, though. Where's Zan to test? Yeah, Zan would be a good test for this, though. Just proc more Thunder Blasts, apparently. Question for you. I think I'm playing one of the wrong hero talents. You'll have to confirm for me. But I'm pretty sure I'm playing one of the wrong hero talents here. If they buff it, it'll actually get too good. But keep in mind that Fury is normally an actually pretty good spec for Raid. This one. This one. I think I'm supposed to be playing Gathering Clouds. This doesn't seem like it might be something I not want to play. There's single increase the AoE cap. So the problem is that Gathering Clouds suck. Not worth it to touch. Never mind. Okay. The problem with Fury and Raid is that it actually is, and you saw this on like Roshanon with the ads, you saw it on Brood Twister. Fury is one of the best potential snap AoE damage dealers in the game. Because if they buff Dragon Roar, for example, or Ravager and stuff like that, you can just do your damage like boom, just like this. I do a Priory. I bet we could do Priory after this. There were no affixes on this key. Things died way too fast. Let's test single target. Let me not die here, and let me test single target. Oh, I got stunned already. I fucking hate melee DPS. Especially this small warrior. Like, look, I have no range. I was, like, not even in range of the boss there for a second. This demo warlock is owning right now. I foresee a few comps in my head, and none of them include Fury Warrior. At the moment, in my head, as I'm theory crafting for next season, none of them include Fury Warrior. And that's what I'm curious about right now. I think that's what they should do. So they raised it by 10%. And I wanted to see if that would somehow be enough. But I think they should raise it more than 10%. If they raised it by another 10%. But because the thing is, it's still not, it still doesn't even do that much single target. It doesn't even do that much AoE at this point. No, the thing is that Arms, I know it does, I actually think Fury is slightly better than Arms right now. I also think that Fury is slightly better for Arms, but like, they both suck. Like, they're both not that good. I would love to see another Fury Warrior play, though. It is, I know for a fact that I'm not good at this, mostly just because I feel like I miss so many globals. Not even that I know my rotation's not great, but when I used to try to play Fury Warrior back in Shadowlands, my issue with it was, my ping was so high, I would just not be able to get as many casts off of things. You can't replace Battle Shout. You can replace Battle Shout if it actually turns out. There you go, GG's. I forgot there was no affixes on this version. My bad. You can replace Battle Shout if something does over 1 million more. Battle Shout gives give or take 1 million. Yeah? So if something does significantly more than 1 million, you will replace Battle Shout. Brazil 12 PTR. All right, I want to see what he was doing. This is awesome. So he's playing the other one though. How do people play without weak auras? I know, right? For real, for real. Okay. Who do you want? I will play whoever you want. I can play Brewmaster, Faye Vibin. Do you want to come? Do you want to come play Mistweaver in like a 12 Priory? Because basically, Matt, you want to come do a Priory? The pressure on Blizzard Show Fury needs no cap. Ah, ha, ha, ha. Demo looks balanced. Demo was doing very good right there. That Ruination, he was playing. That's single target, dude. Bro, that's his single target. Did they bug it when they fixed it? The hell is this single target? Yeah, I was about to say, how the hell was he doing that on single target? Granted, Warrior buff, Havoc buff, and Shaman are the best. I can tank, yeah, I can tank that. Unless you want to come tank at Eden, and then I can play something else. I don't mind. PTR at the moment as well. All locks are doing good. I want to play. I don't mind playing something I'm bad at. I have no problem playing something I'm bad at instead of something I'm good at. I don't mind. Like, for example, the other thing I want to try, I'm on the PTR now. Great. All right, we have a warrior who will come. Would you like to tank another? You don't have to. Only if you want to, Eden. So everything, oh, recoil. You do me like this. You do me like this. Do you prefer newer dungeons like Ecodome, as an example? Which one? Okay, okay. My other problem is that I always like to off-spec. Okay, hold up. Reform. Okay, we're gonna reform here, though. What is my ping? About 250. Maybe on PTR slightly lower. PTR always feels a little worse, but I normally play with like 220 to 250. Just playing from Thailand, it's always like that, no matter what. PTR just feels a bit glitchier sometimes. It's not actually glitchier, but it feels glitchier. Okay, I want to test Rep Pally, give or take. I'm not a very good Rep Pally, but nonetheless, I want to test it. Rep Pally is one of the things I wanted to test today. Aside from that, I don't mind playing my Warlock. But I think I already kind of give or take know what Warlock feels like. The only thing I don't know about Warlock is Destro. Oh, Destro feels though. You're at 14 MS. That, I swear to God, that's a huge part of playing Fury Warrior, is just having that. Yep. Rep Pally training ready. Rep Pally, huh? Take face, smash keyboard. All right, hold up. I can do that. I can do that. Even EU gets like 130 ping. Oh, see, like that's... I'm sure a Fury Warrior would feel better at 14 ping. That sounds great. Let me go charge my phone real fast. My spell queue is at... Yeah. I'm at 200 MS, just built diff. That's how I always feel like that, too. Let me charge my phone real fast. Okay, I'm going to need about 2 minutes. I'll form the group real fast. I'm going to need about 2 minutes to set up for Ret. Plus 12, Mythic Plus. Don't forget to grab the key. Here we go. You live in Thailand, right? Yeah. Thailand to Australia. I tend to play best with OCE. But I still have to just deal with higher ping, though. For specs you're not used to. Oh, I mean, you know. I have a question. Can't I play Brewmonk? Well, yeah, you can. Like, tanking is actually weirdly the easiest role for me to play with high ping. Okay, we have a Rat Pally. There's a Mistweaver for your Fury. I'd let me know whenever you apply, Matt. I can put my name in the title. There. And that's my key if you want to apply for it on PTR. Okay, Rat Pally people. What the fuck do I play? Help me out. Help me out. Help me out. Do these talents look correct? Any Rat Pally enjoyers hello? Help. Do these talents seem correctamundo or incorrectamundo? What's Divine Hammer? Divine Hammer. Ah, this one. I'm a Rat Pally enjoyer. Great. Do these talents look right? This one? Alright, bet. Fodom Enjoyer. Okay. Have they decided to drop Divine Hammer on PTR? No, hold up. Don't listen to me. It's most of our damage on live. Most of our damage, damn. Okay. Well, I'll make sure to get that then. There's a Balanced Druid in here and a VDH. We could take a VDH. So you're saying I'm supposed to have this thing right here. Each one increase the duration. Okay. Grab my Vitality. Okay. I see. So what am I supposed to drop for it? The question is, what should I drop for it? Am I still playing... You don't play Wings. You still play this and the Radiant stuff? Okay. Can I not play Execution Sentence? With respect, can I not play Execution Sentence? I don't like this ability. Can I play Final Reckoning? Is this something you're allowed to do now? Can you play Final Reckoning? 1 minute cooldown on live, and we get... It's a 2-minute cooldown on PTR, to be fair. Oh, great. Okay, fantastic. It's a 2-minute cooldown on PTR, to be fair, but can use. I like this, because I play Hammered In on D2R anyways. It looks like I'm supposed to maybe drop What talent point do I drop here? In Texas. Oh, damn. Texas. Working like breath. Try to spend holy power and keep it up, okay? Bottom right corner. You drop this? For this? That doesn't make sense. Wouldn't you just... Oh, wait, no, you wouldn't drop this. You wouldn't drop Empyrean Power. Really? You drop Searing Light for this? You don't need Searing Light. Really? We could play the fully buffed Fury comp. Technically speaking, we could do that if they so desire. Don't know have affixes. No, they do. I used the wrong key. Mine didn't have an affix. That's my bad. Okay. We could take this Enhancement Shaman again and see how he does in this dungeon. On live, we take Empyrean Legacy instead of Searing to help keep it. Okay. Okay. A demo warlock again. We need to get a weapon. Probably this is the only two-handed weapon on this. Yeah, this one. Cool. But I do get talents to go to Murloc IO and see. I like asking people. I have a unique thing. I get to, you know what I mean? 659 acceptable and +7. Yes, Shutter, for sure. Shutter, keys are very much not about item level, but so much about being able to just understand the mechanics and whatnot. Next question. What stats does Ret Pally play? Because I am Crit Haste Mastery with no verse. And I have no idea if that's correct or not. But otherwise, yeah, we just have this, and then we maybe have a weapon enchant in here, and oh, my bags are terrible. Okay, DK makes this key so much easier, but the problem is I already know how to rank them. Crit, haste, oh, fantastic. All right, great. So I'm already on the right thing there. And trinket choice. Not this trinket. Maybe like this one. This trinket's pretty good. Change the trinket. Thank you. I was just noticing that. Yes. Ret, save. I'll grab the key. I need to sell some stuff in my bags because this is an atrocity. And then we're good to go. All right, we'll see how this goes. 14K, okay. Ran 100 Priory, 10 to 12 this season. It was your favorite dungeon. Damn, that is dedication to Priory. I didn't realize that Priory had this level of dedicated player base. All right, we have this bag now for all these keystone stuff, though. He wants to go right side for Priory. Can. Ooh, Wompy and Assassination Rogue. He's from live. Hi, Wompy. Great. Assassination Rogue. This is exactly what I wanted. Fantastic. And this is a good comp for Assassination Rogue. You have the Havoc buff, you have the Demon Hunter buff, and you have the Warrior buff, give or take. Excellent. This is perfect. This is perfect. This is not... Now we can test. All right, this is exactly what we wanted. Excellent. Get all the scrolls in case I want to do anything. And we'll see how if I can play Ret Pally. The main thing I have to know about Ret Pally, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, it's all about my jaw movement, yeah? Which is good, because I have a lot of practice in this. Like, I have a very strong neck, which is sad, because I don't go outside often enough to use it. But I have a very strong neck. Like, I can unhinge. I have EDS, so technically speaking, I could dislocate my jaw, and I could cover more of the keyboard with my face. So does that help with this? Does that help? Meow. You have to meow. Is that optimal for Ret Pally? I thought that was Feral Druid. I didn't realize that was also a Ret Pally thing. I might be good at this spec then. Icky. Where did the key go just now? Here it is. Great. This has affixes on it. Make sure. We go not Floodgate, Priory, and 12. Priory and level 12. Good. Affixes are set. Level 12 will die real fast. If you go right, make sure you get kicks on that Fireball first boss. Yeah, we have a lot of kicks in this comp, so technically we should be able to do so. It's also only a 12, so it shouldn't be a problem. Should not be a problem whatsoever. Yeah, this only gives you the tempered verse. Okay. So I still have all my utility. My talents seem give or take correct, except, whoa, what is this? Hold on, wait, hold on. I'm glad we checked. We don't need any of this. 20% bonus armor. Don't you want... Wait, hold up. Melee rich attackers... Wait a second. This doesn't seem right. Allies affected by your blessings have... It's one of your builds for keys. Your auto attacks... Hold up. If you want to try it, just help me out with this one thing right here. Lifeforge Blessing seems kind of nice. You don't really need anything else here. I'm not missing any DPSs. We don't need Cleanse, for example. Don't need Turn Evil. We can technically do this. That's a DPS increase. Otherwise, this all looks about right. Except for somehow I want Seal of the Crusader. It's all down to utility and party assist. Increases. That seems pretty good. Maybe just play down here, I suppose. Okay, something like this. That's true. Now, nonetheless, though, I still want to test it. All right, let's go. Let's do it. Let's do it. This is going to be the official Ret Pally test. I, as an expert Ret Paladin, as a professional Ret Paladin player, I've been playing Ret Paladin for 29 years. And you're like, wait a second, that timeline doesn't add up. It does if you're a professional. You casuals only have 24 hours in a day, but I have 27 hours in a day. And over time, that adds up to several more years of gameplay. I have spent you think you've been watching, this has been an AI replication this whole time. I'm actually secretly a paladin. I've never not been a paladin. I'm a Ret Pally main now. I'm going to click my buttons eventually. Okay, great. I can do this, I think. Probably. We'll see. Yeah? There's only one way to find out, technically speaking. But I think I can do this. Right? And that's the whole point, though. Welcome to Ret Main. Here's the problem, and I already know this. You guys want to know something interesting? I already know that I would like Retribution Paladin. Because of the way it plays, just fundamentally, I already know I would like this spec. Okay? Exactly, and that's the thing, Foking, as I have a particular passion for slip and sliding. Slip and sliding is great. Is PTR usually super laggy? Yeah, it is. It's kind of just the thing you accept. Yes, basically. Yes, it is. Now, listen. I can't get one shot because I can just bop myself, literally. Or I could bop the person with the bleed. Bro, I got so much utility. Look at this. I'm going to build Holy Power. Yeah? Well, watch this. Well, I can just bop myself from this bleed here. Boom. Bam. Dude like this. And then some wings here. We got wings, hammer, this one, the other hammer thing, this defensive, this one, where's my other hammer? I can build some holy power. I go like this, shield of the vengeance thingy, and I do some, oh my god, I'm top damage. I fucking told you. You can't, yeah, I can freedom the thingy. That's true. I got double freedom as well. I could like double freedom somebody, bam, boom. No take damage from this. Don't take damage from this. Ret Pally go burr. Ret Pally go burr. Ret Pally go burr. I click my buttons faster. I can do like bam, and then like bam, and I can sack this over here because I actually have utility as a DPS player, and I really like the fact that as a DPS player I have utility. I got blinding light for these defense, boom, and then burr, and then burr, 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 yeah, burr, 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 I freed him here, do 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 do. Dude, I love Ret Pally. I already know I would like this spec. This is my first ever time playing it. I literally don't think I've played it on live a single time. I have zero clue about literally anything. No matter. You just go burr. I have the bleed bop. I got the thingy. I got the other thingy. Boom. You got a great Syngroup. Wampy, I actually know him from live. I think he's about 3,600, 3,500 or something. He's at least a gamer on live. He's not like new to Assassination Rogue. Ha! I did things. I did things. I'm proud of myself. Look at me. I'm doing it, man. Can I download your plater? Oh, my plater? This is not a good plater. This plater is not mine. What you can do is if you really want it, I think I go like here and then like this. Yeah, and then like hammer, big hammers. Do I just send hammers back to back, or is there a min-max where I'm supposed to like delay them for a second? I might be supposed to delay them. I also don't have my dwarf ratio on my bars, it looks like. I bubble. It's okay. I have a kick. I have the big hammer thing. Do I wait for next pull at this point? Yeah, I think this plater is pretty straightforward. I think this plater is just quasis, I think. Yeah. Correct. Big hammer. Whoa, big hammer. Whee! I can freedom this caltrop. I'm on pace here. I'm on pace. My Fury Warrior is keeping up. You literally just click buttons as fast as you can. I love, with respect, I know some people will take offense to this, but I kind of like the fact that I actually just click buttons as fast as I can. And as long as I click some of the buttons that light up, I will do decent. I love the fact that all I have to do is click some of the buttons that light up, and I'm currently like near top damage overall. Fantastic. It's literally the best part about playing Ret. I should play Ret Pally. The thing is, right, with respect to myself, okay, this is not even a blame to you. With respect to myself, I just want to, basically, you know that song, Girls Just Want to Have Fun? That's basically me when I play DPS. If I'm playing DPS, I'm specifically not tanking or healing. Like, that's all I'm here for. Yeah, I could totally see it. All right, pull big. You better pull big. I got cooldowns. Big, 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 big. There's no way it's similar to Outlaw Rogue. Outlaw Rogue you can play for like a very long time and never even get close. So watch this. I got big damage here. This is gigantic damage from me. In fact, I'm gonna actually rip threat. So much damage from me here. I could rip threat. It could be a problem. Also, it is storming outside. I just noticed. To be honest though, Ret Pally fits my personality. The thing is that Ret Pally fits my personality. It actually has decent utility. I can help my team. Like, if I notice that there are casts going off, I can actually do something about it. Like, I'm not just some random DPS. Like, I actually have a choice. Oh! No! Ain't no shot! Damn it. My overall. Wait. No! My overall. Go outside. Nice choice there. You're 100% in that. Listen, I wasn't in that. What are you talking about? I wasn't in that. I wasn't in that. What are you talking about? I was in that. Psh, you were in that. I wasn't in that. I'm still top damage on this too. I'm still top damage, easy. Without a doubt. Listen, you saw wrong. So when was the last time you got your eyesight checked? When was the last time? I'm still top damage on this pull. When was the last time you got your eyesight checked, Soaped? It seems like it might be time to... You are getting older, you know, because I know how old you are. So I hate to be the bearer of bad news. Yeah, exactly. Right. I know you had an eye infection recently, so... Ooh, you know, those are rough. Did the doctor tell you about how much permanent damage can be caused by things like this? What's up, Zath? Zath, I'm playing DPS. And making fun of my friends. This is where I bubble and greed the mechanic, yeah? This is like where I bubble and greed mechanic, maybe? Can't I dwarf this? This is a magic debuff, yeah? Perfect. Easy money. How's Ret feel? Actually, okay. As a certified Retribution Paladin expert, as a certified expert in the Retribution Paladin way of gaming, I can tell you that it feels good. as an expert, you see, in the Ret Paladin, I can tell you it feels great. In fact, I think they should nerf it. How's single target feel? Well, let's find out. You know, let's find out together. We're about to find out. I also want to clarify, there are people who are experts at this. Oh, I forgot my hammer. I literally have never played Ret Pally before in my life. Like, no, not in my life. Just, I've never played this version of it. I think I, like, gamed 1 or 2 keys in Season 1 and stuff like this, though. But, like, with respect, I played it, like, once or twice in Season 1. But that is my experience playing Retribution Paladin. And as you can see, even with that level of experience, I'm actually not doing bad damage. I wouldn't say I'm doing very good damage either. The problem with right side is this pat. It's actually, but I'm not doing bad. Aside from me dying on that one pull, I'm actually not doing that bad. Extended by using holy power, using all word of glory doesn't count. Gotcha. Evening, lads. Okay, noted. Yeah, so I'm actually not doing bad, considering the fact that this is my first attempt at playing it. I'm kind of curious. As long as you press A button every GCD, pretty much, Zath. That's the whole point, right? That's the whole point. Yeah, this pat, look how far this thing pats. An insane pat here. But basically, I mean, it's like, I still think it's a fantastic pug specialization. Like here, my hammers can't hit things because we have no DK to grip. Boom, bam, global this, global that. Do 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 do. Basically, though, when I play Rat Pally, do you know what I feel like? I basically just feel like I'm like wah wah wah, like I've had a bunch of cups of coffee, and I'm like 5 again. I'm just like wah 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 wah. What's super? Twisted Mana Sprite. If you want to play the very OP healer trinket, you play Twisted Mana Sprite. Trust. That's like the most, I think it's like actually probably the most OP healer trinket right now. Aside, there's either that or the Loom. Yeah, actually, can I just one button? You could probably one button rotation this though. I have D-Storm bound to 3 things as ret. Wait, so your hand will hurt? Maybe. It is kind of fast paced. It is kind of fast paced. I could see my hand hurting. But what you forget, Narnar, and this is not something that you personally have to deal with given your particular interests in life, but I was married for a while. So my fingers are pretty durable. Don't forget that. Okay, actually, though, if I was playing this, like, all day, I could definitely see myself just going, like... This is why DPS start missing mechanics. There's no way I could pay attention to the entire key like this. Like, my damage is fine, but there's no way I could actually do the entire key like this for sure. Wake of Ashes. I have my mouse wheel is normally to my 4, so I could do that, technically. It feels like cheating since it's so easy. Yeah, but I kind of understand that mentality, to be honest. With respect, I sort of understand the mentality. All right, let's see single target. Let's see. This is technically not single target, right? To be fair. To be fair, this will technically not be full single target, yeah? This will be mini single target. All right, don't be in this. Don't be in this. I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be that guy. I think I'm supposed to... This is like 2 targets, so 2 targets is still Divine Cleave, yeah? But actually, that's what I'm thinking. So the reason I think I would like Ret is because as a healer and a tank player, I would actually be able to make a difference to my team. Like, I would be able to make an actual difference to my team here. Oh, I don't like fighting this boss. This boss together is terrible. Holy shit. You have both ground effects now to deal with. This, I don't know about actually the right side got nerfed. The right side got nerfed when they changed this boss though. It's like a side, oh, I see. Yeah, so you can double freedom that exactly though. You think you should verdict this boss, but it's a cleave fight though because their targets are split. Oh, we have like so much here though. But like Divine Storm, because actually this fight, when the season first came out, I thought for a while that this was a single target encounter, yeah? But it's actually, their health is shared. So the more damage you deal to the other target, the more damage you deal to the main target. You're actually supposed to cleave this fight. It's super strange. Like, it's really, really weird, but you're supposed to cleave this fight, actually. Like, that's actually what you're supposed to do. Because you will do more single target damage. You're not supposed to single target here. As strange as that sounds. Because, like, it seems almost trolling. But it's actually not. Yep. Super strange, but it is what it is. It's on me anyways. I'll live. You see that lay on hands? Because I noticed it. I think so, Trevor. I think so. We are 7-10. Wumpy, no. I'm the B-Res. Oh, fuck. Is that my B-Res? Oh, shit. Intercession. Wait, Intercession has a cast time as red? Wait a second. What the hell? Really? Intercession has a cast time? Wait, that's so lame, actually. I didn't know that. I didn't realize Intercession had a cast time on red. That seems lame. Alright, it's on me. Anyways, I got a shield. I'm saving my cooldowns for next pull. No holy power, though. Okay, then no holy power, I guess, is nice. You know what? I probably should not have held my holy power. I can't go into that. There's the ground effect there. I think that this boss, maybe if you play with, like, a range comp or something, but still have kicks with, like, a Resto Shaman, you could do this. But this feels miserable on melee. I should definitely have sent my cooldowns. It's on me. I can just defensive. You see that awareness? You see this awareness that's happening right now? Oh, I should totally have, I'm gonna lose an entire set of cooldowns here. How's my Fury Warrior doing? Pretty decent. I don't know. Warrior's one doing good. Oh, shit. Okay. Whew. Running to my can't hold holy power since you got a shot. Well, I held all my cooldowns for the next pull. Yeah, release. Can release. Fury Warrior's doing good. Nice. Ionizing Strike. His damage breakdown doesn't look that different than mine. Just like a few more Thunder Blasts. But he's just literally getting more globals off. That's like what I encountered before when I tried to play. There are some melee DPS which I just basically feel as though I cannot play. All right, this will be big damage from me. You ready? Don't let me die. Don't let me die. Don't let me die. Don't let me die. All right, don't get hit by ground effects, me. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. I will use my defensives. I will use my utility. But I must do big damage. This is why you would bring a Ret. Actually, Ret would just be an overall DPS class. You would play it with a prio. Like, you have prio target damage now. So you would. I'm not going to die. Don't worry. I actually, remember, I main healer and tank. And the best DPS players, in my opinion, are the ones who main healer and tank. Because I know how to use my defenses. Like, do you know what I mean? I know how to... I won't die. The thing is that most DPS players, they don't know how to use their defensives. They just think, oh, I've died here before, so I'm going to press things. But they don't realize, like, how to track healer cooldowns or how to understand, like, how the healer is healing. I very rarely, if I'm playing DPS, the one good thing about me playing DPS more than anything is I just very rarely die. So, like, actually, like, avoidable damage. Because I know when to hit a Word of Glory, for example. Like, I'm actually pretty damn... I'm very aware of that. Do you know what I mean? You could bring a 34. I mean, it's just like, because, like, knowing when to hit your buttons is different than just hitting your buttons on cooldown. Yeah, I could totally be doing that, though. I could absolutely be using my utility more. 100%, 100% I could. You are absolutely right. I just haven't noticed that anybody might be dying. Maybe on the tank here. That was a good sack on the tank there, actually. And that means that I need a defensive up. Because I could die. I think that basically you should multi-spec. I think that if you really... I mean, my take has always been, if you want to get better at keys, the thing you should do, more than anything else, is actually just play... Like, the thing you should do is play all the specs. That's the way you get the absolute best. You will never get better at keys than just... If you multi-spec, and I mean multi-roll as well, not just multi-spec, multi-roll in particular. My wings... So impactful. My hammer. Oh, lame. Lame. Yeah. So basically, though, multi-specking is actually massive. Like, it's a really, really, really... No, fuck. Not on my hammer. The only problem I have with melee is that I'm just not a good melee. Also, this is a very bad pull. This is like... You don't want to pull this like this. You want to do this the exact opposite way, if you're ever pugging this. I'll die to ground effects. Until, if I actually want to play a melee DPS, I would die to ground effects all the time. But I won't die to, like, a cast being on me, because I will pay attention to that shit. Because I know I need a healing potion right now, because there's a cast on me. And then I know I need to defensive this. Oh, okay. Whew. Have you been demoted? Not demoted. No, I'm playing for fun. I like playing everything. I just get bored enough to eventually try everything. That's just me in life, too. There's basically nothing I haven't tried. I've lived a very full life, guys. I don't think you understand. I am a person of endless curiosity. I will literally try anything once. I might not like it, but I'll try it, because I'm curious. Now, granted, my DPS, we went right side, so it's kind of hard to say. In general, if I was playing with some meta things, yeah, of course we can win. If I was playing with an actual meta comp, my DPS would not be considered that high right now. That is something to consider, yeah? Like, I just wouldn't, my DPS wouldn't be that good. Let's see, single target. I don't have full cooldowns walking in here, but I have some. Oh, like that movement as a tank. Why'd he go this way? Are... way more centered? Yeah. Oops. The I don't think the damage profile is beans for M+. I don't think so. Is a Frosty K still the... Yeah, Frosty K is probably still top melee. Although, there's a consideration to be made here. When I make the tier list, I'll talk about it. Because the things that have been nerfed actually do bring things in line a little bit. No, it's not... So, you guys don't understand. Eventually, though, so is Boomy right now. Like, currently, Boomy is also like that, but it's still meta, right? Okay, I've rezzed. I figured I wouldn't soak this one, and I'll get the next one. So, actually, I think ret damage profile is great for keys. Oh, I forgot my hammers. So I probably saved my bubble here, though. Boomy on retail does not have good prio damage. You compare that to actually anything else, it has very poor prio damage. Boomy on retail, you bring Boomy because it does the most overall. You need a spec. Not every single person on your team has to do prio damage. One person has to do overall. One person has to do prio. Ideally, maybe one or two. But you don't actually do this, though. You play Baron Halls. Yeah, you just have to run a lot. You're spending... It's the oldest tank trick in the book, Farah. When you play Bear in Halls of Atonement now, you are actually just resorting to the old school method of just, you literally... I got it. My bubble. You actually are just using the oldest trick in the book, which is run wildly. That is literally what you do, unfortunately. If Rep Pally did enough overall, that would be brought. Because you're probably playing Rep Pally with an Arcane Mage and / or a Havoc, or an Assassination Rogue, etc., right? And swap Prow if you want. Okay, you don't need... Not every single thing. I really don't like that. I have a feeling they'll change Halls of Atonement. Like, I have a feeling they might. I'm not 100% sure, though. I'm not 100% on that. Because maybe they'll decide to leave it. 2.5 mil single target, not optimized. Not bad. 2.5 mil single target is not that bad. Not optimized. Yeah, pretty good. To be brought over a Boomy? Not necessarily. Not necessarily. And also, that will literally happen right now, because Boomy is in a really rough spot. We'll see. We'll see. Good luck in PTR. Thank you, Kaliska. Do I pop big cooldowns? Probably. Oh, wait, I don't have wings. Oh, big mistake. Big mistake. I can proc a wings right now. There you go. That was sad. I lost a lot of damage there. It depends on what level keys you're talking about. Beam is the only thing that Boomy provides. You guys, everybody's so caught up on Boomy. Beam is pretty much the only thing that Boomy provides, aside from the fact that it normally does bonkers damage. Mark of the Wild is a druid thing. But specifically Boomy, because Boomy is actually kind of squishy. It doesn't even drop. It's not tanky. It doesn't provide nature's vigil. But compare that to a shaman. Compare it to a shaman, and you'll realize that it doesn't provide that much. Or even a DK, and you're like, I agree that Beam sucks in pugs. I kind of agree that I would rather have... I think Boomy has a worse kick in a pug environment compared to a coordinated group. I agree with that, by the way. That's a good take, and I agree. Yep. If Boomy is not top damage and / or has a big bug tier set, it's not that good. People think it's much better than it is, just because of perception. You see DeWilkes play Boomy, and he's going to do, like, literally a million DPS more than everyone else. And you're like, oh, okay. But that's not how most of that works. Yeah, so you get... But you can do it... You can... I would rather... When I pug, I don't like playing with Boomies. I think that actually this is one of those mentalities of, hey, look, if I'm pugging at the beginning of the season, I would rather not invite a Boomy. Specifically. Ooh, that's a double pull. All right, bet. Let's go. I would literally, and I mean this, I would rather not invite a Boomy. I think I'll have a better success in my key not playing with a Boomy. Unless I know them. If I'm doing a Cinder Brew 18, I would rather not have a Boomy. I will take somebody else over a Boomy. Unless I really, really want Druid buff for some reason. But I swear, like, most Boomies they have a bad rep for a reason. They do have a bad rep, and I think their rep is fairly well deserved. That was a nicely stacked pull. Look at that rep pally damage. Rep pally damage. Look at that. Okay, when I play rep pally or a class I'm not used to, I completely avoid YouTube chat. I'm so sorry. YouTube, if I'm ignoring you, that's because you should come to Twitch. Also, somebody said earlier, they're like, oh my god, Twitch chat is so much more active than YouTube chat. And I was like, wait a second, did you think I was talking to no one this whole time? Like, if you watch me on YouTube normally, and you're like, wait a second, you just hear me talking? Like, do you actually just think I'm talking to no one? Like, harness the power of the sacred flame. All right, bet. Yeah. I'm not talking to no one. I'm responding to people. No. I mean, I talk to myself all the time, but not when there's a camera on, because I don't want to be taken away again. So I only talk to myself when there's no one watching. I hodge this. Good. Stun. Beautiful. Blinding light. It was cold last time. They locked me in a room with the rats. I was crazy once. A classic. Listen, man, as I was saying earlier, the kindest, I think that people who choose a wholesome life are the ones who, at some point in their life, were full of holes. Potentially. Does that make sense? Give me an honest opinion. Fury Warrior is still Lasat. So I was playing Fury in a dungeon before this, and people were like, bro, you're playing it wrong. And I was like, absolutely fair. I'm definitely playing it wrong because I don't know how to play this. It's not exactly a spec I've ever really invested in. We have a Fury Warrior in this dungeon who is doing his best to be as competitive as he can be. He is not doing bad. I don't think that it's garbage because when I was going to make a tier list, I was not going to put it in the bin. I don't think it belongs in the bin, to be honest. So I don't think so, actually. I think that the recent round of buffs, it actually might be the other way around. Like, I could totally see it being that Fury is considered better than Arms in some dungeons. I don't know Fury at all. Yeah, so I think that that's the general idea because it's target cap, but you can see that my Fury Warrior, he's actually pumping. He's doing damage right now. I don't know if it's... Well, hold up, Mua. You say that, but some people love that shit. I was a Rep Pally. I'm playing Rep Pally. I have to get hit by an obvious mechanic. That's the whole point of playing Rep Pally. You gotta get hit by the obvious mechanic. That's how you play Rep Pally. You gotta make sure that you always have to make sure you get hit by the very, very, very obvious mechanic. That's the one. That's how you play Rep Pally. That's good. That's good. That's good. It's very sad to play it this season. Fury, okay, the reason that meta matters, and I will update my meta tier list after playing a little bit more. Yeah, hold up. Blinding. Running. Good. Nobody's going to die here. Perfect. If they uncap... So they can't uncap it. They can't just uncap it. They could technically... Even if they did it to 6 targets... What if they made it 6 targets instead of 5? Just in an unprecedented change. They were just like, you know what? It's 6 targets now. What if they did that? Would that be so bad? Actually? Genuinely? Like, why can't they do... Like, why does it have to be 5 or 8 targets? The abilities in WoW have to be... They're very structured on this. It has to be 5 or 8. No, never mass invis. Dude, mages, that's true. Change rogue poison to a damage amp because it's a damage reduction. I think that, in general, although it makes people feel safe for sure, the truth is, I kind of agree with you. Things that provide safety to the group are not nearly as impactful as things that provide damage. Arcane is technically target capped as well. Yes. But if it does enough damage to a prio target, you'll still play it. How'd you feel about Afflict after playing it earlier? I mean, so Arson was doing... Let's put it this way. If Arson was in this key with me, he would be doing more damage than me right now. Affliction Warlock, is actually doing good damage right now. But it has the same problems that it did before. But it has the same issues it did before, which is the way it deals damage, among other things, makes it kind of tough to actually fit into keys. Do 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 do. What? I got hit by the easy mechanic again. Okay, this is keep in mind, I've literally never played Red Pally before. About Enhancement Shaman. Played with a few. I just maybe haven't found Enhancement Shaman's hard to play. GG's. Enhancement Shaman is hard to play is the problem. So it's kind of hard for me to say. The average Enhancement Shaman is not going to be topping meters. They have okay prio, but they're not like the best spec at anything except for the fact that they're a shaman. They don't have the best single target. They don't have the best AoE, but they're really good in cooldowns. Fixes everything? Yeah, pretty much. Enhances a lot of min-max stuff, and it's hard to play very well. Do you know where I got my neck rings? You have to craft them if you want your exact stats. Otherwise, Mirsky, you have to go to the PvP vendor. PvP vendor is the way otherwise. That was my first time playing Ret Pally. Hey, Matt, how did you think you did on Fury? Because I think you did pretty good. This is Fury. If you actually buff... Yeah, exactly. Right side with full melee is not the play. Can I see your talents again? Yes, this is what I did. These are my talents here. Affliction is fantastic. The toolkit... Oh, so the toolkit is what... Your hairline is Your hairline. Thank you. I'm boggled. You just taught me. What's up, Wumpy? I know I recognize you. No, well, because, like, listen. All that happened is, as I mentioned before this, I have a very strong jaw, yeah? And I not only do I have a strong jaw, but I have a strong neck. And once again, the fact that I'm such an introvert means that I don't really get to use these talents fully. But all that I need to do to play Ret Pally successfully is I just need to cover more of my keyboard with my face like this. And if I really just need to, if I can just cover more keys with my face, then I end up doing a lot more damage. So that wasn't fully min-maxed. If I really wanted to min-max the Fury, the Ret Pally, then what I would do is I would just let go of the jaw more, because I am on stream, so I'm a little self-conscious, you know. The problem is that you know what I mean? I don't want to, yeah, exactly, yeah. Please run an Enhancement Shaman. I want to play with one. Enhancement Shaman is actually too hard for me to play. Flex redeem. Oh, hi, kitty. I'm proud of myself. I went to the gym this morning. I knew I wanted to do a longer stream today, but I actually went to the gym this morning instead. Lowers judgment cooldown, which is important for our mastery. Kids these days probably never heard of face rolling. I hope so. People actually, Dirty Dan, I specifically know that a lot of people these days, they face roll. They get one of those weird crystal cold thingies, and they're like this. Monstery, hello. Okay, so Ret Pally testing, if that is my first attempt at a Ret Paladin, if that's my first attempt at Ret Paladin, you got to imagine I didn't min-max that very hard. Do you know what I mean? If that's my first attempt at Ret Pally, then it can clearly do better than this. I think that's pretty solid. I think it's pretty solid. I actually also think that Fury Warrior keys, so remember, actually in this comp, let me ask you a question right now. This is a good WoW knowledge check. WoW knowledge check. Who did the most damage in this key? Tell me. Who did the most damage in this key? Genuine question for you. Look at the overall right now. Who did the most damage? This is a WoW knowledge check. This is how you understand meta. The Warrior. Actually, the Warrior did the most damage. By far. By quite a bit. Because 5% of my damage, 5% of the Rogue's damage, 5% of the tank's damage is Fury Warrior damage, technically speaking. So actually, the Fury Warrior did do top damage in this comp, if you count his group buff. 5% is quite a bit. You have to add this up. 5% of basically 15 mil. Which is what? Oh, math. But yeah, basically 5% of 15 mil is his damage. So if you add that up, then he and I are pretty similar. He's slightly above me, I think. Okay. Rep pally testing success. Would I actually play this for an entire season? I got no idea, man. I don't know about that. I don't know if I would play it for a whole season just because I could see it getting a little bit. 5% attack power is near 5% damage for a lot of specs. It's near 5%. I think it's like 4.8 something. The math is like, it's pretty close to 5%. It's like 4.83 or something for like Hunter or whatever. Like 700k for 5%. So, holy, no, but it's not because it's attack power. 4.8 exactly. So here's the thing. It's attack power. It's not physical damage. It's attack power. But the thing is that every melee, even if your damage is magic, is still attack power based, not spell power based. So Warrior still buffs Frost DK. Warrior buffs Frost DK more than Monk does. Or Enhancement Shaman, or Assassination Rogue, or Rep Pally. Yes, most of my damage is holy, but because Warrior buffs attack power, I still get that buff. You know? Holy, but it doesn't matter that it's magic or not because it's still attack power based. It works on every strength and agility spec, correct? Doesn't matter what the damage that's monk buff or that's a havoc buff and a monk buff. Those affect based on pure damage. So for example, like my holy damage gets buffed by the havoc but not the Mistweaver, but warrior buffs everything for yeah, and it's 5% not 3%. So actually, Warrior, if you're playing with an agility, if there's no intellect user in your key, then Warrior buff is the most valuable aside from some Sky Fury interaction. Yes, Battle Shout is pretty impactful. So if the Fury Warrior is doing within 1 mil of everyone else, it is give or take worth bringing, even if it's a little lower. Yeah, it's quite a bit. It's a fair bit, and that's everything. It did get nerfed back to 5% though. Only give mastery for... Oh, that's right, because Crusader... Because this doesn't benefit from the extra auto attack, right? Yeah. It's kind of lame. It's okay. You mostly play for the mastery anyways, technically speaking. Okay, what a snack do I want today? I kind of want a snack. I was thinking, like, today's a celebration day where I'm treating myself, so I was debating on ordering, like, some pints of ice cream. But I'm not sure if I really want to do that. Alternatively, I could just eat a can of tuna, which sounds noticeably more sad, I will admit. I could have some... Or like some sushi, some this or whatever. We're going to do the tier list in a second, by the way. I want to test... Wampy, how do you think your Assassination Rogue damage was there? If I was going to rank Assassination Rogue, how do you think your damage was on that in that key? If you had to rate it. That was a DPS, though. Like the plan next season for us is Prot Warrior instead of... Yeah, so I think that Prot Warrior would be better. Have some ice cream. You deserve it. I might get some. All personal gets to sort it out. No, I got to do all the personal stuff in a few days, which is hard, but I will get through it. Basically, just remember, guys, this is my last stream for a whole week. I will be off for like an entire week, which is like rough, you know. I don't want to be, but I have to go travel. Like I'll be off tomorrow, and then I got to go do all this stuff. I'll be traveling to Lao. If I get bored enough, I'll just come say hi. Like I'll do like a in real life just chatting stream in Lao, but I'm probably just gonna find a PC cafe, like an internet cafe, and play World of Warcraft, but I won't be able to stream while I'm there. So tomorrow I'll be off. This will be my last stream. We're going to update the tier list for sure soon, but I got to test a few more things. I'm a little bit confused about how to rank a few more things here. So my rep pally testing, solid. I give or take know how to rank the rep pally, I think. Fury, I give or take know how to take. I don't know how to rank arms. I still think that Fury after that buff might be slightly better. I know how to rank both DK specs. I know how to rank... They're like 80%. Okay, gotcha. I know how to rank Warlock. Pretty good, though. I think that... Yeah. Basically. I know how to rank Havoc, and I know how to rank VDH. Disc Priest did get nerfed. Shadow Priest... I want to play one more Shadow, too, though. That would be good, though. What's up, Top Gun? You know, at some point, I thought I was Tom Cruise. Because I thought I was Tom Cruise at one point, let me tell you why. And the reason is simple. I broke my toe, and I was like, dude, Tom Cruise broke his toe, and by exact correlation, I must be Tom Cruise. The only issue is that I'm slightly too tall to be Tom Cruise. So, here, you can help answer an age-old question. Top Gun. Listen. We were talking about this earlier. What is your favorite pizza? If you were going to make yourself a pizza, and let's say that you knew how to make yourself a pizza, how would you do it? Right? Yeah, exactly. That's the problem. But how would you? This is the question for you. How would you make yourself the pizza? I know exactly how I would do mine, and I have two options, both of which are liable to get me banned for saying out loud, and that is something that I'm not so sure how I feel about that. Like for example, the very first option, I like dessert pizza. You basically crush up Oreos, and then you put icing on a pizza. The other option is actually you ever get Pizza Hut back in America from a long time ago, and you would just get pizza, but they would give you like vanilla icing on top of the pizza, and you would just like dip the pizza in like actual icing. You like some pep olives and mushrooms? Oh, you sound like such a normal person. I like Nutella, Oreo, icing, sugar. This is like my version of pizza that I really like. You could put some like Reese's on it or like some Kit Kats or something like that, like M&Ms and M's and whatever. That's it though. I do greatly. Yeah, you get the reference. Nice. I'm glad you get the reference. This is PTR right now. We're testing a bunch of stuff though. Couldn't eat that pizza, unfortunately. That is unfortunate. That is unfortunate indeed. How to trigger Italians here? No, no, no. So here's the other thing I was thinking though, right? My stomach would die. Because my other version of pizza is just basically like, no, not yet, Maritime. We're gonna do it in about an hour or two. I really want to test the good Shadow Priest. I haven't seen enough of Shadow to see exactly how it was nerfed. Piece of crust with the edges curled up, be covered in butter, cinnamon, and sugar. Bro, that sounds amazing, right? But that's Flex McKenzie. That is literally like, how could it get better than that? The same spirit I named my Worgen Druid Man Bearwolf, and yes, he's super serial. Well played. So I know I tested Fury. We got this. We kind of understand where Hunter lands right now. How's Rhett feeling, bro? I just played Rhett. Actually, Rhett's in a pretty decent spot right now. When I make the tier list in a little bit, we'll make the list. I started season off of them all max gear in 3 months. Max gear, all of them is tough. I don't know how many exactly I maintain. As you can see, I have a lot of characters. I don't know if you noticed, but I have a lot of characters. Think about the new raid. I don't raid. I don't really raid though. Think about warrior. Well, tank warrior, like prot warrior. How I feel about assassin? Because I can exactly right. Sorry, Caps. Prot warrior is very good though. Yeah, all I do is mythic plus. I like doing mythic plus. I like tanking. I like healing. I like DPSing occasionally though. Red is actually decent. No, they fixed the bug and then they buffed it recently. I would say that Red is actually feeling pretty decent. Like that last key, I basically just slammed my face against the keyboard and it was top damage. So I would say that Red is actually in a fairly decent spot. Dev and Og. Dev is... Okay, I give or take nowhere to put Dev right now after the recent changes in the buffs. I'm trying to think of what... I want to test Shadow Priest. I need to see a Shadow Priest. Maybe I could tank and I can test a Shadow Priest like this. I'm hoping Brewmaster is doing... Brewmaster, Beastmaster or Brewmaster? BM. He said BM. BM is either Bowel Movement, Beastmaster, or Brewmaster. I have no idea which one. Play Evoker or Mage for your guild, likely Dev Evoker. Well, Dev is always good in raid, actually. Can't stand the toxicity, I see. So I don't like toxicity because if I'm playing World of Warcraft, then I'm here to have fun. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't understand that mentality that some people have, which is like, you got to be so competitive when you play. Like, if I'm playing World of Warcraft, it's because I'm trying to have fun. So I don't like it when people start yelling in game. I'm not a fan of that sort of thing. Like, I don't like it when people, like, when the game becomes toxic, I'm just like, what are we doing here, man? If you want to go work and stress at your job, like, go make money. Like, go do a job then. Oh, shit, 13 priority. Hold on, wait. Oh, wait, I'll tank it with Petco. Oh, he's on a Shadow Priest. Fucking perfect. Fucking perfect. Here we go. I'm not a good demon hunter. I'm not a good demon hunter. Fuck. Listen. Hold up. Wait a second. That's Petco. And it's Clushy. I'm not a good demon hunter. I was testing. I'm not that good at demon hunter. Should I... Wait, hold up. Hello. Okay, I did want to test Shadow Priest, and this is the best Shadow Priest comp you can get, pretty much. I can probably tank 13 Priory on VDH. We do, like, normal Pug route, or... We do normal Pug route, or the skip with Knights, maybe? Or you want normal... You want the regular high key stuff. Maybe we do that. What's up? Hey, is this PTR? Yes, it is PTR, though. You could take a 13 on not your... Oh, of course I can, but I was just... Well, because I get a little nervous. I get a little flustered. You know, I just get a little... It's Petco. I just want to do well. That's not figured on toxicity in WoW. WoW is as wide as the Pacific, but as shallow as a puddle. Final Fantasy is as wide as a puddle, but as deep as the what the blinded by science. Final Fantasy has Lalafells. So I don't think that's an accurate comparison. You know? Try something new for funsies. Can test the normal pug route, I guess. Can test the normal pug route. I hope I don't die. That'll be really embarrassing if I died. Pecco is streaming. I've heard to watch you. Thank you, the wingman. I appreciate it. Dude, actually, holy shit, your name. Now I want chicken wings. Bro, I don't know why. I had the most intense craving. I saw your name and I was just like, that sounds amazing. Left side, that's all we ask. Okay. Right? Yeah, we go left, of course. Of course, we go left, of course. Make some fried mac and cheese bowl here soon. That sounds pretty good. Listen, you can't go wrong with dough and cheese. As long as it has dough and cheese, we're fine. It's the most toxic, the most twisted I've ever seen. I feel like WoW is not that toxic of a game. You do have to deal with the toxicity in WoW. But, like, I just don't want WoW to turn into League of Legends. I don't want WoW to turn into League of Legends. Right? Just go right. Right at start. Night. How am I gaming this exactly? Yo, Clushy, can you heal me? I'm a bad demon hunter. Me neither. Just bark me on pull maybe. When I play WoW, it's not that toxic. It happens. I'm not that... Demon hunter is actually my least played tank right now. I'll be fine. I'm not... You can't really... You can't really die on demon hunter, technically speaking. I would have to be, like, significantly bad, but... It could happen. It could happen, right? But all of a sudden, because, you know, you guys know who Petco is, yeah? Wait, you guys, if you're here in my stream, you know who Petco is, yeah? Just to clarify. Everybody should know who that is. If you don't, this is him. I'll for what it's worth here, I'll give him a shout out, but he does not. He should not need introduction, right? You don't? All right, Petco is basically, let's put it this way. He is the one who writes the Icy Veins guide for classes. Like, he kind of makes the tier list for M+. He's like the official... You could view him as like a very influential M+ tier list maker. Like, he's the one that tests all the DPS. I don't see him tank or heal very often, though. I know he ranks tanks and healers, and he does a pretty good job, but he doesn't actually... I've never seen him really tank or heal before. He only DPSs. This is pizza. I don't want people to start the key again. That's true, Wingman. And it's happened so much already, man. It's happened a ton. So could we skip these first few, though? It would help me a little bit. I think we can still skip this if people understand, and then we can just maybe still skip this. Here we go. I have to... Okay, so we go like this. Boom. I didn't proc my cheat. That's all I wanted from this, as I didn't want to proc my cheat. That's all I wanted, was to get to this pull and not proc my cheat. So I think I did a pretty good job here, actually. Once those guys come in, I'm going to Sigil of Chains them all together. And hopefully I'll get most of them, because otherwise I'm going to lose aggro. Okay, once you're in this pull, man, Demon Hunter is so good. If you can just survive a gather, Demon Hunter is so fucking OP. Considering the fact that I'm really, really bad at this spec. Like, I swear, I'm not good at this. But look how easy this is. This is why I'm just like, why aren't I playing this? Why wouldn't I play Demon Hunter? I have 30 seconds of Demon Spikes right now. I have 30 seconds of Demon Spikes. This is why don't I play this tank? I was concerned for a second. Why do I not play it? Why did I go this entire season without playing it? And of course they're going to nerf it like right as I decide to play it. Man, look at this. I'm not even doing that bad damage. Okay, let's go up here real quick. I want to grab these. I don't want to actually go the right side. I just want to grab these. Oh, shit. Okay. I just want to grab these here. There you go. Wait for aggro. Clearly, I'm still gathering. This is how I would pull this in a pug, for what it's worth. It's not how most people would pull it in a pug, but it's how I would do it. We'll wait for him to jump out. I need to grab this. I'll get hit in the back for a second. It's fine. I wanted to get that one there. You don't get to look like a bear. That's true. I've lost aggro on that one in the back. You see how right now I'm taking a lot of extra damage because I'm trying to get that one caster who I've lost aggro on. Oh, he had dotted it. I was trying so hard. Not playing a demon... I think that this dungeon is still the best example of how, no matter what, you're just really going to want a demon hunter. Like, you're going to want a death knight, no matter what, pretty much. Like, it just actually was, like, really hard. I tried to taunt it, like, for a few seconds. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Hey, Noli. How's it going? How's it going, Noli? I tested Prez earlier. I healed this dungeon on 14. Prez felt amazing, actually. Prez felt really good, I will say. In terms of the toxicity about the game, though, I just feel like... I really feel like that. Yeah. Let's go pull this real fast. Because then we could just silent sigil this, and we can group it properly. Boom, 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 boom. We'll do this here. Here we go. Demo is pumping. I had a demo earlier do 5 million single target in a floodgate with no lust. Like, literally with no lust. Did he manage to get past the first pull? I realized I did do the skip, technically. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Yeah, he was literally doing, like, unbelievable damage. It was actually insane. Hold up, we need to get some more stops here. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Good. I feel so... well, here's a problem as Prez. Prez still suffers with the biggest problem with Prez is this. Community perception is still terrible. It's not about whether Prez is actually good. It's about the fact that people think it's bad. And they think that it has all these problems that it doesn't have. So you won't get invited. It doesn't matter how good you are. You could be literally... Even Rai said this. He's like the #1 Prez in the world. He literally was like, my friends are... They only take me because of my friend. I love Prez Evoker, and I actually think it's genuine. It's genuinely very good right now. It doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter how good it is. I think for a pug route, you want to pull that mini first, the pat, but that's fine. We'll pull this here. This is what my team was expecting me to do. I really don't want to reverse glaive this. That would feel really bad if I had to send this early. Cool. Hold up. I'm just going to meta here for a second. I'm going to turn around. I need to sigil this and then get aggro. I've got aggro now. I should have aggro at least. Reverse glaive again. Boom. And then prio damage, sigil, boom. This is actually a hard hitting. This pull hits tanks really hard. Doesn't even matter right now. I think Petco got reflected. I think he got reflected, unfortunately. Sigil of Chains to stop this. My reverse glaive didn't go off there, though. What specs are on your Season 3? That's true. I probably didn't have to skip it, though. Hold up. Specs on my Season 3? I want to play with even with the monk buff. As a tank player, if warrior DPS is good, I like warrior DPS. If I'm not playing a warrior, though, because I like having a warrior buff as a tank. It's kind of nice. We can remake, sure. I can just take first 4. It's all good. Damn, Demon Hunter feels so good, though. Oh, we can remake it fast. I really thought Demon Hunter makes 0 sense to me, the playstyle. How do I explain Demon Hunter? I'm basically learning... Yeah, I've tried Blood DK a bunch. Actually, Blood DK feels really good. Pretty tanky. Genuinely, it's like actually very decent right now. It's just that it suffers from the fact that it's a Blood DK. Like, it actually feels great to play Blood DK. Where's my salt? Where my salt be? Yo, you weren't even healing me that much. I actually felt so independent there for no reason. I felt unnecessarily independent in that key just now. Like, it's so easy to play Demon Hunter. It's literally so easy to play this spec. What the hell? Poa! What's up, Poa? We were just having a conversation about tanks. Poa, let me ask you a question. All right, I got 2 questions for you. Number 1, all right? Number 1, have you ever actually played a VDH before? Because it's unfair. It's unfair. It's rude. It feels basically like rejecting Anakin from the council. It is an unfair decision. Reset. Who's lead? Do you prefer... I played Deathbringer for sure. I played Deathbringer every time as Blood DK. Felt much better to me than Sandlane. Even with the technical buff today, felt much better. I'm not lead. Warlock maybe? Doodle. Warlock. Warlock is lead. I prefer... Yeah. Pekko is lead. Nope. Warlock is lead. Medivh is lead. For me, I tried many times. Basically, it's actually like right now, it doesn't feel that it's technically complicated, but it doesn't feel that complicated. So do I want ice cream today, or do I just want a lot of yogurt? Did they reset? I went to brush my teeth. What happened to the key? So the thing is, right, we hit the buttons, and then they hit the other buttons, and then the other buttons got hit, and then boom. Like Stitch when he's walking through the thing, and he was like... this. Ice cream. Like, I would get like the expensive vanilla yogurt. The expensive vanilla yogurt, though, right? Right? Go a lot of yogurt. So if I was going to get yogurt, though, it'd be like there's like an expensive Greek vanilla yogurt, and it's like the best one. It's like from Farmers Union. It's the Farmers Union vanilla bean yogurt. That one is good because they didn't even make it with beaver scat. They actually made it with proper like vanilla, I think, because they didn't make it with the weird beaver gland thing, which is, you know, imitation vanilla. That's some bougie stuff, sir. I know, right? Right. Not sure set up a gay skip. You could do that. I could also just take it though. No beaver. Yeah, there's no beaver in that. Indeed. Well, it depends, right? Because some people are into that. Right. Poa told me in confidence, which I wasn't supposed to share with you. You know. Was fake strawberry, not vanilla. Oh, flex. My bad. I'm talking about with the beaver. That's not a thing. It was a thing at some point, Hobart. Listen, it's actually the fact that I mentioned it. I mentioned it because it was a real thing. It was a very real thing for quite some time, which is a wild realization for me. It's a crazy thing for me to think about the fact that it actually absolutely was a thing. Like, it was actually a thing. That's when you don't look at small print when you buy stuff. That's one way to do it. Yeah, it's actually weird, though. Well, listen. Technically speaking, yes. So we're going to Sigil of Flame this and then jump past. And hopefully nobody takes threats. So, Hunts, and I think we meta early. And I got to Reaver's Glaive this. And I shouldn't die to this first shield slam. There you go. And then we're going to back up, give or take, into this corner. Nice. Okay, that was a pretty good gather. That was a good gather. I like that gather. That was a good one. Yeah, that felt good. That was pretty good there. Now, the problem with Demon Hunter is how I get aggro on that far guy. Because he didn't come in properly. And if he doesn't come in properly, I have to taunt him manually. And I could technically, like, throw a glaive at him as a global. But otherwise, I'm in trouble, right? So I Fiery Brand now, and then I'm just existing in this pool forever. Like, I'm just actually existing here, and I don't need anything. I should be on the guard captain for my frailty thingies. We put this other sigil down. We stop this here. I get rooted with a Fell Dev. It's no problem. It's like, I don't know, man. Demon Hunter just feels like cheating. Like, I genuinely feel like Demon Hunter feels like cheating. I got perma spikes uptime. I've got literally perma spikes. The shield slams are going off. My health isn't even moving right now. Like, the hell? Like, what? Demon Hunter just feels kind of unfair. Like, compared to other tanks, it just feels, like, almost actually unfair. This PTR? This is PTR, yes. This is all PTR, though. Is the Spirit Bomb not a thing? No. Well, apparently there are some builds that still play it, but basically with Eldrachi, you are literally just... I think it should get nerfed. I mean, I think it absolutely should get nerfed. I 100% think it should get nerfed. This absolutely should get nerfed. It's not fair. Yeah, it's actually, like, not... It's borderline not even cool, the fact that this exists. I want to pull just this, and the reason is that in a pug, you are probably not going to kick the casters. Can anybody pull that for me, or am I getting it? Okay, I'll jump and get her. Boom. the hunt back. Also, in terms of style points, fuck, that's why I don't like getting her. In terms of style points, the hunt is a fucking cool ability. And then I turn my back, so the reason I'm almost dead here is because technically I needed my team to actually help me get that. But I still didn't proc my cheat. There are a few things that I do think should still get nerfed on PTR. To be fair, there are a few things which I do think should get nerfed. Demon Hunter, VDH is certainly one of them. But there's another one, actually, which should definitely get nerfed. I think the other one, which almost certainly should get nerfed, is Resto Druid. I hate to say it, because I know some people really, really like Resto Druid. The truth is, though, that Resto Druid is a little bit overtuned right now. Their tier sets casually giving 8 stacks of a Symbiotic Bloom is a bit too much. If you nerf them, the problem is they're just not that good without being overtuned. Like, Resto Druid depends so heavily on their numbers because they don't have a lot else. They have Druid buff, but Boomy got nerfed, so now all of a sudden you're going to want to find a way to bring a Druid. People are pretty sure it's not Guardian Druid, so it's like, Meta 2-time, Palo Meta 2-time. More people are... So basically you go back and forth between VDH and Pally because of the way they're designed. They could fix that if they wanted to. They could fix that. That doesn't have to be a thing. But they've made it a thing thus far. It doesn't have to be a thing, though. Alright, we're going to make a percentage later. Let's go this way. I like my moose mount. I'm fast. I will wait for my team. I think we play this pat. Play this pat with this. Maybe I'll just go super safe. The thing is that I want to actually see the damage done overall, yeah? Let's play this pack. Reaver's Glaive this. Basically meta right away. We have no DK, so this could get a little bit messed up depending. I can Sigil of Chains. I can do this, right? And then I can technically... I can hold my silence, which is probably the right thing to do, until we actually get to the overlap, like here. So I could silence here because then we don't have to deal with the overlap on the knight, maybe? And then I could misery this. That's the overlap. Okay, I should have waited. My bad. Nice job. Nice healing. Nice healing. The Twisted Mana Sprites is what's giving those... That trinket is actually, like, OP right now. Talking about... Pally was Dragonflight Season 1. So it was VDH, Pally, VDH. And before that, Season 2 of... It was half the season was Bear. Half the season was Bear. And then in Season 1 of The War Within, it was like a mix between, again, Pally. It was like Warrior for half the season, and then Pally when they buffed it originally. Okay, we'll go over here. So I think I just have to expend the Reaver's Glaive like this, which I don't love. And then we have to go like this. I'm not exactly, like, super positive about how to gather right now. Uh-oh, I need Fury. Oh, I'm going to proc. Okay, not bad, not bad. That could have been a lot worse. Because I was a second late, and I didn't realize that I didn't quite have my Fury. Okay, Eldrachi. Oh, I turned my back. I made mistakes. Mistakes were made. Is he sending his cooldowns into the shield still? I think that's what's happening. Okay, hold up. That was really bad. That's definitely not how you play Demon Hunter, what I just did now. I think the most consistent DPS is Mage. Mage is the current, but they're... Oh, don't worry, guys. They're average. They're averagely performing right now. According to the patch notes, Blizzard is aware of the fact that that mages are average. They're slightly below average, and so to compensate, they've received some small buffs. Just some small tuning, because Mage is, unfortunately, it's slightly below average. Right? Yep. Yes. So the reflective shield damage got buffed. And if you send cooldowns into it, you will die. How you play like this? What do you mean? You can't see anything? I guess my frames are a little bit closer than they normally are. Okay, I survived that, and I did pretty big damage there with my glaives. My glaives felt pretty good. My glaives felt good there. I think you could do this next pull, honestly, as a Demon Hunter. My raid frames, yeah, this one are supposed to be here. On PTR, it's like a little bit off, but it's okay. Silent Sigil it all together. Bam. Oh, I'm used to it. Because I heal... So the thing is, right, I'm a type of player where I enjoy healing, tanking, and DPSing. I like all of it. My problem with liking all of it, though, is that I end up, like, I need a UI that works for all of it. And I learned the hard way early on when I was healing that whoops. I learned the hard way, unfortunately, that it's just, you need a UI to heal. I'll pull this for a percentage here, actually. It's pretty easy to just drag this into the previous pull. Combat res? You can get back. Can release. We pulled the first few. I pulled the first few of this dungeon. This one you can release here. I pulled first few. I pulled the first 4. We didn't skip them this time. So let's see how Demon Hunter handles this first boss. This first boss still hurts. I was doing this on 14. I was tanking it on my bear. This first boss still hurts. I know they nerfed it, but it still hurts though. Yeah. I think that actually the reason it's hard to see is because we're playing with a Frost Mage. Frost Mage Blizzard is kind of obnoxious sometimes. I think one of the issues is actually just Frost Mage Blizzard is a little bit obnoxious. You have your tier list up yet? No. I wanted to test a few more things. Mostly, I was really curious about testing. There's a few things I needed to confirm. I've confirmed most of it today thus far. Oh man, my details is bugged again. I can't show overall until we're actually done with the dungeon. I won't be able to show overall. My details bug sometimes like this. Alrighty. So I can cage one, actually. I'm a Demon Hunter now. I have proc cheat already. So if I mess up on this boss, and I don't know how to do this boss, to be fair. Like right now, I almost already messed up. I'm supposed to dump frailty stacks into her or him. Am I supposed to dump frailty into... Which one am I supposed to dump frailty into? I think it's her. Oh, no, it would probably affect the bleed, right? Doesn't it affect the bleed? Yeah, the Shadow tier set got giga nerfed. That was required, though. That was a good change. Because it was, like, wasn't it 40% or something of your damage? A tier set should not be 40% of your damage. It doesn't matter, like, who you are. A tier set should not be that much of your damage. Oops. A flex redeem. Okay, but I'll have to flex one arm at a time because we're in trouble now. I don't know if we have another B-res. Because one of the only ways... This boss feels so easy on a Demon Hunter. What the hell? This is so easy compared to my other tanks. I have to really game this. I don't think I've tanked a Priory on live. This is hilarious. I mean, this is like super easy right now. This is it. This is all I have to do for a Demon Hunter. We just go like this. We go like this. That's it. You just literally spam Soul Cleave. What? What? Dude, I have to work so hard here, though. Happy to help with the... Oh, that's you! That was you? Yo, thank you for coming to the Fury testing. I obviously was playing it very wrong, and it's good, because I will rank it today, but I wanted a fair, objective ranking. And I don't know if you heard what I said after, but technically in that key, you were top damage when you count for warrior buff. When you account for the warrior buff, you were literally top damage in that key. Which is cool. Cool? So this is where I'm in trouble, because I hunt to the wrong target here. I almost die. Nope, healing potion. That was close. You see that? I tried to game, and I gamed too hard. And I went too hard, though. Yeah, I don't think they could. I don't think they really needed to do the damage check here. I think it was a little unnecessary, for sure. They didn't need to add this extra mechanic to this boss, you know? I don't think they really needed to add this here. It did feel a little bit unnecessary, because then tanks have to, like, turn, and it was already kind of hard to do this boss. Basically, any mechanic that involves a tank having to worry about tanking is you don't want that. I might die to this hit, actually, because she has no frailty stacks on her. Okay. Whew. So far, so good. Let me see how big I can pull here. All right? Mana. Okay. Let's do, like, 3. We have no DK and no grip. Frost Mage was doing a big amount of damage there. Are you ready? Okay. So we're going to... We overlap 2 things to group this, probably. I'm not gonna die, 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 I'm not gonna die. Holy fuck, I felt like I was gonna die. I was pretty sure I was gonna die. Whoa, that was scary. That's a scary gather. That's a scary one. That's a scary one. That's a scary one for sure. How fast can you click your buttons as a Demon Hunter? That was fucking terrifying. That was fucking... I didn't have cheat. That was really scary. That is not a fun gather on Demon Hunter. That is not fun. I did not like that. I did not enjoy that. I did not, because I haven't played live this season. Remember, Demon Hunter is the one tank I refuse to play on live this season. That was fucking terrifying. Holy shit, my heart. My heart, dude. I thought I was dead. I thought I just trolled the key pretty much. That was terrifying. But I did it. I had aggro there. I did it actually fairly well. I thought I did a pretty good job there. Nope. Oh, no, nope. I figured that would happen, actually. That's why I didn't pull just now. You see that? Okay, hold up. Yeah, don't pull that other side pack. I can stop one set of these casts here like this. And then I could technically Sigil of Chains in the center, but I don't know if it'll hit all of them. Whew. Okay, one thing that I used to say was that technically I have a Sigil of Chains on Bear. The thing is that Sigil of Chains has a much wider radius than it seems. Blood DK is okay, people will just... I think Blood DK was giga fun. One of the things that I liked about my Blood DK on PTR was that it actually just felt super smooth and fun to play. Wait, did I just full heal him somehow? Does Imprison full heal a mob? Question for the Demon Hunters in chat right now. Does Imprison full heal a mob if you imprison them in mid-combat? Like a polymorph? Or was that an MC that happened? It might have been MC for my priest, maybe. No, it wouldn't do that, okay? So I bet you Petco in like a way to try to save the pull. I think he MC'd that because there was like a random thing in here though. So far, Demon Hunter feels really good. Obviously, if you make mistakes on this tank, it's very punishing. Like, you know, you turn around, you just don't have a very large butt. It's so different playing tanks with, like, basically there are some tanks that are relatively Brazilian in their nature. They're wild, fiery, carnival, etc., etc. And then there are other tanks which are like, you know, they're like Thai in terms of the fact that they do their best and they're still very expressionate, but they just don't have a lot to work with back there. And that's fine. And there's to each their own, and there's no, like, right or wrong answer here. I'm just saying that Demon Hunter happens to be one of the not Brazilian tanks. The butt is very small. And it's just kind of, yeah, you know what I mean? It just feels like if I turn around, I won't be very effective at surviving, or let's say just getting through the experience. Vengeful Retreat. It gets the job done. That's true. That's true. And remember, somebody out there likes you. Somebody out there has lost sleep over you. It's not about being perfect. It's about the desire of some people. Okay, so I'll take probably like 2 of these, probably. I'll just take like 1 or 2. I think on single target, I'm supposed to soul cleave, then fracture, if I remember correctly. I love the movement ability. I mean, the movement abilities of VDH feel like so good. It feels so good to just like zip dart around the whole time. So we're going to have to actually split this now. So this one is a soul cleave, then a fracture on single target. Which I'm pretty sure is not like a giga min-max. It's probably just like a small min-max. But like, for the fact that I basically have only played this tank a few times, the fact that I feel like I'm doing really good for the fact, like, I'm not that good at this. And yet, still, somehow, I'm just chilling. You won't take the Spirit Bomb on the hero talent? I don't think so. As far as I know, there are some dungeons which apparently some people were running it, but I don't know what the situation for that was. I'll just take 2. It's fine. Technically, yes. Guardian Druid would be 1. Guardian Druid. Actually, there are other tanks which technically, if you have cooldowns, like if you're in cooldowns, you can turn around. One of the big ones is, like, Prop Pally can do that. As long as you're, like, in big cooldowns, you actually won't have a problem with it. You're not supposed to, because you are still a block tank, but still. What's our percentage at right now? 70.42. Interesting. I got it. 70.42. Do zip dart around. Whee! Shows I have a map for the season. Basically, Spirit Bomb doesn't interact with the Eldrachi tree. And because you're playing Eldrachi, it does not interact. So I think I'm supposed to pull with Brand, probably. So this is like how you would pull safely. Watch, my damages. This is like big damage for me, this pull. 1 sigil, 2 sigil. There you go. Yeah, look at my DPS. This was like double Reavers. This was like triple Reavers glaive. Walking in here. Walking in here with big damage. That felt good. That felt good. I knew that was going to do a lot of damage, but still. Damn. 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 Easy. So Demon Hunter does fare decent. I want to see what my overall looks like, to be fair. But I felt pretty good in this dungeon. Considering, and this is like, again, I think that people would expect that I know this tank really well, but actually, I refuse to play it this season. This is like one of the tanks that was a bit far. So like that right there is a little interaction. I did not know that happened. There you go. Perfect. Now we're in the right spot. What? Oh, did we not line of sight that guy? Oh, shit. This guy didn't line of sight properly. So I have prio damage. I should be on the thing here, though. Resto Druid is looking pretty good. Yeah, Resto Druid is looking very good. I would say that compared to Mistweaver, Resto Druid has... Resto Druid is... The thing is that Resto Druid is just overtuned. Like, I'm not gonna lie. It just feels very overtuned right now. Like, it genuinely does just feel very, very overtuned. It just has, like, giga infinite damage. I don't know if it should have giga infinite, like, infinite HPS. Like, I don't think that's necessarily how it should be. Hold up. Its tier set is giving a little bit too much, in my opinion. Oh, don't get hit in the back. Feldev. Yeah, Demon Hunter Gathers are certainly an art. The hard part about this is Demon Hunter Gathers are certainly an art. Uh-oh. My ally is not good. Are we allowed to compliment this streamer's looks? Well, I will appreciate the compliments. You know, at this point in my life right now, I kind of figured... I know this pull is normally banned, but I kind of figured it would be okay. They don't cast on the same person anymore. I kind of thought it would be alright. I saw the pat there and I got greedy. I kind of thought that it would be fine. I thought they would be dead. Eh, my bad. I made a miscalculation. But see how I'm alive right now? I'm alive. I'm alive. Not judge anyone else's tier set. It probably does something like that. Dude, this is actually insane. I'm just like alive right now. It's the Demon Hunter life. I don't know how people died. I think I chained the paladins too early. I kind of thought I saw him behind me and I thought he would be dead. I didn't think he would get the last cast off. You're not supposed to chain paladins if they're gonna do that. But yeah, I was just surviving that. I was dead, sorry. I was dead, my bad. My bad. Oh, we have plenty of CC in our group. We just have to use it. The thing is that we have like Blast Wave, Dragon's Breath. We got all my CC. We technically have a Psychic Scream. We have a few options, but most people don't like to use their utility. It's not that we don't have utility. It's just that most people don't like to use it. My bad. I thought it was dead already. 91%. We only need this. All right, ready? So we go in here, and then basically just open with Silence. And then we're going to open with the Feldev, and then we Hunts, and we Reaver's Glaive again, and then Reaver's Glaive again, and we just do massive funnel damage to this guy. Just like incredible funnel damage to Sir Broadpike. And then we reverse glaive again. And we just go boom. Holy shit. Damn. If button not do damage, I not press it, pretty much. The thing is, like, fist weaving has that. To be fair, fist weaving has that, actually. This is all the percentage we need. Make sure I have aggro. Perfect. We do not have to go boss here if we want to go safe. We do not have to go boss, or I could go boss if they want. I am really enjoying this, like, a lot. The problem is that I'm, like, really enjoying this more than I thought I would. At first, I was like, I'll just play VDH and I'll kind of decide, like, oh, it's not really for me, or I don't really like it. The problem is, I really like it. The problem is, like, I'm like, being converted slowly but surely. Slowly but surely, I'm being converted, man. It's not good. It's not good. It's like, I feel like, why wouldn't I re-roll? This tank does everything the other tanks do, but better. Like, do you know what I mean? This tank literally does what other tanks do, except better. That's like the ideal situation for tanks. You want to do everything but better. And it's like, I might not be able to min-max it right now, but I could learn. All signs point... Yeah, okay, well, here's the thing. I wouldn't be surprised if the next notes nerf it. I feel like the next notes could absolutely nerf this tank. That would not surprise me in the slightest. Because it is an outlier, and they haven't changed it at all coming from this last season. Which is weird. Like, they haven't changed it basically whatsoever. And that does feel a little bit strange to me. Posture check. I bet. Well, I actually should do that. Yeah. I went to the gym today. I was pretty proud of myself. I got back from work. I finished work this morning, which I need to update something. Remind me I got to do one work thing after this. But yeah, I finished work this morning, and then I was like, 3 seasons of dominance. So, okay, they basically, based on logic, they have to nerf it. That's based on logic, though. And they don't always operate based on logic. Do you know what I mean? Like, they don't... It's not always like this, though. Do one work thing after this? Thank you, Ari. I appreciate that. It wouldn't be good for the game. I still think, like, although I'm enjoying this right now, it would not be good for the game. Everybody's very clear on this. It would not be good for the game if that happened. If they don't nerf this, I think that would be very bad for the game. People would be unhappy. There are a lot of tank players who don't get time to shine. Like, they also need to nerf Oracle a little bit more. Right? But when we make the tier list, I'll go over it. Because I got a lot of thoughts. I'm a thinker, you know what I mean? Like, it's just what I do. I think. Hi, Sila. How's it going? The monk buff, you gotta understand that the community was actually right on that one. They can't nerf... That monk thing would have been bad. That monk thing was not a good idea, and that would have been very bad. So that was a good nerf. To be fair, the monk thing was actually that was a good buff. They could not have kept it at 8% because it would have, at the end of the day, it actually would have nerfed physical classes. Yeah, they would have nerfed physical classes on accident. They didn't mean to, but that's what would have happened. GG's. Sorry for that pull. Need to VDH and feeling the power of zip, zap, boom. I'm new to VDH, and I'm feeling the power of some zip, zap, boom. Holy shit. Looking at overall damage, Petco would have been significantly higher here. Frost Mage, actually decent. VDH, pretty decent, considering, again, I'm not that good at it, but I'm learning. Pretty decent here. Like, genuinely. The Demo Warlock's still doing big damn. I'm assuming the Demo Warlock was getting PI. I'm assuming he was getting his PIs, right? Who was getting PI? Oh, yeah, he was. There we go. Two PIs. Was the Mage getting PI? Out of curiosity? Oh, yeah, Mage was getting PI, actually. Remember work shit. Right, I gotta update a claim. On a scale from 1 to Brewmaster, how so... Blood DK. Yeah. Yeah, I'm yapping. Yapping away. I thought they were dead. Well, I thought it was dead. You want to do any more? Okay. Sure. Thoughts on Holy Paladin? Ooh, Holy Paladin is in a bit of a tough spate right now. I think Holy Paladin is in a bit of a tough space. I've played with one, but it just feels a little rough. It feels a little rough. Let me go to the bathroom real quick, because I think he's going to send... We're going to send one more with that, though. All right, be right back. We're going to send more with Petco. So I got some cheap yogurt here, but I don't have any of my fancy yogurt. I kind of want some fancy yogurt, man. I was thinking about some fancy yogurt. I want to get some fancy yogurt. Actually, let me just ask a Thai friend. Let me just ask, yo, Kitty, are you here? Can you order me fancy yogurt? I'll text her. This is like cheap yogurt. Like this yogurt is so sad. It's like, man, I can eat this in like 3 bites. It's like literally 3 bites. Look how small this yogurt is. It's not good. Not good. Yeah. You know what I mean? Instead of ice cream, I just want fancy yogurt, actually. The big tub of Farmers Union Vanilla Greek. It's Farmers Union Vanilla Greek. That's the one I want. Monk meta. Do they want me to play any other tank here? If they want, I can play any other tank as well. If they have a particular preference, though. As you can tell by the name, this is a Wu Tank 6. Huh. I could play Warrior if you want. I think Warrior's pretty good in Floodgate, actually. But Warrior struggles with Snap Threat. Yeah. I actually think Blood DK is genuinely good right now. I do. I actually think that Blood DK is good at the moment. It doesn't matter to me what tank I play. Let me see. Let me make sure of this. As auto wank. No. The thing is that the wanks that I do they're not auto. I don't have one of those meat milking machines. I understand if other people... There are many things I've tried in my life, but I'm not going to lie. I do it manually. Yeah, I do it like the old-fashioned way, Loca. This one? Yes. Yeah, thank you. That one would be perfect, though. Right, it's an intentional, right? But it's like a manual, right? Alright, this is bugging. Alright, what tank do you want me to play? Want me to play any particular tank? Might bring Blood DK or whatever. Blood DK? I could play Blood DK. Do they care if I play? I might just bring a Blood DK then. That's fine. Do you mean a whole Loka? Oof, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. Now, granted, I love some good dark humor, so I don't mind some dark humor. I'll let that one go. However, I will say, guys, tone it down. Tone it down. You gotta innuendo. Guys, listen to me. Let me teach you how to flirt real quick. Let me teach you how to flirt. Nobody finds it attractive when you say what you just said. What you have to do instead is you have to innuendo it. I know it's hard because we all have autism, but you gotta learn the way to innuendo to your point. You have to dance around the point. So the point's here. This is the bush. You gotta start smacking around the bush. You gotta beat around the bush, right? Just close enough that people get your point, but you can't actually just go through. It's not the way this works. So what you have to do, right? You have to basically, whatever you want, you don't mind. I'll play Blood DK. I'll bring Blood. I'll bring Blood. All right, we can play Blood DK. Why not? We can play a Blood DK. I don't mind. I like my VDH, actually. I wouldn't mind playing VDH. Blood DK. A Wu-Tang 5. Let's go. I wouldn't say I'm very good, though. If I die, it's on me. I won't die in the middle of a pull. You can die. You just have to external me walking into a pull clutch. When I walk into a pull, if you have bark, send it. Like, settling in on a Blood DK is hard. Like, that's the hardest part, though. It's not for science. Blood DK is good. I'm priest now, by the way. Okay, paint up me then. Just like, if you paint up me on gather, then you don't have to worry about me at all. You know, that's on me. Blood DK is actually, it's not bad right now. It just doesn't provide, like, VDH has Chaos Brand and all the sigils. This does not have that. Otherwise, Blood DK is actually genuinely pretty good. I play Deathbringer. I play like this. If you play here, you lose a little bit of damage not playing Bloodshot, but honestly, Umbilicus is like, you won't die. All right, Floodgate, let's go. The War Within, Floodgate. Operation Floodgate. Voila. I haven't even crafted. By the way, my stats are wrong as Blood DK. My stats could be a lot better if I actually went and crafted stuff, but I haven't done that yet. You just pull no... You should just no pull mobs. That's dangerous. If I could just not pull the mobs, well, I gotta do the dungeon somehow. And hello there, Yakrin. Do you like yaks? I like big animals. I feel like the potential for big animals is endless. You know what I mean? I like the potential of big animals. You change Warrior AoE Interrupt. I'm putting something. Some putting it in the Silent Sigil. Yeah, it's better than that. Warrior Interrupt is literally better though. You don't need haste? Really? I thought you still wanted haste as a Blood DK. No? You don't play with haste anymore? I don't have any weapon buffs. That is okay. I don't need any weapon buffs. I don't need any buffs for this dungeon. I will just literally send it. Alright? 5%? Oh, well, I have 23%. So is that too much? Apparently I have too much haste. Can you explain why it's better? Yes. It is a 6-second interrupt compared to Sigil, which is a 2-second interrupt. The reason that people like Sigil so much is because there are many Sigils. But by itself, Sigil of Silence is it's on the same cooldown, and it is a 2-second interrupt compared to a 6-second interrupt from Warrior. We're used to playing with Sigil, and it's more obvious because you can see the Sigil actually going down. And that, I swear to God, like, that's the reason that people like it. I swear that's actually the reason that people like it, if that makes sense. I really think that has so much to do with it, though. Please don't dot early. Please don't dot early. Blood DK, this is the one thing. Just don't dot early when I'm playing Blood DK. I have such a hard time if people do this. If people... I need a second for aggro, but aggro is really rough on Blood DK, I will say. That's, like, the hardest part right now about playing Blood DK. But once I'm in the pull, I'm fine. It always looks like I'm going to die, but that's just playing Blood DK. Like, that's not anything weird. That's just actually how you play this tank. If it looks like I'm going to die, that's just because I'm playing this tank correctly. But otherwise, yeah, I'm fine. Like, I'm, like, hard chilling, dude. I also do big damage. Like, if you see my damage, it's not bad. Like, the blood DK is actually in a fine spot. If you actually look at the damage meters, like, I'm doing just fine here. I'm not struggling at all. I wasn't worried. Just on the gather, just on the initial gather of things, that's the scary part for blood DK. The scary part for blood is the initial gather. Cool. I want to hop over this, actually. Man, it's a good pet. I want to get this right now. Did I aggro the other things because I was slow? If they aggro, I have to slow down here. Good. So I go here. I go here. And it's just this first part. After this first part, though, I'm chilling. Maybe we just kill the surveyor first. I don't mind pulling it in, but we have to just make sure at least get one kick, probably. Because I think after the beam, he'll kick, yeah? Oops. I don't mind chaining it either. There you go. I have to pull this surveyor is the one I have to grip in. There you go. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Dancing rune weapon, and I turn around. I bone storm here, bam, boom, like this. There's a lot going on here. I would have a hard time actually telling you what I'm doing. Like, I can't give you a playthrough as I play Blood DK because it's very not nuanced. It's just, if I miss a button, I'll die. But technically, if you don't miss a button, you'll be fine, you know? Technically, so if you just don't miss a button, then you won't die. You see? It's easy. You just can't miss a button, ever. Ever. Or you'll die. Immediately. In one global. Basically, the problem with Blood DK is that it's just such an anxiety-provoking tank that I can't say I love it. But it does do good damage and stuff, you know what I mean? Yeah, so in between packs, if I want to explain what's happening, it's like, try not to die, death strike, try not to die, death strike, try not to die, death strike, try not to die, death strike. That's pretty much it. That's all I'm doing. Does that help? Make sense? I want to say that this is going to work. I actually want to say that this is going to work here. I think. As long as people don't dot. Because the hunter won't MD me immediately. And I need things to come in. But once things are in, I'll be alright. Because we have beam. Whoops. I missed my kick. Okay, I thought this would be okay. But the truth is, this was probably a bad idea because I do not have sigils. I can asphyxiate this. Dude, my ping. I went to asphyxiate it, but it was actually too late. And my nameplates. I have one kick here. Good. Basically, he's actually just going to have to heal this. Boom, 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 boom. Don't get exploded. Whoa, I went through. That was scary. That's okay. I'm not dead, though. But I'm almost dead, but I'm not dead. That's the thing. That's the thing you gotta understand. That's the whole point of playing this. This is what Blood DK is like. This is actually Blood DK. This is Blood DK. You think you're gonna die, but you're not. As long as you death strike on the exact global, otherwise you're immediately dead. That's it. Have you tried with grass? No, it's 2 talent points. It feels really bad to take that. It's 2 talent points, man. It's tough. Planning to pick up a tank now. Is Brew fun to play? Brew is very fun to play. I actually think that Brew is very fun to play, but it's hard. It's hard. So if it's your first tank, there's a world where you're not going to want that to be your first tank. Like, there's a world where I'm not sure that's a good first tank. I could very much see a world where Brewmaster should not be your first tank. Did we aggro? That's okay. Just pull. I think at this point you just pull this. I think you just fight this now. Boom, 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 boom. I don't think that I think Brewmaster is a very bad first tank, in my opinion, because you will just be like, yo, why am I dying? And how the hell are people living? And it's just like, it's very nuanced. It's not straightforward. You want a tank that's straightforward. Yeah. I don't think most tanks are hard to pick up. I think VDH can be hard. VDH can be hard because you are still a parry tank. Positioning is very important on VDH, and gathering is incredibly niche on VDH. Yeah. Also, I think that no matter how much Brew is hyped up, I still agree with you that it's not a very good pug tank. I think that it might be hyped up because people are obviously playing it and super excited, but it's not a very good pug tank. So I don't think that you really really want brew. Like I don't think it's like that, if that makes sense. Do 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 do. Exterminate. Exterminate. What is a good pug tank? A good pug tank is one that's very self-sufficient, doesn't rely on your healer whatsoever. In my opinion, the best pug tank is the one that is very self-sufficient, where you're just like, I don't care if my healer dies, because your healer might die. Because brew is technically still not self-sufficient. Like, you do require a little bit of help. You also don't have as much AoE CC or a toolkit to really help your team. Like, a prop pally can really help your team and make a significant difference, right? A prop pally can make a very big difference to your group. A blood DK is very self-sufficient, yes. And can make a pretty... Blood DK is actually a great pug tank. If you're a good blood DK, it's just hard to be a good blood DK because, like I said, this tank is constantly between death and life. Like, I would say, I don't think blood DK is, like, easy to play, you know? But the thing is, well, not just blood DKs don't get invited to pugs. To be fair, Prez Evoker is also a good pug spec. People just don't know how to play it. But I swear, Prez Evoker is literally, like, actually good at pugs. Prez Evoker is actually good. Like, it's genuinely a good pug specialization. It's just that people don't know how to play it. Also, you can see Pekko doing big damage, but he's a Loons. And the Loons doesn't have the same prow damage as before. So he's doing good damage. Like, overall, he's doing good damage in here, right? But so am I. I don't think my damage is that bad. Why don't we pull Crocs? Crocs seem like they would be really fun to pull on this boss for damage. Incoming. Care. Aggro. Care aggro. I'm pulling the Crocs for fun. For damage. I need to make sure that I don't get one-tapped. Okay, I got my bone shield up. Good. Don't fight them yet. Don't fight them yet. Don't fight them yet. There's one more. I have to wait. I have to wait. I have to wait. I have to wait. Okay, good. I turn around for a second. I go like this. I go like this. No, 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 no. Pekko, Pekko, no! Fucking Pekko. God damn it. Just give me, you gotta give me a second for aggro. You gotta give me a second for, if I turn around like that on a blood DK, you gotta give me a second. I need 2 seconds to collect. I need 2 seconds to collect on blood DK. I taunted the Croc. They're not next to each other. My blood boil didn't hit both. If you immediately dot, I can't do anything. Aggro first. I taunted Croc. He wasn't in... I know. I had taunted the Croc, which is the problem. If you... Yeah, so I taunted the Croc and I death gripped the Croc. So when I went in, I just needed like a second to tag him. If you just give me a second, we can do so much together. All I need is a second. And I'm a blood DK. So I have no real other option. We'll have some friends coming in here in a second. I just need like 1 second for aggro. DPS will do so much more damage if they actually just wait though. Why did you taunt? So because people when I taunt the Crocs, right? Yeah. Help me help you. There you go. Oh my god. Yeah. Just for 2 seconds. Your best guess on top meta healer after Oracle Disc? Unless it gets nerfed, which I wouldn't be surprised about, Resto Druid or Resto Shaman. It's just going to be those three forever. I'm not going to lie. It's a little disappointing for me to talk about healers because the truth is it's just between Resto Shaman, Resto Druid, and Disc Priest. Like, those are the three that they're going to be forever. Like, literally forever, though. For the lulz, they're technically percentage, and they're good funnel damage. It's mostly for funnel damage. Why is Ellesmere such an outlier? He is such a good healer, but keep in mind that if he loved... If it was... if he loved Prez Evoker, he would just play Prez Evoker at the same level. It's not that Holy Paladin is that good. It's that he likes Holy Paladin, and he's a good player. so he'll play it. There are people like this across all specs. There are some people who, like, that's how the game works. When you have a B tag full of people, there are some people who just like that stuff. Oh, Franny, I haven't made it just yet. I'm going to make it live on stream. It's going to be live in like a second. I just wanted to see a few more things. Being there for funnel damage for us noobs? Absolutely, Dirty Dan. So, my team has... Funnel damage basically means if there are 5 targets, there are some specs that do more damage. Dirty Dan, what do you play? I can explain this based on your class. What is it that you play again? Are you a blood DK? Because there are some classes that generate resources that they can spend on... Okay, so you're a bear. You know how what happens? Your single target rotation involves thrash, correct? If there are 5 targets in a pull, you generate more rage, and you can thrash more targets. But that doesn't mean that you don't hit the single target. It just means that you can actually generate more rage. There's DPS that do a lot more damage if they have more targets for resources. They can still do the single target rotation and do big damage to a boss, but if you pull things on top of the boss, they can do way more and way better. That's like, there are some specs that work like this. So here, for example, if you dot immediately, I'm gonna hate you. If you dot right away here, this is one of those pulls where you just gotta give me a second. Like, I'll do everything. I'll taunt this, I'll grip this, I'll do all this stuff, but you just gotta give me, like, give your friendly local neighborhood blood DK just like 2 seconds. Okay? 2 seconds. Nice, 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 nice. Okay. Now we're settled. People are such a slave to the meta. Yes, but that's nothing new though. That's always been like that. To be fair, they've always been like that though. Like, that's not a new thing. You know what I mean? Like, you gotta understand, like, that's not new at all. The meta has always existed, and it won't not exist. Yo, Boomy's still doing kind of big damage. I'm assuming he's using the raid trinket that gives him massive burst. Like, I'm assuming he's just using the raid trinket that gives him that massive, like, 2-minute cooldown, because that is a lot of damage, even for a Loon's Chosen. I really want to pull this here. Yeah? So we get 1 Death Strike. Good. I want those hyenas. There you go. Whoops. Doesn't he have MD? Hold up. I just wish people gave Blood DK a second. I can do so much on this tank. I can actually do so much, but I just need a second. Like, I have so many setup globals. You know what would help a lot? I swear, you know what would solve all aggro issues in this game? You want to know? I can tell you right now how to solve every single aggro issue in World of Warcraft. Do you want to know what it is? There's a single thing that needs to happen. There's only one thing. If you want to solve every single aggro issue in World of Warcraft, all DPS players must play tank for a week. That's it. Every DPS player, make sure that you play tank for 1 week. That's it. Mandatory tanking 1 week. There will never be another aggro issue in this game. You will literally, like, there just won't be. It won't exist. That's it. That's actually it, though. That's all that needs to happen. Like, right now, to understand that if I grip one thing in like this, they need to wait for a second. That's it. I swear, that's it. That's all that needs to happen. If every single DPS player had to play tank for 1 week, there would never be another aggro issue in this entire game. It wouldn't happen. It would involve them not being DPS monkeys, which is not going to happen. But still, it's a nice thought, huh? It's a nice thought. There's 2 seconds of pull unless a taunt is used. No, I mean, like, so the threat exists for a reason, and it's specifically so that your DPS can't go ahead and pull for you and stuff like that. A great time to be a slave to the meta too, because Discus you could literally Discus actually, and it's so powerful too. It's very powerful for healers right now. You know what I mean? And as a healer, yeah, exactly. And they should also play healer for a week. I wouldn't mind that either. I think both are very decent choices. I think you should play both. Absolutely. Play both. Great idea. I think we're cooking here, folks. We're cooking right now. So I'm going to walk through. I've literally blood boiled. Like, I'm gripping things. I walk through and blood boiled. He still took aggro from me because he's dotting as we go through. It's agreed. I know I've played Boomy before. I know that you technically do the slightest bit less damage if you don't dot immediately in a pull. However, you still don't have to do it. You still could just wait a second. It's just Moonfire, bro. Chill. No, still. I know. I've played Boomy before, and I know it I know it feels bad. I know it feels bad, man. Okay? I get it. I do. I really do. I get it. Because I play all the roles. But I wish they understand there are some tanks where you can totally do that. And there are other tanks which you very much cannot. Like, there are some tanks where... Like, my bear never loses threat. Because as my bear walks through, I'll actually thrash. Every time I take with a Moonkin, that's why I don't take Moonkins. I swear, I do not take Moonkins. I won't take a Moonkin. I specifically will not play with Moonkin. I don't like it. They're my least favorite DPS to play with. And I would be so happy if they were just removed from the meta. I really mean that, too. No, Dev Evoker aggro isn't even a thing. Like that right there. First of all, I think the Survival Hunter probably had like a tricks or something. But if you just... I'm literally collecting the pull. It's funneling in. If you are a big cooldown like a Ret Pally, and you just give me 2 seconds... It's just a thing. Like, try... You play Blood DK and tell me how it feels. I want to see. You play Blood DK. So this is my healer's dead here, and I'll be fine. This is actually a relatively hard-hitting tank pull, but it's no problem. I got this. Like, this is the thing. Like, why... Blood DK is actually good. Like, I'm just going to be chilling. I could be taking extra damage. It doesn't even matter. You know what I mean? Like, I'm going to be just standing and everything. Because, like, Blood DK is super self-sufficient once you're in a pull. And also, look at my damage. It's not like my damage is low. It just takes me a second. That's all that happens. It just takes me a second. That's it. So if you just... You know what I mean? What is the most chill tank? Guardian Druid. Guardian Druid's the most chill tank. You don't have to worry about gathering. You don't have to worry about all the things that most tanks have to worry about. But yeah, Blood DK does good damage. You also don't have to... You don't need a healer once you're actually in the pool. I don't know if it's the most fun. I understand some people's logic of it not being the most fun. Okay? I understand the logic of it not being the most fun. I like it, personally, right? But I know that I'm a little strange. Like, I know that I like it. That doesn't mean that everybody does, though. I like the fact that it's straightforward and simple, though. Like, keep in mind, if I was going to play DPS for a season, I would want to choose a Ret Pally or a Beastmaster Hunter or whatever, right? Like, but that's my preference because I'm here, and the part of my joy of playing World of Warcraft is being able to talk to you guys and hang out. Like, this is my social time. This is the way I hang out with people. Guys, I'm a hardcore introvert. I don't go outside. This is the entirety of my social life. This is how I socialize. So if I'm playing a super complicated tank, then sometimes I can't focus on stream, and I'm just like, well, that's kind of lame. I like stream. I like being able to just talk to people. This is like, because otherwise I'm not a lonely person. I just don't like having a lot of people in my life. I like having one person in my life. One person is good for me. Yeah? One person is very set for me. I'm good with one person. I don't think I got that. Good. Yeah, you know what I mean? Even the house is lame. Why would I leave the house? I have VR. I got a whole arcade in my house. I specifically crafted my life like this. Very specifically. Very specifically, by the way. I intentionally made my life like this. Does it make me a little bit of a worse WoW player? Probably. Like, honestly, yeah. Like, I think that I would be better at the game if I didn't... I think we have to B-res this. Hold on, where's my... Oh, we don't have a res. Okay, we're gonna have to live this then. VR? Well, hold up. Mua. Clearly, you've never seen me without my shirt on. I could just do that in real life. Why would I need to VR it? Okay, we could probably live... I can live this at least. singing the Gummy Bear song in my head. But I like like I said, I like the fact that it's that chill. Does he have bubble? He has bubble, yeah? Nope. We can go through here. Oh, I didn't quite hit it. Okay, we killed him. Then we're gonna kill this. I can technically solo this, but then I just death strike. I mean, I got it. Did you go for the body paint yesterday? Oh, yeah, I did go for the body paint yesterday. How much health does this person have? It feels like a lot of health, man. Holy shit. I hit the button at the very end. A little scared there. I love all the tanks. I was on the place in the gameplay of Blood DK or Brew. Never worried. Don't just sing it in your head. Let it out. Be your authentic self. Oh, I see. I sing in the shower. Sometimes I do. I like being a happy person. I take a lot of pride in the fact that I'm a happy person, to be honest. I like being... It's fun being a happy person. There are some people who are, like, dreadfully serious all the time. You know what I'm talking about? There are some people who are like, oh, life. And I'm just like, nah, but that seems lame. You should just enjoy your life. So here, what I'm going to do is I have blood boil, this, boom, and then here, and it's fine. I'm playing Blood DK, Muzz. And then we'll group them all here. Brew is hard to play. Don't be disillusioned if you're trying to play Brew and having a hard time on it. It's actually very difficult to play that tank. And some people, like right now, because it's considered quote-unquote maybe meta, there will be a lot of rerollers to it, and they're just going to die. You're going to have this happen all the time, you know? Josh Jar. Hi, Josh Jar. How's it going? Josh Jar, wait a second. Did you raid me before, and then I asked you if you were Jar Jar Binks? Why do I have a vague memory of this happening? I feel like this happened. I feel like this is a canon event, because the first thing I thought when I saw your name is Jar Jar Binks. That's the first thing I thought. I don't remember that question. I swear that's the first, because I'm a pretty consistent person. So if I thought that this time, I'm almost positive I thought it the first time. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm willing to bet that I thought the same exact thing. You did. I promise. I swear to God, it wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. I'm a pretty consistent person. I don't have to have a good memory because I'm always honest. So I say the same thing all the time, right? You're not a Sith Lord? That's what a Sith Lord would say, though. You see the issue there is that's exactly what a Sith Lord would say. So how can we believe you? All right, ready? Let's go, Big Mama. Big Mama. Let's go. I think we just AMS this, right? Can't we just AMS this? Haha, that's OP. You can just AMS it. That's awesome. All right, bet. Jaja be slimy eggs. Wait, hold up. Wait, we're talking about eggs now? I love eggs. I like duck eggs. I like duck eggs. I like chicken eggs, but duck eggs are better. People don't understand that duck eggs are actually the best eggs. Those are better than regular eggs. But people don't know the truth. If people knew the truth, they would be like, damn. Yeah, duck eggs are better if you've never got the chance to have them, though. If I could eat 20 eggs a day, why not? Why wouldn't you eat 20 eggs a day? The best thing, if you want to make really good tasting eggs, just put sugar on it. You just actually add sugar. You can do that. Did you know? You're an adult, right, Pains? Like, aren't you an adult? You can just do that. You have free will. Did you know that? Yeah, if you didn't know this, you have free will now. Like, you're not limited like you were when you were a kid. You can just actually just put sugar on things. Yeah, but when you're making your food, did you know you could just put sugar on things? They're versatile as well. Yeah, but you could just put sugar on it. That's like the best part. It's awesome. It's so cool. I learned that because like when I was like trying to make steak every day, and I was trying to eat steak every day, I was like sometimes I would just get bored and I didn't want to eat it, and I had to train myself a while ago. And one of the ways I trained myself was just like, oh shit, I didn't realize that I could just add sugar to my steak. Every time I make it, I could just like put sugar on top of the steak. And I was like, this is a win-win. Now all of a sudden I want to eat steak. As you can see, Blood DK damage is not low. It's not the reason that Blood DK is struggling right now. Exterminate, boom. Sugar on scrambled eggs is whack. The day I turned 18, I put a scoop of ice cream on your cereal, though. Yeah, why not? But that's the thing, right? You have the power. It's all in your hands. I'll have like 4 to 5 eggs of what? No. That's like outdated as fuck, man. That's like way outdated knowledge. We used to think that. We also used to think a bunch of other things that were wrong. You know what I mean? You're gonna rot your teeth. Did you know that most of cavity is related to the fact, like, basically, most cavities are actually related, not to your sugar consumption. That's actually not what it is. Most cavities are about whether you're a mouth breather or not, and whether or not you breathe through your mouth at nighttime. That's like a big reason why some people get cavities, as well as digestive issues. You know, have you ever wake up in the morning, you got all that like white stuff on your tongue? That's not supposed to happen. But some people, they have like bad digestion systems. That's like a big reason you get cavities, actually. Yeah, the mouth breathers. That's why actually the best thing you can do if you really want to avoid cavities is you could decide to just suck dicks all the time, and then you would not be breathing through your mouth. You would basically never get cavities. It's a point that I will make, and then I will never say that again. But it was a thought I had, and I didn't filter the thought. It's my bad. It's my bad. It was just a thought that occurred to me, and I was supposed to filter it, and I didn't filter it. It's my bad. I'm sorry about that. That was not an outside thought. That was an inside thought. It was an inside thought, and it was supposed to be an outside thought, and that's my bad. No, you heard nothing. I was saying only what are you talking about? Hold up. Just what is this? What is the weapon that you're using here? It was an inside. It wasn't my bad. Listen. Listen. Sometimes it happens like this. You know? Sometimes you're here and then you realize that you said the wrong thing. It's a thing. Right? And I'm just saying, but with respect, I'm not wrong, right? Like, that's not incorrect. What I said was true. Hold up. Rough pull to lose the DPS on. Did my healer actually have, like, no weapon on him, though? Yeah, just so you guys know, and of course, just to clarify, I do have cavities. Right. I have an AMZ. I could use it. Can I solo this pull? Can't I delay my stacks or something like this? I'm not a very good Blood DK, so I'm like, I'm working on this here. But it'll be a work in progress. Uh-oh. We're chain dying here. Chain dying. We gotta kill this Blood Warper. I mean, again, I'm pretty immortal. There's like a lot of dangerous tank mobs in here. Like, I kind of have to go back toward the pole here, not away from the pole. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. They're supposed to be dead and not come in, like, immediately. We also have mostly... You just have to, like, be... Because you're ranged, so you shouldn't be dying to them. I know, I did notice that. It's Clush. I know him, Wing. Did he have it this whole key, though, or did he swap to it? But research suggests that dietary cholesterol from eggs has less impact on blood cholesterol than previously thought. The thing with cholesterol is there's actually many different types of cholesterol, right? The whole key. That's a mistake. The thing with cholesterol, right, is you have LDL and you have HDL. And they've found, like, time and time again that cholesterol, like, high cholesterol levels are actually very, very good for you. Like, they increase your longevity, not decrease it. You know what I mean? I don't think you can swap weapon during the thing. That's true. You cannot. And he's still managing to heal, but he's definitely playing with a lot less stats. That was rough. That was El Ruffo. Okay, so we pull the seaweeds here, and this is where Blood DK is going to feel bad. Because technically, I just don't have that much CC. I'll gather real fast here, though. You want the research on don't you have MD? Does he have MD by chance? Out of curiosity. With respect to the hunter, does he actually, is he playing misdirect or not playing misdirect? Like, I'm immortal, so technically we can just keep this going all the time. Y'all know about Dr. Kellogg? Yup. That's the lore from that. It's a similar brand of research. There's a lot of things, by the way. GG's. So I could just survive this forever, but I would actually be surviving it forever. People ask how independent Blood DK is, though. You guys want a history lesson? You guys actually want to know the history lesson here? GG's. You see how, by the way, I can actually just live forever. Yeah? I just want to prove that Blood DK is actually immortal. For what it's worth. Like, I'm actually just in this pool forever. Should I die now? Because I'm gonna actually be here forever. This could just be an immortal. Like, I would actually just be immortal, by the way. This is the, I will say, Blood DK does not feel bad. It's not going to get ranked very highly, but it feels pretty good, dude. Yeah, I mean, because they're going to keep healing, so there's no way I could actually do this, but... Boop, 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 boop. There you go. Easy. Okay, I'll die now. Okay, I die now. Sorry for... Blood DK needs 3 setup globals for aggro. It just needs, like, I need, like, several setup globals for aggro. If people, like, full launch, you know what I mean? Like, it's so tough, man. It's so tough. Okay. You guys want a history lesson? Was he playing MD, though? Alright, I'll give you a history lesson, though. The damage needs a balance. That's what the Rat Pelly's saying. I want to see his, though. I don't think he rage quit. No, I mean, like... What were the deaths there? Let's see. Melee. Melee. They're all melees. Like, they're just going to be melees because people were just actually hitting stuff. This one was a Shredation and Dynamite. That one was a quick shot on top of the thing. I don't know if he rage quit. Sometimes as a tank, though, Muzz, it feels bad because there's only so much I can do, right? Wait, is my yogurt here? I think my yogurt's here, right? Wait. Is it here? Think of research teaching those divas to hold their shit before you settle. All tanks are guilty of saving bad pull from dying on pull. Yeah. Like, it's just, well, Blood DK, because the thing is that Blood DK, like, I need to gather, right? And as it's coming in like this, so let's say all the pulls are here, right? So if I'm here and I need to gather on green, so I go pull this, I can grip one of these, and I go boom like this, and I go Death and Decay, I Blood Boil. Now I have dots on things. I need to get my Mara Rend up or Dancing Rune Weapon, and then basically I go boom, like I'll hit my buttons, I'll Death Strike 1, and then basically I'll hit Reaper's Mark, and then I'll Exterminate, and then I'm set. Like, but that's like several steps to get aggro. I wish I had a Bomb Limb. A Bomb Limb was actually so helpful, man. A Bomb Limb was so helpful. Oh, man. Okay, so you guys want to know, this is in general, by the way, an American thing. I only know the history of American, because I've studied it. I only know the history of American stuff. Not other countries, to be fair. Yeah? Okay. Here we go. The reason that certain foods are suggested is economics. Why the heck did they remove a bomb limb? That's a great question. I don't know. But basically, here's what you got to know. Almost entirely, if you are recommended to eat a food and you're told this food is healthy for you or this food is good for you, it is economically based, not nutritionally based. This is very important to understand. Like, there's a lot of money in food. So if you're told, like, this is good for you, the chances that it was economically driven is incredibly high. Like, I genuinely mean that. You gotta, that's like the first and foremost perspective. The history lesson is understanding where the economics came from. For example, you're gonna bring up the carrots chat. It's basically the carrots chat. It's the grain. It's the idea that, like, there was an overproduction of wheat and grain around the World War periods. Yeah, because all the men went away and they needed a way to basically ship food to the people. They couldn't use fresh meat because fresh meat didn't keep across ships and across things that were being sent to troops. So one of the things that did keep better was grains, and they learned how to preserve food a little bit better. But there was an overproduction of grains. After the World War ended, the government was like, bro, we have like fucking 5 times as much grain as we need. What are we going to do with this? And they were like, well, you know what? After wartime, people want to be healthy. People are starting to think about their future, their kids and their family. And we should tell people that grains are good for them. Are grains bad for you? That's not what I'm saying. You got to understand, when I have this conversation, the nuance here is that I'm not saying anything is bad for you or good for you. I'm not making arguments. I'm simply giving a lesson of, like, when there's an overproduction of a resource, and there's, for example, a country has a significant amount of rice, I can almost guarantee you the populace is going to say that rice is good for them. Or if there's an overproduction of grain, or it's cheaper to produce, people will think grain is good for them, or corn, or whatever. There tends to be a few different things here across the world, across nations. There are plenty of people who, well, how to say, okay, basically, sorry. One of the things that happened way back when is there's something called the Seventh-day Adventist Church. It was a religious group from way back when. They were on a mission, give or take, to, you know what I mean? Like a stream of lecture on topics they have no idea about. Hear me out. You can argue with me if you want. You can, by all means. Like, I'll have a conversation, right? I genuinely, like, if I talk about something like this, I'm not meaning to rant. I specifically am bringing up a conversation, all right? Like, very much. If I mention something like this and it's not my field of expertise, there are some things that are and there are some things that are not, okay? But does that make sense? So the food pyramid is an example of this, and we're all making generalizations, because when it comes to nutrition, I find the whole thing to be relatively disheartening. You know what I mean? Where are the flex redeems at? I don't know. Wait, do they have a cap on them? They might have already been got here. It's so important to have a reasonable conversation. If you come at me and you're like, look, you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Fair enough. This is not my field of expertise. My understanding is that I have seen because I work with sick people. Yeah? What's up? Okay? I work with people that have autoimmune conditions. They are trying to get their health back on track. It's like the thing that I do, and I've been doing it for years now, okay? So, in doing that, every single one of them has had some sort of digestive distress, because you don't end up with an autoimmune condition without having some sort of weird IBS symptom or something, okay? So they've tried an elimination diet or a FODMAP diet or a this or a that or a this or whatever, okay? And the truth is, there are so many people who are healthy and thriving on a completely vegan diet, and they're very happy with that. There are also so many people who are happy and thriving and blood markers are good on a completely carnivore diet. There are also so many people who are thriving and healthy and their blood markers are good and they're fit and they're functioning on a Mediterranean diet. There are also so many people who do intermittent fasting and they're happy and they're healthy and they're doing good and they fast. There are also so many people who eat every 2 hours and they fast and then they're good. There are also so many. Why does all of it work? Does that make sense? Like, have you ever thought about it from that perspective? What's up, Dal? Dal, I'm sure you would have some good thoughts about this too. Talking about like food and where nutrition stuff comes from. Stretch. All right, well. That's a good point, actually. Oof. So economics is, first of all, the biggest driving factor of why we're recommended to eat a certain way. Keep in mind, so Daddy, oh, fuck, man, your name. Every single time I say it. Oh, listen, Dal, I'm not talking to you, okay? I wouldn't call you Daddy, although you are physically bigger than me. So I suppose by standards alone, you could be Daddy. But also, that would mean that you had to get with mom, and that's a weird thought, because who's mom in that case? Any volunteers? Right. I haven't done the tier list yet. I will do it shortly. I'm on my blood DK. I was testing blood DK, actually. Felt great, except for the fact that nobody was waiting for aggro. I'm mom. All right, Dirty Dan, get with Dal. I'll see you in 20 years. We're different people. Not just genetically, okay? Like, it's not just genetically we're different people, but your life is not my life, dude. I don't know where you're from. I don't know what you've been through. I don't know what your childhood was like. I don't know what environment you grew up in. We're not the same. We are both human, but some of us are closer to chimpanzees. Haven't you played with, when was the last time you played with a good boomy, right? All boomies and pugs are closer to chimpanzees than they are to any other thing. You know what I mean? So, like, there are some humans that are definitely, like, they're mostly DPS players. But the point is, right? The point is, we're different people. We can't say one size fits all. We can't say that, though. We don't actually know for a fact that this is better, this is worse, and stuff like that. A lot of times. You think that waiting to DPS is enough a barrier to make blood not viable? No. Like, it's actually fine. I swear to God, Loka, it's actually fine. It's not just blood. There's a lot of tanks like that. If I'm on my Demon Hunter and I leap... If I'm here on a Demon Hunter and I leap, Reaver's Glaive, and Sigil, but somebody starts full hitting things, they're still going to take aggro from me. It's not even a blood DK problem, okay? It's not a blood DK problem. It's a DPS problem. It says every tank will go through this. Nothing's worse than, as a tank player myself, nothing's worse than a boomy. Listen, as a tank player, specifically as a guardian druid, nothing is worse than a boomy. Not only are they boomies, they also take my spot. He was playing the big raid trinket, right? Yeah, this one. He was also getting PI. I was wondering, he was doing a lot of damage there. No one should insta-blast. Yeah. Like, maybe dotting with a Moonfire on a mob that I've clearly walked through is good. That's fine. But, like, yeah, no one should insta-dot. No one should insta-thing. So, I was curious about this because he died to melees, like, twice. He only cast Misdirect on me a single time? Ain't no shot. He has Misdirect. He only cast it on me twice. He only hit the button twice. If he just hit the button more than that, he wouldn't have died. Like, if he wants the blast, he just forgot to hit the misdirect. And then that's the thing. Like, I'll get blamed for that. Somebody will look at that and be like, you should have aggroed earlier. I'm like, bro, you gotta wrap it before you tap it, dude. Holy shit. Yeah, I only cast it twice. I was wondering about that. Unfortunately, there is some level of truth to that. Although, let's be honest, I think actually hunters are... They're doing pretty good right now. Macro MD to volley or something like that, yeah. There are some tanks that are better than aggro. Like, I think Bear is actually the best aggro. Like, honestly, Bear is, like, the best pug tank for aggro. I'm going to wait for my Yogurt to arrive, and then... Here we go. Free Loon procs are so funny, because even packs that are actively DPS will get pulled like that. If it procs while I'm gathering and you're moon firing, yes. You know what I mean? If it procs while I'm gathering, but once I'm settled, like, I do big dam. Like, when I'm in a pull, it's not like I don't do damage. Like, I'm doing damage. I actually do fairly decent damage on a blood DK, you know? When you're looking at diets, Medzane comes up for the most healthiest. So here's the thing, Hipsy. I cannot believe under any circumstance that you can tell me there is simply a diet that is the most healthy. Because I grew up in America, and I live in Thailand, yeah? I live in Thailand. Thai people are pretty damn healthy. They are incredibly strong, and they are incredibly durable. Like, Thai people have fucking joints that are just ridiculous. There's a reason that Nak Muay, like Muay Thai, exists in Thailand. You will see this random skinny Thai dude lift like 5 cases of water and put it on his back, and he'll do that for 10 hours a day and then not have a single problem. Do you know what his diet is? Like, do you know what his diet is? He's like healthy as can be. No health problems. And just, like, very strong. He will be 80, 90 years old and still working at the shop. Like, do you know what his diet is like? No, they don't eat sushi here, TH. Sushi is actually quite expensive. They eat fish, but not sushi. Sushi is, like, very expensive in Thailand. It's actually not as common here. You can find it, of course, but it's expensive. Rice and beer. Nah, like rice and beer and some meat, like chicken. Like chicken's super cheap here. So let's just say like rice, chicken, and beer. Yeah, rice, fish, and beer. Like, you know what I mean? That ain't a Mediterranean diet. Some vegetables, some fruit. It's also that's true, and that's true. The Thai diet has changed a lot. I'm just saying though, like it's not like I look at it and I'm like, bro, that doesn't seem very healthy. Have you seen the way they make Thai food? There's a lot of oil in it and a lot of sugar. It's not like it's so much healthier. So why is he so much healthier than the average American? There's definitely some logic and you could make some correlation, but the truth is he's different. He ain't American. He didn't grow up there. He grew up here. He has Thai genetics. You have American genetics. Okay, so he eats a little differently than you, and that's fine. Right? Well, and then what's his lifestyle look like? That's the big one. I still think that when we talk about nutrition, nobody talks about lifestyle. That Americans eat a lot of garbage. That's true, and there are some weird shit in your food, by the way. Instead of butter, that's true, but the oil they use in Thailand is the cheapest canola oil you will possibly find because they don't want to spend anything, though. They don't want to spend extra money. They don't use like olive oil or coconut oil. They're using like the bulk, mass-produced, cheapest canola oil you could possibly find, right? But so when I used to think about nutrition and I used to work with people and suggest I would give people advice on nutrition. I look back and I realize I was on the right track because I was using studies and science and my best understanding, except for the problem that I didn't understand how the science and the research worked. So the things that I would use to back up my argument should not have been used to back up my arguments. You know what I mean? Yeah, literally, we have plenty of microplastics here. It's true. They're just swimming around in my testicles at all times. But it's like, so, you know, does that make sense, though? It's not so much the actual thing. You can't say sugar is bad for you or it's not. You can't say that this is bad for you or it's not. You can't say the Mediterranean diet is better or not. You can't say, it's just basically like, in what context? The Mediterranean diet is probably better because the lifestyle of the people who eat it is better. Much more than the actual thing. There are people who are just genuinely relatively healthy and their whole diet is drinking a Red Bull, eating a donut, and going to work their construction job. But they're physically active. No one ever told them they should be sick or feel bad, and so they just live. And it's like, all right. There are plenty of times in stories that I've heard of, you know who tends to get sick? Like, not always, but this is the thing. You know what and just saying, like, like there are people, who get sick though? A lot of times the people who get sick are the ones who are neurotic. But they're neurotic about their food. And they're like giggle locked in and they say, look, I will not eat anything artificial. I will not buy processed. I will never touch it. I will not do no dyes, no this, no that. And I'm very healthy because I make sure I get my fruits and my veg and this. And if you have that neurotic mentality about food, you almost certainly will have something come up. Like very few, like just think about it for a second. Who tends to be very healthy and who tends to be kind of sick? Like this is a generalization. Okay. It's a generalization because it's not always true. There are plenty of people who are strict about and they're disciplined about the way they eat and are very healthy, yeah? And there are plenty of people who are not so disciplined and unhealthy. And that makes sense. Like there are some logic to be found here. I'm just making an alternative perspective. And when I talk again, I'm not saying I know for a fact. I'm just something I've noticed over time working with people is that it's so weird to me that there are some people who can be so healthy with a seemingly so undeniably unhealthy diet. But the fact is that, Bathazu, I think the number one metric that I would use to judge somebody's health and internal condition is stress. Do you know what I mean? Like, I genuinely think that stress is a factor that is not considered. The more we lock down our systems, the worse we feel, inevitably. No matter how healthy you are, if you're like this all the time and you're like, I'm so scared, I gotta sleep and I gotta drink water and I gotta do this, it's like you are bound to just end up with something twisted that shouldn't be twisted. in general, the people who are like, I'll have a donut, tend to be healthier. Do you know what I mean? Right? So that's well, Bathazu, technically, yeah. Except that there are plenty of people who did. There's the one famous dude. I don't really like him. He's got a social media following now. There's the one famous dude where he was like, I lost 60 pounds by eating McDonald's every day. I just ate half the portion size. I half the portion size, ate McDonald's 3 times a day, and now he's healthy because he lost a bunch of weight. I still think that you can't demonize food. What else did he do though? Did he also go for walks? Did he keep himself active? Did he get himself a nice partner? Did he get a dog? Did he, you know what I mean? Like what else did he do to enhance his quality of life? Because life is like a circle. Yeah, it's not one of those weird triangles because we don't belong to that group. Unless you do, in which case don't come for me. I think a serving portion size, it's not just portion, but it's like your activity levels and stuff like this though. And that's as you said about this, I'm not claiming it's not. I'm not saying you're wrong. When we have this conversation, the only way we can arrive at any sort of solution or answer is if we all agree that none of us know exactly what the answer is. So we can have a conversation, because you're not wrong. If you ask me, can I have some nutrition advice? I probably wouldn't tell you to go eat McDonald's, right? Right? Like, that seems like it was not my first thought. I wouldn't be like, oh, you should totally have McDonald's all the time. Clearly, this is not the best answer. I'm just saying we got to have some nuance of just saying, but if I tell you, if you eat McDonald's, you are asking for a heart attack. It's like, that's also not correct and also just as destructive. Does that make sense? So we have to be careful about how we frame things, because if you go on Instagram, my problem, the reason I'm so focused on this and so passionate about it, is if you go to Instagram like right now and you open it and you start scrolling for health advice, you're going to get told not to eat everything and also to eat all the other things. Somebody is going to be selling you a product and be like, oh, eggs are bad for you. And other people are going to be like, nah, it's actually the vegetables are bad for you. You got to go carnivore. And somebody's going to be like, oh, no, actually, got to do this. And it's like, well, hold up. Which one's correct? You want to know. Just like you want to know what's going to be meta next season. And I'm pretty happy to update the tier list when I get back. We can update tier list when I get back, by the way. I have seen though. And that's true. And you might be wrong. You might be wrong. It's a good point. It's impossible to say. We technically don't know, because also food has changed a lot over the days, over the time periods. Okay, so when we do the tier list, the World of Warcraft dungeon. Is that a Boomy topping? He was playing Elun's Chosen. He was getting PI and also big pulls for him. He was doing good. He was playing the Ritual Forge and had big damage, yeah. But he's playing Elun's Chosen, which is pad damage, to be fair. Elun's Chosen is still fine. The other Keeper of the Grove got absolutely nuked. Keeper of the Grove is literally no more. You basically cannot play Keeper of the Grove anymore. But we'll go over that in a second, as I rank the tier list. Trash has to die. It's ethical. You're not wrong. World of Warcraft. I'm not going to do this like a crazy long video like last time, by the way. Like, it's just going to be, I'm basically going to be identical to the last tier list, right? So what we're going to do is I'm just going to edit it. I'm going to edit the tier list. That's like the main thing I want to do. It's not going to be, no. It's not going to be a 2-hour one. There's not that much to say. There are some things to talk about, but it's not that much to say at the moment. I'm just trying to find my old tier list. I could probably rank it all again. It would be just fine. There you go. This was it. So, when we re-rank this here, this is my old tier list, yeah? But a lot of this has changed. This was the old one. A lot of this has changed, actually. So, let me see here. It basically looks like this right now. Where we have... This was the needs more testing. Needs more testing. This was what it looked like before. But it's not this, though. Soup. This spec is soup. We have the bottom tier, which is soup. And then we have the top one, which is the S plus cheesecake. I think they've actually done a pretty good job on tuning. When I get back, I'll talk to you about it. But I also really want to eat my yogurt, because the yogurt seems very exciting. Do. But I will put this here in the same way that I had put it before. Subtlety Og, and then we had this tier, which was Windwalker. I'll get it in a second, Kitty. I know. I will get it. I just wanted to make I'm making the list. I'm making the list, right? We gotta do content. We gotta do content, though. Okay, Affliction. Bear was down here, unfortunately. I gotta redo the tier list because I didn't actually save it, unfortunately. You know how you're supposed to save your work every time you do the work? You're supposed to save the work. Unfortunately, I forgot to do that. So I have to remake this real fast. Hold up. No. I gotta disable this ad. Is there no way to... I gotta be able to get this ad off. Hold up. Ad choices. Get off. We still seeing your WoW screen? I know. We can't see the list if you didn't know. I know. I'm just trying to figure out... How do I... There's no X button. There's gotta be an X button for this ad somewhere. Basically, though, I'm here. Because I'll show you the screen. I'm making the old one. What I did here is I had already made this. We had done the whole video. I don't need to go through the whole video. I don't need to farm content that bad. I don't mind farming content, right? This is content. It's all content here. But I don't need to farm it like that bad. You know what I mean? I don't need to farm it like that bad. So we're chilling. Just like I was trying to figure out how to close this ad. This is what I'm making the tier list. We're gonna start from the old tier list of what I had made before because things have changed. It was Holy Paladin, Assassination Rogue was here, and then I put Fury Warrior as well. Fury Warrior was like this. This was what I was doing before, but then I'm gonna go get my yogurt. We'll talk about it for a second, and I'll make the video. Elemental Shaman, dude, done. Mistweaver was here. I gotta refer to my old tier list first. Yeah? Destrolock. Destro was there, and then Feral, and then Frost Mage was here. So a lot of this has changed. I'm looking at this right now, and I'm like, damn, a lot of this actually has changed quite a bit. We had Havoc. So instead of, yeah, basically, though, exactly. I'm just going to talk about what changed. You can always go back and watch the original video if you want to see that. Demolock, Fire Mage was here. I had put Prez and Survival in this category. Prez and Survival. This looks about right to me. As a tank, I went out of my way and learned to healer to 3k. Yeah. Honestly, I really feel like Xanathus, if everybody just played the different roles, do you know how much better the game would be? Well, I swear, if everybody just play... Wait a second. Hold up. There's like one extra thing here. I need to disable one of these rows. Delete row. There you go. Mass plus cheesecake. Cool. This was how it was actually last time. There was one extra row here. So yeah, everything here was... This was all S tier before. Literally every single thing here was S tier. That has changed, though. This has certainly changed. This was actually what the S tier looked like before. It's kind of wild to me. It really did look like this, too. This is actually what the S tier looked like. Okay. Well, when I get back, I'm going to actually edit this. Cheesecake, not wait. Cheesecake. This is what it was, though. On PTR originally, this is literally what it was. It's not like this anymore. But I'm gonna show you in a second. Cool. Bear back. Then updating this. This was old list. Boom. Here we go. Boom. Are you not missing A? Okay, I'll change the names. Because actually it was this is basically S plus, this is A, this is B, this is C, and then D tier is soup. This is the worst. This is the worst down here. Okay? Okay, let me go get my yogurt because it's gonna go bad otherwise, and I'll be right back, and then we're updating this. This is exactly what I wanted. Oh my god. This is... Listen, man. It is amazing. Oh. It's unbelievable. This is like... This hit the spot today. It's fancy yogurt. Thank you. I didn't want ice cream, okay? Because you know, I'm gonna. This is old ranking. Old ranking. By the way, I haven't ranked it yet. This is just my old tier list. When I ranked this, by the way, Rhett was absolutely C. If anything, it might have been even less because it was bugged still. They fixed the Empyrean Hammer bug. I played it today. I played Rhett earlier today in a Priory. I was top damage. So this is the old ranking. This is basically just ice cream. This is basically ice cream, though, because it's actually... It's a very sweet... It's got, like, vanilla flavor. As Greek yogurt. It's very bad. Oh. This is ice cream. This is basically just ice cream in yogurt form. This is so good. Oh, my God. Listen, man. When life gets hard, you need sugar. Actually, don't this. Yeah, that one, again, I'm going to update this in a second. I'm just enjoying. Let me have my foodgasm. I deserve this, okay? I deserve that. I've been working hard. I've been doing good. I got to travel to Laos next week, etc. Oh, man. It's certainly it's a reflection of how the game has changed, because you're right. I don't know why. PTR, man, is so weird. PTR is so weird. It's definitely a reflection of the game. It is so weirdly toxic this time. It's never been this toxic. Every PTR, I've never had a PTR cycle this toxic. I mean that too. I've never had a PTR cycle this toxic. That's actually it's my favorite time to play because people are never toxic on PTR. Because we're all there to test stuff. I don't know why. I don't know why it's so toxic right now. I genuinely don't know. You know? You're afraid they're quite vanilla? Now, you don't know that for sure, Faye Vibe. You don't know that because I will say, you wouldn't know. You might not know. And here's why. Because if you play Holy Priest, there's certainly a certain part of you that enjoys pain, right? You can't play Holy Priest without having a very particular brain type that wants the pain. It's kind of like playing Fury Warrior, except that Fury Warrior zug just a little bit more. So it's like, I think that if you're willing to play a Holy Priest when you could just literally swap specialization to disc and you're just like, I feel like there's a certain part of you that wants a little bit of punishment. You know what I mean? It's in this particular instance, you are asking for it. You chose to play Holy Priest. You could hit change specialization at any point. Anything about Loon's balance? Actually, good question. We'll talk about it in a second. That's one of the most interesting ones for sure. Purdy Toffer. Purdy Toffer. Purdy Toffer. Are you a Purdy Toffer? This is so good. This is exactly what this is, though. Hi, Purdy Toffer. Thank you for subbing. Is there a name Purdy Toffer like a these damn ads? Whoa, wait, Purdy Toffer. Is your name Purdy Toffer like a gopher? Wasn't that a thing that people used to do? That the gopher would come up out of the hole and they would be like, it looked left. Winter is going to last 3 more weeks. It is Riaran. If you're playing well, yes. Because of the Chrono Flame Hero Talent Tree Capstone. And Life Giver's Flame. And Life Force Mender in the Hero and the Spec Tree. Like Christopher. Gotcha. Understood. This is so good. Eventually, I gotta stop eating it because this is a whole kilo of yogurt. I'm not supposed to eat this whole thing at once. This is supposed to be less than this. It's not supposed to be this much. But it's so good. But it's so delicious. It's so good. Makes me want to cry. I don't know what these guys do, but for some reason they get the perfect balance between like the vanilla and the stuff. Vanilla is like one of the best flavors of all time. Mm. She's just a huge 1TP. Oh, I understand. What's your biggest ship? I don't know if I have one anymore. What's your biggest ship? Ship, by the way, like OTP, like one true pairing. You know, it's a brand of yogurt. It's like Farmers Union. Farmers Union. I don't know. In Thailand, this is like kind of fancy yogurt. This yogurt is expensive for Thailand. It's like $10 for this container. It's a kilo of yogurt. Like, it's got a lot of nutrition and calories. But, you know, it's basically dinner. I meant One Trick Pony. We could talk about One True Pairing too. Oh, One Trick Pony. Oh, bro, One Trick Pony. I thought you meant OTP, like One True Pairing. That's what I thought you meant. I used to have a Tumblr, right? I used to have a Tumblr. We all know why we use Tumblr, though, and we can't talk about that here. We can't talk about that here. On why you live in Thailand? Oh, yeah. I'll get to this in a second. I live in Thailand because Thailand is awesome. It pretty much is that simple, actually. I wasn't planning to move here whatsoever. I had never been to Asia before. I'm from the U.S. Never been to Asia at all. And I took a 2-month trip. I was traveling with my best friend to Asia. I went. We landed in like Singapore for a few days. Then we went to Cambodia, Vietnam. We went to Laos, and then we came to Thailand, yeah. And then when I was in Thailand for 1 week, I was supposed to be here for 3 weeks, and then I had a return flight back to the U.S. And I just had this random, like this intuition feeling. I randomly felt at home here. I don't know why. I was just like, damn, I want to be here. And I was like, what if I actually did stay here? There's context of why I didn't have to go back, but I canceled my return flight, and that was over 7 years ago. I canceled my return flight on that. It was one of the more spontaneous decisions of my life, where I was just like, can I make it work? So I told myself I'd give it a month. I told if I can find some work in a month, and I could find like a place to live, and I found friends who wanted to celebrate my birthday with me, and I could figure out the logistics that I would stay. And I did figure that out, so here I am. I've been here ever since. It's not actually that hard to move to a foreign country if you don't have spawn. If you have spawn, then it can be very difficult, because uprooting your family is not so easy. But if you're alone, like most of us are, maybe. I don't know. I don't want to speak for you. But if you're alone, it's not that bad. It's scary. You have to leave everything. You have to leave everything you know behind and be willing to accept a new reality of things, which is not easy to do. But you can make it work. Yeah, school is very expensive. Like sending your children to school. That's why basically just don't procreate. I know it seems tempting, but just go to Ralph's, get a pie there, and enjoy that. To retire, bro, I don't know how to. I haven't thought about retiring, Requiem. I'm 28 years old. Retiring is not on my purview. I like my work anyways. That's okay. To retire? No idea. How much money do you need to make a month to live here? I think if you make like 2,000 US a month, you can simply enjoy your life. Like 2,000 a month, you can have a really good life here. You'd have to make some financial decisions. Like it wouldn't be like you're not rich, but you could do good stuff. 3,000 a month, you're like, okay, now I can go out, I can travel, I can go to the beach every month if I want. You know what I mean? I can go to the beach every month if I want. You'll be able to kind of do whatever. Like if you start making 4,000 or 5,000 US dollars a month, you're like, you can just travel. You can do anything you want here. And if you're like actually the person, you're like, that doesn't seem like that much. I make $6,000 or $7,000 a month. Like you could have a penthouse apartment with a jacuzzi in it. You know, A chill one with a successful family and good health, TH. Would you consider Esprit sucks on Gamut? Because they have 2 Shadow Crashes, though, now. But Cambo, they have 2 Shadow Crashes, so they just hit it twice. Okay. So, let me put this yogurt away, because I'm almost finished the whole thing. And I'll come back and we'll do this list. Okay. All right. Here's your answer to the lower question, though. Ooh, it's kind of cold. It's a little bit cold. Once I start this video, keep in mind, I don't mind, like, I'll kind of respond to chat a little bit, but I know I'm going to direct clip this to YouTube. Like, this is going to be a YouTube video for sure. So I will direct clip this to YouTube after. And if anybody misses it, I'll post it in Discord and stuff. If anybody does miss it for whatever reason, these are where this video will be. You can totally, yeah, if you don't want to watch it, that's fine. I love talking about World of Warcraft. I think it's the coolest shit. I like it a lot. I know that's exactly what I said, right? Where's assassination right here? It's gonna change. So this is not done yet. I'm not done yet. No, I'm not done. This is the old list. This was before tuning. This was the early PTR. So much of this has been tuned. It's all quite different now. Yeah. We'll see. I don't know. Guys, I'm gonna really try hard not to make this 2 hours. Like it can't even be an hour. No. I'm actually like 30 minutes. Like 20-30 minutes is all I need to talk about this, okay? Like actually like 30 minutes is all I need to talk about this. That's all. Yeah? It doesn't need to be any more or any less than that. I just basically have to go over here and I gotta do the accidental thing. You know what I'm talking about? I gotta do the accidental thing where I'm like, whoops, because I'm sharing my screen. You know what I mean? So I gotta have like scrolls like this. There you go. I gotta just have that like in the corner somewhere and just be like, whoops, like my bad. That should be in the video, I feel like. You feel like that should be in the video? Should I just keep that up there? It's not 2+ hours. I am watching it. It doesn't suit you, so they giga buff us into being meta. I'm surprised they nerfed you, actually. I mean, it was just raid. It was a raid nerf, you know? Before you start ignoring us, do you think it'll be a pretty firm... Oh, I think I had too much yogurt. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling the yogurt high, actually. I'm just like, oh, wow. You think it'll be a pretty firm list? So we're starting to develop, and here's why, and I'll go over this when I start, but we're starting to develop a meta now. And the reason is there's going to be at least one more round of patch notes, but the last one was their big swing. The last round of patch notes was their actual big swing. And from this point, I think it'll be starting to be more consistent, because previous to this last tuning, there were specs that were doing 30 to 40% more damage than anyone else. Yeah. Like, do you know what I mean? There were specs that were just doing literally too much damage. The nerfs bring them in line, but plot twist, they don't actually change that much. Next patch. Well, the Mythic 0 week. So notoriously, I think that the next big... I think we'll get 2 more. If ideally we get 2 more, because there are still a few things they need to look at if they want to make it even more balanced. But keep in mind, they tune around raid. They do not tune around M+. They don't notoriously, right? They didn't get giga nerfed. This hasn't been done yet, Kitty. This was previous. This was previous to the nerfs, Prot Warrior. This was pre-nerf Prot Warrior. This was like pre-nerf. It was like pre-nerf. This was all last year. Now it's a little bit different. What's interesting is that the delta between specs is a lot less than it was. Like, that's the main thing, okay? Okay. Whew. I gotta wake myself up. We will not put fox. Wait, should I actually leave this on though? Do you think I should? Do you think I should casually leave the bookmark up? Wait, do you think I should leave this up? Wait. It was a joke, but now I'm like, should I just leave that in the corner in case anybody wants to? Should I just? Would that be funny or no? I can't tell. I can't tell if that's a funny joke. Aren't you already demonetized on YouTube? Add more sussy ones? I think it's overkill. I think it's just supposed to have one. I think it's overkill if I add too many more. If I start adding too many more, it just becomes overkill at that point. Just keep in mind, after we make the tier list, I'm going to do more keys because today I'll go long. I don't mind doing like a longer stream today just because after this, I got to go do real life stuff. So keep in mind, this is my last stream for a whole week. I'll be back after, but I got to go do all my real life stuff and I got to travel to Lao and whatnot. So this will be my last stream for a whole week. That's like the longest I've ever taken off stream. It feels weird to hide it, make it look accidental. I feel like it's just one. I feel like there just needs to be one though. It has been nerfed. This is pre-nerf, by the way. I haven't updated this just yet. We're not done with the tier list. We haven't even started. I've been yapping. I needed to test a few things on PTR today. Okay. I think we just keep one tab. If I start making multiple tabs, it starts getting sussy. I think it's just one. Just like one tab up here, I feel like is acceptable. Because there's nothing wrong with fox. There's what's wrong with fox, like girl foxes? What's wrong with girl foxes? There are boy foxes and there are girl foxes. 10 minutes, one sus tab, go. It's only 1 month. It's gonna take me a little longer than 10 minutes because I have thoughts. After watching people's reaction to the last tier video and also talking to people and kind of seeing, it's like, they're so important for me that I clarify some things. Like, just because your spec is down here, you gotta know what is good or is not good for a plus 12. Like, you gotta understand that there are differences between a plus 12 and a plus 20. Or a plus 10 and a plus 15 even. Like, there are big differences between those things. They are not the same thing, and they should not be considered the same thing at that point. There's so many people who are going to be like, damn, Brewmaster is an S tier. I should play Brewmaster in all my keys. Like, not necessarily, right? Like, that's actually not necessarily true. Okay. Shall we begin? Grab your popcorn, folks. Grab your popcorn. Don't say bad things on the YouTube video. It's gonna be one take. I don't get to start over because it's one take, and I'm allergic to video editing. I have allergic to video editing osis, which is a medical condition where I'm not allowed to do video editing. So unfortunately, right, this will be a live clip. Like, whenever I start the video, that's what I did last time. I just basically, like, if I start the video on stream, I just from the moment I start, I just clip it and I go over here. I can put the fox ears on, but the last one I put the fox ears on, I don't feel like I should have the fox ears on this time. The fox ears, there's an Easter egg right here anyways. The fox ears are here. Yeah? I feel like I mean, if I wanted to make it way more sussy, I could. But I feel like Fox Girls is like a happy medium. Imagine I had another tab open and it was like sexy anime armpits or something like that. Like, that would be like a very much sussier tab to have open. But I don't really, like, that's on my phone, not on the computer. So this is just Fox Girls. I feel like that's fairly reasonable. You know what I mean? No, this is just this, actually. I feel like just this one is fine. Again, if I start adding more, it seems way too intentional. This one almost seems unintentional. Plus fox ears, bueno. I think just one is fine. Yeah. You got, all right, hold on. What? Honestly, should I wear the fox ears or no for the video? Poll. All right, I'll ask. You guys can vote, all right? Should I wear the fox ears for the updated tier list? Yes. Furry. No. No furry. Great. You have like 2 minutes. The poll is on YouTube. You're missing out. Where should Red go? I'll show you in a second. That'll be an interesting one to change, though. So I'll be... You can vote. Just vote. You don't have... If everybody votes yes, I will, I suppose, right? Yes to fox ears. Okay. All right. I'm assuming... I think we have a pretty clear winner already. No? Okay, good. So there's some people voting no. It's at least still a competition, then. All right. Whoa. What's up? I don't think... You know, I did have horns like that. Actually, that's funny because you... First of all, who is that? And why does he have ears or horns? Wait a second, Albeek. This emoji that you just gave me. Is that horns like goat horns? Like bah? Or is that ears? I can't tell. What is that emoji? Amo Shakapa. Amo Shakapa. This one. This emoji right here. I can't tell. Is he wearing ears? Oh, yeah, they're not horns. They're ears. Oh, I see. All right, there's like a minute left on this poll. Get your votes in, folks. This video will go on YouTube. It will be around forever. The longevity of this video. Actually, sometimes I really think about that. I occasionally say things on stream, and then I realize that I've put this out there in the universe. It is now here forever. That concern... Occasionally, I think about that, and I'm like, oh, no. There are some clips of stream that are incredibly sussy, and I just accept the fact. People were like, don't do OnlyFans. You'll stain your digital footprint. But nobody told me not to stream. That was a good one, huh, Mua? It's a thought that came to me. I wasn't wrong. The thing is, I wasn't wrong. It was a truthful thought. It's just one of those inside thoughts that I wasn't supposed to say. Okay, yes, furry. All right, we're wearing the fox ears then. Okay. That was a good one, boy. I'm not gonna lie. That was a solid clip. I wasn't wrong, right? I felt justified, and I feel vindicated because I wasn't wrong. Okay. Ooh. Shall we? Shall we? You know Vlad? I do know Vlad. Okay. I'm positioning in my chair. I'm getting ready, like a dog positioning for his daily poo. Or hopefully daily. Like, it's not good if it's not daily, actually. It means they have some sort of digestional distress. I have digestional distress. Did you ever know your father? Okay. Alright, everybody clear? Can we see everything? Alright, bet. How do I get rid of this ad? Does anybody know how to get rid of this ad right here? Is there a way for me to get rid of this ad right there? I kind of want to get rid of this one right before the video because I see it on here and it's annoying me, but I don't see an X. Like, I don't see a way to get rid of this particular ad. This ad blocker. Dirty Dan. Dirty Dan. You dirty Dan. You block. Overlay it. Overlay it? Like, can you zoom in? Oh, I think it'll look weird if I zoom in, right? Like, no, it goes with me. It goes with me, actually. It goes with me. I can't even out zoom it. Look, I can't even out zoom it. It just goes, drag your cam over it. That's not a bad idea. I mean, but it's kind of weird. I think if my cam, I know it got bigger. That did not help at all. I think it's a little weird if my cam is like randomly in the middle of the video. Wait. I don't think this works. I don't think that this works that well. No. I don't think the camera deserves to be here though. No. Look at the bottom. I know. Just get a Chrome extension real quick. On the there's an ad at the bottom too. Another one. Yeah. You block light. Is that... Wait. That actually... No, I gotta remake this whole list then. I think we just send it with the ad block is your way forward. Oh boy. Can we just send it? Is it really that big of a deal? What if I put like like an image of a raccoon or something. Yeah, what if I put this over here, and then I like here. I could put like an image of a raccoon over it. Is this better or not? What about like a little? What about this? What if I just randomly put a raccoon like right there? But it kind of interferes with the tier list, though. I'm not gonna lie. Hold on. Okay, like this. There you go, like right there. Also, extensions are easy to get. I won't have to reload anything probably. You ends up getting that 21 with the no. I wish I didn't get there though. Should be a fox girl though. No, the fox girl is just in the tab that's open. Use OBS to cut the area to show only the. I actually don't know how to do that. I have window capture on. That would be awesome. I have no idea how to do that. You can. How do you do that on window capture? I think that looks weird though. Now I can't stop looking at that. It's a very cute raccoon, right? It's a very cute raccoon. I could put more raccoons on the stream, technically speaking. I think that eventually I can learn how to do these things, but the truth is that maybe I'll just send it like this because I'm not sure I care enough about the perfection here. I think we just settle for average. I think that most people would be happier, if they just settled for average. Okay. We good? Solid? All right, shall we start the tier list? We voted for ears on instead. You could zoom in on OBS. How to zoom in on OBS? I'm like, I've got the window capture on. Window capture, scale like this. Oh no, but then that looks weird with my camera and stuff. I would just keep it like this. It's okay. Drag the corner of the windows to capture. Nah, it's fine. This is fine, guys. I don't think it's a big deal. I think that people can just harness F and BTC volatility. They can just trade with CFDs. They can start trading and leverage up to 1.200. I don't know what that is. Learning to edit or basic edits, I can help when you get back. I actually wouldn't mind that. I probably should learn how to do this. I really should learn how to do this. You know what I mean? You gotta pay for the ad read. I'm not getting paid for any ad reads. What are you talking about? I'm not getting paid for any ad reads. Okay. Shall we? Remember, once I start, I'm just gonna send it. Once I start, I'm just sending it. Pay for the raccoon. I think my YouTube is monetized again. I think I got it back monetized. I'm not 100% sure if I did it right, but I tried. And that's kind of worth the effort and stuff, right? All tier list information will be on YouTube and Discord afterward. Here we go. Hold up. Discord. Boom. Like this. And then boom, like this. We just set one last thing here. There you go. I just want to pin this. There you go. That should work. Hey man, I've been working hard. The thing is, people love tier list content. You guys want to know the truth? I was like, I kind of want to make YouTube videos, but I didn't really know exactly what I wanted to make. I have some really good ideas. I have some very good ideas about what I can make for YouTube stuff. It's going to help so many people in the season. I have so many good ideas about what I'm going to do. And it's like, dude, if you're a tank player, please watch these videos. Like, it'll help you so much going into the season, but I haven't made them yet. At the very least, people love tier list stuff. There's a reason that people like tier list stuff. It's because you don't want to play a bad spec. Playing a bad spec in World of Warcraft is like a brand. It's like a permanent brand on your thing, man. And it's like the thing is that when you play the spec that isn't considered good by the greater WoW community, you don't get to play the game. Like, you just have to sit in Dornogal and be spam applying for keys, and you never get to play, and that feels bad. And it's like the public perception of things, you know what I mean? And it's like, it's just not good. Yeah, tanking is the thing I know the most, but I also like healing. I know tank's the best, and I have played the vast majority of DPS on this list. I haven't technically played every DPS on this list. I haven't had the time to play actually every single spec of DPS on here. So this isn't going to be 100% accurate, but one thing I have been doing is I play PTR, 5, 6 hours, 8 hours a day. It's like a lot, you know what I mean? Yeah, I think EC is fine in keys. Like, if I just show you the last overall from the key I just did with Petco, like, he was still top overall with EC, but I'll make that point in a second. It just feels awful to play non-meta. It does. And the reason that these lists are important is because if I don't make one, somebody's going to make one. Like, it's going to be, something's going to happen. And I figure I might as well just be me. I'm turning music off. Let's go. All right. Here we go. That thing. Think about that thing on your head. You will regret it one day. Bart Klaus. I regret being a furry exactly 0% of my life. Fur is an amazing texture, right? Think about the last time you ate a cat. It was just like, how furry. I was top 5 Mistweaver and I'm playing, say, like a month before. It's hard, man. Either S plus and no S. This is just cheesecake. Cheesecake is always S plus. That's why. Cheesecake is always S plus. Okay, here we go. Ready? We're beginning. We're beginning. We're beginning at exactly what time of stream? What time of stream is it? 6:25. Perfect. That's an easy one to remember. 6:25 we begin. Okay. Ooh. Yeah, hold up. I feel like I need to turn my camera slightly up. Aha! Better. Now I can sit up. And if I sit up, I project my voice. This is how you know I'm being serious. This is how you know I'm being serious. I can project my voice now that I'm here. I can project my voice. Time's 13:30. It's like 6:30 p.m. for me. It's like my evening time. Okay, all right, I'm going. This is it. This is the moment. This is the time to shine. Everybody wants to know. Okay. Okay, so after extensive PTR testing, we have an updated tier list. There have been several rounds of notes since the last time I made this list, but before we dive into it, there are a few things I must clarify. Number one, there is a misconception that if your spec is rated low, if your spec is in the soup tier, you can't play it. This is incorrect. Every single spec in World of Warcraft is at least balanced enough that you can bring it to a plus 12 or even a plus 15. Tier lists are made from content creators' perspectives of what will be the high key meta. Currently in this season, we're talking about pushing toward the title range. The problem with that mentality is that a lot of people just want to do that mid-range of keys. You don't necessarily stop at plus 12, but have to get to plus 20. There's a whole group of players, myself included, who exist in between that range, who don't quite get title, but still want to push higher than 12. The meta perception affects that community of players disproportionate to the people just at the top. Because if you're pushing that plus 20 key, you have a friends list that you can log on, go to BNet and say, hey, I'm a Fury Warrior, but can I still join your key? And you might get invited. This list is about the public perception of what these specs are going to be. Now, I have been testing PTR nonstop. I have a pretty good understanding of where a lot of these specs land. The last time we did this, I had a few things in needs more testing. There is nothing in needs more testing at this point. There will be another round of tuning notes. And if things get truly shaken up, I have no problem updating this list once again. But if you're watching this video, I do need you to know that every single spec will be viable in M+. You can play even the specs that are down below. You can play it. The hard part is going to be finding groups because people will want you to be the S tier spec or even the A tier spec. But you can ask people who are even in the A tier and they might have a hard time finding keys. Keys have become incredibly competitive, which for better or worse is the reality of the situation of M+ nowadays. So if you're watching this, you're in that competition because you're curious. You want to know what's going to be meta. There is a meta. there is going to be some specs that simply do more damage than other specs. There is going to be more specs that can do more for your group than other specs, but it doesn't mean the things that are on the bottom of this list can't be played. And I think that's so important to clarify, because when we make these lists, if we don't clarify that, it's easy to say, oh man, Blood DK is my favorite tank. Oh, I love playing Blood DK, and I just wish I could play it. And I go, yeah, that's tough. I feel that. I also want to play Blood DK is super fun. I'm like, what key level do you want to do? And they're like, I can't play Blood DK. I just want to get to my plus 10s. I just want, I'm just on Portal. I just want to get my portals, and I'll have to re-roll off Blood DK. And I'm like, wait a second, hold up. No, wait, actually, Blood DK is a fantastic tank for that. And so that's the mentality that we have to clarify when we're talking about a list like this. What's your goal in the season? Because for plus 10s and plus 12s, you should play whatever you're the most comfortable with. That is going to be the spec you actually do the best on. If your goal is performance, the spec you have the most familiarity on is actually going to be the thing you do the best on. Now, that's my intro. Now that we've contextualized the key, we've contextualized the video, we can update this list, okay? All that in mind, let us begin. This is the old list. This is before tuning. It has since changed. Needs more testing. No longer. All right? Unholy DK is good. This spec is quite good. Recently, this has been buffed again, and then hotfixed. It is still maybe subpar to Frost. Frost was in the last set of notes, nerfed by 12% overall, and breath was changed ever so slightly. Unholy is top of A tier. I still think that Frost DK is better than Unholy. So Unholy is going to be landing firmly in the A tier. A very, very solid alternative. If you like Unholy, absolutely playable. There is a world where this gets one more look at, and it is back to S+. But given that it was S+ last season, I think that Frost has this time to shine this season. A DK still brings everything that a DK brings. And I'm going to try very hard not to make this video 2 hours, so we're just going to go over the changes to this list. Some of it is consistent, but quite a bit has been shaken up. Outlaw Rogue no longer needs more testing. It is firmly in the C tier. Outlaw Rogue has a few problems with it. It is still target capped. It needs to be fairly overtuned in order for it to be doing competitive damage. It is a member of the physical comp, which was indirectly nerfed when they took off the Mystic Touch. They reverted that from 8% to 5%, which indirectly and disproportionately affects Outlaw Rogue, since Outlaw Rogue is the only rogue spec with proper physical damage. Subtlety and Assassination do not have pure physical damage. They're actually mostly magic damage. Nature, Shadow. So, Outlaw was indirectly affected by this, but also Outlaw has target capped. Basically, if its consistent damage is so high that you want to bring it to a key where you pull pack by pack small targets, it could fit very well into that comp, and notoriously has fit very well into a sort of Brewmaster, Fury Warrior, Fizz comp with smaller pulls. It still has that niche. They recently buffed it, but also nerfed Blade Fury. But the thing is, if they nerf Blade Fury, that is so much of your damage that it was a very, very, very small buff, and I don't think the numbers are quite there for Outlaw. It is possible, because this spec is actually quite difficult to play, very fast-paced, very high APM, that the Outlaw Rogues that I have seen were not that competitive. It's possible. But the one thing that Outlaw Rogue should be able to do is shine regardless of the pulls. Regardless of the pulls that you're doing, this spec should shine. And every single time I've played with one, they are quite a bit behind other specs. So given all of that information, I cannot put them above C tier. That being said, we go over to the next rogue spec. This spec got giga buffed. All rogue specs have been buffed since the last time of this video, but Assassination in particular was buffed quite a bit. And it was buffed in a way that behooves them. Behoove is a word, if you didn't know that. It means benefits them. So Assassination in particular, very nice changes. They got a massive aura buff, so everything of their damage got buffed, and then on top of the last notes, their single target priority damage got buffed, with Crimson Tempest getting nerfed by 9%. That being said, Assassination, I do not think, based on the numbers that I saw today from Assassination Rogue testing, I cannot put it in the S plus tier, but I can put it in high A. I think that Assassination is now the premier rogue spec. I think of all the rogue specs, Assassination is actually doing quite well. It still has its niche of being a very good funnel DPS. Okay? After I'm done talking about rogues, I want to take a little bit of a break to talk about why funnel DPS is important and what that actually means, because Assassination is quite good at this. Their single target is still not the highest, but has been buffed to a reasonable level. I think if you want to play rogue, rogue is a spec that both benefits and also gets unfortunately negatively impacted by the fact that they're a pure DPSer. They have 3 DPS specializations. Normally, not all 3 are good. You have to play one over the other. There's normally one up here, one over here, and one down like this. Unless you're a mage, in which case normally all 3 are actually fine to play. But in this particular instance, rogue, Assassination, I think if you're a rogue player, you're looking to play Assassination this season. I think Assassination is actually very decent. Its overall is competitive. Keep in mind, there is no offensive group buff, but you do still provide all the things that rogue provides to your team. So Assassination lands firmly in the A tier. Again, I will not make this video 2 hours long, so we are going to move along. Subtlety Rogue. Yeah, this is the right spot for Subtlety Rogue. What's funny is that all the rogues got buffed, and Subtlety got buffed the least. I don't know how this happened. I really don't know how this happened. Subtlety was the one that needed it the most, and actually Subtlety got buffed the least. Like, actually, it got buffed the least. So, Subtlety, of all the rogue specs, is still down here. It does not have a damage profile that is unique compared to these two. Both of these are better damage profile than Subtlety. Subtlety's numbers are weaker. It's not tuned as high, so there's really no reason to play it. It doesn't bring anything compared to Outlaw or Assassination. In that context, it is literally soup. Like, there's a spec that has other options to play, and the fact that basically it's like, why would you bring this? You're actually trolling. Like, you're just basically bored on a rogue spec, and you're like, I want to try Subtlety today. You are literally going to do worse. Could you still time the key? Sure, but you are bringing less value to your group by playing Subtlety. Therefore, Subtlety stays in the soup tier. It's not that good. Okay, moving on. Right away, I want to talk, because we're going to mention it a lot. So many of the meta decisions in this key, in this season, now that people understand the game more and more over time, is about funnel priority damage. I need to explain what this is, because I feel like a lot of WoW players do not understand what funnel priority damage means, okay? There are 2 different versions of this, but the best way to understand it is that I want you to think about your spec. Almost every spec in the game has a resource that you need to build. Could be anything. Could be a warlock soul shards. It could be your energy. It could be your rage. It could be your this. It could be anything. You have a resource that you're going to spend on damaging abilities. Most specs in the game generate more of that resource when there are more targets in a pull. So if you have 5 targets and you can dot all 5 targets, you will be generating more of the resource that allows you to do damage, right? This is a simplified way, because it's not quite perfect, but this is let me just give you an overview. So if I pull one mob that needs to die, or let's say a boss, but I can pull 4 more targets on top of this, then all of a sudden we get a situation where you can build more resources and then dump all that damage not into AoE, but into single target abilities. A classic example is a Balanced Druid, who instead of Starfalling would cast Star Surge. Now, unfortunately, ethical Balanced Druids don't really exist in M+. So in the situation I'm describing, they're probably still casting Starfall. But the point exists that there are some specs in the game that have more resource generation that they can put into a single target spender comparatively to an AoE spender. So that's what funnel damage is. The reason this is so important is that most of the time in M+, your speed in the key is determined by the one big thing dying, not the small little things. If you think about the first pull of Priory, the guard captain needs to die before you advance to the next part of the dungeon. So how fast he dies is more important than how fast all the little mobs around him die. Or if you think about the first pull of Floodgate, then how fast the big shredder mob dies is more important than how fast the little mobs die. Ideally, and one thing you see when you're watching the really high keys, you're like, how do they go so fast? Where did they save so much time? Whenever I do that key, we always time with like 10 seconds left. How are they doing this? Look at the pulls. They've allocated damage to the point where that big guy dies at the same time as all the little ones. In your dungeon, because people are zug-zugging AoE, then that big guy is 40% health when the other little ones die. So that's a good example of why there are some DPS specializations that are rated higher. As per what we just talked about, Assassination Rogue does most of their damage to that main target and then cleaves off of it. Whereas a Resto Druid, or sorry, a Balance Druid or a Ret Pally, if you just hit Divine Storm, if you just hit Divine Storm, you're hitting all the mobs, but not quite the one in the middle that needs to die first. So there are some DPS profiles for keys that are more valuable than others. And that is the example of why some of these specs are going to be ranked higher. Overall damage might not be that far off. Although in general, because of tuning, the spec that tends to be higher up, even if their damage profile is better, also tends to do more overall damage. Okay, so moving on. Let's go bottom up. Do these specs still deserve to be in soup? Yes. Augmentation still deserves to be in soup tier. They have actually technically buffed this slightly, but not enough. It is still not buffing the tanks or the healers. The changes they made to this, it had its time. It was golden for so many seasons. I am okay with this. Are you okay with this? Is everyone okay with the fact that augmentation is considered soup? It's going to do less damage than other DPS. Could you play it? Sure. Are you losing damage and making the run slightly harder? Yes. That's okay. Everybody's okay with that. I don't think anybody in the WoW community is upset about the fact that augmentation is not going to be very well represented in a meta strategy. Nobody wants that. We're all good with it. It had its time. It was actually really fun to play. I played it. I'll out myself. I played it. I really enjoyed playing it in keys. It's fine. It's here for now. Maybe they'll buff it again in the future. I don't know, but it's okay for now. Holy Priest. Does this spec still deserve to be in soup? Yes, it does. Here's why. They have not buffed it that much. They buffed it ever so slightly, but Disc has gotten all the attention. The problem is these are both priests. They both provide the same things, except that this one does literally everything better. Disc Priest does everything that Holy Priest does, but better. If you want to do more damage, you can play Void Weaver. Void Weaver does incredible amounts of damage as a Disc Priest, okay? Everything that Holy Priest wants to do. Well, as a Holy Priest, you're like, I do more DPS than Oracle. Yeah, but Void Weaver does way more DPS than you. And you're like, okay, well, I can do more spot healing. It's like, Oracle does better spot healing than you. It's just, I actually think that the Halo, like Archon Holy Priest with Halos is like so cool, man. It actually looks visually very fun. And I have played it once or twice. The truth is, aside from GS being a really cool button for your tanks, you got paints up, you got everything. This still deserves to be here. It hasn't been buffed enough. The problem is that this is decent in raid, so it's not going to get buffed for keys. You have to accept the fact that if you're a priest player, realistically speaking, the Disc Priest is going to outshine you in every circumstance. You probably have to accept the fact that you just can't. Like, Holy Priest is not going to be represented unless they bring that tuning completely sideways, which they have done before and has happened, where Disc Priest simply cannot have the output, doesn't do the HPS, doesn't do the damage, and Holy Priest is actually just significantly better by a margin in every way. That has happened, but right now is tipped in Disc Priest's favor, so that still deserves to be here. Blood Decay. All right. The spec has been buffed since I last rated it here. I've also played a lot of it. I found myself significantly enjoying the Deathbringer playstyle of Blood Decay. I don't believe that this belongs in soup tier anymore. I actually don't. It is doing relatively competitive DPS. If you discount group buffs, which you can't, but if you did, this spec is really solid. It's performing better than I thought it was originally. Part of it is the dungeon pools that we originally tested versus the ones that are now available. But I actually think that Blood Decay is doing a little bit better. I cannot rate it higher, but it does deserve to at least move up to C tier. There are two tanks that I'll go over right now, but basically, there are two tanks that belong in the C tier at the moment. One of them is Blood DK, but it's not soup. Actually, you can make an argument, the next tank I'll talk about, both of these are give or take similar in similar spots right now. Blood DK felt fluid. I was genuinely immortal in the 12 to 15 keys that I was doing. I was actually immortal. If I could live the gather and I could get into the pack correctly, I mean, I had one pack where my group wiped and I just stood there and I was like, you guys think I could solo this for the next 10 minutes? I didn't kill it, but I was just there forever, and I was like, no problem. So Blood DK, very self-sufficient. The one caveat I want to say for Blood DK, if you can play it well, this might be one of the best tanks for a plus 12. I really do believe that, because on a plus 12, you don't rely on your healer external to gather. The main downside of Blood DK is how many globals it takes for you to set up, and aggro can be a very tough situation for Blood DK. In that key environment of a plus 12, your DPS do this thing where they see a bunch of red nameplates in a pack, and they immediately full send cooldowns when you are running through the pack attempting to grab more mobs. In a plus 12, what happens is the DPS go zug zug. Their reptilian brain activates, and they say, I must do damage now. If I wait 0.5 more seconds, I will internally combust. And therefore, I must do damage now. This is a problem for Blood DK. Blood DK has relatively weak snap threat. It needs several globals to set up. And as a tank like that in lower keys, it's probably one of the things that you have to be worried about. I actually think that's maybe one of Blood DK's like significant problems, because you don't have a bomb limb anymore. Like, if you had a bomb limb, it actually solves that problem very well, because you pull everything toward you. Without a bomb limb, though, you actually have to really consider that. I mean that, too. It's like a problem with Blood DK. When I was playing it today, I was like, oh, please wait. And I was like, I'm going to grab 2 packs. I was like, please wait. I was just fine. I was like, please wait. Like, yeah, it's just tough. A little bit of a tough situation. But damage actually very solid. It doesn't have an offensive group buff, so it can't compete with other tanks. It can't be in the A tier just because I'm kind of glazing it a little bit, but it actually feels really good to play. So genuinely solid tank. I think that everything is good here. It just, because of the lack of utility, there are so many packs where I was like, I wish I was a prop pally. I wish I was a warrior. I wish I was a VDH. I wish, there were a lot of times I thought that. So aside from being Blood DK though, pretty solid. Bear tank, same situation, to be honest. Bear tank is actually pretty decent. The best thing, so this is the exact opposite. This is the exact opposite of Blood DK's problem. One of the reasons that bear tank is so good for lower keys is because its snap threat is fantastic. It is near impossible to lose aggro as a bear tank. Your DPS would have to genuinely zug-zug. Bear tank has a unique thing where you just thrash as you walk into a pull. As you're walking into the pull, as long as you have thrash ticking, then you will not lose aggro. But one giant tip, can you stop swiping? Stop swiping. Don't swipe when you walk into a pull. Bad idea. That's how you lose threat as a bear tank. But as long as you set up, you don't need many globals. You need to walk through. You need to thrash, mango, ironford. Done. Threat's good. And so snap threat on bear is actually very, very good. Thrash is not target capped. As long as you get thrash ticking with a single iron, you're done. Snap threat's great. Aggro is a big problem. It's a thing to talk about. It should absolutely affect a tier list ranking. If this is meant to help you understand what tank should I bring to my plus 12, it's like bear will not struggle with threat nearly as much as a Blood DK would, for example. If they're playing well, this is obviously if they're playing well, because you can play one of the best tanks poorly and you will still die and struggle with threat. The issue with bear's pretty tanky. It's pretty tanky. I can't say I feel immortal, but it's pretty tanky. Like, it's very, very solid. I just can't rate it higher than C in good conscious. If anything, I would put both tanks, like if I have to separate the tanks by tier, I would put both tanks up here to B, like low B. But since I can't rate them that, these two tanks in particular have to be down below the other ones for very clear reasons, and I would be trolling if I tried to rate them elsewhere. So Guardian Druid, its damage is okay in AoE. Its single target is still low, but the biggest thing is you ask yourself, why am I bringing a druid? It's not the most immortal. It's not the tankiest tank. It's just a very straightforward, easy tank to play. I love it, but I can't say that it is actually the most immortal. I might have an easier time living on other tanks right now. That used to be Bear's niche. Bear's niche was, look, I do a big bear pull in Karn. I'm golden. That's not actually a thing anymore. Like, you can do a giant first pull of Gambit on 15 as a bear, and you're like, in Karn. Or you could do it as a prot warrior and do the same thing, except be even more immortal. So, and have more to your group, because you can actually help your group a lot more. So, Bear is in a little bit of a weird situation where I do think that Bear has to stay in C tier. I can't rate it higher, but I do want to clarify that of all the rankings, the tanks should be ranked differently than DPS, because these are both pretty solid right now. Like, you won't have a problem playing them. It's just that you can do more for your group with other tanks. These have to stay here. Their damage is not higher. Their survivability, this one actually is immortal once you get set up, but this one, the Guardian Druid, it needs a little bit more. They buffed it in the last set of notes, and the problem is that 100% buff of nothing is still nothing. So they could buff that by 1,000%, and maybe we'd have a different conversation. Guardian Druid has to stay here, okay? Fury Warrior. Now, this one did get buffed, and it was buffed in a way that actually mattered. We're just going to go straight up through this list here. So the next spec on the list, we're going to go like boop, 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 and reevaluate. A Fury Warrior. I move this to B tier. Now, I know what you're thinking. There's no way. There's no way. Fury Warrior gives the warrior buff. The caveat to this is that I am including the buff in this. Raw damage numbers alone, I don't know if it quite deserves to be out of C tier. But by buff, by extension, by proxy of Battle Shout, you might want to play a Fury Warrior in your comp. There are some meta comps developing. If you need a warrior buff, I would argue, and this is, I know, hear me out. I think that Fury Warrior is ever so slightly better than Arms Warrior. I actually think that if I was going to pick one of these, the recent buffs to Fury, it's a little bit context dependent, because if you're pulling mass AoE packs all the time, Fury still feels really bad. But a lot of these dungeons, you know, Dawnbreaker doesn't have that crazy mass AoE. There's a lot of dungeons, Streets of Tazavesh, there's a lot of things where Fury actually feels like it has... it's a little bit more competitive. The 10% buff to cleave is actually a fairly big buff, and Mountain Thane Thunderblast is popping off. I did a key earlier today where I was testing one of the next specs we're going to talk about, and I had a Fury Warrior, and he was technically top damage if you factor in Battle Shout. If you don't factor in Battle Shout, then I beat him. I was totally top damage. But if you factor in Battle Shout, he actually beat me by about 200k. So that was a priory we did earlier. And he was competitive. He was keeping up. Even on mass AoE, he was doing okay. And on bosses and on regular cleave, pretty solid. Fury, the main thing about it is that they have damage relatively consistently, but it used to be better for them when they were a true 45-second spec. They are indeed kind of a minute and a half. Now they got the minor 45 with recklessness, etc. I tested Fury Warrior today. I gotta say, I didn't play it that well. I didn't do that well with it. Based on my testing alone, I was like, this spec is soup. But actually, I genuinely think that it has play. If you want a warrior in your comp, I think it has play. So don't trust my testing of Fury Warrior, but I actually had the opportunity to play with other Fury Warriors who are much better than I, and I got to see what they would do in a dungeon like Priory or like Floodgate, which has mass AoE, and they were doing okay. It was actually okay to play a Fury Warrior. Okay, moving on. Affliction. You're going to notice a trend here. Affliction, way up, B tier. Can't rank it higher than this because it is still Affliction. It still suffers from the sins of its ancestors, which is that it's Affliction. It does not have a second charge of Vile Taint, and it does not have a lower cooldown on Vile Taint. There are a few fundamental issues with this spec, but its damage is significant now. You just do damage. Like, you actually just do damage. Hard to play, hard to set up, difficult to play around, not always the friendliest spec, technically doesn't have a group buff, etc., but actually good. Like, genuinely, you play the spec well, you will do damage. You will actually be on the meters. Like, you are not that far behind. The main reason Affliction was way down here before was like, man, you're doing all this work for what? What's the point? What's the point? You're doing all this work to play Affliction, and for what? You're just not doing a lot of damage. Now you are. That the last few buffs were significant to Affliction. So you're actually doing damage now. Still has all the fundamental issues that Affliction does, but much better now. Okay, moving on. Holy Paladin. This spec got buffed a fair bit on the last reset. 12%, 12%, 12% to a lot of its major abilities. I think it deserves its spot in C tier. I don't think it goes any higher than this. I know. I've played with a few Holy Paladins thus far. I haven't played with dozens. I've played with 3 since the buffs. 2 since the buffs and 3 in general that I would consider in the last few days. Here, listen. It struggles with output. It just, we were dying. And I was like, oh man, with respect, if this wasn't a Holy Paladin, I think we would have lived that. Like, I think we would have been okay. It just has some fundamental issues with the fact that it doesn't have very consistent healing. And in order to game this spec, which you can, you got to do a weird amount of min-maxing for a melee wings paladin. Like, you should be able to just hit a few buttons, okay? Like, you could just hit a few buttons, but actually, it's not enough. Like, you will, like, let me give you an example. Because on one hand, if you're a Holy Paladin, you're thinking right now, you're like, oh, I can make it work. You walk into the first pull of Priory on a 15. You're pulling the Knight plus the Guard Captain, etc. Now, granted, you have a lot of utility there. You can bop the bleed off the first person. You can double freedom. Or actually, a Holy Paladin can. But you can freedom one person who's squishy, so they don't die to a pot shot. But there's a lot of HPS required in that dungeon. You think you can do it? You pull 5 Paladins as a Holy Paladin. How long can you keep that alive? Like, reasonably speaking, how much HPS can you actually do? It's like, well, if I play perfect and then I time my aura mastery and then I sack and then I this and then I make sure I do that and I just make, it's like, you're doing a lot of work for a subpar result, because in that pull, your damage is not excellent. Your HPS is struggling, if that. A cast goes off, you just don't have a lot to game. I think that the output of Holy Paladin keeps it here, even with the buffs. I do not think that it is that great right now. Like, I don't think you're ever going to say, I wish I had a Holy Paladin in this key. I think you will oftentimes say, I wish I had a not Holy Paladin in this key. And therefore, it deserves a spot in C tier. But it is playable, and the buffs were nice. I just still think its output is not quite there. Obviously, the best healer in the world could game this and make it work. But I also think they would have an easier time making any of the other, like most of the other healers work. Okay, Ret Pally. This one, big changes to Ret Pally. Massive buffs and also bug fixes. The original Ret Pally version had Empyrean Hammer being completely bugged. It is now not bugged. It also got significant buffs. I played this spec earlier. I was top damage. And what I did when I played Ret Pally is, here, let me explain this first, okay? Ret Pally actually is in a pretty good spot. I moved this to A. There's a few reasons why I move it to A. It is actually doing decent damage. It's got good overalls. There's a very real world where you're competing for top overall. I move this to A tier, but most importantly, you have very, very good utility for a lot of these dungeons. There are bleeds that get applied to DPS players, not just the tank. You can't do this in, for example, the Halls of Atonement, but you can do it in Arakara First Area, which is very dangerous. Arakara First Area, you will love to have a Ret Pally. Here's why, okay? You have a bop for whoever needs that bop. You have a sacrifice, which is a 12-second poison immune when you spec into Righteous Protection. You have double freedom for things like the first pull of Priory and the Guard Captain. You also have good damage yourself. You also have poison cleanse. You also have a lay on hands. You actually have a lot of things you can do for the group as a Ret Pally. You're also providing a Devo aura. If Holy Pally is down here, and we'll rank Prot in a second when we get there, then Ret Pally actually has a lot of uses. This dungeon pool in particular, Arakara is like such a good dungeon for Ret Pally. You have very consistent damage if you are playing. You're playing pretty consistent wings, right? So every 30 seconds, you got a nice burst of damage. Every minute, you have good cooldowns. you've got all the bases covered for being a good M plus spec. You've got several defensives that you can cycle through. You have Bubble, which is an immunity. As long as your numbers are good, Ret Pally should be considered a very viable DPS spec. The only reason it was in C tier before was because it was doing 3 million DPS less than the other specializations. But that's not true anymore. The delta between the Ret Pally and this DPS is actually a lot closer. I don't know if it'll be top damage. But it doesn't need to be top damage. It just needs to be very good because it has all these other things. Ret Pally is one of the only DPS that can actually save a team member and make a significant contribution to your team. Other DPS are very zug-zug, and you can play Ret Pally like that. The main criticism of Ret Pally is that the best way to play Ret Pally is to unhinge your jaw and just roll your face along your keyboard. And the best Ret Pally players, according to some, are going to be the ones who have the most unhinged jaw to cover more surface area so they can hit more keys as they face roll on their keyboard. This is relatively true, but there's nothing wrong with the spec being simple and easy to play. The best thing to understand is that if you really want to min-max the spec, there's actually a lot that you can do. Like, you have options to propel yourself from being a face-rolling keyboard spec into an actual highly skilled DPS, because you have these things that you're not actually a solo DPS player as a Ret Pally. You can play like that. You'll do fine. You actually have the ability to help your group, especially in a lot of these dungeons, knowing that there's a bleed. Like first pull of Priory, you should be looking for who that first bleed is on. Bop them. Don't bop yourself because you're zug-zug and aggro. Bop the person who has the bleed. It helps a lot. Double freedom the person. Learn the mechanics, and you can actually really, get Ret Pally out of this mentality. So that's what I have to say about Ret Pally. Okay, you can actually make a pretty substantial difference on a Ret Paladin. All right, moving on. We went over Outlaw Rogue. We already put it up here. Arms Warrior. If anything, I would say this needs more testing. Actually, every DPS warrior I have seen since the buffs has been Fury. The numbers between Fury and Arms were relatively similar before. This got a bigger buff. I think that Fury is a little bit better. Obviously, in uncapped AoE, Arms is better. If anything, this would need more testing, but I'm pretty comfortable with its spot here. I don't think that I just don't think it has the numbers compared. Ultimately, which DPS warrior you play, both of them are fine. They're relatively similar gear sets. So ultimately, if Arms is better, you play Arms, and if Fury is better, you play Fury. They're pretty close to each other. They're not like that far, but if anything, my prediction would be this. This could be wrong. They could be swapped. But they're pretty close to each other. So I'm comfortable with this decision for now. I did not personally play Arms. I personally played Fury. I did not personally play Arms, so caveat this a little bit. Okay. Devastation Evoker. This spec has been buffed and changed since the last tuning round. I will put this in B tier. I will move it up 1, but no more than that. It does have good damage in AoE. Its single target is okay. The main thing about this spec is, just like Ret Pally, a good Devastation Evoker has Zephyr, Rescue, and Cauterizing Flame. And Cauterizing Flame. I need to say that 5 times, but I will say it twice. This season of Dungeon Pool has some nasty bleeds. When I made this list, we hadn't tested Halls of Atonement yet. We have now, and let me tell you something about that dungeon. It sucks. It is hard. It is really hard to tank that dungeon. This will be really fun. Me and a bunch of other tanks that were having a great time walking in and dying had to learn how to tank it. It was very fun. The reason it's so hard to tank in response to Devastation Evoker is because there are really heavy bleeds. Those bleeds are staggered. You don't pull them back to back. The dog packs in Halls of Atonement are not back to back. They are specifically 1 to 2 minutes apart. So you can have Cauterizing Flame for every single dog pack. As a Devastation Evoker, you could literally save your tank in a pug every single time. This is super impactful. because if you're talking about the very high keys, your tank has a plan. But if you're talking about the lower keys, or like let's say 10s or 12s throughout the season, your tank does not have a plan. Your tank is eating dirt. Your tank is dead, dude. Your tank is going to stand there and face tank the thing and not know why he died. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if those bleeds were nerfed. They were really quite difficult. They hurt a lot. You have a very unique ability as a Devastation Evoker to dispel the bleed. Now, you're noticing this is not me talking about its damage or anything. If that alone in Halls of Atonement, I mean, I'll put this in A tier because you can literally solo success the key by using that ability correctly. As well as the fact that there are intermittent curses in Dawnbreaker. They're not too often, but let's say you need that extra curse to spell Cauterizing Flame. There are bleeds in Dawnbreaker on your tank. Again, intermittent. You only need the 1 or 2 dispels. You have Cauterizing Flame. This is a very big button. If you're a Devastation Evoker, I implore you, learn the dungeons when to use this. Priorities in the dungeon pool, many uses. Cauterizing Flame. If you know how to use that button, very helpful. Also, you have Rescue and Zephyr, which are both really good buttons. You can, again, make a difference for the survival of your team. You also do good damage. Your damage is actually decent. The main reason you're not above this is because you don't have an offensive group buff. If a Evoker gave 2% crit to your whole team, you would literally be high A tier. You would actually just like this. But unfortunately, the meta in M+ is heavily decided by group buffs, so I think the tuning on Dev is actually okay right now. It could be a little bit higher even, and then it would be like a little bit higher up, but it can't be S tier, it can't be A tier, but those are just niche uses. I would put this slightly higher. Like, I would rather have a Dev Evoker than a Fury Warrior or an Aflock. I think this fits into some comps really well, so I would put this like pretty high up in the B tier, if that makes sense. So if we're going to rank it like this, it would be quite high up there. Okay, moving on. Windwalker. Bro, I'm so sorry for you guys. Listen, Windwalkers, I know you exist, but Blizzard doesn't. So I just want to say I'm sorry, because every single patch notes, Brewmaster and Mistweaver have gotten something. You have been notoriously left out of literally every single notes. It's so strange. Blizzard completely forgot about you. I'm sorry for you guys. I'm not going to move you down to soup. You don't deserve that. You almost do, though. You don't do competitive damage. Like, your overall is significantly lower. You, much like Fury Warrior, are target capped. The Mystic Touch was reverted. You still bring 5% phys damage. Can you play it? Yes. If you play a purely physical comp and you want to play it, and yeah, the main thing is this spec is so fun. Like, whenever I play Windwalker, it's just a really fun spec. It's so fluid, the way your mastery works, and just, you don't hit the same button twice. It's very fluid. I quite like it, actually. So I think that the Windwalker is actually pretty tanky in keys as well. Like, you have a lot of buttons to press. You technically have a utility. You do have a Tiger's Lust, which can be used for a few different things this season. You have a Poison Dispel. You got some stuff, but I'm not gonna lie, man. It's just you're doing 2/3 the damage, 3/4 the damage. Like, your numbers are not there in keys. If they buff this spec enough, you can be competitive. Like, you do provide a group buff. And there's a world, no matter how good Brewmaster and Mistweaver are, by the way, they're hard specs and they're niche specs. Not many people play Brewmaster and not many people play Mistweaver. So you might want a monk buff. Like, keep in mind, Prot Warrior is looking pretty good. So comp dependent, you might want the monk buff. So you might play Windwalker, but you will probably not see them topping the meters. Okay? Like, it's just, you're not going to be, you have to accept the fact that you're there not as a support spec, but borderline as a support. You're there for your Mystic Touch. They are using you for your group buff. They are not using you for you. And that is something you'll have to accept, just kind of like Fury Warriors and Arms Warrior. So that's the state of Windwalker right now. Cool, we went over these. Frost Mage, buffed, 10%. Listen, guys, when I talk about the mage specs, what's important to realize is that all mage specs were performing slightly below average according to the last patch notes. I don't know if you agree with this. I don't agree with this. But according to the last patch notes, all mage specializations were performing slightly below average, which is the best joke I have heard in months. God damn. Really, Blizzard? I cannot believe they had the cojones to say that on a public forum when we have all been calling for Mage to get nerfed, not buffed. They were like, listen, we're going to take some power out of the tier sets. I was reading that and I was like, great. You know, honestly, like, you know what? Fantastic. I was like, that seems reasonable. I was reading the nerfs. I was like, great. The 12% from 20%. Sounds good. Sounds good. Arcane Harmony 1 to 2. I was like, that's actually a fairly good nerf to Arcane. I was like, solid. And then I was like, and in compensation, all damage buff by 3%. All damage buff by 10%. I was like, what the? What? Why? How did Mage get that? How did Mage get away with this? We were just talking about Windwalker. Bro, Frost Mage is up here. Frost Mage is borderline. It's not S tier, but it's high A. It's really good right now. Frost Mage also has a unique thing, which is that it's a Frost Mage, and it casts Blizzard. It slows everything. There's actual kiting that tanks need to do in dungeons like Halls of Atonement. So Mage is very valuable. In fact, if I as a tank player was going to choose one specialization that I wanted to play with in Halls of Atonement, it's a Mage. A Frost Mage in particular. They're very niche. Back in Shadowlands, they were always very good, and we forget the fact that we relied on them to kite. Like, that was a thing that happened in Shadowlands. We oftentimes played with a Frost Mage, and I think we took it for granted that back in the day when we used to kite a lot more, we just had a Frost Mage in DOS and the other side, in Halls of Atonement, etc. So, Frost Mage, damage, competitive. I played with 2 different Frost Mages today. Both of them were competitive DPS. They were still slightly lower than the other very good specs, but Mage. They provide Arcane Intellect, they provide Lust, they provide, importantly, Decurse, because mandatory dispels are back. I don't know why they did that. Like, they didn't have to do that, by the way. The last season, one of the reasons the last season was so much fun is because there were no mandatory dispel profiles. In the last dungeon pool, there was no mandatory dispel profile, which is much better for keys, but okay. So there are some curses that you want to worry about in these dungeons. Halls of Atonement in particular, and Dawnbreaker. Mage, great. So you have Frost Mage. Frost Mage is like, it's not like super high A tier because I can't say it's the highest DPS specialization, but it was doing good damn. In AoE, it was doing good damn. In single target, it was doing great damage. So it's a solid spec now. The 10% buff was very nice. So, okay, Frost Mage is good. Has all the utility that Frost Mage has. Let's move on. We went over here. Feral Druid got 1 buff in the last several patch notes. I have not seen many Ferals. If anything, I would put this in needs more testing, but I'm pretty comfortable keeping it pretty much exactly where it is. The main benefit of Feral, actually, they got their Saber Jaws buffed, which is more ferocious bite damage, which is more technical prio damage because of Apex Predator carving. I forgot the name of that for some reason. The old Shadowlands legendary, 4% chance to get a free ferocious bite on rip damage. So they got some more technical single target, some more technical prio damage. It's not the largest buff, and that technically translates to larger cleave if you play Rampant Ferocity, etc., etc., etc. Guys, at this point, I'm just flexing about the fact that I've played Feral before and I know the names of the talent trees, okay? Let's be honest. But that being said, Feral Druid, it's decent, but its damage is still not quite there. I've played with one that actually did competitive DPS, but he was also one of the best Feral Druids in the world. So when you probably have an average Feral Druid, I think their damage is not like crazy competitive. One of the best things that Feral has going for it is the fact that A, Druid and Decurse, Mark of the Wild, but B, there's another Druid spec, which was just nerfed. And maybe you need a Druid buff. So there's a world where, especially in a physical comp, you need that Druid buff. Feral starts to look really good. A unique thing about Feral is pretty much all of its damage is physical, so that Mystic Touch starts to get really good for Feral. So I think it's I think it's B tier. It's not quite A tier. All right, moving on. Destro Lock, buffed. Crazy buff. I have not seen a single Destro Lock since the buffs, unfortunately. I do not know if the numbers on this bring it to A tier or B tier, okay? So here we go. This is mid-update, by the way. We're updating it live. The end of this is where we get the final tier list. This is mid-update right now, just so we're clear. Okay. The Destro Lock. I do not know if this quite does enough damage to go to A tier because I have not played with a single one since the buffs. Every Warlock I saw today was Affliction or Demo. Affliction, big damn. Okay, Destro got all the same buffs, except that I believe in my heart of hearts that if I had to guess, but I will say this as a guess, I think it's A tier. The Warlock buffs were massive. I mean, they were cataclysmic, which is a funny reference if you play Destro Lock. I think it's low A tier. I wouldn't be surprised if I move this to low A tier, to be honest. I think it's pretty solid, but I need to check. Again, Warlock, 3 DPS specializations, lives or dies by its tuning. If it does big damn, it does big damn. If it doesn't do big damn, it does not provide a group buff. It does not provide technical, the most utility out of any spec. It is not considered very good. So it lives or dies by its tuning. I think that Af and Destro ultimately probably do similar amounts of damage. The best thing to understand is that this is more friendly in keys because the way that Af does damage kind of still lands it in a solid B tier. I would even be comfortable. Oh, by the way, Af should not be below Fury. Af should be like very high B. It does good damage, but you have to play it well, and it's ramp timings, vial taint timings, etc., etc. The way that this works, the damage is not crazy funnel, crazy prio. It's just kind of pad, but does good damage. Destro here, same deal. Doesn't do a ton of prio damage. You're not going to be sending Chaos Bolts. You're going to be sending Rain of Fire in AoE. But it's ultimately pretty good. I think that low A or high B. This would be my ranking for Destro Lock. Okay, moving on. We did these. Mistweaver. I'm going to keep Mistweaver where it is. I still think that if I was going to pick a melee healer, I would want Mistweaver over Holy Paladin for all the reasons I already mentioned about Holy Paladin. So Mistweaver here, solid spec, good-ish healing. Fistweaving build does good damn, but damage is technically comparable to everything else. So if you want Mystic Touch, good. Still has all the problems of Mistweaver, which is that doesn't provide DR, doesn't really help your group survive that much. Is good at healing, but not the best at healing. Is good at damage, but not the best at damage. And still is just, it's got some cool things, but so do other healers. There's no real reason to bring it unless you want Mystic Touch. Mystic Touch is the only reason to bring Mistweaver. Yeah, that's actually like the reason to bring it. If you don't need Mystic Touch, you don't bring a Mistweaver. It's unfortunately just shafted into that responsibility and that role of just, if you don't need it, you don't need it. And that's the problem with this. Like, there's nothing it brings that another healer couldn't do a little bit better aside from its group buff. So that's the main thing about Mistweaver. The aura nerf to it, by the way, does not affect Ancient Teaching healing. So when you see all healing reduced by 5%, it's a little bit more of a raid nerf than it is a key nerf because a lot of its healing is through Ancient Teachings, which does not get affected by aura nerfs to Mistweaver, if you see that in the patch notes. Okay, moving on. Ellie Shami. I think this still deserves to be here. It is a shaman, but if I was going to play a DPS shaman, I'd play Enhance. I haven't actually seen that many Ellies since it got nerfed again, but the nerf to Ellie was a little weird, right? So the nerf to Ellie Shami, it already, in my opinion, has a few things that it suffers with. The main thing is still the 3-minute Ascendance. 3-minute Ascendance is a very tough cooldown to play around. If you have to, at any point, move during that window or do a mechanic during that window or anything, you just lose so much damage, which happens a lot in pugs. You have to oftentimes hold it in pugs for the big pull that may or may not be coming up, and then your tank pulls half of it, and you're like, oh no. Your single target is low. Your AoE uncapped potential on big cooldowns with procs is amazing, but it's not that needed in like a key, like a 12 or a 15. Like, this spec gets better when you can plan your route and kind of plan around it. Maybe you play 2 minutes with a PI, etc., etc. When you can plan around an Ellie Shami, it gets much better. But I really think for pugs, the spec just will not be top damage. For like a plus 12 environment, it's just not going to be that good. Like, you're just not going to be that competitive with some of the other specs. I would bring, if I was pugging a plus 12 and I saw an Ellie Shami apply and a Fury Warrior apply, I would take the Fury Warrior. Unless for some reason I needed a Lust, I suppose, or a Shaman for any particular reason. But basically, Fury Warrior, a lot more consistent damage. 3-minute cooldown specs just don't tend to do well in lower keys when the route is not consistent. Yeah. Okay. That's Ellie Shami. Don't need to talk that more about it. Prot Pally. This is a super interesting nuance spec. Are you ready for this one? Listen to this. This is good. It's good, but it's been nerfed every single patch notes, they have hammered this spec. Why? Why? It didn't do anything to deserve that. They nerfed the 2-piece, they buffed the 4-piece. The 4-piece was unintentionally buffed, so they nerfed it again. But then they nerfed it by a value which was not actually reflected in the thing, because they nerfed it by 66%, but it wasn't doing 66% less damage, and then it was like still good, and then they nerfed it again, and now it's doing a little bit less damage, but still good. And it's just been a confusing mess for Lightsmith Prop Paladins. When we're talking about Prop Pally, we're talking about Lightsmith Prop Paladin, because Templar is apparently no longer a specialization for the Prop Paladins. Even with all those ups and downs, and the significant 60% nerf to the 2-piece, and all the changes to Prop Paladin, the dungeon pool is so good for them. I bring the spec to A tier. When I made this originally, we had only tested the first week. The truth is, there are so many times in this particular set of dungeons where I said to myself, I wish I was a Prot Paladin. And that's me playing a VDH or a warrior. In some of these dungeons, I just go, I wish I was a Prot Paladin. I have thought that often. I have never thought I wish I was a bear, and I wish I was a Blood DK, which is sad, because I like those tanks. But actually, Prot Paladin, here's why. And if you don't understand this, I will explain it to you. Each dungeon pool has a different set of challenges for tanks. There are some dungeons with some seasons where the auto attack damage is super high, and there are some tanks that are better at dealing with auto attack damage than others. There are some seasons where the magic tank busters are out of control. There are some tanks that are better at dealing with that than others. This season, a lot of the tank checks are application-based bleeds and magic debuffs in a variety of the dungeons. There is a tank that can deal with those better than anyone else, which is Prot Pally, because you have Dwarf, but you also have Bubble, and you also have other things that you can use, like Spell Ward, among other things. You're a high parry tank, which is important, and you got all those tools. Prot Pally is probably the best tank at some of these dungeons. It is a tiny bit squishy, but not that much more than other tanks, if played well. Its damage is the main contributing thing that holds it back, because it was nerfed so much. At one point it was competitive, now the damage has been nerfed with all the things, so it's not as competitive. But the dungeon pool, when you look at the dungeons, trust me, you as a tank player, if you're listening to this, you're like, but Prot Pally squishy, but Prot Pally tastes dirt all the time. The thing is, you go tank Halls of Atonement for me. Come back to this list after the season, go tank Halls of Atonement as a bear, and check in with me and tell me if you would not rather be a Prot Paladin. And even as a warrior, like bring your Prot Warrior to Halls of Atonement and just say, would you rather be Prot Paladin? Yeah, you would. Okay, so that's my argument for Prot Valley. Still Prot Valley, still all the utility, but it's actually pretty decent right now. Okay, so there's the tier list being updated a little bit. We continue on. We moved Destro to A tier, which still could be B. Prot Pally's up here. Rep Pally is here. Survival Hunter still exists on A tier. This is a fair ranking for this. It hasn't changed at all. Still very solid. Might be one of the better hunter specializations, question mark, actually. Like, really? Might be one of the better specializations, which is interesting. I've seen Survival Hunters pump. They are still a very niche spec, like Warlock, where they don't have a group buff. They have some utility that's pretty important. Again, kiting in Halls of Atonement, Binding Shot, a few things that you can do, right? You can soothe the cast if it goes off. You have a Trank Shot, etc. But, it's not going to be S tier. It's just good, yeah? Preservation Evoker. This ranking stays. I played Prez in a 14 Priory today. And I was like, this is so giga. It's so good. They buffed it a little bit. The way they buffed it is technically a minor buff, but feels really good to play. Feels great. My only problem with Prez, and I have to caveat this, it's a very hard healer to play. And realistically speaking, in most Pug environments, Prez is like way down here. I'm not going to lie. Now, I'm telling you, based on output alone, if you take a healer who's equally skilled at a mid-level, let's say a healer who's done every 15 on every healer. Let's put it around there, okay? Not 20s, not 10s. They're good. 15s, every level. A Prez Evoker is definitely A tier. 100% a Prez Evoker is A tier. Great damage, great utility for the season. Again, Cauterizing Flame, Cauterizing Flame, huge value. You've got everything that you want as a healer. Big damage, huge burst healing potential. It's actually one of the best pug healers if you play it right. There are some healers you got to understand that work by topping health bars slowly, and there are other healers that just go boop, everybody's full health. The one that goes boop, everybody's full health is actually a better pug healer because when the damage happens unexpectedly, you go boop, everybody's full health. Another cast goes off, boop, everybody's full health. As long as you play Prez well. The issue is that no one really knows how to play Prez, and so oftentimes you don't play it well and you're hitting all the wrong buttons. It's not, I swear it happens more to preservation than any other thing. So its perception in the community is so bad. You will not get invited to keys. No one wants to play with you. Everybody still harps. Whenever I play it on stream, everyone always goes, oh, the range on Prez is so bad. Like, how do you heal the last boss of Rookery? I'm like, by moving around. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, what do you mean the range is so bad? Like, it's just, there's a person over there as a person. You just walk to that person to spell and you just set up an echo there. Like, it's not a problem. It's really like, it's an old school way of thinking. The range on Prez is not an issue mostly at all. You can just echo people before you move out of range. It's really not that bad. Yet the perception still stays that it cannot heal pugs, that it has such a ramp to it, etc., etc. It's not true. Like, it's just not how it works. You have healing all the time, pretty much. So I think this is actually a really good pug specialization, okay? You gotta understand, if I rank it here, you're doing a lot of work to do, technically speaking, what other healers can do, but better. As much as I love this, and the truth is it does deserve this ranking, aside from Cauterizing Flame, which is unique to Prez, Void Weaver also does big damage and is Dispriest. You do not have a group buff. You have a group buff. You do not have PI. You have PI. You do big damn. You do big damn. You do not have shields. You have shields. You do not have Pain Sup. You have Pain Sup. So it's just kind of hard because every healer at this point in the season just competes with the top 3 healers, which are going to be the top 3 healers forever if they don't do something about this. Yeah, okay. My cook, and I'll make a whole nother video about this at some point, is that they should just remove group buffs for M+. Keep it for raid. I understand why you need it for raid, but remove it for M+. It'd be so much better of a game. Okay, moving on. Fire Mage, down. Fire Mage is B. I actually think Fire Mage got gutted a little bit. Does not do as a very competitive damage, okay? Fire Mage is like maybe even C tier. Actually, oh, man, Fire Mages are going to hate me. I'll put this in C tier. I think that every Fire Mage I've played with, even before the nerfs, was still bad. And they just weren't doing competitive damage. Again, very high keys, can plan around it. Ignite build, cool. But the Ignite build was nerfed. They buffed Flame Strike. Flame Strike build, bad. I have not seen a single Fire Mage do competitive damage. It is a very high skill ceiling spec. If you take the best Fire Mage in the world, could they do big damn and maybe prove this wrong? Sure. But your average Fire Mage is not doing this right. There's like 10 different things to track. It's kind of hard to play. And even if played optimally, it's still tuning-wise below the other mages. I would gladly take a Frost Mage over a Fire Mage any day. I would actually put Fire Mage all the way down here. I do not think it deserves to be any higher than this. I think its damage is actually quite subpar. You have 2 other mage specializations which are currently doing better. So Fire Mage belongs down here. That's it. The only thing you have is Cauterize. You have Cauterize, which is a cheat death, which is nice. But ultimately, still, other mages are better. Demo Warlock. This is the first specialization that has been buffed to the extent where it is, and I can't believe I'm saying this, because it does not have a group buff. This spec is S tier. It pumps. It actually deserves it. This is a Warlock specialization that deserves its place in S tier. This is really, it just does so much damage. Like, it actually has the raw output that it should be considered S tier. There's an interesting interaction with this, which is that its damage is half magic, half fizz, which is really weird because it technically benefits from Mistweaver, benefits from Monk buff, but it also benefits from Chaos Brand. It technically benefits from both, which is a little bit strange. Not that it matters too much, but I'm just saying you would think Brewmaster can't, like, you just think that it wouldn't work like that, but it does. It benefits slightly more from Chaos Brand than it does Mystic Touch, but it's just an interesting little thing, coding in the game. Demo Warlock is actually super fun to play. It's got a fluid playstyle. It's got damage very consistently, okay? Very, very, very consistent damage, which is nice. Not a 2-minute specialization, although it has 2-minute cooldowns with Grim or Felguard. Mostly, it is a 1-minute specialization. Pretty decent. Very, very good single target. Very good AoE. Warlock. There's not much more to say about this. It just is good. Like, you will consistently see a good demo Warlock topping your boss meters. They will do 4 or 5 million single target. I had one today do 5 million single target on a boss without... I think he might have been bugged. I don't know what he was doing. I don't know what... I actually think he might have been bugged. I don't know. 5 million single targets, insane. This spec is very good right now. It deserves its place in S tier. Okay. Moving on from the other A tier specs. Enhancement Shaman does deserve to stay here. It is doing just fine. It's a Shaman. If you want a DPS Shaman, it's better than Ellie, so it deserves its place in A tier. Assassination we put here earlier. Big buffs, good prio damage, etc., etc. Havoc. I'm almost tempted to put this higher. You gotta understand. There's a world where Havoc is S. I can't in good conscience put it in S right now. But it's good. It's really good. It's really, really good. It's one of the best melee specializations you can play at the moment. The main thing about Havoc is that if you don't play VDH, it's Chaos Brand. If you do play VDH, you don't play Havoc. Havoc has been outshined by the fact that VDH exists. Havoc has very good prio damage through Eldrachi, Wounded Quarry. But it also has good damage overall. Just really good AoE. Very strong single target. Pretty tanky if played well. It's really good. So I just think Havoc is a strong A tier contender. If you ask me, would I rather take a Havoc? Again, they still have that problem of dying to every ground effect, which is a problem. But Havoc is very solid. Unholy is still here. Like I said, it's tuning depending on how much they actually buff it. And I played with one today who was very good. Not quite S, but very good. Resto Shaman. This is a change that I will make. Resto Shaman is S tier, not A tier. Because you don't play Totemic. When I originally tested this, I was playing Totemic. I messed up. This was not Totemic. The season is not Totemic. You play Farseer. Farseer is kind of awesome. It's a little bit harder to play. You kind of lose that very fluid, easy totem play style because you have to actually ramp a little bit and plan. Farseer has very good output, is a Shaman, 12-second kick, good healer. You need Shaman buff, healer, Shaman, Farseer, just not Totemic. This is S tier. It has everything it needs to be S tier. It brings everything you possibly want and more out of a healer. This is the best, probably, pug healer out of anything. A good Shaman can carry your team. There are so many little things that a Shaman can do that you don't even think about the fact that it can do. The Cap Totem every pull, but you gotta understand, what does Cap Totem actually do? What does it do? You're like, well, it stops a cast. Not just that, it also stops bleed application in Halls of Atonement. When I was healing Halls of Atonement of my Farseer Resto Shaman, it also stops their auto attack, which can give your tank a second to reset an application. If you notice that your tank is just parried a few bleeds, and there are 2 seconds left on his bleed stacks, and you Cap Totem, he now has 0, and has reset his bleeds. Congratulations, you've used your utility. If you're once again, you can knock up, you have all these utility. Another big thing, and again, Halls of Atonement is going to be a big deal this season if they don't nerf it. You have Earth Ellie. Again, I'm looking at my tank, I'm like, oh, he's about to die. Bleed stacks, he needs to kite. Earth Ellie, boom, done. The Earth Ellie takes him for a second, done. You have options. You just don't think about this. We think about, most Shamans are not thinking like that. You have Spirit Link, which can save your tank. There's a lot of things. Farseer is amazing tank healing compared to some of the other healers. You dump your Ancestors into healing cert, you can really top a single target in your tank. So good tank healing, good tank support, good team support, good overall healing. Can struggle a little bit with consistent HPS checks because you'll run out of cooldowns. Doesn't struggle with mana. Totemic has a mana problem. This one doesn't. Farseer has no mana problems. So overall, pretty good. Yeah, got Bloodlust, got everything you need. Pretty happy with Farseer. I just think that you got to make the swap to Farseer. If you're playing Resto Shaman, listen to me. Just try Farseer out. It's a little different. If you don't like it, you could still play Totemic. Totemic has none of the things I just talked about. Relatively poor tank healing, relatively poor mana consumption, relatively, you still have your utility, but I think Farseer is a better version of Shaman. It's tuned very highly right now. It's good. Okay, so those are the changes here. Now we go into the S tier. This is where things get funky, dude. This is where things start getting weird because they have really taken a look at this. I think that the realm we find ourselves in today is much better. The balance of PTR originally was that the S tier specs were doing 40% of what the D tier specs were doing, but now it's a lot closer, which is better for the game overall. Very good for the game that the balance is better, because all you want, you don't need your spec to be crazy S tier, you just want it to not be soup. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you, I know you're really happy, you're like, oh, look, listen, man, I would love to be the super meta. I just don't want to be really bad. And that's a much better way to look at it. Right now, they've condensed the delta so that the top is not as far ahead of the bottom, which is nice. Okay. So, Marksmanship Hunter still pumps, but I bring it down to A tier. The 10% nerf to this was maybe enough. It still pumps, but is Hunter. Hunter only exists in Giga S tier if it pumps so hard that it's borderline illegal. This is the type of pumping that you don't walk away from easily. It doesn't do that anymore. The 10% was enough to bring it to just very good. Realistically, this might still top the meters, but it's not the strongest single target, doesn't really have a group of. Hunter's Mark doesn't count. Has Binding Shot, has a few things, it's pretty tanky. Overall, though, I don't think it deserves a spot in S tier after the nerfs. Cool? I might be wrong on this, but let's say that your Hunter is doing give or take the same damage as another S tier spec. You would take the other S tier spec. Hunter only exists up here if it is very good. Okay, next, Beastmaster Hunter. Same deal. Has been nerfed enough, except for one little thing. It's still that good. It's still here. It's been nerfed crazy, okay? It's been nerfed a lot. The Mystic Touch nerf affects it, yes, but also, it's just been nerfed by 10%. This talent was nerfed. The haste reduction was nerfed. This was nerfed 3% again. And it is still top damage by a few million in almost every key I do with it. This spec is a beast. I do not mind. But there is a big reason I'm putting it up here. I will leave it in S tier for one main reason, which is the way that it deals damage is the most consistent DPS in all of M+. There is no more DPS that is more consistent than this spec. It literally does not have cooldowns. It just does damage all the time. You used to play Call of the Wild, so in 2 minutes you had big cooldowns. You don't even play Call of the Wild anymore. You just walk into the pack and go, pets, brr, attack. And then you do 40 million DPS. Okay? The big AoE pulls, oftentimes, just a caveat for everything. If you're watching PTR and you see somebody do like 40 mil DPS, bro, they're using the raid trinket, which might get nerfed and is also going to be very hard to find because everyone's going to want it. It changes primary stat to intellect, agility, and strength, so everyone wants it. The ritual forge trinket is like a giant on use. It's like Spy Masters, but for everyone. You're not going to have access to that. So sometimes when you see DPS, you're like, wow, they did 50 mil. It's like they probably use that trinket, and just beware of that on testing. Beastmaster, though, highly consistent. One of the best, if not the best, pug DPS. If I was doing a plus 12, and I just wanted an easy plus 12, I would take a Beastmaster Hunter. It's very hard to play them wrong. Let's just put it this way. You link me a log of a Beastmaster Hunter doing very bad DPS in a plus 12, I would be, well, listen, I've been surprised before. I wouldn't be the most shocked, but I'd be kind of shocked. This spec is really easy to play. You literally hit like 3 buttons, and you do good damn. You want a Beastmaster guide right now? Oh, you hit multi-shot, and then you hit barb shot, and then you hit kill command. Give or take any order. Congratulations. That's how you play Beastmaster Hunter. That's it. Okay, moving on. This one here. I was not a religious person until I read the last set of patch notes. And then I realized that maybe there is a God out there. Because they actually nerfed the degeneracy of Balance Druid. Hallelujah. But they left the other one untouched. So it's still fucking good. God damn it, I don't want to play with this specialization. But every time they nerf it, they just don't do enough. Here's what happened. All right, let me give you an objective analysis, okay? I'll take my own ego out of this. Balance Druid is still a good spec. All right, listen. It's still a good spec. Keeper of the Grove is dead. They nuke that out of existence. So that's nice. Okay, they don't have the degenerate gameplay they did before. But Elun's Chosen still does good damage. It's still a druid. You might still play it. It still has all the things that druid has. But there is one thing, and I will bring this down. I will bring this down. This is not S tier anymore. It's high A tier. It's maybe the highest of the A tier. I don't think it's S tier anymore. It's still just very good. I wanted it to be down here. I was ready for this to happen. It's not quite here, though. It is actually still high A tier, okay? Without Keeper of the Grove, Elun's Chosen does good damage. It is 100% effective pad damage. You are casting Starfall and Starfire. It does a very tiny bit of... You can't even argue it's Prio. Some balanced druid out there is going to be like, we do Prio. It's like, no, you don't. Play Arcane. Play any of the other specs that actually do Prio. You don't. You are now a pad specialization. But your damage is still relatively competitive, and you are still a druid. If you want Solar Beam in a coordinated group, great. You still have Solar Beam, and you're the only one that has Solar Beam out of any specialization. Would you like to know what else about Balanced Druid Solar Beam, though? It's not good in low keys. I don't know. So this is a weird thing that happens, by the way. You need to understand this about Balanced Druid. In a plus 12, Solar Beam is a terrible button. You would rather have a melee kick. In a high key, you hear people talk about Solar Beam is so good because you coordinate it and you know when you're using it. It's not good in a lower key, okay? It's not good in a lower key. You want a regular kick. You want a regular kick with Balanced Druid. This kick is actually bad. You will notice that your kicks are lacking. In lower keys, you invite a Balanced Druid to your plus 12, you'd be like, man, why are casts going off, man? Why are casts going off right now? You know? And you're like, oh, we have a Balanced Druid. So the main thing here is Balanced Druid should be an A tier. It's still a boomy, still has all the things. But I really don't think it's a great specialization for a plus 12. Pretty straightforward to play. Does fair damage, but is squishy if not played extremely well. And by extremely well, I mean press bear form. But it's a big ask for a Balanced Druid. If you ask a Balanced Druid to press bear form, it's a big ask for them, okay? They listen, they've got a lot on their plate. They're trying to press Starfall and Moonfire and Starfall and Sun. They press the Sunfire and the Star. They've got a lot on their plate, okay? So yeah, you don't expect them to be all perfect, all right? They'll bear form when they're ready. All right, listen, that's Balanced Druid right there. Moving on. Beastmaster Hunter already went over. Arcane Mage. Well, listen, this spec is performing slightly below average. Let me tell you right now. As a certified Blizzard developer, this spec is performing slightly below average. I'm not a certified Blizzard developer. If I was, I would tell you this spec is not performing slightly below average. It is performing highly above average. It's still good. They nerfed it. I was excited. Then they buffed it. And I was like, wait, why? It's still S tier. The way it does damage, the prio damage, the overall, it's actually really solid, okay? It's really good, man. It's solid. It's actually fine in mid keys as well. The only thing is that as the keys get quite a bit lower, okay? Like the actual, this is the thing. As the key level gets toward 12 and 10, Arcane loses value because oftentimes things will die before you actually even get a full ramp off with Surge and Touch. So just saying, this is a less good specialization in a 12. It's also very hard to play and has like a weak aura that goes over 12 different conditionals for Arcane Barrage. So I wouldn't say this is the best Pug specialization, but it's decent. It's pretty good, okay? It still deserves a place in S tier. Now, Shadow Priest. Huge nerfs to its tier set. Huge nerfs to its tier set. Like, the value went from 200% to 60%. And other things got nerfed as well. So, Shadow Priest, I still think this spec lives or dies by its tuning. It does not actually provide that much to your key. It's got PI, it's got a priest buff, but it's not, you have a really, really bad kick. You have Vampiric Embrace, which is weirdly a niche button. So does Balanced Druid, by the way. Mind Soothe is not that critical. Like, you can get you don't really have to have Mind Soothe at any point. I think this spec is down here. I wouldn't even put it in the very highest A tier. I think it's kind of comp dependent. I think it's like solid A tier, Maybe not the lowest of A. I wouldn't be surprised if it was actually the lowest of A tier. It doesn't actually, this spec lizard, it has to do give or take top damage for it to be considered viable for all the way up here. I mean, it does enough damage that I can't put it here. I would borderline drop this to B tier. If it wasn't, the tuning is very tight on this. I wouldn't be surprised if this was kind of all the way down here. So I think that it deserves its place in low A, but it's not S tier anymore. It has been nuked enough. If it is not doing within 200k of the top overall DPS, it should be lower than this. I have to test this a little bit more. I got to play with a few really good Shadow Priests today. They were doing good, but not that much better than my Frost Mage. And Frost Mage provides way more to the group. So realistically, let's say that, for example, Shadow Priest and Dev Evoker are the exact same damage. This should be here. The only reason this is here is if it does more damage than all these specs. So I think it does right now, based on my testing. Like, it does more damage than a Feral or a Fury. Borderline not more than Dev, but has a Priest buff, and Fort is pretty nice. And the few other things that it provides, Vampiric Embrace, etc. You could argue that both of these should be swapped. I, again, given the utility of Dev, wouldn't be opposed to this. But I still think the numbers on Dev are not quite there. So we'll see. Okay, moving on. Resto Druid. I still expect that this might get nerfed. If it doesn't, it stays S+. I'm surprised they haven't taken a look at this more. The Symbiotic Blooms were this thing that they added to Wildstalker, and the tier set, you're like, oh, cool, I get a few extra. You don't get a few extra, you get like 8. You can have crazy value. The tier set carries this, though. The tier set carries it, which is scary, because if a tier set is carrying you, just like Shadow Priest before, and they decide to take a look at it, and they go, nah, we don't want the power to be tied to a tier set, they nuke it without compensation. Not so good. Not so good. Keep in mind, they also nerfed the Mage tier set and then compensated them with an aura buff, because... Okay, wait, I'm going to go over mages. I'm talking about Resto Druid. Resto Druid's fine right now. Druid buff, you probably want a way to bring it. If you can bring a Druid buff, it's worth a lot. It's got good Poison Dispel. It's got a lot of the things you want out of a healer this season, but mostly it just has infinite HPS. It doesn't have a lot of absorb value. It doesn't have a lot of good, really good stuff. It's just good. I think that is just HPS. This is just us infinite. If you play this, you're like, wow, it feels like you can do 10 million HPS. It's wild. Okay, Disc Priest got nerfed today. Hit pretty hard. Still here. Frost DK. Frost DK got hit by 12%. It also got changed a little bit of other things. 0.8 instead of 1 second on the extension. Still here. 12% was not enough. This spec is actually so far ahead that 12% drops it to a clearer delta. Clearer delta. This is a clear delta. Also, I'm going to go back to Disc Priest for a second. Listen to me. Disc Priest, you have Oracle, which is still very good. Yes, it got nerfed, but it's still very good. You also have Void Weaver, which does insane damage, probably the highest healer damage aside from Pres Evoker, but you also have PI, so it's higher than that. You have a lot of options. This season, as long as it can keep up on HPS, Disc Priest will still be Disc Priest. The only exception to why Disc Priest drops below this is if it is not able to keep up HPS, but there's a lot of HPS checks. Okay, Frost DK. Good spec. Great. Has everything you want out of a DPS. Pretty consistent damage. Good single target. Good AoE, DK, etc. Still stays here. The nerfs were not enough. If they nerf this by another 5 or 10%, it goes down to A tier. If they don't nerf it by another 5 or 10%, this is one of the best melee specializations of the game. Great. Brewmaster. Okay. Here's where it gets interesting. I don't think Brew is an S+. After testing it some more myself, and also seeing how this is going to actually play out, I don't think this is S+. I think it's high A. Actually. Here's why. When you watch PTR, you tend to watch the absolute best players play this spec, right? You actually watch the best players play it. Brew is very complicated. Is it sturdy? Yes. Does it do good damage? Yes. Is it a decent specialization for every which way for tanking? Yes. Would I rather be a Brew than a Bear this season? Probably. But it is not... It feels squishy to me. It feels squishy to me. If it feels squishy to me, I'm assuming it'll feel squishy to quite a bit of people. Okay. I don't think it's actually sturdy enough to really be pushing stuff. Now, hear me out. You gotta understand. You're like, wait a second. No, Awu, you're wrong. This season it was sturdy enough, and it's only getting sturdier next season. Take a step down. Let me ask you a question. Okay? Think about this for a second. Your weekly 15s this season. How did your brewmaster feel? You're a healer. I want all healers to chime in right now. Okay? You're playing with a brewmaster. Do they feel tanky to you in your weekly 15 key? Because the answer is no. There's not a single person that will be like, oh, you know what I love playing with in my weekly 15? A brewmaster. They're so tanky. If played extremely well with coordination from your group, they're very tanky. But it's so tough because most of the time they don't play to perfection. And I think the hype around it was just like, oh, it hasn't been a brew meta for so long. Everybody's so hyped for it. They want to play something different on PTR. So brew was like really hyped up, and it still is being hyped up. But I swear the most healers at most key levels are going to be like, brew is one of the squishiest tanks. I think that a lot of people think that. I think if you're pugging, brew is not the best tank to play with. The PTR notes has only gotten buffed, to be fair. Master of Harmony got buffed. Shadowpan. Like, everything has actually been relatively good for brew. It's not gotten any negative notes. I just think the dungeon pool, like, is it good for it? Technically, yes, but I don't want to heal a brew in Halls of Atonement the first week. I don't want to do it, man. I genuinely, I would not take a brew to my Halls of Atonement unless I trust them. If they're very good, sure, but you gotta be gaming on brew, and I think that this doesn't deserve S tier. Speaking of the next two tanks, you're not gonna like this. Are you ready? You're not gonna like this. I think Prot Warrior after the nerfs is the bottom of S tier. I think it's the bottom of S tier. I think it's still above A tier. I would put it at the top of A, but I still think it's the bottom of S. The nerfs were fine. But guess what they buffed when they nerfed it? They buffed Mountain Thane. Mountain Thane is very interesting. Mountain Thane gives Prot Warrior a little bit of a niche. You want to know what the niche is? Mountain Thane is super easy to play. Demolish, Colossus Warrior, has some nuance to it. Mountain Thane, you Thunder Blast. Mountain Thane is very reminiscent of a Guardian Druid playstyle. It's very basic. It's very straightforward. It does good damage. Weirdly enough, Mountain Thane is actually a bit squishier this season for two main reasons. Number one is you don't have the crazy self-sustain from Fueled by Violence. And number two, you do not play Unstoppable Force. You play the other talent because you want more Thunderclaps. So, in general, right, I think that Mountain Thane... I still think you're going to want Colossus in some dungeons, but you might be able to play Mountain Thane in some other ones. I think that there's a lot of tank players who would really enjoy the playstyle of Mountain Thane. Colossus has min-max. Mountain Thane doesn't. You just zug-zug. You literally walk in, you do the basic tank things, which is don't get hit in the back, face the mobs, use your mitigation. You just Thunderclap. It's very straightforward. It's very simple. I like the fact that it is so simple. I think there should be specs in the game that are straightforward and easy to pick up. I think it's a great specialization for a pug. The main issue with Warrior still in most pugs is depending on the key level. There are some tanks that haven't quite learned how to gather and haven't quite learned how to not get hit in the back as they are tanking. A Warrior will still get pretty much one-tapped. They will just go and they will vanish out of existence. Like really, really fast. They will just be like, I'm not here anymore. Play Cheat Death, please. If you're playing the Warrior, please play Battle-Scarred Veteran. It'll save your life like 3 times in a key if you're still learning Warrior. And even if you're a good Warrior, still play it. You never know when you just accidentally have a weird charge, get hit in the back. You don't want to vanish out of existence. Okay, so play Battle-Scarred Veteran. Mountain Thane, decent. Colossus, still good. There are a few spots where Warrior struggles. You will probably need to be a Dwarf Warrior. I hate to break this to you, but for tanks this season, race changes are probably mandatory if you want to push. Can you make it work? Yeah. Last season, it was you had to be Night Elf. Not anymore. This season, you probably have to be Dwarf. There are just a few things, specifically Halls of Atonement, that you probably cannot live or deal with properly without being a Dwarf. Again, those bleed pulls are intermittent, which means you do not need to have it every time. You just need to have it intermittent. Like every 2 minutes, you need a bleed dispel. Having one is massive for that dungeon. So, Prot Warrior, still looking pretty good. There are one fundamental flaw with Prot Warrior is a lot of these tanks that might be, like, Prot Warrior is good. Please let them gather. Please let them gather. Do not make them use their AoE taunt, which is now an AoE silent, to aggro mobs. It's annoying. You want to save that for when you actually want to interrupt a whole set of casts. That might be important. Just let your warrior tank aggro. Just give them a second. Give them a second, please. Just let them walk into a pack and get dots rolling. Just don't zug when you're playing. Just give me... I'm going to talk about that later. I'll make a whole video about it. Okay. So that leaves this tank, which is the best tank this season. Pretty much by far. Are you happy about that? I don't think I'm so happy about that. This is untouched. They actually, you know, every other tank has been nerfed more than this tank. This VDH is the best tank right now. They haven't touched it. My still thought process is that they're going to tune it soon. They were willing to touch Prot Warrior. This is the only spec in the game that is literally blind. How have they not been touched? It doesn't make sense. It's like the old game of peekaboo, where if I can't see you, you can't see me. They're probably gonna get nerfed. I have a feeling. This is my official tier list video. I will bet you right now, if they do not nerf this spec to any further than they already have, if they do not nerf this, listen to me, there's a new Demon Hunter spec coming out, and they want you to already be playing it. That's got to be it. It has to be it. That has to be it. If they don't nerf this at all, it's because they actually there must be a Demon Hunter spec coming out. Like, I thought that was capped for a long time, and I was like, there's no way. But how could they not touch this? I mean, it's literally the most dominant tank in the last 2 years of M+. I feel like the community would borderline riot if they didn't nerf this, because I'm telling you right now, this is the best tank. I refused to play it this last season. I regret that, because I started gearing mine in preparation just in case it doesn't get nerfed. And I was like, wow, this is so good. This is so easy. I went on the PTR and I was like, fine, I'll play my 6th tank. I was playing every other tank. And I was like, fine, I'll play my Demon Hunter. And I was like, why is this so easy? Why am I not struggling? Why am I able to do all this? It's so good. It's not even that hard to play. So Demon Hunter is still Demon Hunter. I expect them to nerf it. That is my tier list. This is give or take the updates. There are a few things I'd be curious to test more about. In terms of exact numbers between A and B tier, I'm really curious. In terms of whether Furious Arms is actually better, I want to see more. But otherwise, I'm pretty confident in this list. I want to make a separate caveat for a little bit of tanks and healers. Their healers are one of the only thing where I genuinely feel like you have 3 healers that you play and that's it. Like, I really feel like right now they've locked themselves into a very, very strict corner with healing, and it's an unfortunate reality of M+. Because of how group buffs work and utility works and keys, you have Resto Shaman, Disc Priest, and Resto Druid. Those are the 3 best healers, always. Unless they giga buff one of the other ones. Like, Mistweaver, Holy Paladin, and Prez, and Holy Priest have to be doing so much more to beat that. Like, you would have to be doing nearly twice the damage and 1.5 times the healing. Like, you would just have to be so overtuned to compete with that. And they are actually doing a fairly good job with tuning now. So I don't think that's going to happen. It's kind of similar to tanks, where Blood DK and Bear are just sort of shafted by they have to be doing a lot to compete, because all these other things, they bring so much. Like, you can argue, you can be like, no, I mean, look, Holy Priest isn't that bad. You walk into a pull, you have what? You have what? GS Psychic Scream? You're like, I can do some damage and healing. What if you just swapped and you were like, look, I'll try Resto Shaman for a season. You walk into a pull, you're like, oh my god, I have a 12-second kick, a cap totem, a thunderstorm, an earth ellie, a this, and a dispel, and a this, and oh my. It's so good. You walk into a pull as a you have so much more. The delta between healing right now is in particular that bad. Right now, in particular, the delta of healers is a really big concern for me because you will rotate always the top 3 healers. And that is something I think they need to look at or address. A big part of that is group buffs. If healers didn't have group buffs, the healing would go like a lot better. So that is my take about healing. My take about tanking is that tanks are actually relatively well balanced. The reason that Blood DK and Bear are all the way down here are not because they're bad. They're actually really good. All tanks can live. This is so important because I will rank them accordingly. All tanks can live. You will not have a problem if you're a good Blood DK. You will live all your weekly keys and you'll do great. And you'll be like, I don't know why everybody was ranking Blood DK so poorly. Why did they rank me so bad? I did 4 million overall. I did good damage. I lived. I didn't really need any healing. I did great. Okay. Same thing as what I just mentioned about healing. You walk into a pull as a Blood DK, you have a kick, you have death grips. But that one gambit that you did, you failed. And the reason is the pack at the end, you were like 2 unstable rifts are going off. I can kick one and I already used my death grips or I missed the other one. Okay. I give you Prot Warrior and you did 4 million overall. I give you Prot Warrior. Prot Warrior goes in, you don't have to fight for your life at all. You are literally clicking 3 buttons. And you do more DPS. You also have a group buff, which gives Battle Shout. That same pull that you died on as a DK, you press 1 button. Everything is silenced for 6 seconds. You can't compete with the utilities. Guardian Druid feels exactly the same way. I'm like, great, I'm playing Guardian Druid super well. Same instance. I can bring it to... I soloed the first pull on 15 Gambit. I made a guide. I made a Guardian Druid guide, and I went and I soloed on plus 15. I just went and I was like, look, Guardian Druid can live this. No problem. And then just to test it, I was like, out of curiosity, I had to game it, though. I was like working really hard. I was like, and I'm going to press and this perfect timing here and this and that. And then I went in, I did it on Prot Warrior, and I was like, there is no way this is comparable. Because I did it on Prot Warrior, and I was like, I can ride my bike with no handlebar. I was to close my eyes, and I was like, I can still... I'm getting bored. I'm just immortal. Like, I can't die. And I was like, what? There's such a delta between that. And like, so first of all, it doesn't even have its niche anymore. Prot Warrior was just tankier in that particular pull. And also Prot Warrior has a mass silence. The mass silence is like one of the biggest things. I don't think you understand how important that is in some pulls. You're like, everybody's about to die. Press this button. And it's just really solid to have those options as a tank or a healer. As a DPS player, your damage matters. As a tanker and a healer, you do 4 million overall. On a Blood DK, you do 3.5 on a Bear. Well, at least I got Mark of the Wild. But Warrior is doing 4.5. That's a straight up, what, like 15% delta? And they're the same tankiness. And this one has more utility. Why wouldn't you play this? You do Halls of Atonement on this tank? Why wouldn't you play this? Just try it. Just try it. Go on PTR. You have a max level character, go on PTR and test it. Try it. Watch it happen. You play this for a second, you're like, I didn't even take any of the bleeds. I could just stand in the pack. And then I was like, I need to run. I just press a button and I'm out of the pack. This one, I have to be Vortex Typhoon up to game it. My Vortex is on cooldown? Oh no, I'm dead. This one, I leap. This one, I bubble. This one, I do... You have options. This one can't even dwarf. So the dungeon pool and what you need out of a tank or a healer has changed so much over time that the problem is that there are some tanks and healers which are quote-unquote not viable. But this is in a coordinated environment and what you're going to have the easiest time with. I'm giving you things to understand about this is going to make it easier. But the Blood DK will still live and the Bear will still live. And you will not have a problem if you want to play these tanks. It is not the same as DPS. DPS feel miserable when you're playing a Fury Warrior and you're doing 3 million DPS less than an S tier spec because you're target capped and you're tuned poorly. That feels really bad. But as a tank player, doing 3.5 mil versus 4.5 mil, is that a big damage? Yes. But do you still feel bad about it? Not really, because you still tanked the dungeon, right? You didn't die. You were tanky tank. You still did well. Correct. So tanking has less of a delta than DPS. If you want to play one of the worst tanks, you can still play it. It's no problem. Healing doesn't feel like that because healing you will let people die. That feels bad. Tanking is the one role where it's like, look, if you want to play one of the C tier tanks for your 15, like, that's totally fine. If you're good at it, you'll be way better at a Blood DK or a Bear than you will of a Prop Pally or a VDH. A bad VDH goes in and dies immediately. They don't even make it to the pole. They leap, dead. A bad Brewmaster can't sustain themselves. A bad Prop Pally forgets to bubble and dies anyways, even though he has the button. A good Bear is like, great, I don't have Dwarf, I don't have Bubble, but at least I can Vortex, Stampeding, Roar, and Run. It's like, okay, but so it's all about how you game as a tank. There are differences in the roles. You can't apply that logic to other things. And that's an important caveat when you think about this list. I will put them here because they should be here. But for what it's worth, that is how to understand the specs in M+. Okay? Does that make sense? Great. Now, in terms of going over meta comps, I want to wait just a little bit because I want to see some of the synergies and I want to see a little bit more of PTR testing. But I do have a section of my Discord where people have been suggesting meta comps. I found some interesting ones. I kind of am curious to know what people think is going to be the meta comp because I still see two. I still see two primary meta comps, if not three, in my head right now. I'm like, oh, these three, all of them work. And there's a few options, like healing in particular. It's like, do you play Restlo Druid or Restlo Shaman to fill buffs? I guess that depends. Do you play Enhancement or do you play Boomy? It's like, interesting. There's like a few things that make comps very interesting, and I love that stuff. So if for any reason you want to post your meta comp prediction, send it to me in the Discord. But that's it. Those are my closing thoughts. I will continue to test a lot more. Keep in mind, I will be gone for a whole week. So this is my update for a whole week. I will be unfortunately traveling to a different country where I will find a PC cafe to pass the time to play World of Warcraft, but I will not be streaming because I won't have my streaming set up. I will still be a degenerate and just play World of Warcraft all day. I'll just do it off stream. Because what else would I do with my life? I'm chronically addicted to this game. Okay, there we go. We still have a bunch of weeks of tuning. This might change. That is my tier list. Thank you for watching. I think I went a little bit long, as I do. Voila! All right, how long was that? I tried to keep it short. How long was that? No. Very long? Fuck. I was doing my very best. I was doing my very best. Acceptable? Great. I was doing my very best. There's so much to talk about with keys. Aw, shit. Close to 2 hours? How was it close to 2 hours? There's no way it was close to 2 hours. I was trying to keep it brief. There's just so much to talk about because people have this thing where they watch a tier list like this and they're like, oh man, I can't play my Bear, I can't play my Blood DK, or I can't play my Outlaw Rogue. It's like, you can. You just have to know. You just have to understand the nuances. Hey, Kyle, should a new Warlock play Demo or Destro? Thank you for the sub. A new Warlock, huh? I think Demo is honestly just in a really good spot, and they might not tune it. Demo is a little bit complicated to learn, but I don't think it's so impossible to learn. It's not so proc dependent. It's just actually like, I think it's actually just one of those specs that you spend a little bit of time on and you'll get. Does that make sense? So does that make sense? I think that Demo Warlock, it's not that hard to learn because you don't have to respond to procs. You can actually just straight up be like, hey, look, I'm going to learn my ramp time, and that's it. As long as you understand your pet interactions, it's technically the same every time where you press this button, this button, this button, this button. It's a little complicated, but if you can practice it now, you'll be ready for Season 3 when it actually comes out. So I think that is kind of the key with Demo Warlock, if that makes sense. I don't think you have to play Destro just because it's simpler or because it's less complicated, if that helps you at all. So I think Demos would be fine to play. I'm really curious to know if this gets nerfed again. I swear on PTR, I mean, have you guys seen a Beastmaster not top meters? Like, genuinely, like, this is still overtuned after all the nerfs. And I don't know if they'll hit it again. Like, I was really thinking that they might, but I haven't seen them hit it again. I'm super curious about that. Assassination Rogue, Driz, that's the tough one. There are some specs on this list where you're like, okay, great. If I want to play a rogue, do I have to learn Assassination? Assassination is hard as fuck. It's really hard. What's up, Laura? Assassination is hard, dude. It's so hard, actually. It's really tough, man. Um, because it's not the other two. Mostly because it's actually kind of bad. Like its damage is simply not competitive. If you're hopeful, it's good, but most of the time that fire mage is like the average fire mage just simply does not do enough damage. It does not do enough damage. I was playing Blood DK today, Laura. I felt great, except for the fact that everybody was hitting things before I was actually aggroed. I think Druid Tank for a long time, stick with it. I genuinely think Druid Tank will be just fine to play, okay? I genuinely think that Druid Tank will be just fine. I hope they buff it one more, though. It could use one more buff. And Aug Evoker has to be soup because, like, the main thing about it is even if it's tuned, because the best case scenario for Aug is that it's tuned to do as much damage as the bottom A tier, right? Like, that's the best case. It can't be here. The best case scenario is that it does just as much damage as an A tier spec. In a coordinated group? Okay, so let me put it this way. You're playing with Hopeful, the Fire Mage, and a few other pro players. You're playing with DeWilkes, the Balance Druid. Yeah. Right? Okay. But what if you're playing with Steve, who just got home from work and doesn't actually game that hard? Boom. Immediately. Like, it's just your damage is so variable depending on the people you play with because of how this works now, where you don't actually just buff the tank and the healer. So you are a DPS. Like, you do not bring that much more utility than anyone else does. You have some good CC. You have Zephyr, Cauterizing Flame, Rescue. So does Dev. But you don't bring that much uniqueness. You are a DPS now. And if your damage is simply not competitive and so highly variable and dependent on literally everything else, like, you can't, like, this has to be down here. And they basically messed up with Aug. Because it either has to be mandatory or down here. Like, there's no in between. Like, it can't be tuned right. Because if they tune it so that the average group, it's just like does good damage, that means that if you play with the top two, if you play with the two S tier DPS, it's like so good, right? Do you play cats? They make it easier. Feral Druid is weirdly. It depends if it makes sense to your brain. If it makes sense to you, it's easy. But I think it's actually kind of complicated. Any spec with combo points tends to be complicated. It is managing the biggest thing that Feral Druids get wrong is managing their snapshotting bleeds. The fact that bleeds still snapshot and the fact that you have to manage your blood talons all the time. That's the thing that gets Feral Druids. You cannot. It almost plays something like a Windwalker Monk, which is you can't hit the same button twice in a row, except that sometimes you do. And it's a little weird. That's like it's a fluid playstyle that people really like where you're hopping between abilities in a very fast-paced environment. But the thing is, if you sequence it wrong or you don't realize that you're overriding that rip, which was more powerful, you can have a real problem and your damage will just tank. So a good Feral Druid, the delta between a very good one and a very bad one is so high. Same with an Assassination Rogue. There's like 8 different procs to track. There's so much that goes on to this spec that a very good one will make it look really good, and the average one will make it look kind of mid. But the way it does damage is nonetheless still good. You put your Death Mark on, you hit Kingsbane, you kind of do decent damage to a prio target. So if you're going to play a Rogue, Sin Rogue is clearly the way right now. Outlaw is a little bit of tuning away. Like I said, it's very possible the Outlaws I've played with just weren't the best Outlaws. But in general, I swear if you have a key with an Assassination Rogue and an Outlaw Rogue, the Assassination Rogue tops the Outlaw by 1 million or 2. Like, quite a big delta. Like, it's not like 200k. I think the Assassination Rogue kind of owns the Outlaw. So when you're comparing pure DPS specs, like, let me put it this way. You're like, AF isn't that bad. Would you rather play Demo Warlock, AF Lock right now? Like, which one would you rather play? It's like Demo Warlock is clearly better. Yeah, does that make sense? Like, it's just, if you're comparing, you have a DPS specialization with 3 DPS specs. You're comparing it now. You're playing a compare game because you're not just like, oh, this one provides different utility. It's like the utility is the same, so which does more damage? How are Warriors? Okay, so I played with a good Fury today. I tried to play Fury Warrior today. I'm not going to lie, I'm a bad Fury Warrior. My Fury was less than impressive, but I played with another good Fury Warrior, and he was decent. He was keeping up. Again, could not be the top DPS. It's not tuned that highly, but he was keeping up, and Warrior buff is worth it. I played a key with an assassination rogue, a warrior, and I was playing Rat Pally. Rat Pally felt really good. That's my opinion. Holy Paladin still C tier even after buffs. Holy Paladin. I really think that you will notice if you have a Holy Paladin in your key. I genuinely think you will notice it. I really think you will. Like, I think that you'll walk into a dungeon that's hard to heal, like a priory, and you'll just be like, if that Holy Paladin was a Restlo Druid, we wouldn't have died. Like, I genuinely believe that'll happen. But if you tell me you need to play around their wings, that's a problem. Because in Pugs, you're not playing around anything. Does you know what I mean? Like, can you make it work? Of course, you can make anything work. But that doesn't mean you should, or that it would be convenient, or that it would be easy, if that makes sense. The other day I played my Havoc, helping a friend. We've had another Havoc, did 15s. He was actually more than 2 mil overall below me on the same build. Right. So here's the thing, Drizzt. The skill cap, skill parity is the biggest thing. That's such a big deal. Skill parity basically takes this whole list and completely eradicates it. Because a very good arms warrior will do more damage than a bad Frost DK. Although, with respect, I don't see that happening. I don't know. I wish Soap was here. I have a friend, and he was like, I've never played Frost DK before. Do you know what I mean? He literally said, he's like, I've never played Frost DK before, but I think I should try it. Can I bring it to a key? I was like, yeah. So we did a Gambit on PTR, and I just brought him into the first pull. And he was like, oh, I'm doing 20 million DPS. He had never played that spec. He literally had never touched it. He didn't even have it leveled on live. He basically just leveled. He brought it to his first key and was just like, I did 20 million on the first pull. And he was like, that was the first key he ever did. And then we did it again, and he did it again. And he was like, all right, maybe I should play Frosty K. Look at that. Like, it was just like, it's like some specs are hard and take a lot of practice, and other things are not that hard. Like, he probably looked up an Icy Veins guide. He was like, good, I press this button, then that button, and set. Did he min-max throughout the whole key? Nah. Vengeance is so good, right? If they don't nerf it, I'll play it. You can hold me to that. If they don't nerf it, I'll play it. I have found Vengeance to be so good in so many of these keys. I can't believe I've turned to the dark side on this one, but I actually have turned to the dark side on this one. It's so good right now, man. It's so good. It's like, why am I playing? I know a race. Why am I playing Bear when I could be playing VDH? Like, why would I play Bear? Or if I add on Hikili for somebody new to a spec, up to you. I think that personality plays a big role. Like, should you use Hikili or the one button add-on? Technically up to you, right? Like, it's up to you. I wouldn't, because I want to be able to understand it myself, so I won't. Sad you play on NA. Dude, I know. Wild Shikalu, what's up with Fire Mage? They just, go to, if you play PTR, don't look at Hopeful stream. Like, obviously there are people, like, don't look at Elismir stream. If you watch Elismir play Holy Paladin, you'll be like, damn, Holy Paladin is S+ tier. This healer is so good. If you take the person who is the best in the world, it'll make anything look good. If Elismir loved Presevoker, he would make Presevoker look like S+ tier. It's just like, he'll make it work. But in an average key, we had a Holy Paladin who let people die to HPS, but also was only doing 200k DPS. Any other healer does more damage and doesn't let people die as easily. Yeah? Prop Paladin or Mount Thane Warrior for a Pug tank with no comms. If you can play Prop Paladin, the key level isn't that high, play Prop Paladin. It depends. Harder to play Prop Paladin. It depends on the key level. Like, I think that Prop Paladin still has that, hey, look, it's a plus 18. I'm starting to just really need a lot more external healing. But the Prop Paladin, again, think about the fact that as a warrior, it depends how aware you are. When I play Prop Pally, I have weak auras that tell me, hey, look, there are 2 casts about to go on this target. Or that guy, he has no defensive, and he's about to die. Lay on hands, sack, spell word, etc. Yeah? Word of glory even. Just send a Shining Light proc on your DPS. You can just like, boop, 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 boop. You can help. A warrior tank has to go, ooh, that looks like it's going to hurt. And then they die. There's nothing you can do. So if you want to carry your teams, Prop Pally is the answer to that question. Make sense? Like, it's just, there's no comparison in terms of what you can do. But it depends on the type of player you are, because there are some prop pallies that don't think like that at all, and they only think about themselves, and they're just like, I just want to be you can't, you don't even spec intervene right now. On PTR, you're not even playing intervene, because you actually, the class tree is getting a little bit, you want every talent point there. So unless you have a specific reason to play intervene, you probably don't even spec it. And intervene is pretty niche. Like, it doesn't interrupt spells. It's a very, very niche ability. Good for aggro. If you have playing with a boomy, maybe intervene. But VDH, I mean, so VDH can't really help the team either, except you have sigils, which technically can make a pretty big difference. So VDH has the sigil aspect to things. You know what I mean? If I was going to test something right now, if I was going to go play something, what would you want me to play? Because I'll do a few more dungeons tonight. I don't mind. But, like, what would you want me to play? Like, you want me to show you Prop Pally and how OP it is? How's Prop Pally looking? Prop Pally is actually looking really decent. Like, I could show you Warlock. Yeah, I could show you Warlock. I'm not the best Warlock in the world, but I could just log over to a demo Warlock and be like, look, and do, like, big damn. I prefer the Soul Harvester playstyle of demo compared to that, though. Show me how bad Bear is. I kind of want to see your VDH. That's true. I don't have a lot of experience on VDH, and I straight up can just still own on that. And Prop Pal. Like, I could still just take my VDH and just be like, psh. Like, I just walked into a key, and I was like, no problem. Like, it's so chill to do. It's just really easy to play. I remember it being a lot harder. I genuinely remember it being a lot harder. I don't want super meta. So actually just remember that in general on a tier list, you don't actually want your spec to necessarily be S+ tier. You just want your spec to be not bottom tier. The part of this that feels bad is if the perception of your spec is so bad that you don't get invited to play the game. Like, you know, the first gather you dropped like 5%, and then did I live? But then Driz, did I die? That whole key? Did I die or did we time it? Didn't I self-sustain myself when my team died? I chained the paladins a little bit too early, and then my whole team died. And did I not just completely self-sustain myself for the entire time without worry? Of course not. It was planned. It was tactical. I wanted the extra DPS from my meta. It was a tactical cheat death. You know? Right? A poll up for you. What should I play on PTR? Hold up. What do you have? Prop Pally, VDH, Demolock, Bear, Brewmaster, Monk. I won't play Brewmaster Monk right now. But I'll play VDH or Bear or whatever. Still waiting for... I think that it gets nerfed, though. I think that VDH does get nerfed, to be fair. How's your Windwalker? Bro, Windwalker, where there's no notes on Windwalker. Windwalker doesn't even exist right now. Like, Windwalker doesn't even exist at the moment. Like, they've completely forgotten about Windwalker, and it's kind of sad. Like, I don't know why, but Windwalker just doesn't exist on PC. Like, they're all about Brew and Mistweaver, Brew and Mistweaver, Brew and Mistweaver. I think Windwalker could use a buff, to be honest. The only reason to play a Windwalker at the moment is Mystic Touch. That feels bad. Like, you're literally whoring yourself out for a group buff. Do you know what I mean? I think they're gonna touch VDH. Plays out. I played Prez today, and I felt great. I played Prez today, and I felt really good. I felt really, really, really good on that, actually. Like, genuinely, I felt amazing. While playing all the C tier classes on your list, there are some C tier classes that are slightly better than others. Like I said, these two tanks will both be fine. I seriously think you'll have a hard time playing some of these, though. I agree. That's the thing. I like the whole... I wish that every spec in a lot of ways had a mastery like Windwalker, because it feels so... And Mistweaver. Yeah, that's rough. Okay, this is beats... Well, Okay, let me ask you a question then, Harper. Let me ask you a question. Have you played it on PTR? How does Holy Paladin feel? Have you been able to pass every single HPS check with no problem whatsoever? I feel like it's hard. When I play Holy Paladin, I'm like, I have to work really hard at a plus 12. Compared to my Resto Druid, which just goes boop, 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 done. Like, no thinking at all. Probably in blue. I think that this is just, in terms of sturdiness, I think that this is going to have some issues, but it's tuned very highly right now, so it's pretty good. Yeah, I still think this is an S tier tank. I understand the logic that it's not a friendly dungeon pool to Prot Warrior. That take is a good take. However, I will say that it's a little bit off just because you can make it work. We tied between VDH and Bear on PTR. All right, hold up. You tied, huh? Let me go get my yogurt real fast. Hold up. I want to finish my meal. I got some glorious fancy yogurt. Alright, I'm back. These are my fancy yogurt. I treated myself today because I've been stressed. This is like ice cream, but it's actually yogurt, so it's awesome. This is my fancy yogurt. It's Greek vanilla yogurt, which is fucking delicious. And apparently, I'll never forget when I learned that at some point in the world, we used to use beaver scat as vanilla and strawberry seasoning, which is super weird. I should make a pizza tier list video about what the best pizzas are, because I still stand by the fact that there is no better pizza than pizza dough, right? I still think good protein, good sugar. I want sugar. The protein is cool, but listen, I want sugar. After the bus, the Holy Paladin is good B tier. So the thing is, if it's so much harder than Disc and Rest Load Druid and doesn't provide as much damage and doesn't provide an offensive group buff, why would you play it? There is a single time where Holy Paladin feels better for me this season, and that's Arakara. Arakara, when I can freedom the tank at the end, but why else would I play it? Like, I don't have a good reason to play it. There's no reason to bring. At least Mistweaver has Mystic Touch, where you're like, look, we want that. Let me show you something. What was I playing here? I was playing my... I think I was on my warrior for this. Talking as a warlock main for 8 years. My shaman murdered me in this dungeon. Hold up. I'll show you a log from today. I'll show you a log. Here. You're gonna ignore my damage, of course. Of course, you will ignore my damage here. This is very important. You got to ignore my damage, and the reason is very simple. Okay, the reason is very simple. I was murdered. The shaman went right. I went left on Swamp Face. Let me ask you a question. What, on average, is the single target DPS for Swamp Face right now? You sure about that? This is Swamp Face. Look at Swamp Face. This is single target. Granted, he had a Shaman buff, a Demon Hunter buff, and a Mistweaver buff. That's huge for demo. Yeah, I know. What kind of person? That's exactly what I said. I was murdered. There was an attempted murder. He really did. I know. I was like walking left. I had just popped all my cooldowns, and he went right. And I was like, God damn it. He went right. He didn't move. I was like, shit. But anyways, look at my warlock. You think that that's fair? That's not S tier, man. You don't think that's S tier? Greek yogurt is from sheep milk, not from cows? Really? I didn't know that. I just want Nutella. I just want Nutella, to be honest. I just want, like, Nutella on pizza. And that would be good, though. Sheep's milk. Is that actually what it is? Okay, anyways, that's my Fury. I won't play Warrior right now, though. I could play Prot. My Fury is not that good. I was trying to test it. I wanted to test it after buffs today, and I was like, I wonder if I could do this. So, yeah, Nutella. Thank you, Ordinary Italian. Wait a second. Are you actually Italian? Oh, that's good. I agree. I think dessert pizza is awesome. Crushed up Oreos, Nutella icing. Delicious. All right. What were we going to play? We said VDH or Druid, right? All right, you guys want to see my Druid? It doesn't do bad damage. I'll play Guardian. It doesn't do bad damage. It just doesn't do enough. What dungeon? We could play Ecodome. Why don't we play Ecodome? Also, can I give 2 PSAs? Number 1, if you're playing PTR right now, don't rage. Don't rage at that. Mike, do they just hate us? No, the circles, we forgot to hit the cannon, that dungeon. Don't rage, okay? If you're playing on PTR right now, just be chill. Just be chill. We're all testing stuff. If somebody goes right on Swamp Face and kills you, it's fine. Like, we're not playing for IO, you know? You know that, right? We're not playing for IO. Like, it's all good. Okay. Why don't we do... Let me see if there's any groups listed right now. There's a 12 Floodgate. There's a 14 Priory. And there's a 12 with an augmentation of Ogre. Yeah, the PCR is so weirdly toxic right now, though. Allow. What's this? You like the Harris Farm yogurt? I don't know. I live in Thailand, so we don't have access to a lot of brands sometimes. This is just the Farmers Union is kind of the most expensive brand in Thailand. This is like a treat for me because it's like $10 for this container. And it's not like things are so cheap here. Like if I want to make chicken tonight, it's like chill. Like I could just make chicken tonight. And it's like chicken is what? $2 for 2 pounds? Yeah, so it's like $1 per pound of chicken. Yeah, this is like $10. To clarify, this container of yogurt is like 15 chicken breasts or something like that. It's a lot. Did you know in Thailand, I can order chicken from my phone? Did you know I can actually just order like a live chicken from my phone? I could literally just be like right now, go onto a website and just be like, I'd like a chicken, please. And they will just deliver a chicken. How much does my PC cost in chicken? A lot of chickens. Okay. Not a lot more than my friends. That is true. That's true. You can. Yes, I like Thailand. It's a good place. Okay, so what dungeons do we have right now? Why don't we do Floodgate? Why don't we do a higher Floodgate? I don't know why there's only 12. How about a 14 Floodgate? I learned from White Lotus. To be fair, apparently I have a friend who acted in that, but no. Yes, like a living chicken, like an actual chicken. What about a 14 Floodgate? You want to come heal that? 14 Floodgate. 14 Floodgate can actually get hard on PTR, depending. Plus 14. All right, now listen. Based on the tier list that we did, which, by the way, I will put in Discord. Very good point. Before I forget, I'll just put a screenshot in Discord. Remember, we can only take S tier specs, right? Listen, we can only take S tier specs. So, are you playing a Resto Druid, a Disc Priest, or a Resto Shaman, Faye? I can't take, myself is an omission. Because I'm not playing an S tier spec, I have to only take people who are S tier. Because I have to have them carry me, apparently. That's the rules. That's the rules. Or I could play VDH, I suppose. Okay, here we go. Upload a file. Here we go. Screenshots, pictures. Updated tier list. Updated tier list. Updated tier list. Now, if there are a lot of notes, I'll do this again. No, you can bring your Mistweaver. I'm just kidding. Yeah, let's play only below B tier specs. Would you ever play a Break the Meta? Yeah, I'd like Break the Meta. I think I was ranked on my Warrior for one season of Break the Meta. Season 2 Dragonflight, I played my Warrior. And then Season 3, I played my... What's it called? One season I played my Presevoker for that. Can I joy if I'm an S tier spec in real life? Damn, that's confidence right there. That is confidence. I probably could, and they would be very good, Anton. Okay, we need 3 DPS. All right. Let's try Void Weaver Disc at some point. Yeah, that's fine. My bear doesn't really need healing, depending. You can see, I mean, Void Weaver does a lot of damage right now. I think that... I don't know if I would really be okay. Oh, wait a second. We double heal it. Easy +3. What's the worst that can happen? With respect, Pres Evoker does so much damage. I would almost consider this, but that would be kind of troll. Do you play anything else? Lara, do you want to... I can DPS if you want. Do you want to tank it, Lara? I don't mind DPSing. I can heal. I mean, I can play whatever. I can hop on like a warlock or something. I see Lara on there, though. You might have Alt F4 on accident. I won't play S-Priest, no. I haven't played S-Priest in a long time. I wouldn't be able to test it accurately. I'll play Warlock, probably. My only thing is when I play Warlock, I haven't played, what's it called? You guys understand how rankings work, yeah? So, for example, let's take a look at this. This was a Priory, which we did not finish for some reason. This was a... Did we finish this? No, I don't think so. This was a Priory. This is an overall of a Priory that we did. So, based on this ranking, you could assume that Frost Mage is better than Affliction. Sorry, you would assume that Affliction does more damage than Frost Mage. But it's actually not true. That's actually not true, though. Does that make sense? Because, no, Affliction does damage. This is also Arson. He is an amazing Affliction Warlock. He's very good at Affliction. Should we just take this 3-stack? Assassination, Frost, Shadow Priest. Bet. We can take them. Riot Bear has been forgotten. Developer problem? This is skill diff. No, it's actually just... Well, first of all, Arson is one of the best Affliction Warlocks. Talking about Shadow right now. He streams, and he's really nice, and he has 2 cute cats. There you go. Yes, you should always... And I clarified that, and I said that like 5 times in my video, Harper, because I really want people to understand that it's so important. You know what I mean? That, like, you gotta understand you take the player over the... Like, a bad B tier... Or, sorry, a good B tier spec does more damage than a meh A tier spec. You know? I will say, though, but it's also true that it does matter, though. But it doesn't not matter. At the same time, like, is that true? Yes, but it doesn't not matter either. Like, imagine for Priory, you don't have a DK. Feels kind of bad, doesn't it? Doesn't it feel sort of like meh to not have a DK in Priory? Do I have keys and my bags are messy? Oh my god. Hello, friend. Greetings from Argentina. Hello. I know some Portuguese, but I only know bad words in Portuguese because when you learn a second language, they always teach you the bad words first. They never teach you the good things. I only know absolutely terrible things to say in most Hispanic languages, the most Latin American languages. Like you got Zalatas, but wait, really? Is it dark now? Is it dark? Must be Portuguese? Oh, shit. Oh, no, not my geology. Aren't you Spanish? Wait, hablas español? Wait a second. Aren't you speak Spanish? Oh, I'm sorry. That's my bad. Listen. I would say I'm a little tired, but the truth is I'm just really bad at geology. Oh, shit. Okay, wait. Wait. Hablo español un poquito. No, I'm sorry. I tried. Whenever I speak Thai, you know what? Sorry, listen. Whenever I speak Spanish now, I speak it in a Thai accent, which is very strange because I've lived in Thailand for so long. The problem is that I accidentally speak other languages that I know, but in a Thai accent. You know, that's my bad. Let's hear it. No, I just did it. That was my Spanish. ¿Dónde está la biblioteca? That's the one I know. Do English with a Thai accent, please. Oh no. The thing is, when I speak Thai, right? I think every people's trying to speak on the language sounds weird. It's true. When I speak Thai is a tonal language, which gets you into trouble a lot because if you don't know what that is, it's ma 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 ma. Those are 5 different words. They sound exactly the same. But they're 5 different words. One of them means horse, one of them means mother, and one of them means dog. So imagine you're trying to say, you know what I mean? Like, I like moms, and people are like, oh my god, I like dogs too. And you're like, wait a second. Did you say what I think you said? You're like, it's really hard to get that sometimes. Speaking English sounds like a Murloc chasing you. Also, wait a second. Did I successfully get this in the tier list? Oh my god, I think I did. So all the tier list stuff will be on YouTube. I'll hire it after. I'll do it after. Can I just... You know that I actually did that whole tier list. Wait a second. I'm going to show you something. Did anybody catch what the tab was? Did anyone actually notice what the tab was on the tier list? Look on the top. Look at the top of this. Look at the top right. Look, you missed it. I did it intentionally. I thought it was funny. I'm not going to lie. I thought it was funny. What's that doing there? Whoops. That was a joke. That was intentional. I'm not going to lie. That wasn't like an accident. Listen, no one... Listen. Whoops. No one... If you haven't picked this up already, can I teach you something very important? Let me teach you something, okay? Let me teach you something highly important, which is this. Did I remember to get the key? Oh, no. Do you have key? You got a key by chance? Because I don't think I picked up the key. Uh-oh. I have a mother load. I got this. Oh, boy. Nope. All right, summon me again. Summon me again. It's okay. I got this. Summon me again. Sorry. Okay. So, let me tell you something. If you still watch illicit content on your computer, it's a bad idea. Here's why. You can lay down and use your phone. Your phone is a wonderful device. Think about the comfort you can experience by laying down and watching the content that you wish, like, of course, the anime and the football matches that you would watch on your phone when you lay down. Much better. Why don't you use your computer? You shouldn't use your computer for that anymore. That's like so 2000. I don't know. If I play tank, what do you recommend me? If you don't know how to play tank and you want to learn a tank for the first time, I strongly recommend Guardian Druid. I think that Guardian Druid is actually really good. Guardian Druid is still a very good first tank because you don't have to worry about getting hit in the back. It's the main thing, the advantage of Guardian Druid. The other tank would be Prot Warrior. You can choose. Both of them work just fine. Honestly, both tanks work absolutely fine. I think that Guardian Druid or Prot Warrior are all okay. 12, 14, 15. Okay, we'll have all this stuff now here. So, Keystone, good. And then we have, not this one, Floodgate is here, perfect. I already have Resilient 12 on... Wait, can I not go lower than 12? Oh, that's interesting. Okay, 14 is one of these. Hold up, I'll get it soon. 14 is where? Here it is. Perfect. 14, Floodgate. Thank you. So Warrior has to deal with that. Warrior's a block tank. But Guardian Druid doesn't have to worry about that. Guardian for tank, yes. Prop Warrior feels better to play after change. It also feels worse because of the dungeon pool. Yes, it does, Broger. But I will say, can I just give you a tip? I understand the people's takes, and that makes a lot of sense to me. Like, when Yoda or when people in the higher level tanks are like, yo, look, Prot Warrior is not great at the dungeon pool. But you know what you can do? You could just change the one pull it's bad at. Like in Dawnbreaker, like, okay, Halls of Atonement sucks. But let me just say one thing, okay? Halls of Atonement sucks. But you know what doesn't suck? Like, Dawnbreaker has one or two pulls, which you can just split. You don't have to pull it all together. Does that make sense? Like, it's just one or two. It's the OP trinket. The Mana Sprites. It's kind of overtuned right now, and it's a Delve trinket. So I don't know if it will keep, though. I like it. Don't have too much time, and I don't know routes. Nothing about pulls and skips. Don't do complicated routes. Don't do complicated routes. When you get a chance, just do the simple stuff. If you want to learn how to tank, don't try to do what I do in a hierarchy. Just do normal stuff. Yes, exactly. People are going to end up pulling for you anyways. You'll end up with extra percentage by the end of the dungeon. A lower keys, the only way you lose a lower key is by pulling too much. You know, it's just like, that's the thing you want to avoid. If you avoid pulling too much, you'll be great. You'll have a great time with that. We were doing a priory earlier today, and I was like, all right, we're chilling. I'm on my Prez Evoker, and we just had a tank who pulled too much. And he was like, did they buff priory? I was like, did they buff priory? He was like, no. I was like, you just pulled 8 casters. And he was like, oh. Did they buff Priory? I was like, no, you just pulled 8 casters. Yes, Sans, I'm not a raider. I'm not a raider. I cannot comment on raid genuinely. I don't like raiding. I'm not passionate about raiding whatsoever, and I don't stay updated. I could make, the only thing I can make is how to min-max raid tank damage. That's it. I'm not a raider, though. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I have raided before, so I understand it, but I don't like it. I've been around WoW for long enough. What about Bis Trinkets from raid, then? I joined a heroic raid team, but not mythic. Like, I'll clear AOTC, but I don't want to clear... I don't want to go so far as to go to mythic prog. I don't like mythic prog. Mythic prog is kind of a slog for me, and I have anti-fun playing mythic prog. Alright, let's see if these people that we're playing with actually know the dungeon. I have no idea. Would you like to see how tanky Guardian Druid is? Alrighty. Combat log. Great, let's go. Wait, okay, I was in Guardian. I was about to say, I'm on Guardian Druid gear, right? I was playing Resto earlier. Yeah, the problem with Mythic Prog for me is very simple, which is just, it's hard for me to find a group of 20 people who play the game that makes sense to me. I'm a very chill guy. Like, when I play the game, right, I just want to be chill all the time. Like, I just want to be chill. And also, if people want to learn how to play Guardian Druid, I did actually make a guide. And the guide will cover exactly why I survived this and what to do. The major thing is, like, for example, pre-incarn, a lot of people don't know that you can press incarn before the key actually starts. Kind of a big difference. Am I in the loons? Yes, I am. Ooh, everything feels super laggy right now on PTR. So I'm at 8 stacks of this debuff, but I'm an incarn. I need to get rid of stacking nameplates so bad. I'm at 10 stacks of the debuff. Oh, we pulled all the extra stuff. All right, I think we're going to reset this run. This is going to be a reset. I'm giga tanky, but I'm going to die eventually, of course. This is going to be a little reset. Okay, no problem. As you can see, all the fuss about Guardian, and I still do almost 5 million HPS, almost 10 million DPS. No problem. Assassination Row getting PI there felt pretty good. We're going to try one more time with this team? We can. I got a 708, a 710. 710. Where scaled every single piece of gear you have, no matter what's equipped, is scaled to 710 on PTR, which is very fair for testing. Happens? Oh, no problem. Not a problem. We can just go again. Tis the PTR. Tis the PTR. Reset. And go back in. Miss Edine. Hey, what's up? I was listening to your stream the other day. I actually really appreciated it. You asked some good questions. I appreciated your stream. We are testing the PTR stuff because I am a relative, I wouldn't say degenerate. I like doing new things. I like trying new things. I want to make new things work, and I like doing new things. 710 high. 710 is exactly heroic. 710 is exactly heroic. We're going to be 7 plus 13. 723 will be the max item level. Like, 710 is currently on live. It would be... Oh, boy, maths. We're 678. No, after turbo was 684, yeah? 671. So we're 671 on PTR. But we are Bis with 4 set. So it kind of evens out. We're Bis with 4 set, though. Let me put my meters down here, because we don't need them up like this. Yeah, 671. That's the one. That's what we're looking for. World needs early adopters, testers, breakers badly. I'm watching every tier list while holding your breath. I think it's fun. I think it's fun to just watch tier lists. What about a 13? Are we doing this on 14 or 14 is actually kind of hard on PTR. Not wrong key. Perfect. Ready? Pre-incarn. Always incarn before the key starts. You will have it for the first pull and you will live. 670 is okay to start season 3. Yes, I think so, Zeg. I think so. I think it's absolutely fine. But thank you for saying hi, Ildine. How do I pronounce your name, by the way? I never actually asked you. I never asked you how to pronounce the name. I also forgot to change my stacking nameplates, didn't I? So it looks scary, always, but you can't heal a tank on a gather. Do not heal a tank. You moonfire, and then you just go like this. Now, that would be less than ideal to die exactly at that point. That would be obviously not the ideal scenario, which is okay. Because you don't necessarily need ideal. How do you gear up if you don't raid? I game the crest system and I do keys a lot. Yeah? You can spell starting from J. Jegloff. Ah, thank you. I don't like traveling. I'm not going to lie. I really am not a traveler. I'm just like an anti-traveler. By any chance, do you have your dispel on your bar? Oh, thank God. I was about to say, I'm at 10 stacks. This is a little scary here, man. A little scary. Dodge le fronto. And voila. I press a frenzied regen. I press bark skin to get coverage. And I'm good to go. I'll vortex them all together. Boop, 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 boop. And I'll kick this next surveying beam. Okay. Now, granted, my rogue was actually pumping before this. Unfortunately, he died right on pull here, so he's going to do a little less damage. But it's not like Guardian does bad damage, you know what I mean? It's just like Missile Dine. Wait, Missile Dine? Wait, Missile... Wait, what? Bro, I've been reading your name wrong this whole time. I am not going to lie. I thought your name this whole... Wait, what? Oh, I'm flabbergasted. I'm flabbergasted. I'm not going to lie. It looks scary. It's not scary. Don't worry. Nope. It looks scary. It's just a gather. Just a gather. No problem. We will kill the surveyor because the pug route is that you want this guy to die first. And once he dies, I have no problem chaining in. Ah, I thought your name was Miss Edine. I'm not going to lie. That's what I thought it was this whole time here. I thought it was Miss Edine. Like, yeah, that's why I was... Okay, well... I like people's names because people's names is your first introduction to them. You know what I mean? I wish I had a cooler name. They fucking named me Steve. When I was younger, they were just like, you know what this guy looks like? We want him to be perfectly average. So they tried to put me in a box by naming me Steve. And I was like, they tried. But I still ended up weird as fuck. So they failed. It was a good effort, though. It was a good effort. Do. Now I'm just a woo. I have never been normal. You know what I mean? My character in Minecraft, that's a plus. Okay, guys, I've never been to Minecraft though. Just want up like a nickname. So that's what happens in Thailand. You guys want to know something weird about Thailand? This is so weird, dude. All right, listen. In Thailand, Thai people have a Thai name, but the Thai name is often very hard to pronounce and is like traditional. So they come up with a nickname. Every Thai person has an English nickname, except for the fact that their English nickname is the weirdest. They don't come up with normal English nicknames. It's not like, they don't come up with like a normal, easy pronounced name. Oh, we didn't lust. Oh, we don't have a lust. All right, we'll just go this way then. So they come up with like, no, their names are like cheesecake. Like one of the most popular names is Oil. Just like straight up, just like Oil. Like what? Yeah, like so for example, like, yeah, exactly, right. Like Earth. Yeah. They just like cheesecake is a fun one. The weirdest one, and I'm going to be honest with you. Here's the weirdest one. You want to know the weirdest one? Vortex Typhoon to snap them all together. There we go. The weirdest one is the fact that in the Thai language, the word, and this is not bad. I'm going to clarify to the Twitch people who are listening. I'm explaining a cultural phenomenon. This is a cultural phenomenon, okay? But the word porn in Thai means hope, which you can imagine has some very funny interactions because the literal word, like the actual word, the same one that you know, which you definitely don't know, but you do know, right? Let's be honest here. Yeah, it means hope. It means hope, like directly translates to hope, which is why a lot of Thai people, their last name is just Hope. Like, that's, you know what I mean? Because it's like a very popular word. So a lot of Thai people, their last name is literally just Hope. And it's a little awkward sometimes because you'll see businesses, you'll see like a really fancy lawyer's office and it'll just be like Chanaporn. And you're like, say what now? And it's actually his last name. Yeah, it just means that's exactly what it means. Yeah. Isn't that weird? I don't know if we're making it through this key, but it's at least good testing. So we Barksian to gather, plus this. This is PTR right now. We're playing PTR. I'm testing a little bit of Guardian Druid after making the tier list. I want to show, preferably, that Guardian Druid damage is not that far behind. It's not like it does competitive DPS, but I do think that the average bear does a little bit less. Like I'm pretty good at min maxing, even though my ping is high on PTR. Like I'm gonna miss a few globals, but I don't think I do bad bear damage. Bearfield. No, the buffs are nothing. 100% of nothing Kawasaki is still nothing. The problem is the math, the way this works is 100, look at my overall damage. They buffed this. It went from 1% to 2%. This is nothing. This is literally 1%. This is nothing. All right, big mama time. So we just go incarn and this for damage, and then we'll be just fine. How you can read converse with one hand while tanking? The way I tunnel when I tank. Oh, yeah, 1%. Oh, so it's my personal preference of how to play the game. This is the entirety of my social life, and I kind of do believe that people need people. Like, I think it's important. I actually do think that people need people. I don't really believe that we can genuinely hack this life alone. I think we're supposed to have other people in our life, but I'm kind of I'm like a really awkward introvert. I can do social stuff. I just don't like doing social stuff. I don't mind, like I can do it. Like I can mask or whatever, but I don't really like doing that. So when I stream, this is my chance to socialize. I would never compromise that with like really, like sometimes I have to lock in. There's some specializations which are much harder to play. Like, there are some specializations which are much harder to play. Like I would say my Prez Evoker. Whenever I want to play Prez Evoker, and I do like playing Prez Evoker in competitive content, that shit is like calculus, you know? That is like really hard to play. You have to be just on point with absolutely everything. Rage is actually pretty iffy on this key level. No, it's fine. They nerf this. This won't one-shot you relative to when your group can actually get here now, which is kind of nice. Next one, we bark. So I don't know. This is like the way that I connect with the world nowadays. Like, it's going to be really sad. I have to take a whole week off stream because I have to travel. And I'm just like, you know what I mean? Like, I have to travel next week, and I have to take a whole week off stream. That feels, I'm like, really upset about that, though. Pings my dopamine. I wish it was more powerful. Learn Prez Evoker. I love that. So I want to make, like, a little Prez Evoker guide because I swear it's not as complicated as some people make it out to be. Like, I know it's, like, a big, like, everybody's like, oh, it's so hard. It's really not that hard. Like, I feel like they're, like, Mistweaver is harder. Like, Mistweaver and Holy Paladin borderline is harder, in my opinion. Missile! Did you actually... Okay, wait, did you name yourself Missile? Thank you for the sub. I would sub to your channel, but unfortunately, these days, I'm a little broke, so I cannot. Is your name actually Missile? Is that really what it was? I really would never have guessed. I haven't played Mistweaver or Holy Paladin yet. What healers have you played? I could try to compare it, though. Your last name? Oh, it's just actually your name? That's kind of a badass name. Hold on, that's actually like a super badass name. Well, I hope what you were saying on your stream, either way, I don't know. I'm 28, right? Like I'm not like crazy old or anything. I don't feel young anymore. Oh, we let that cast go off. I don't feel young in particular, but I don't feel like, I feel like a little old and stuff. Lunar Beam is fine. Like my knees are starting to notice it when I stand up. All right, I'm the B-Res. Hold up. Okay, so this next one, I have to probably drop the SI. I think that if we're gonna go throughout this life, we might as well have a grand old time doing it. And if something interests you, go for it. But if something doesn't interest you, yeah. That's what I liked what you were saying. I happened to be there when you were talking about maybe going back to school and getting a degree that interests you, and I was just like, yes. Doesn't matter what it is or how productive it may or may not be. It's all about, is it something that you want? Like, does it ignite you? Does it ignite you like a fire mage tries to do to this boss? Like what if something lights your soul on fire? Do it. Unless it's literal fire, in which case don't do it. That sounds like it hurts. What's up, buddies? Posture check? Yeah, that seems reasonable, actually. All right, so one of the biggest changes of Floodgate is just that you can do this now. It's super awesome. You could just go click on this. It's very nice. Nice. Good job, good job. Disc Priest main this season. Void Weaver's a lot more fun than Oracle. Oh! Well, I don't play perfectly when I read comments. I'm surprised that didn't kill me. I was a flying bear for a second. I'm really surprised that did not actually just end me. This Shadow Priest is currently pumping. He's doing really good. Now, granted, he's the only one who hasn't died out of my DPS here. So there is that to go for him, though. Nah, it's easy, easy, easy. Also, I'm a very chill player. Again, when I play World of Warcraft, I would rather make a mistake but be happy than not make a mistake and be super sweaty and serious. But I'm just that sort of person. There are some people who don't like playing with me because I am like that. Like, if I die in a key, I'm just like, nah, that was funny. Did you external me? I feel like whenever my healer externals me as a tank, I always feel insulted. I'm just like, no faith whatsoever. No faith. Can you see how on this pull, the Blood Warper's already dead? That's prio damage from a Shadow Priest and this guy. And my Assassination Rogue. That's the type of damage you want in your key, because this is what kills you. I can go ahead. Oh, okay, I'll do it. The bubble of shame. The cocoon of shame. I don't know. Like, I live in Thailand. I've structured my life in a way that you fat-fingered it. I start on my tank when other people are dying and need all your GCDs. But, like, I live my life in a way where I make sure... I've just been through enough. I want to be happy. I just want to make sure that I'm living with joy. So, I would rather... Like, the thing I came up with a long time ago that I figured out was... I would so much rather be an optimist and a fool than a cynicist and right. I would so much rather be an idiot but happy than, like, a super serious guy who's right. Like, what's the point in being right if you're not dancing around and singing Disney songs? I never really understood that. People are so obsessed about being right. It's like when we have a conversation about anything, it's like they have to win. And I'm like, well, why do we have to win? We're just talking. Like, I suppose I understand it from their perspective. It's like they have to protect themselves. Like, this is the way that this is their life on the line. You know, it's if they don't win this conversation, then they failed as a human being. And I guess I get that, but it's like, I just think it's so much better. It's like so much healthier to just be like, I don't need to win. I just wanted to have a conversation about this. And maybe I'm wrong too. Like, I could be wrong. Okay, ready? This gather on bear is so much easier. This gather on other tanks is one of those weird things where it's actually really hard to do this. Dalgroth squared likes raccoons. What's up, Dalgroth squared? Dalgroth squared, what did you think about my tier list? I've never tried. This is like, I'm very new at this. I'm very new at the content creation stuff. I think I said specifically before I started it, I was like, I don't want this to go too long. And then I was like, uh-oh. And then I was like, how long was that? And people were like, it was almost 2 hours. I was like, shit. I was like, whoops. I was like, well, listen, I had a lot to say, apparently. You know, I don't make... Okay, so this is interesting. I thought this wouldn't be the case, but apparently I don't make any more money from a longer YouTube video than a shorter video. Like, did you know that? So on the YouTube, the monetization is weird. Like, I don't actually make more money for a 2-hour video than like a 30-minute video. I just talk too much, and then I end up with a 2-hour video. So it kind of just be like that. So this is funnel. This is when you pull funnel. The reason you do this is because... Now, is there a particular reason why the boss would be pulled? Hold up, wait. We have classes that funnel very well. For example, Assassination Rogue. I just have to bark skin early. If people let me get aggro, this is an easy way to get more damage on boss by pulling these crocs. They just take a second to come up here. Otherwise, your DPS will get clapped because they snap up, and snapping is weird in World of Warcraft. They also do a lot of tank damage, so you have to make sure you live. Cool. I have to make sure that this one stops evading first. Okay, make sure I don't die. Perfect. Aggro here, and we're good to go. Perfect. Don't they have a... Yeah, but it's only on the tank. So as long as I have cooldowns and I know I can live, you can do this pull. You're supposed to pull them at the end of the last pull, so you don't have to wait for them. But it's also okay to do it like this. So what we're going to get is giant damage. A doodle. A doodle. I wish... Actually, I kind of like golden doodles. I like golden doodles. I just like dogs in general. I got 2 lizards now. I had to take them back to the shop because I no longer have... Wait, I have them, but I'm traveling. So the shop said they would take care of them. Now, granted, we missed the bomb over there, plus the fact that I'm fighting for my life just a little bit because these crocs are still alive. Hold up. We don't have a res, right? We have a res now? Okay, good. As long as we don't die again. Do. Thanks. I could be a better bear if I go watch. Finds a doodle. Winning at life. Dude, you know one thing that I really respect that I can't do? I respect people who can sing and people who can do art. Do you know how cool that is? I don't know how people do it, though. Like, how do people just casually do art? I don't understand how people do the arts and stuff. Oh, watch the 2 bombs. Nice. Good healing, good healing, good healing. Do. Like I said earlier, cynic versus optimist. I think it'd still be a realist. I think that people over-glorify being a realist too much. Like I said, people think that being right will act as some sort of safety net. People think that being right will act like some sort of protection against fear and doubt and all the things you want to avoid. But that's not actually how that works. You're still going to have to deal with all the negative emotions, whether you're right or wrong. So why not choose the option that'll just make it easier on you? If that makes sense. Like, what's wrong with dreaming? But people are like, oh, it's not good to be ignorant. But you can actually choose to dream as well. It doesn't mean you don't live in reality. It just means you've chosen a certain level of joy for your life. I don't think that's bad. By the way, if we're dying on the first 2 bosses of Floodgate, very real world where you should just kind of end the key, because we're definitely dying on the next few. These are technically the easy ones. So if you have people dying to these mechanics, you will probably not make it through the rest. You know, just stay for the... I rant. But like I said, this is my way of connecting with the world. So it's my stream. I get to talk about whatever I want to talk about. Sans, what do you think you'll play next year? What do you think you'll play next year? You like the sidebars? Did you know? Like the one bit. Did you know that I can ride my bike with no handlebars? Also, is that song actually about bikes? Yeah, probably. Well, we can finish it technically, but yeah, we can end. Might reform. The tier list already happened. You just woke up. Yeah. It's in the Discord though. If you want the updated picture is there. I will upload the entire thing to YouTube afterward. I will. All good though. Good though. Hold up, I don't feel bad. GG's. I'm a better healer than DPS or tank, so there are no other gnome options. A gnome enjoyer. Like a mecha gnome enjoyer or like a gnome enjoyer? There are some good questions to ask if somebody tells you they like gnome. Number 1, if you played Final Fantasy, would you also play Lalafell? Or like Volpera? Original gnome. Okay. This is a little bit more. I feel better about this conversation now. You only played my second ever cosplay was Cloud. My first ever cosplay was L from Death Note. Now I'm a mother. I like the gnomes because they look like toddlers, and I'm a mother. How many kids do you have, Sans? It's not about being right or wrong. I think the truer your understanding of the world is, that is a very good point. And I agree with you very much. Understanding the world better is awesome, but not so that you can control it, just so you can experience it. I've often thought about this. When people ask, you know what I mean? When people ask, they're like, why, like, what's the point of living? It's like, I think about that a lot. I'm just that sort of person. And I'm just like, you know what? Feral are that bad? Well, I mean, for what it's worth, I rank it low, but it's not like it does that bad. Like, it's still... I mean, I could play any of my tanks like this, to be fair. Right? I mean, mid-size, but still little to me. I don't think I have any children out there, but sometimes I make jokes and it makes me wonder because at the same time I'm like, dude, that's exactly what my dad would say. And then all of a sudden I realize I'm like, oh no, is there something I don't know? Really invest your disc priest feedback. So the shield nerfs yesterday and starting to get worried. I still think, but the thing is, even with those shield nerfs, it still does what it does. Being a realist, that I guess that makes sense, Quiver. This does make sense. But I think that like my whole journey is to that's why I like trying everything once. You guys have no idea. There are many stories I cannot share on stream, but I try everything once. That's unholy DK. I'll play with an unholy. That was the survival hunter who did not misdirect me whatsoever, but I won't lose aggro to him this time. We could play with a marksman and see if he still tops damage. Oh yeah, Quiver. Oh yeah. Now see your trinket? I am using what every tank is using. Every tank is using this trinket. It's not that good. It's actually not even that survivable. It mostly just does damage. It does good damage. So at season start, you're not going to have this though. After watching you for 5 minutes, come say hi. I won't. Okay, so I'll be gone for a whole week. It's a little. I wish it wasn't. I have to travel for visa stuff, but I will be gone for an entire week. So after today, I'll be away for like a week, and then I'll be back. I've never taken a week off of stream. I feel kind of like, you know. Tay wants to come. All right, bet. Are you guys both playing marksman? It'll be a battle of marksmen though. I know Tay, of course. It's still preventing. It's worse still S tier though. It still does what it does. Yeah. Basically, because what happens is as a healer, if you get really good at healing, what happens is the thing that you get good at is tracking. Like you'll get a weak aura, which everybody should get. If you're watching this, please just listen to me. It'll help you so much as both a DPS, a tank, and a healer. Doesn't matter. There's one thing you should get. If they exist every season, I don't have it on PTR. There is a thing that just puts a spell cast on your party frame. So if you're in Priory and you have two casters and they're both casting on you, it'll just say 2 smite. Like it'll just have an icon and it will show 2 of them. This is how I know you need an external. When I'm playing DPS, this is how I know to press a defensive. Because 1 cast doesn't kill me, but 2 does. Do you ever have that feeling where you're in a key and you're like, oh, I just went 100 to 0, man. There was nothing I could do. Did you see the casts? There's a weak, you just import the weak aura. And it just goes, boop. It just shows you 2 casts on you. And you just say, oh, defensive. Like it's all you need is that icon. You see 1, no defensive. 2, defensive. It saves so many people. There are some DPS who obviously have it and they're very aware. And there are other DPS who clearly do not. Trust me, as a healer, the first thing you learn to do is this a potion? Nice, you get potions here. They have the bad ones though. So exactly. So what happens as a disc priest is you can just shield them every time you see that. Even if there's only 1 cast, you end up kicking 1, you can just shield them. You know how nice that is? It's so nice. You could just literally shield them and you don't have to worry about it. And then it's like problem solved, you know? Okay, so just get a little food buff, and then we're good to go. Double Hunter. Can't lose threat from here. Actually, this would be a great comp to play something other than Druid. Just 1 sec. Oh, okay, no, cancel. No, run. So, take your time. Sans, do you have any pets? You said you have 2 kids, right? But do you have any pets? You said your life is an optimist absurdist. I don't know if I'm familiar with absurdity as a general concept, but I think I understand it. Of just like, on one hand, life is completely illogical and just like, goddamn, you just sometimes you have to look at life and laugh. But on the other hand, it's so full of awesomeness. Do you know how cool it is that I can sit in Thailand? It is 9:30 p.m. for me. Do you know how cool it is that I could sit here and have this conversation with you right now? That is absurd, but also amazing. Like, I made a tier list about my favorite game, and I had a bunch of people interested in it, and I could communicate with them. 100 years ago, I don't even, that wouldn't be possible. That's so cool. The only thing missing from my life is, aside from wolf girls, it is definitely just dogs. I miss dogs. This is absolutely absurd that you are a bag of electric meat in Thailand. Having a conversation with a mom, yeah, is pretty absurd. Michigan is a weird place. Isn't no, it's Wisconsin, that's the cheeseheads. Michigan is just cold. I remember it mixed. I remember. I lived in Ohio for 2 years. I lived in Connecticut for a year. I lived in Colorado for 3 years, etc. But I never lived in Michigan. I think I drove through it once. But otherwise, yeah, I never lived in Michigan. Like, you don't have to make anything make sense. But in a way, because it's absurd, you know? Yeah, exactly. So you're seeing the trinket? Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's almost unfair to play because you're like, oh, this is a little bit OP. Yeah. That trinket, and it's a delve trinket too. It's not from raid. It's a delve trinket fey, but it's way too much shielding. It's like a disc priest. You just make any healer a disc priest. It's insane. Yeah. You don't have to make your life some grand purpose. That's what I thought originally, Sans. I don't know. When I was a kid, I felt like I had to prove myself a bunch. Flexible point like Guardian Druid Mythic, no. If you want to play Dream of Cenarius, you have to drop Brambles. This is the only way. This is basically your only real flex point here. If you want to play this, just know that Reinvigoration munches the proc. I have only good things to say about Michigan. Michigan people, I remember, are very nice. This is what you do if you want to play Dream of Cenarius. Just know that if you get this proc, this one munches it. Yeah? That's the problem with it. Brambles is a lot of free value, though, so it's kind of hard to drop sometimes. Yoki. I want to play the off-healing talents. I like these three, but then ever since they put, like, Car's Inspiration on, I kind of want it. I should also be playing this, technically speaking. Where's my other flex talent point? There's not a lot. I mean, you could play without 1 minute roars, fine. Alright, ready? Let's go. Hole 10. Ready, set, Guardian Druid. Alright, let's time this. That's bad. Didn't read. Yeah, so that's one of the reasons we don't play it, but also, Brambles is a lot of just free. It actually does a substantial amount over the course of a key. Yeah, it's just free, you know what I mean? Drink heal. It's mostly the fact that it heals through an absorb and not HPS, because you'll just casually see the fact that your party has. You'll just actually see the fact that your party has these massive absorbs on them, and you're like, oh, okay. And you'll be like, oh, good, that's awesome. So I hit all my buttons for damage because I'm not going to have a problem surviving. In-cap this one. Boom, 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 boom. Be in range of my two hunters. I wonder which marksman hunter is going to do the most damage. Do you feel... This is, by the way, watch how easy this key gets when you play with S-tier specs. So we are playing with two basically S-tier specs, yeah? Look at the damage of my group and see how different it is playing with the technical S-tier versus not S-tier. Can you play non-meta? Of course. But is it easier to do this? Absolutely. Because you saw how fast that pull died. Like, that pull died so fast, I didn't even get a chance to finish my incarn. So, I see. So, okay, the double SI is a very bait talent. I strongly recommend you do not play double SI. Actually, Soul of the Forest is a large amount of not just damage, but survivability increase. Highly recommend you do not play double SI. It's a bait talent. It doesn't make it recharge any faster. And almost always that double SI charge could have just been... You'd have to have a very specific use for it, though. MB. Thank you for the sub. It is really cool, by the way, Sans. Like, Sans, I haven't been streaming for that long. I've only, like, just passed a year. Like, I started stream a year ago. The reason I started stream is because I was fostering a bunch of dogs. And then at some point, I had to stop fostering the dogs. And I started feeling really sad. And I was just very depressed because my whole day before was just the dogs. It was like they took a lot of my time, especially this one dog that we had. He took so much. He took like hours of my day. And after I didn't have any dogs at home anymore, I was just like, what do I do? I was like so weird. I was like, what do I do with my time? And I realized I was like, I just start streaming. That's actually the day I started streaming. I didn't really take it that seriously until later, but it's so cool that I can be here today and people want to hang out with me, and I get to hang out with people, and I get to do it at home. Need a new Curse the Woo. The Curse the Woo. Yeah, it happens sometimes. I don't know. I still don't know why. We had our last one died 14. Is allergic, so we couldn't get another one. Gotcha. I mean, is it like a hypoallergenic would solve it or no? Is there any way to make bear better against magic damage? Magic damage is an old school thing with bear. Bear is absolutely fine against magic damage. Bear has no struggle against magic damage. It's an old way of thinking. It's not a thing anymore. My soul dog? Yeah. Dogs are... Dogs have a way of filling your heart, man. They have a way of absolutely filling your heart. And depending on what country you are, they can also fill your stomach, which is weird. But I don't know why I said that. I'm sorry. It's August 14. Yeah. It's, you know, that's the price we pay. If they're so awesome, the price we... Woo, flying bear. Whee! The price we pay, of course, is that they don't stay around as long as we do. She was a rescue. We only found out after what kind of mix. Which probably I'll never find again. Did you... Okay, so I used to believe that breed didn't matter with dogs. I used to believe very much that, like, oh, it's like, it's all about how they're raised and it's their personality and you know, it's like their individuality. And then one of the dogs I had was a Malinois mix. And I disagree with that very strongly now. You know what a Malinois is? Because I had a Malinois and I was like, you know what? I think breed matters. Am I getting a dog? Yeah, I will 100%. I'm going to have a bunch of dogs. I will have a bunch of dogs when I have a house again. Right now I live, because, so when I was married, we had like a house. It was like a 4-story house. And we had like 5 rooms and we had a lot of space for dogs. But now since I got divorced, I don't have space for dogs anymore. They're a breed of choice for working dogs, so you have them. So he was a rescue, right? He was a shelter dog. And we fostered him. He was basically my dog. Like, you know how I say I fostered him is basically Cap. He was my dog. Like, he was ours. I wanted to keep him forever. But goddamn, I had no idea about them. So I didn't have any awareness. No one taught me anything about a Malinois. I didn't know anything about them. And I was unprepared. Like, I'm used to the golden retriever. You give them some love. They love you. Take them for a walk. That's it. I had to learn how to train dogs specifically because of him. You know, it's like a totally different world having a dog like that, where you leave him alone for 2 seconds, you no longer have a wall, a staircase, and a home. The whole thing is gone. It's destroyed. Like, he's so intense. It's such a different experience having a dog like that. I never have I had that experience before of just like, like, wow, you know what I mean? Yeah, he was so smart that he was bored all the time. I can't be bored. I know myself. I'm not allowed to be bored. You know that? If I'm bored, I end up almost certainly in a bad scenario. The one thing I cannot be in my life is bored. Yeah, can't be bored. Oh, shit, I might die here. Hold up. Oh, I got stunned there. Was your tank fun? It was, until I went for the res and I died. Res me fast, maybe? Actually? I made a silly. I did a silly. I might be able to get aggro back. Oh, we missed the bombs, though. I don't think so. Yeah. Is Drew Tank fun? I mean, I think Drew Tank is fun, to be honest. I think it's very fun. Sans, thank you for the sub. It's cool that I got to meet you, you know. I love the idea of adopting dogs. We gotta know you were playing the Ruckus Lottery. Gotta know certain breeds would be better fit. Yeah, so basically he didn't belong in our home, though. He didn't belong in our home. He was not meant for our home. He was genuinely like, he needed we found him a home up in a farm up north, yeah? And he was much better suited for that home. He was way better suited for that environment, though, yeah? Where he has all the space to run around, people who will take care of him and love him, but he needs, like, that space. Oh my god, that dog was so smart. He could just learn. He just looked at you, and you were like, learn this. And he was like, okay. I used to do agility work with him and training and stuff like that. I have a video somewhere. I was worried about the bleeds and let the hunter. Oh, that's okay. I don't need any healing on that boss. I got stunned when the boss... I went to res and I didn't realize, and then I got stunned. Not my bad. I don't think I reset yet, yeah? Ooh, that we just passed the Prez Evoker. No problem. I'm chilling. It's all good. Should I play a different tank now, though? Doggos rule. Doggos do rule. I think I have a video somewhere of the dog. I have a video somewhere. I just don't remember where. Here, I'll find it. I'll post it to Discord. Furry friends. The Brogernaut also sub. Try Pala. Okay. Pala, VDH, Blood DK, fine with whatever. Swapping tank. Here, let me add you. Better Brock, but flop. Yeah, of course. That was my bad. I went for the res. I didn't quite realize I was too close, and I got stunned on the Crocs and stuff. Since I'll need to learn it, since it'll never be learned. Oh, dude, I'm kind of learning it as well right now, but I kind of feel that. Like, honestly, if VDH doesn't get nerfed, I would totally play it. I would totally play it because it's actually so good, though. It's so easy to play. Like, it's so weirdly easy to play. Here, hold up. Let me find a video of the dog. There you go. I posted it in Furry Friends. Alright, Paladin. We can play Paladin if we want. She never ever barked unless it was something really... She was super... Yeah. Never stole food. Never destroyed... My dog, he destroyed everything around the house. He literally ate our staircase. I'm not even kidding. He ate our staircase, man. Yo, Swift bro, what's up? You're the hunter that we were just playing with? Went from monk to VDH and I don't fill my bars anymore. Easy and fun CC. Fucking Gambit incident made it to YouTube. Which one? And you? Wait, which one? What? Oh, I was playing Rhett earlier. That's right. I was playing Rhett with Now. Were you the hunter in that? Oh, were you the hunter in the Gambit I did with Now on my Prez? Oh, yeah, I remember that. It made it to YouTube? Damn. Has anybody noticed it was you? That was a fun. I remember that. Never done that dungeon before. It's okay. Oh, that is not the right tanking set. Hold up. This was the tanking set. I never crafted everything perfectly, I don't think. Leave the door wide open. All right. Somebody near us but not on us. She didn't demand to be. She was an absolute unicorn. Right. That's the dogs like that. They're definitely... They're just some dogs that are your soul dog. There's nothing else to say. You know what I mean? There's just some dogs that are your absolute soul dog. Tank. Save. Do I have a different neck? Did I make one? Didn't I make a crit haste neck? Yeah, I did. Do I have spell block if I play like this? People know me from when I raided with Future. Interesting. I wonder how people know me now. Oh, did I not? This is so embarrassing. It's okay. We all make mistakes. I mean, I got hit by the frontal on that boss. It's okay. Can you list the key? I don't think I added you properly. It's okay. Only flaw was she ate her own. Well, there's always got to be one thing, Sans. There's got to be one thing at least. Animations are a lot of fun. I just can't fully get behind feeling half as thick as... Yeah, so the thing is, the main thing you can do if you want to overcome the thickness, right, is you can play Dwarf. Because Dwarf Prop Pally, at the very least, they've got some thickness to them. You could play Dwarf Prop Pally. I feel like my Dwarf, she feels pretty strong. Look how strong her deltoids must be in order to lift this shield. She is casually lateral raising an entire fucking shield. You know how hard that is? This shield is massive. That's an axe. You know how hard it would be to lateral raise this axe? That's actually super impressive. She's quite sturdy. Yes, indeed. She's quite sturdy. I make all my characters basically are designed so that I would go on a... That's a 16 Priory. With respect, I think you listed it as a slightly wrong key, I will say. But yeah, all my characters are specifically designed because I want them to look like they would go on a date with me. That's how I design all my characters. If they don't look like they'd go on a date with me, then I will transmog it differently. So her transmog normally is like a golden weapon. Yeah, this one. That's her transmog. I think she looks pretty. I was like, I don't have... No problem, no problem. We will do another 14 Floodgate. That's fine. Do I even have it here? I could do a Floodgate on Pally. They would date you or you would date them? I would date them, right? I would date them. If you're gonna plus 14. I feel like if you're gonna play a game all day, you might as well look at an aesthetically pleasing character. You gave her fox ears. Now listen, the fox ears, as cool as that is, she doesn't have fox ears. She does not have frost ears. If you can get a priest for a PI, That's why I mean, listen, everybody's got their thing. And sometimes we get so preoccupied with trying to be so attractive to everyone that we forget that people have types. People have very specific preferences, all right? And the thing is, right, I like a little bit of thickness. I actually am more attracted to Taurens and dwarves than I am to, like, blood elves and night elves. So I appreciate a bit of strength. A Havoc. Another marksman. I would gladly play with a Havoc. I think Havoc is excellent. And Havoc would be decent for this comp. Why don't we play with Havoc? You know the cool Tyrion? Exactly. That's the one. That's the one. I will see what the heal check is like. Okay, Red Pally or Havoc. Which one do I want to see? We know Marksman's good. We know Arcane is good. So Havoc or Positive Affirmations. Havoc or Red Pally? I kind of want to see another Red Pally, but I'm a Pally, so we would technically take Havoc. Will you be making another bear video? Love the one a few weeks ago. I mean, eventually, yeah. I was just playing it now. I still think that bear is fine. Like, give or take, my Pally is going to do just a little bit more damage than my bear, but not by that much. Like, honestly, I think the bear is still in a fine spot right now. This one I'm supposed to socket. Do I have a primary set gem? I do. The prop Pally tier set nerf is so random, dude. I want to see what this nerf actually looks like now. This is actually a really good point. I haven't tested it since the technical bug fix, which was worded very strangely. It was worded very strangely, and I'm not sure how I feel about it. All right, let's go. I'll grab the key real fast because I am the one responsible for doing that. We'll go there. Keystone vendor. Okay. I think I have it here, actually. So Floodgate, 13. Do I have 14 in my bags right now? 15, 14. Okay, right here. Critical strike. Nope, 14. Floodgate 14 is the one we're doing right now. Okay. I already had it somewhere. All right, find 14. Ah, here it is. That's the one. That's the one right there. Okay. Floodgate. If you were to be a little min-maxing goober, what would be the best race for Guardian Druid? Night Elf wouldn't be as good due to potions. Okay, listen. Prop Pally, no. Prop Pally is pretty good on Gather. It'll look a little scary, but Prop Pally is actually pretty decent on Gather. Blood DK, so the tanks that need it are VDH, Blood DK. That's mostly those two. VDH and Blood DK are the scariest on Gathers. But Prop Pally is pretty decent. I just Arden on Gather. Let me check my build real fast. I think Spell Warding could be pretty good here. Oh, this is my Halls of Atonement build. That's right. I was playing Light of the Titans just because Halls of Atonement was an actual menace. That's right. Hold up. I might not need all these talents. One second. This was Halls of Atonement. I still think I like Moment of Glory, to be honest. If I want Spell Ward, I'll drop here like this. Didn't really change from Season 3. Yeah, basically. VDH hasn't changed at all, literally, which is weird. They should change, right? Okay, I have Spell Word now. I don't even think I need it in this dungeon. Do I actually? Am I going to use this? That's fine. Let's go. Ready? Pull. 10. So Prop Pally seems a little scarier, but it's absolutely fine. You will not struggle on Prop Pally. Boom. Keystone? 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 There we go. That's the one. I think that the tanking meta will be interesting. The tanks are a lot more well-balanced than you think you are. Honestly, I think the tanks are way more balanced than the healers right now. I still think that healers, I really think that they could do a little bit more work with healers. So what you do here is to gather on a Prop Pally. You just have to go like this. Pull from range. This is the way to gather on a Prop Pally. It's like super hypercritical that you understand. You got to pull from range, and by the time they hit you, you already have your resources up. But then, yeah, I'll be fine. And then I'll lock down this caster here, of course. My damage intake will look a little scarier, but it's fine. I really wonder what my damage will look like here. Just bubble now on this shredation. Let me see my damage here. Oh, my damage looks pretty good. Hold up. Wait a second here. Wow, wait just a second. Now, wait just a second. My damage seems pretty decent on Prop Pally, does it not? I think my damage looks pretty good. Those are good numbers. Those are good numbers. Nice. That's not bad. Hammer and anvil. Are we sure that it got changed? I'm so confused by the prop pally changes. Every time they say they nerf something, they actually buff it. On accident, though. You know what I mean? Like, they do the weirdest stuff sometimes. I could double this, but I don't want to. Because lag. And also safety. We could double this after one cast if we wanted to. I could do it. And then we'll just go here. I'll shield this guy in, because if I pull it as a tank, I'm pretty much responsible for it. We go like bam, 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 bam. I'm rooted, so I'm getting hit in the back. Just going to be careful. I shield this one. Nice. Perfect. I shield this one. Beautiful. And then we just hammer an anvil. Do 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 do. That's okay. I know it's scary. I know. Prop pally, prop pally. Scary tank to technically tank on. But it is okay. Yeah, Bear Valley goes up with Mark of the Wild. Some people like Bear and some people don't. The people who like Bear, certainly Bear has a reputation, right? Like, Bear has a reputation, just like Hunter has a reputation, of being the only people who like Bear are the ones who can't play anything else. I think this is a bad take. It's not entirely incorrect, because it's a simple tank. But I really think that we harp so much on simple tanks. What's wrong with being simple? I actually think that being simple is great for the game. Like, the fact that Beastmaster exists, or that Ret exists, is good. I think it's good for the game, because think about it like this, Brogernaut. I don't know what key level you do. Maybe for the very highest end of keys, it'll feel a little strange that something is so simple. But for the average key, it's so good that things are simple, because you don't know what the pulls are going to be. Like, you're not going to coordinate with your team about doing X, Y, Z. Like, you are really on your own in a pug. And I feel like if there's a DPS that has consistent damage, as in quote-unquote easy to play, it's like a win-win for everybody. Isn't that just good? Isn't that just good for the game? Like, I don't know why we have to be, like, so elitist about it and be like, oh, well, you know, I work twice as hard to do subpar damage, so you shouldn't be having this credit. It's like a really weird thing that we do, for sure. Let's just overlap this real fast. Kick this. The fact that all of my characters currently have different platers are kind of like, it's a little bit funny to me. It's driving me a little bit mad, just a tiny bit. Because, like, I installed different platers to try them on PTR to see what I actually wanted to use on my season. I can't tell if I like this one more or less. I actually can't tell right now. But you can see Prop Alley's doing just fine. Like, this is a 14 Floodgate. It's not a 15. It's not a 20, right? It's just a 14. But still, he's doing pretty good right now. This Gatherer sucks on Prop Alley. This Gatherer sucks on other tanks. Actually, if you're a DPS player and you have something like Misdirect, this is a situation where you can really help your tank. This is actually one of those random situations where you can make such a difference to your tank's life by just helping them with this Gather, if you know this, though. So I used Quasis before. I think this one is Quasis, give or take, right? I will say... No, it's okay, it's okay. Once I'm set up, I'm set up. It's just that the Gather there, for some reason, the first few guys sync their melee, and you have to run through and stuff like this, though. I like my unit frames. They're big. Because I remember I also heal. Like, I don't just tank, I also heal. Let me debate on my defensives here for a second. I just wog myself up real fast. Go like this. 5 stacks masterwork. Hit my weapon. I think the Marcellian... Yeah, you know, I got to play with him the other day. I got to play with Flame, right? Not the older guy. I think that I liked his. I think his was a bit more bold. It helps me on a prop pally at the very least get more, like, kicks and stuff. All right, we're not pulling Crux. We'll just wait for res. Remember, Havoc is great, but there's only one problem with it, what I said in my original tier list video, which is still the same problem with it. It dies to every ground effect. I've never seen a Havoc that does not die to at least one ground effect. Like, that's just it's just a straight up fact. Alright, we res. I don't need to pull the Crocs, technically. Let me get these up here. We can just delete this bar. My thing's here. Window control, close this window. Use automatic jacks. I want to try jacks. Unholy was way worse. That's true. That's true. Are you playing Templar? No, this one I'm playing Lightsmith. I still think even with the nerfs to Lightsmith, like you can see, it's not doing bad. I'm at 5.8 mil right now. It's definitely not doing bad. I think that even with the nerfs to it, you will still play Lightsmith. I'm just trying to figure out what the nerfs are. They're worded so weirdly every time. So, for example, they keep saying that Hammer and Anvil has been nerfed by 60%. 60% is a lot, and they made it so it can't proc multiple times, right? Like, that's part of the nerf to it. I can aim him this way. It's fine. We'll just be safe. Damage loss, but I can aim him to that bomb, right? Look at the overall DPS right now. Hammer and Anvil is still my top damage. Imagine 60% more damage than this. I might die. Hold up. That's my current overall right now. You know what I mean? Like, are we sure that Hammer and Anvil got nerfed by the correct value? And then also my 4-set got giga nerfed, but I'm confused about how it got giga nerfed exactly. Because it said 66%, but then when I test it, it does not doing 66% less damage. Because that would actually that would like really gut prop pally damage. Like that would be totally different. So we hit my weapon here. Boom, boom, boom. Ooh, I got walloped in that. No problem. Because I'm just a little bit, but I think prop pally's in a fine spot. It'll actually live very well. I think that even with the nerfs, it's still actually doing pretty competitive DPS. Like, I didn't pull Crocs on here, so I'm going to have a lot less damage, unfortunately, in terms of testing. I normally like to pull the Crocodiles. Especially as a prop pally, it's pretty easy. Anybody need a sack? Nope, everybody's pretty good. Nice, nice, nice. We will start saving cooldowns for next pull. So we 5 stacks Masterwork. We want to send this weapon up right here. If there are no bombs, position the boss right next to each other so you get cleave damage. And sack my healer just in case. Unholy is the hidden gem next season. Okay, hear me out. Beku, I don't think Unholy can be the hidden gem next season. Because of one strong reason, though. It was meta last season. They don't tend to let that happen. They don't tend to let that happen at all. Like, I don't think they're going to let it happen. Even if it could technically be like that, I don't think so. Because I think it's okay that it's A tier. I don't know. I don't like the fact that there could be an S tier spec that's like Giga S tier, and then it could just be Giga S tier again. Yeah, and they're letting it happen right now, Saint Hearth. The problem is, it's still S tier. Like, VDH is literally still S tier. They haven't even touched it. They haven't even touched it. Oh, I missed this mom. Let's just do this pull. We won't go into Big Mama then. We can wait for those guys. We have a DK who can single grip, actually, or I can pull on top. Oh, that lag. That lag. I was moving out as fast as I could, actually. So, like, prop pally damage is not low. The one thing is definitely, whatever it is not low. I can tell you this. It's definitely not low. Oh! That was tough. The lag on PTR is kind of tough. The little toxic lag. The bed woke up. You're still streaming. Oh, today is a long stream though. Desecrate. Wait, is it actually the? Is that what it is? I feel like I'm lagging a lot more than normal. Is that actually the Unholy causing that? Oh, that's interesting. I finally couldn't hit 3K. Did he just go offline? Mel UI. Mel UI. Offline. Mel UI. It's PTR. We also still have time very easily. Mel UI. Why would you go offline in a PTR testing key? Ah, this is a special stream today. Yeah, I can. All right, we're dead. Basically, though, prop pally, as you can see, is not exactly doing bad. It's not doing bad. The 4-set, this is all Lightsmith. That's Lightsmith, that's Lightsmith, that's Lightsmith, that's... The tier set alone and the hero talent is doing like 50% of your damage. So, we have offline. Oh, yeah, the build that he is playing, it looks like this right now. Everybody's playing that Ritual Forge. He's playing Rider of the Apocalypse. It looks like this. He's doing good damage though. Oh, this is like a special stream for me because Timmy, what's gonna happen, right? Is I gotta go to Lao next week, and when I go to Lao, I won't be able to stream for a while. So I feel like I wanted to go out with one last huzzah. It's just a week. I'll be gone for like a whole week though, which is kind of sad. I really like streaming. If I get really bored while I'm there, I'll just turn on stream to say hi for like an hour or two. I might just like turn on stream to say hi if I get bored enough. It's only a week. But yeah, today will be my last stream for like a week. Unholy Pet build is kind of interesting. It actually does do gigadam. Maybe this should have been S tier. I still think so. If an Unholy and a Marksman are doing this, if this close together, then technically the Unholy does more. Unholy has more value than Hunter and a key. Maybe VDH feel like proper tanks. Pally feels too reliant on heals. I think that Pally feels pretty self-sufficient. I felt pretty tanky there. It's hard to say because this is all Ancient Teaching is all passive. He cocooned me once or twice. He vivified me once or twice. But he wasn't exactly direct healing me too much. Depends. I think it depends on what Pally build you play. But also depends on what your ping is. This key in particular felt real stucky. This felt super stuck to me. Also, 14 on PTR is kind of hard. I would say 14 on PTR is like a 17 on live. Give or take like 17 or 18. Like 18 Floodgate is not easy to do. It's okay to do, but it's not easy to do. But I feel like it's like a tough challenge to do a 14 on PTR a little bit, depending on the key. We have to vote to abandon first. Not entirely. Try sending lightning for you. I send that for Dam anyway, so I'm not losing anything. I feel pretty okay. We have to vote to abandon first. I could try the tier build instead of the Moment of Glory, but I quite like the Glory build. It's my preferred way to play Prop Pally. If I'm going to play it, I might as well play it this way. I need some salt. I need some salt. That means I won't stream for like crazy too much longer. It's like, what, 10 p.m. for me? But I don't mind going for a little bit longer. I do think so. Frost is better in my opinion, but comparing it to a Hunter, not to the other DK spec. Do you want to do Floodgate again? We could do it one more time. I definitely feel like my Pally feels squishier than my Bear for sure. We could play VDH or Blood DK or something. I could play something else. Don't really mind too much. Okay, is that a good rogue? Oh, I missed him. An outlaw rogue. I would have totally taken him. Being Pally and Bear. I think that if you guys really like Bear, you should be willing to try. You should be willing to. There's a fire mage right there. You want to see fire mage? We could take a mage plus. We could take a fire mage plus a PI, and see what fire mage can do, and see if my ranking on fire mage is correct. So if my fire mage tops the meters or does it within 300k of everyone else, then I'm wrong. We'll see. Did I reset already? I might forgot. Reset. Good. Yeah. Let's see how much my fire mage does. I'm curious. I like my warrior too. I feel like if you like Bear playstyle, you should consider trying Mountain Thane Warrior. Mountain Thane Warrior and Bear play very similar to each other right now. They play super similar. Maybe we got some scaling chance against bosses we really struggle against. Oh, sure. We could do Dawnbreaker another time. Since we're here, I kind of figure we just kind of smash this and we do this a little bit. And my damage is still mostly just hammer and anvil. Even though they changed how the set interacts, which is interesting. You're also probably not going to get this much crit baseline. Like I'm playing with like crazy high crit right now. Like actually, how much crit do I have? 60% average crit? That's insane. Like 60% average crit is a lot. Is Brand not as good on Pally? I guess maybe just a Floodgate thing. Maybe Brand is not as good on Floodgate, actually. I'll play this. Oh, Bear. This also put me at the bleeds in this dungeon set. Okay, so you can make it work. The Bear is gonna... Warrior has a... You could actually just find an Evoker to play with. That's actually one option, is you could just find Evoker to play with. The main thing is, I'll show you, I tanked to 14 hauls on my Bear. I could say I tanked to 15 on my Paladin, which was much easier. But what you do is you have to actually. The dog just destroyed your curtain. Okay, as much as I love dogs, I'm so sorry, Clueless, because curtains are kind of expensive to replace. No, no. Curtains are. We had to pay. The dog ate one of our curtains, and we were like, it's just a little bit of fabric. Can't be that bad. Turns out it was that bad. It was quite expensive. Yeah. What type of dog do you have? If you ever want to share your dog, do you have any cute photos of your pets? There is a furry friend section, and I live vicariously through other people's dogs now because I don't have dogs. So if you ever wanted to share, there is a, yeah, there is a furry friend section. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Tonight, I will post the tier list tonight. Tonight, after stream. Alrighty. Is my monka here? I just learned you have a Discord. Oh yeah, the Discord's there. I put a lot of stuff in the Discord. I put like overalls from certain dungeons and stuff like that. I kind of forget sometimes, but mostly we test on the stream. I heard you talking about dogs earlier. Oh, I love dogs. I just miss them a lot. I feel like I should volunteer. Like somebody suggested I volunteer working with dogs. I thought it was kind of a good idea, to be honest. I thought it was a good idea. Because, like, I just like spending time around them, though. Couldn't bring my dog to Germany. Oh, you have to move, right? So when you, yeah, moving countries is so weird. Moving countries is really tough because there's a lot of weird laws about importing pets and like the hoops you have to jump through. I knew some people who just had to leave Thailand and they couldn't bring their dog with them. They tried. They were willing to pay any amounts of money, but they wouldn't let the dog come. They don't allow pitties. I feel bad about the pity hate. I mean, I understand it, but I feel bad about it. They are very strong dogs. Oh my god. We fostered one that was like a mini pit, and her head was just so strong. So we gather for a second. We just consecrate as we walk through, and we need 3 holy power. There you go. Gather from range. When they get to you, you already have all your buttons up. The second they actually reach you, you already are planted. You have everything prepared at this point. I will get every kick, because that's what Prop Alley can do. Was I just singing the chicken song? Is that the chicken song? That totally was the chicken song. Also, crazy prio damage. But, do you remember my rankings? You remember the tier list? Not crazy prio damage. This guy is still very much alive. You remember my tier list? You think I was wrong? Because I just want to point out. Everybody was like, are you sure? Like, what happened to Fire Mage? In French, it's the duck song. Oh, yeah, we call it the chicken song. I bonded with the stray movements of Cowlock. Yeah. Thai dogs. So Thai dogs are particularly, they get you. They just pull on your heartstrings. Look at the overall damage from this. I gotta figure out where to put my meters. I feel like they're like kind of annoying me that they're over here. Okay, I need to get this Masterworks off. I have how many seconds? 10 more seconds. Do you think Prop Pally is easier to learn than a Blood DK? Than Blood DK. Whoa, what key level, St. Hearth? What key level? Blood DK has a very strange thing where the answer to this question is entirely dependent on what key level you're referring to. Like, higher keys, no. Lower keys, yes. Like, Blood DK is super, super, super key dependent. Because, like, actually in a higher key, you have to game Blood DK. But in mid keys, Blood DK feels so good, actually. Like, Blood DK, I would consider Blood DK to be fairly easy at a mid key level. Kick this one, kick this one. So it kind of depends on, like, that. Like a plus 12, Blood DK is easier, I think. Blood DK is kind of just, like, honestly, if you just hit your buttons as a Blood DK, you know, Blood is an art to a certain extent, but let me put it this way. What if I simplified it for you and I just said, keep Bone Shield up, Death Strike every other global? What if I mean, would that not work? Like, basically, keep Bone Shield up, and then fill your globals. You alternate between Death Strike and Heart Strike, and then basically, if you just Death Strike every other global, you're probably fine. Like, you'll panic when you're first learning it, but it's actually technically at that key level would be fine to just play it like that. You know, Deathbringer, you hit your Reaper's mark, you don't have to play Sand Lane. 3k on either to win the bet. Marrow Ren, yeah, exactly. Like, Marrow Ren's, yeah, exactly. Like, Marrow Ren's, there's Reapers. You have a bunch of things. Like, technically, you gotta work in Tombstone. You gotta understand Dancing Rune Weapon CDR. Technically, you have to work in Shattering, like, being your Death and Decay for your Bone Storm and that to make use of the other stuff. And I think that Prop Pally has a slightly better community perception. Like, if you're trying to pug it, I could see Prop Pally being a little easier to pug with. That makes sense to me. Let's pull at least this 3-pack. Make sure I keep my Masterworks up. But I feel like I want to say Prop. Why did something pull behind me? Something pulled. Oh, no. We're going to wipe. Who pulled this? My shield does not pull that, by the way. Somebody aggroed this, unfortunately. Was that Fire Mage? Was that a Fire Mage, like, orb? Was it a Splinter or something? Normally, that's a mage thing if that happens. I can sack my healer. Maybe we can save this. I can bubble now just to get aggro. Uh-oh. My toll would not pull that. Something else pulled it. I can hodge this. I can lay on hands my healer. Blinding Light. This is where Prop Pally... See how I just saved him twice? Technically, we're probably still going to die here, but for what it's worth, this is what I meant about how Prop Pally technically can carry keys. So if we do survive this, it'll be because somehow I got that kick, I got this kick. Oh, I'm out of kicks now. Yeah, we're probably going to die. That pull is Giga Banned. You can't do that pull. I mean, I'm still alive, kinda. I don't think I can save this. Most likely I'm dead here. Did, Yeah, obviously you were pumping there. Did, any idea what pulled? I'm assuming it was a tab target or something. But to clarify, this is what overall damage looks like right now. That's what the overall damage looks like. So in an average key, you have a Hunter who I know is very good, and he's Gaming Hunter. No. Oh, it aggroed somehow. And then you have a Fire Mage who's just consistently quite below. He's not playing that bad, actually. There isn't a 0 chance it was Chi Burst. Okay, no problem. I just want to know if we know. Do we want to play any other tanks at the moment? This is what I wanted to see. Not so far. I really shouldn't hit that. Maybe. It's okay. No problem. Here, I need to stand up for a little bit, though. I have a key holder counting as 2 votes. the lever system's going to be so weird for M+. My stairs are probably going to stop. No, that's okay. I didn't blame anybody. It's all good. Let me just stand up for a bit. I've been actually gaming all day. So the Shadow Priest doing this, not bad. Hunter is still doing big damn. I mean, Hunter would borderline be S tier even with the 10% nerf. If you have a good Hunter, they just do so much damage. Granted, he has PI. Yeah? I'm assuming he's getting the PI. And he has a monk buff. But otherwise, he would normally have shaman buff and stuff. Yeah, let me be right back real fast. I don't mind doing 1 or 2 more, but I gotta be right back for now. Alright, I have decided that I'm actually tired. So instead of doing some more dungeons tonight, I'm pretty satisfied with testing. If you are still here hanging out, thank you for making today's stream awesome. It was nice to leave off for a week on this note. I will work on that tier list and I will update it. You know what I mean? I will update that. I'll put it on YouTube soon. But I did want to say genuinely thanks for hanging out. Faye Vibe, thanks for doing keys with me. I will gift you a sub right now. I will be back in 1 week. 1 week. I might, like I said, I might just pop in and say hi. If I get bored enough in Lao, I'll probably just pop in, to be honest. Faye, if you want to do more PTR keys when I get back, I will still be testing because I'm very curious and I like testing. It is my favorite thing. Sans, it was nice to meet you today. And I'm glad. Thank you for sharing your absurdities, among other things. But I genuinely, just thank you. Streaming is so fun, and with everything going on, I'm happy. When I get back, I'm going to want to celebrate so hard. I'm like super stressed about everything that's happening, so when I get back, right, it's going to be like genuine celebration. I will finally be done with this whole process, which has been in the back of my mind for like 8 months now. So I'll be finally just, when I'm over that hump, I'll be able to just go, and really just like, just breathe and enjoy World of Warcraft, etc., etc. Let me see. Yeah, I got you, Faye. So I'll finally be able to breathe a little bit, and I think that I will feel significantly better at that point. That will be a nice feeling. That will be very nice. If you have any cool things on PTR and you particularly notice there's like a really cool, like you're like, this fire mage did so much damage, send it in the Discord. I'm kind of curious to know if my rankings are off just because I've been playing with people who aren't that good. Like, you got to, skill parity is such a big deal that even if the spec might be S tier. We had a Havoc who did significantly less, but that doesn't mean Havoc is bad. You got to keep testing. That's why it's like so many hours on PTR to get like accurate testing numbers. Okay, let's see who's still on for tonight. Ooh. Should we make a new friend? No, I'm kind of tired. Wait a second. No, I'm too tired. I'm too tired to socialize with a new person. Though. Hunter's topping literally every key. Yeah, exactly. A hunter should top pretty much every key. Hunter is like just giga good right now. They're like overtuned to a certain extent, to be honest. They're actually just overtuned at some point. At some point, you have to accept the fact that they are just kind of overtuned. Really easy class, I would definitely be contributing. Yeah. Everybody likes Hunter. People like playing it, though. Leaves will shape out on live. I think it'll be fine. I think that it might pressure some people into staying, but the people who would be toxic anyways, I don't think it helps at all. To be honest, I don't think it helps the people who would leave anyways. I don't think it helps them very much. All right, we're going to go say hi to Missile. I'm too tired to socialize with a new person. And they were nice. They said hi to me earlier. Okay. He's actually kind of cool. I didn't think his name was Miss Ideen, but apparently it's Missile. It's actually Missile, which is weird. All right, go say hi. I'll be back in a week. Thank you for hanging out today. See ya. Oh, I'm gonna raid and run because I am tired. Boom. Okay. Yeah, drop's going. Yeah, shared murder makes. Technically. Should be. I'll be back in a week, though. Should be. Last few questions real fast. Okay, fine. What's the best tank at the moment? VDH. Last few questions, go. You have questions? I'll give you like 5 seconds to answer because I'm about to end the stream. Should be. What's the best tank? VDH. VDH is the best tank. Anybody rapid fire questions? You got me. You got me for one more minute. I'm about to hit end stream. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm about to hit end stream. If you got any other questions, send them the way now. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. All right, if you have any questions, send them on Discord. I will see you guys when I get back. Best DPS, Frosty K or Hunter. All right, bye. Bye, YouTube.